As the aura of vitality resurged, the world transitioned into an era of unparalleled martial prowess. Yi Qing, unexpectedly transported to this realm, awakened a devouring evolution panel, enabling him to consume all things and plunder the traits of myriad races to enhance his own being. Yet, as he stormed into the lair of colossal beasts, tearing apart a golden dragon and basking in its blood, he fortuitously encountered the rare genius and aloof school belle, Zhang Qingyi, a sight that graced the realm once in a millennium. In the city of Linen, within the esteemed Linen High School, the Martial Arts Resource Management Office was bustling with activity. Classmate, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? The martial examination is imminent, and every single point is of utmost importance. I would advise you to exchange for items that can swiftly enhance your vitality. The teacher at the management office said, furrowing his brow as he regarded the slender youth before him. The young man, named Yi Qing, possessed distinct features, his eyes shimmering with resolve and determination. "This is what I want," he stated resolutely, signing his name without hesitation. The teacher shook his head in resignation, performing a series of operations on the computer before approving Yi Qing's request. Soon, a low hum resonated as a conveyor belt delivered a cardboard box before Yi Qing. This contained small cuts of colossal bull jerky, totaling 20 pounds, the teacher informed, pushing the box toward Yi Qing. "Thank you, teacher." Although a tempest of emotions stirred within, Yi Qing maintained an impassive facade, hoisting the box and turning to leave. Since the resurgence of martial arts, an era where all were martial practitioners had dawned, transforming educational methods drastically. Martial arts achievements were incorporated into the college entrance examination system, and martial arts academies burgeoned like mushrooms after rain. To cultivate more martial talents, the education department allocated martial resources to high school students in the form of points. As a student in the key class of Linen High School, Yi Qing was entitled to 20 points each month. Typically, students exchanged these points for vitality elixirs and bone-strengthening pills to rapidly bolster their physical foundation in preparation for the martial examination. However, while the flesh and blood of colossal beasts belonged to the category of food supplements, their effects were slow, and the costs were high, leading most to refrain from squandering precious points on such exchanges. Yet, Yi Qing harbored his own ambitions. He reached the staircase corner and discreetly opened a corner of the box, revealing sealed packages of deep crimson meat within. His gaze grew increasingly entranced as a line of minuscule text appeared before him, visible only to him. A piece of colossal bull jerky with an unimaginably long shelf life. Although its taste is subpar, it is rich in nutrients. Consuming it will increase vitality points and grant a chance to extract and fuse with its traits. Yi Qing inhaled deeply, an indescribable joy swelling within him. He finally confirmed that the system he activated yesterday was not a mere illusion. After traversing this world for 18 years, he had finally bound himself to a perfect evolution system. According to the system's explanation, he could enhance his physique by consuming other beings and, upon reaching a certain threshold, extract the unique traits of those consumed to strengthen himself. He would forge the strongest bloodline from the foundation of myriad races, boundlessly elevating his potential to ultimately become a perfect being. And the colossal beasts represented the abilities he most ardently sought. Just imagine possessing the flight of the golden roc, the frost breath of the black turtle, and the dream manipulation of the magic butterfly. What immense power that would yield. However, Yi Qing understood that the most crucial step was to remain grounded. Exchanging school points for the flesh of colossal beasts was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Thus, he had rushed to the Martial Arts Resource Management Office early that morning. A month's worth of martial resources exchanged for an enhancement in vitality, while also gaining the unique abilities of the colossal bull. Yi Qing mused, a smirk gracing his lips, secretly pleased. This transaction was undeniably a guaranteed profit. At that moment, a somewhat aloof female voice interrupted his thoughts. "Classmate, could you please step aside?" Yi Qing snapped back to reality, noticing a tall, graceful girl standing before him, Zhang Qingyi, the school's shining star, excelling in both academic and martial disciplines. Her exceptional beauty and icy demeanor rendered her an ice goddess in the hearts of countless boys. Yet now, this towering ice mountain found her path obstructed by Yi Qing, who clutched the box. while other boys might have seized the chance to exchange a few words with the goddess. Yi Qing's mind was solely occupied with the system, leaving no room for thoughts of school bell or goddess. Apologies, he muttered briefly, stepping aside to clear the way before swiftly departing the management office with the box in hand. Zhang Qingyi cast a sidelong glance at Yi Qing's retreating figure, a vague recollection surfacing in her mind. That fellow seemed to be named Yi Qing, a student from the key class, who had failed the martial examination and subsequently perished at the jaws of a beast during the tumult of the beast tide. Zhang Qingyi was, in truth, a reincarnated individual. In her previous life, she awakened a rare special talent and was determined to resolve the colossal beast crisis confronting humanity. Through trials and tribulations, she advanced rapidly in strength, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of existence. Yet, while delving into the source of the beast invasion, she encountered a calamitous turn of fate that led to her untimely demise. Now reborn, she possessed an opportunity to start anew. The memories of her past life constituted a tremendous asset knowledge of the finest techniques, crafting methods for weapons and armor, and the weaknesses of adversaries all were at her fingertips. She was confident she could reclaim her former prowess in a fraction of the time, and even surpass it. Zhang Qingyi's gaze turned resolute and self-assured. She recognized that her current strength was still lacking and that her focus should be on the present. For instance, the mutated fruit tree located 90 kilometers east of Linen City, whose fruits possess the ability to refine the body and elevate the ordinary, represented a top-tier secret medicine for those at the entry level of martial arts. However, she was also aware that a formidable group of beasts guarded that fruit tree. Fortunately, she knew of a secret technique that could obscure her presence from those beasts. Yet, executing this technique required specific materials, prompting her to rush to the management office early that morning to exchange for them. Once I consume that secret medicine, my foundation will be more solid than in my previous life. With my past memories, my growth rate will be astonishing. In my previous life, I reached the apex, and I shall do so again in this one. The crisis of the beast invasion will certainly be resolved by my hand this time. Zhang Qingyi vowed silently within. She glanced at Yi Qing's vanishing silhouette, letting out a soft huff. With the martial examination approaching, how can he still waste points on mere gluttony? No wonder he couldn't pass the martial university entrance. However, since I have been reborn, I shall ensure that the calamity of city destruction does not recur. How dare he obstruct my path? This fellow should be condemned to a life of solitude. With that, she turned and strode toward the management office's entrance. The entirety of the day found Yi Qing's thoughts adrift, far removed from the classroom. All he yearned for was to swiftly experiment with the system's capabilities and ascertain its tangible effects. When the school bell finally rang, he declined his close friend Wang Beichen's invitation for a gaming session, clutching a cardboard box as he hurried home with remarkable speed. Upon his return, he eagerly tore open the box to reveal an impressive array of beast jerky. 20 pounds of jerky filled half of the table, and the familiar system prompt materialized before his eyes once more. A palpable sense of anticipation flickered in Yi Qing's gaze as he hastily ripped open the packaging, releasing an enticing aroma of meat that made his mouth water. The jerky, having undergone special processing, was ready to eat straight from the bag. After a day filled with anticipation for the jerky's effects, Yi Qing had no desire to waste time preparing it. Instead, he simply cut a generous chunk of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. The initially tough jerky became increasingly flavorful with each chew, the unique and rich meat essence spreading delightfully across his palate. After taking a sip of water, he swallowed it down in an instant. The highly nutritious meat was swiftly broken down, pure life energy transforming into a warm current coursing through Yi Qing's limbs, subtly enhancing his constitution. You have consumed a piece of wild bull meat. Vitality 0.1, Extraction Progress 5. Attribute Panel Generating. Generation Successful. Yi Qing's eyes lit up at the system notification, and with a thought, a panel appeared before him. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 85.1. Spirit: 95.5. Talent: none. Martial art: Body Forging Fist, non-mainstream. Extraction Progress: Wild Bull, 5. Reviewing the data on the panel, Yi Qing's spirits soared, and he clapped his hands in excitement. Though the increase in vitality was a mere 0.1, it was a genuine enhancement. He did not need to practice any martial arts or consume high-energy supplements. By simply consuming the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, the system maximized its potential, directly enhancing his vitality and physical constitution. However, what Yi Qing looked forward to the most was the extraction progress. What abilities would he gain once the progress reached 100%? Unable to contain his eagerness, he disregarded any manners and sliced the remaining wild bull meat into pieces, shoving them into his mouth. You have consumed a piece of wild bull meat. Vitality 0.1, Extraction Progress 4. Witnessing the system's notification, Yi Qing's appetite surged even further. He devoured the meat with fervor, hastening his pace. You have consumed a piece of wild bull meat. Vitality 0.1, Extraction Progress 5. You have consumed a piece of wild bull meat. Vitality 0.1, Extraction Progress 6. Under the system's influence, the blood and flesh of the wild bull transformed into the purest vitality energy, visibly elevating Yi Qing's vitality. The extraction progress steadily increased, inching closer to completion. Not long after, wild bull extraction progress is full. Would you like to begin extraction and fusion? Begin. Yi Qing took a deep breath and immediately selected to commence. A low, resonant sound echoed within his mind, as if a fireball had ignited. He suddenly felt waves of excruciating pain enveloping his entire body. Gasping, he felt the veins on his forehead throb. The burning sensation intensified rather than waned, an overwhelming agony crashing over him like a tidal wave. Dizziness struck him multiple times, causing his body to sway. Yet, Yi Qing refused to succumb to unconsciousness. He was unaware if fainting would jeopardize the fusion process. If he failed, it would mean wasting the precious beast meat he had exchanged his scarce points for. Yi Qing would not permit any risk of failure. Veins of crimson crept into his eyes, and a frenzied determination shone within. Pain? What was pain? If he could not endure this minor discomfort, how could he ever grow stronger? In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, the strong dominated. Without formidable strength, he might one day perish in a beast rampage. As the agony intensified, cold sweat poured from him, yet a sinister smile crept upon Yi Qing's lips. He could feel it. He could feel himself transforming. A searing warmth coursed through him, refining everything that could be refined. Muscle fibers ruptured and regenerated. Bone density gradually surged, and his meridians stretched and strengthened. As impurities within his body were meticulously eliminated, excess fat around his waist vanished rapidly, muscles bulged and expanded, straining against his training attire. Moments later, with a resounding pop, the seams of his clothing burst. The fabric stretched to its limit, tearing apart. Yi Qing's robust physique was suddenly revealed, his exaggerated musculature akin to that of a bodybuilder. Extraction successful. You have acquired D-rank talent, divine strength. As the system's notification chimed, the excruciating pain swiftly dissipated. D-rank talent, divine strength. This was the innate ability of the wild bull. Upon seeing the notification, Yi Qing felt that the earlier pain was trivial by comparison. Every species possesses its unique traits. For instance, creatures like the wild bull can unleash several times their strength in a short span. It is this ability that endows the wild bull with formidable destructive power. Some exceptionally strong wild bulls can even penetrate more powerful ferocious beasts with a single blow. Such explosive combat capabilities often play a decisive role in battles. Yi Qing was thoroughly pleased with this talent. Rising to his feet, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his brow slightly raised. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, with a naturally robust frame, the activation of his divine strength talent had made his arms muscles swell, thicker than a woman's calves, and his body was etched with contours that resembled chiseled stone. Exuding a striking visual impact, Yi Qing paused in contemplation before turning, raising his hand and throwing a punch. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as a massive dent formed in the steel table, akin to the impact of a colossal beast. The noise nearly startling the entire building's residents awake. Yi Qing lifted his hand, observing the slight tearing of his skin on his knuckles, feeling the twinge of pain, and chuckled. That's what power feels like? His punching and kicking strength had increased significantly, albeit with a somewhat ostentatious appearance, yet it looked undeniably impressive. Yi Qing moderated his breathing, ceasing to activate his talent, allowing his taut muscles to relax. Though still robust, he no longer appeared as exaggerated as before. Then, the system panel manifested before him once more. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 89.6, Spirit, 95.5, Talent, D rank, Divine Strength, Martial Art, Body Forging Fist, Non-Mainstream, Extraction Progress, None, Divine Strength. Yi Qing murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with delight. The path of a martial artist is a continual journey of unlocking the human body's potential. A small fraction of individuals will awaken special abilities during this process, endowing them with extraordinary strength. They are often referred to as gifted martial artists. Such gifted martial artists are exceedingly rare. Even the most mediocre E-rank talent, once awakened, can be considered a martial arts prodigy. If one were to awaken a superior talent, they would typically be recognized as a genius capable of making headlines. This highlights the rarity of gifted martial artists. Yet Yi Qing, by merely consuming a few pieces of ferocious beast meat, had acquired a talent. Despite being only D rank, Yi Qing firmly believed that he would surely attain stronger and more powerful talents in the future. Who could have imagined that my talent was born from consumption? Yi Qing chuckled, focusing his attention on his vitality, his mood soaring. His vitality had risen by 4.5. While the increase may seem modest, Yi Qing realized that it required only a few pieces of ferocious beast meat and a mere half-hour of his time. Such speed was unattainable even by the martial arts geniuses featured in the news. As Yi Qing recalled, the minimum score for the martial arts examination last year was a vitality level of 110. If he maintained this pace, he would surpass that figure in just a few days. He could easily gain admission to a martial arts university, even one of the top-tier institutions ranked nationally. By entering a higher echelon, he would have the opportunity to encounter even more formidable ferocious beasts. In turn, this would provide him with the chance to acquire superior talent capabilities, further enhancing his strength and potential. With this in mind, Yi Qing's anticipation grew. He glanced at the remaining wild bull meat, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Chapter 3. Far from enough. Simultaneous fusion. After binding with the system, Yi Qing felt a constant surge of appetite, his consumption capacity significantly increasing. To him, the wild bull meat was no longer merely a delicacy. It was a stepping stone to becoming a martial arts powerhouse. As long as he consumed it, he would draw ever closer to strength. No one wishes to remain an ordinary person, and no martial artist desires to be weak. Thus, Yi Qing once more sliced off a hefty chunk of meat, unreservedly shoving it into his mouth. Wild bull, divine strength? Not enough. Far from enough. This mere wild bull meat is insufficient, and a mere divine strength talent is wholly inadequate. Following his transformation, Yi Qing's aspirations had transcended simply gaining admission to a martial arts university. He not only aimed to attend a martial arts university, but the best and strongest one. He aspired to be a true powerhouse. A solitary talent was far too lacking. Why Yi Qing devoured the wild bull meat? Relishing the surge in vitality, his spirits rising ever higher. Eventually, he grew too lazy to even cut the meat, opting instead to gnaw on the massive chunks directly. Amidst his feasting, Yi Qing remained industrious. Having exhausted his school points, he could no longer rely on them for the time being. He needed to devise his own methods. Why Yi Qing mused, opening his computer to research information regarding colossal beasts. A few years prior, his mother had passed away due to illness, and his father, in pursuit of a livelihood, had gone to work near the front lines, sending him living expenses periodically. He is not one to squander his resources. He usually saves a portion of his earnings. Over the years, Yi Qing has managed to accumulate 30,000 yuan in his little treasury. Now, this sum is poised to serve a purpose. He needs to enhance his strength and acquire greater extraordinary talents, which necessitates consuming a substantial amount of beast flesh. In the entirety of Linen City, there exists but a single place capable of fulfilling Yi Qing's requirements. After gathering extensive information and familiarizing himself with the conditions of most minor colossal beasts, he closed his computer. The following day, Yi Qing set out early in the morning and arrived at the largest beast meat trading market in Linen City. Upon entering the market, he was greeted by massive counters displaying an array of bloody beast carcasses. The market was saturated with a pungent smell of blood, and many purchasers donned masks. Yi Qing had momentarily forgotten about this detail and proceeded without discomfort. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt a peculiar aroma wafting through the air, igniting his appetite and instilling an irresistible urge to indulge immediately. What a delightful scent it was! With a grin on his lips, Yi Qing surveyed the bountiful beast meats before him, eagerly diving between the various stalls to begin his selection. Bro, is that guy's sense of smell malfunctioning? What is so wonderful about this scent? It could be some sort of unusual craving. Such individuals are not like the average person. Look at him. He's smiling, yet there's something distinctly unsettling about it. At the entrance of the market, two men couldn't help but voice their opinions upon hearing Yi Qing's words. Half an hour later, Yi Qing emerged from the trading market, burdened with several large bags of beast meat. This purchase had nearly emptied his wallet, as he had acquired over 100 jin of various beast meats. He hurried home at breakneck speed, laying the acquired meat on the table. Gazing at the unprocessed chunks before him, he found himself swallowing involuntarily. A wild thought flickered through his mind. No, that's too primal. After all, I am a civilized individual. Yi Qing quickly shook his head to dispel the thought, igniting the stove to boil water and prepare the meat. After a simple process of boiling and grilling, with no need for elaborate seasonings, the sizzling meat began to exude an intense aroma. Yi Qing did not bother with categorization. He merely filled a bowl and commenced devouring it ravenously. You consumed a piece of armored rhinoceros meat. Vitality 0. 2. Extraction progress 5. You consumed a piece of spiked boar meat. Vitality 0.1. Extraction progress 8. You consumed a piece of shadow rabbit meat. Vitality 0.1. Extraction progress 4. In an instant, several notifications appeared. Concurrently, the progress bar in his panel displayed new entries. Extraction progress. Armored rhinoceros, 5. Shadow rabbit, 8. Spiked boar, 4. The armored rhinoceros, covered in armor-like skin, can withstand small-caliber firearms with astonishing defense. The adult spiked boar possesses extremely sharp spikes that can effortlessly pierce through iron plates. As for the shadow rabbit, despite its diminutive size and lack of combat prowess, its explosive speed holds merit. Yi Qing's selection of beast meat was deliberate. Each piece that entered his stomach transformed into the purest form of energy. The extraction progress for the three types of beasts steadily increased, and the refined vitality energy continuously enhanced Yi Qing's physique. He became a relentless machine of consumption, mechanically shoving morsels of beast meat into his mouth. After some time, armored rhinoceros extraction progress is full. Do you wish to initiate extraction and fusion? Yi Qing set down the grilled meat and chose to begin. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted within him. A pain more intense than the previous days struck him suddenly. Yi Qing felt as if he had transformed into a chunk of iron on a forging table, being hammered mercilessly by a blacksmith's hammer, the overwhelming force nearly shattering his will. He let out a muffled groan, gritting his teeth to suppress any cries. Based on his previous experiences, he understood that pain was unavoidable. Since evasion was futile, he resolved to let his body adapt and grow accustomed to the agony. Pain, in comparison to the enhancement of strength, was utterly trivial. With this thought in mind, Yi Qing exerted every ounce of control to remain seated at the dining table. The muscles in his face twitched from the excruciating pain, ultimately contorting into a somewhat frenzied and exaggerated grin, revealing a mouthful of white teeth still clutching a blood-stained piece of beast meat. This level of pain was not as overwhelming as he had envisioned. He swallowed the beast meat in his mouth, and upon witnessing the notification before him, his smile widened. Thus, Yi Qing once again seized a piece of grilled meat. The pain was insufficient to break his spirit, and the contents of the bowl dwindled. You consumed a piece of shadow rabbit meat. You consumed a piece of spiked boar meat. A cascade of notifications followed. The pain from the extraction and fusion intensified, causing cracks to form all over Yi Qing's skin. He resembled a shattered mirror, with a myriad of fissures adorning his body. Streams of blood oozed from the cracks, staining his face crimson. The blood trickled into his eyes, casting a sanguine hue over his vision. Yet, Yi Qing remained oblivious, resolutely stuffing more meat into his mouth. Finally, spiked boar extraction progress is full. Do you wish to initiate extraction and fusion? Shadow rabbit extraction progress is full. Do you wish to initiate extraction and fusion? Almost simultaneously, two notifications chimed in unison. At long last, both were complete. Yi Qing set down the meat in his hands and reached to wipe away the droplets of blood at the corners of his eyes, only to smear it further, rendering both eyes a vivid crimson, akin to those of a malevolent specter. He decided against wiping it away, grinning through the blood, declaring, "Better to endure a short pain than a prolonged one." Let us fuse them all at once. Chapter 4. In exaggerated form, vitality soars. The wasteland outside the city, boom. A cataclysmic pain akin to a collapsing mountain besieged him in an instant. Why I Ching's body trembled. Blood gushing from his wounds, instantly dyeing him in a crimson hue. Hiss! I Ching gritted his teeth, his eyes blood-red, as the world around him transformed into a crimson haze. Yes, now this is what I call pain. Delicate threads of blood began to spread within his gaze. I Ching panted heavily, and after a moment of respite, he once more grasped the meat before him, continuing his feast. The progress for the three beasts had reached its limit. Yet their flesh still held the potential to elevate his vitality. Vitality 0.1. Vitality 0.1. With a series of notifications ringing out, the excruciating pain compounded, blood splattering as large pools formed on the dining room floor. The agony threatened to obliterate I Ching's will, but upon glimpsing the notifications, the smile on his lips grew ever broader as he suppressed the impending scream from his chest. The scent of blood began to permeate the air, accompanied by an overwhelming, terrifying pain, while certain transformations quietly unfolded. His skin continuously cracked and healed anew, and with each healing, a thin layer of keratin formed over his skin, resembling armor that enveloped I Ching entirely. His leg tendons ruptured and reformed, his body ratio approaching the golden mean, becoming more adept at explosive speed, resembling an elegant cheetah. Before I Ching could fully comprehend these transformations, a powerful itch emerged at his joints. Puh! The sound of flesh tearing echoed, as an unusual sensation coursed through him. I Ching instinctively raised his hand, only to hear a crack as a sizable hole was punctured through the dining table. What is happening? I Ching glanced down to discover a sharp bone spur protruding through the table's surface, originating from his elbow joint. The pristine white bone spur, stained with traces of blood, extended from his elbow to his wrist, transforming his arm into a formidable weapon. Puh, puh, puh. A series of muffled sounds followed as more bone spurs emerged from his elbow and calves. The bone spurs were as sharp as blades, providing additional exoskeletal protection to his physique without hindering his movements. This is quite a significant transformation. Witnessing this scene, I Ching momentarily forgot the pain. He turned to face the mirror, where a blood-tinged figure stared back at him. His eyes, filled with blood, radiated a fierce aura of violence, savagery, and a hint of madness. Muscles imbued with terrifying explosive power covered his entire frame, with sinewy tendons symbolizing speed, all enveloped in a layer of gray keratin armor, and his limbs adorned with razor-sharp bone blades. Every part of I Ching seemed designed for the purpose of slaughter, somewhat intimidating, yet it appears rather impressive. I Ching grinned widely, revealing blood-stained teeth that rendered his smile somewhat grotesque. Meanwhile, extraction successful. You have acquired D-grade talent, Iron Skin. You have acquired C-grade talent, Swift Shadow. You have acquired D-grade talent, Bone Blade. Notifications continued to flood in. Upon the successful fusion, the excruciating pain receded like a tide. At last, it was accomplished. I Ching's taut nerves relaxed, and his legs buckled, causing him to tumble forward. Boom. Instinctively, he reached out to catch himself, but his hands struck the dining table, creating a massive crack in its surface. With a resounding crack, the table, unable to withstand the relentless damage, split in two. I Ching panted heavily, his mind racing as he opened the system panel. Name, I Ching. Vitality, 115.2. Mentality, 97.1. Talent, C-grade Swift Shadow. D-grade Divine Strength, D-grade Iron Skin, D-grade Bone Blade. Technique, Body Forging Fist, unrefined. Extraction progress, none. I Ching's gaze swept across the data, and upon discerning the changes, he was filled with elation. 3 new talents have emerged, one of which is an enhanced C-level talent. I Ching lowered his gaze to examine himself and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the form that had manifested after the activation of his talents. The Shadow Rabbit, though inherently weak, had bestowed upon him a capability that surpassed several others. It appeared that the innate strength of a beast was not entirely correlated with the quality of its talents. His vitality had surged dramatically, already surpassing last year's benchmark. A smile spread across I Ching's face, excitement shimmering in his eyes. The current rate of increase in his vitality was something many would struggle to achieve. Even with medicinal aids, particularly since supplements could not simply be consumed in excess without consequence. After all, too much of a good thing can be harmful to the body. Yet, Yi Qing harbored no such concerns. For the flesh and blood of fierce beasts were the most natural sources of life energy, devoid of any detrimental effects when absorbed. If he had an ample supply of beast flesh, his vitality could continue to soar. With this thought, Yi Qing's smile brightened even more. However, beast flesh does not come cheap. He let out a sigh, contemplating the situation, and ceased the operation of his talent. In an instant, his exaggerated muscles receded, the keratin on his skin gradually disappearing, and the sharp bone blades retracting into his flesh. He appeared much more normal now. Nodding to himself, Yi Qing began tidying up the room, washing away the grime from his body and changing into a fresh set of clothes. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the dining area. The adage, "The poor are scholarly, the rich are martial," rang true. Training in martial arts was indeed a costly endeavor. Yi Qing glanced at the balance in his bank card. Just over 3,000 yuan remained. After deducting basic living expenses, it would only suffice to purchase about 10 kilograms of beast meat. Should he ask his father for some? That thought was immediately dismissed. The family's debts were not yet settled, and his father was struggling on the front lines. After repaying the debts each month, there likely wouldn't be much left. It wouldn't be wise to ask his father for help. Thus, he would have to devise a plan on his own. How to procure the beast meat? Yi Qing pondered deeply, then moved to the balcony, gazing out towards the towering walls on the city's outskirts. Since the emergence of the beasts, the area beyond the city had transformed into a perilous zone. The mutated beasts had become the sovereigns of the wilds outside the city. Although most of them were not particularly powerful and posed no catastrophic threat to the city, every city had constructed high walls to stave off the intrusions of beast hordes for the sake of stability and security. As for those colossal beasts capable of annihilating cities, there were always formidable human warriors to confront them. The wandering beasts of the wilderness, due to their medicinal and nutritional value, were in high demand. Consequently, the profession of hunter, which had vanished for years due to technological advancement, had resurfaced in people's lives. Yi Qing gradually solidified his resolve. Vitality was the foundation of a warrior. At present, his 4 talents seemed secondary. Since he lacked the funds to purchase beast meat, he would hunt the beasts himself. He would operate in the vicinity of the city walls, where he wouldn't encounter beasts of overwhelming strength. Moreover, with his 4 talents, he possessed the ability to flee if necessary. Whether the beasts he hunted were powerful or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that their flesh contained abundant energy, capable of rapidly enhancing his vitality. Killing one would certainly provide enough sustenance for several days. Meanwhile, in Linen City, within an upscale residential area of the East District. Finally, success. Zhang Qing'ai shook the test tube in her hand, observing the pale blue liquid within. A smile gracing her lips. This was a type of information interference serum suitable for low-tier giant beasts. When sprayed on oneself, it could temporarily confuse the beast's senses, making it believe that the user was one of its own kind. It bore no harmful effects, yet it could yield unexpectedly advantageous results in many situations. 1 vial would last an hour, ample time for her to gather the fruits of her labor. Zhang Qingyi carefully stored the freshly prepared serum, then opened the map on her computer, beginning to plan her route for the following day as she ventured into the wilderness. Although her physical prowess was not particularly high at the moment, many of her previous life's tactics were still applicable. While she might not traverse the wilderness with ease, she was certainly capable of self-preservation. Covering dozens of kilometers, she would need to set off early the next morning. Soon, Zhang Qingyi finalized her route and shut down her computer. Chapter 5. The Bloodthirst of Beasts. Out of the city. Instant kill of the flame prison hound. The following day, Yi Qing awoke early, commencing his morning routine. The beasts at the edges of the wilderness were mostly ordinary mutated creatures. Their strength was lacking, and even those without martial training could slay such beasts if their vitality exceeded 100 after some training. The rewards for killing a beast were considerable. However, few chose to become wilderness hunters. With numerous lucrative professions available, aside from a handful still clinging to their martial dreams, most people would not risk their lives charging into the wilderness armed to the teeth. After preparing the necessary equipment, Yi Qing promptly slipped on his shoes and stepped outside. As he descended the stairs, he passed by a middle-aged couple. Yi Qing did not know them and had no intention of greeting them. They merely brushed past one another. For some reason, a series of swift, decisive actions instinctively flashed through his mind. Fist-penetrating chest, bone blade shattering skull. Blood spraying wildly. In that fleeting moment, a scent of blood seemed to permeate the air, and an inexplicable aura of death subtly lingered. Yi Qing's heart tightened, and he hastily suppressed those brutal images as he quickened his pace down the stairs. After his figure vanished, the woman's legs buckled, and she grasped the handrail, gasping for breath, her complexion pale as if she had just endured a tremendous fright. Her husband, equally perturbed, comforted her while scanning the surroundings in confusion. The sensation they had just experienced felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the terror felt during their youth when facing giant beasts in the wilderness. Yet, this was a secure urban area. How could such a feeling arise without reason? Puzzled, he could only help his wife and leave in haste. Was it not just the amalgamation of talents, but also the instinct for slaughter from the beasts? Yi Qing reached the ground floor, reflecting on the images that had just surged through his mind. Feeling somewhat astonished, presently, this seemed to be a good omen. For two individuals with identical physical qualities, the superiority of combat skills would ultimately determine the victor. The combat techniques of the beasts were forged through countless battles. Although lacking the finesse of human martial arts, they were exceedingly useful for Yi Qing at this moment. Indeed, in some respects, the instincts of fierce beasts could be even more lethal. With this in mind, Yi Qing's confidence in his venture grew stronger. An hour later, at the East City Gate of Linen City, within the Entry and Exit Application Management Office, bang! The stamp landed on the application form. "Young man, you seem quite young. Why pursue such a perilous profession?" The reviewing uncle observed Yi Qing, unable to resist offering a word of caution. Yi Qing offered no elaborate explanation, simply expressing his gratitude as he took the application and headed towards the gate. Constructed of superalloy materials, after undergoing a retinal scan, a passageway appeared in the gate, designed to withstand the onslaught of large beasts. Outside the gate was not a desolate wasteland. Rather, several makeshift tents had been erected nearby, with numerous individuals bustling between them, resembling a small marketplace. Many items sourced from the wilderness were directly traded here. Yi Qing had done his homework on this and was not surprised. He hastened towards one of the simple tents. Before long, amidst a low humming sound, Yi Qing rode out of the city's marketplace on a motorcycle. The M177 electric off-road motorcycle, equipped with the latest high-energy compressed battery, boasted long endurance and high discharge efficiency. And most importantly, it operated without the roar of an engine, making it exceedingly suitable for traversing the wilderness. Not long after Yi Qing's departure, at the East City Gate, another young face arrived at the management office. A similar warning, a similar resolve. Bang! The reviewing uncle shook his head, muttering, "Another student. Are today's youth so bold?" Zhang Qingyi paused in her steps. Another? A student? Who could it be? Glancing at the time, she realized it was getting late. If she didn't hurry, it would hinder her plans. Most likely some young master looking for thrills in the wilderness. She had no desire to dwell further on it. Her immediate priority was to lay a solid foundation and regain her peak strength. Moments later, another camouflaged motorcycle sped out of the camp and into the wilderness. The wilderness was not a barren expanse. Even after enduring catastrophic assaults, the fallen cities could still breathe new life. Vines intertwined with towering skyscrapers, countless mutated plants thrived in the crevices of the ruins, and the rustling sounds echoed in the shadows. This was a wasteland, yet simultaneously a treasure trove. Here, danger and opportunity coexisted. A place that all wilderness hunters both loved and loathed. Crack! A sound emanated from beneath the wheels. Yi Qing glanced down to see a human skull, its surface charred as if seared by high temperatures, now crushed into fragments. Judging by the cross-dash section, it seemed rather fresh. Before he could finish his thought, a strong sense of alarm surged within him. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to feel a searing heat brush past his face, a streak of crimson flame narrowly missing him. Boom! A nearby wall exploded, revealing a gaping hole, waves of heat rolling out as dried grass ignited, exposing several charred bones below. Roar! A low, guttural growl erupted as a large, red dog with blade-like teeth and muscular limbs leaped from the ruins. Upon seeing its form, a flurry of information flooded Yi Qing's mind. The flame prison hound, a small giant beast that had mutated from a native species. In adulthood, It could reach lengths of up to 2 meters. Possessing the unique ability to manipulate flames, an immensely powerful creature capable of killing even a first-tier warrior with a moment of carelessness. The first-tier warrior, having shattered the conventional limit of vitality at 150, experiences a dramatic enhancement in physical attributes, strength, speed, and neural reflexes far surpassing that of ordinary beings, has already stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. Before him lies the Inferno Hound, its body measuring approximately 1.5 meters. Categorized as a subadult, nevertheless, its prowess remains formidable, posing a significant threat to warriors. At present, Yi Qing is not a warrior. By the measure of vitality, he is far from being a match for this beast. Yet, he chooses not to flee. Instead, he dismounts, confronting the colossal creature, whose maw flickers with flames, a mere 10 meters away. His hands tremble ever so slightly, breath quickens, and his heartbeat accelerates. Yi Qing is acutely aware that his agitation is not born of fear, but rather exhilaration. A potent urge ignites within him. He can slay this beast. With a growl, the Inferno Hound digs its forelimbs into the ground, a glimmer of human-like disdain flashing in its eyes. The cowardly human, paralyzed by fear, dares not move. Saliva drips from its jaws as it can no longer restrain itself, unleashing a torrent of flames. A muffled thud resounds as the conflagration envelopes the motionless Yi Qing entirely. The ecstatic roar of the Inferno Hound echoes as it charges forward, eager for another feast. However, a muscular arm, clad in gray, armored hide and adorned with menacing bone spikes, suddenly emerges from the flames. Seizing the hound's head with an iron grip, the hound instinctively kicks back, but it finds itself ensnared by an overwhelming force that it cannot escape. Despite summoning all its might, the flames begin to dissipate. A fearsome figure materializes. Yi Qing, encased in armored hide, muscles bulging, and glinting bone blades, gazes down at the thrashing beast with a savage glint in his eyes, baring his white teeth in an excited, cruel grin. Die! With a primal roar, Yi Qing grips the Inferno Hound's upper and lower jaws, exerting all his strength to tear them apart. A sound reminiscent of fabric being ripped fills the air. A horrific gash stretches from the corners of its mouth to the base of its neck. The Inferno Hound's head and neck are violently cleaved in two. The creature, which would typically pose a headache even for a first-tier warrior, is annihilated in an instant. Chapter 6. Flame Talent, Crimson Flame. Pre-warrior, blood erupts like a fountain, drenching Yi Qing in crimson. He releases his grip, allowing the lifeless Inferno Hound to collapse to the ground, bathed in scarlet. Blood trickles down his gray armor and white bone blades. He gazes down at the dying beast beneath him, resembling a cold-blooded tyrant, fierce and savage. So weak. No, it is not that it is weak. It is my current strength that far exceeds this beast. As Yi Qing observes the hound's cessation of struggle, he looks at his hands, excitement flooding his expression. Is this what power feels like? For the first time in battle, he has ended a life, and in such a brutal manner, he feels no fear, only exhilaration and excitement. Strangely, the recent experience leaves him feeling utterly invigorated. The air is thick with the nauseating scent of blood. Yet, as Yi Qing inhales the aroma, he feels no revulsion. Instead, his mouth begins to salivate profusely. Unable to resist, he extends his tongue to lick the blood from the corner of his mouth. The sweet taste explodes. The speed was astonishing, far exceeding reason. Before her stood formidable warriors, all in the throes of refining their sinews, flesh, and skin. Chapter 7. Ambush, Murder. Zhang Qingyi had not once eased off the throttle since entering the wasteland, racing towards her destination. Along the way, her communicator began to vibrate incessantly in her pocket. She furrowed her brow slightly, halted her motorcycle, and retrieved the communicator to check the messages. The information was brief, yet its content sent a chill down her spine. They dared to ambush me, those despicable remnants of the arrival sect. In my previous life, I failed to eradicate you completely, but in this lifetime. Zhang Qingyi snorted coldly, her killing intent palpable, a bone-chilling aura emanating abruptly. Boom! Not far ahead, a colossal beast lurking in the shadows, poised to strike, froze momentarily before collapsing to the ground, becoming a heap of icy flesh. The evolving talent, Frosted Millennia. This was the unique and exceptional ability that had propelled Zhang Qingyi to prominence in her past life. As the user's strength increases and specific conditions are met, the level of frosted millennia gradually ascends in her previous life. Zhang Qingyi had elevated it to S rank, the pinnacle of talents. At S rank, the extreme cold of frosted millennia could even influence the passage of time. This innate ability was also the reason Zhang Qingyi dared to venture alone into the wasteland. After awakening her talent, she had already attained considerable strength. 3 mere first-tier warriors were nothing to her. With a calm demeanor, Zhang Qingyi stowed away her communicator and resumed her ride. Since they dared to come, none shall return. In the ruins, Yiqing pressed forward. He did not rush to hunt for prey, but instead followed the map to locate a small pond, where he washed off the blood staining his body. The blood of the infernal firehound was a double-edged sword. While it could repel weaker beasts, it also attracted more formidable monsters. Yiqing preferred to remain inconspicuous, as his current strength was insufficient to roam the wasteland recklessly. After cleansing himself, he donned his damp clothing once more. Suddenly, a faint red glow ignited, swiftly evaporating the moisture, leaving his garments dry again. A C-rank talent used for drying clothes. There was likely no one else like him. Just as Yiqing was preparing to depart, an abrupt tension seized his heart, and he turned to glance at the woods behind him. "Kid, quite alert, aren't you?" A wiry, sharp-featured man emerged from the forest. His nostrils flared as he caught the lingering scent of blood in the air. The scent of the infernal firehound. "You must be that lucky little brat." "Perfect, I can make a necklace to gift to Alien." The gaunt man spoke casually, extending his hand. "Hand it over." "What?" Yiqing furrowed his brow. "Don't play dumb with me. Hand over those fangs, don't forget. This is the wasteland, and there aren't as many cameras as in the city. Be smart and give it up, or else." The wiry man produced a short knife from somewhere, playing with it while wearing a cold smirk, his threatening intent unabashed. Upon hearing this, Yiqing's heart sank. "Am I being robbed? I've heard that the most dangerous beings in the wasteland are not the beasts, but rather the fellow hunters. I didn't expect that on my first venture outside the city, I would witness the treachery of humanity firsthand." The man before him was strong, stronger than the large dog from earlier, but not overwhelmingly so. He could be killed. "What?" Yiqing suddenly smiled. "You think you can fool me? How absurd." Enraged, the wiry man tightened his grip on the short knife, preparing to strike. However, in the next instant, bang! A dull thud reverberated. The ground shook, and dust billowed. That a towering figure streaked through the haze like lightning, instantly appearing before the wiry man. Clutching his knife, the wiry man gazed in astonishment at the imposing figure. Muscular, clad in gray armor adorned with crimson patterns, an entity that seemed far from human. "What are you?" Before he could finish his question, Yiqing swung his fist downward toward the man's skull. After consuming the flesh of the infernal firehound, Yiqing's vitality surged close to 150, placing him at the threshold of a warrior's level. Coupled with his diverse talents, he was fully capable of contending with first-tier warriors in sheer strength. In this moment, bolstered by his swift movements, the wiry man had no time to react. All he saw was a fist rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering bone echoed as the wiry man's skull burst apart, splattering red and white everywhere. His headless corpse swayed momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Yiqing looked down at the body, a ripple of unease stirring within him. "I've killed a man. A living person has perished at my hands." Yet, in terms of sensation, it felt no different from slaying a beast. The anticipated nausea and immense psychological pressure failed to materialize. As Yiqing contemplated his mental state, movement once more stirred in the nearby woods. "Monkey, what are you doing? If you mess up the plan, I swear I'll..." "Monkey." A man and a woman, both similarly attired, burst from the trees, their eyes widening in horror at the bloody scene before them. "Monkey?" Yiqing kicked the corpse at his feet, chuckling. "Indeed, the nickname fits. He.'s as weak as a monkey. You're asking for death." They glared at Yiqing, their eyes ablaze with hatred and murderous intent. As they recognized Yiqing's visage, shock coursed through them. "What the hell is this monster? He must be slain to avenge Monkey." Both drew their blades, ready to strike. Having allies was fortuitous. Yiqing's smile turned sinister. He decided to eliminate them all to prevent future vendettas. In the next instant, he transformed into a shadow, darting towards the female hunter like an arrow. "Alien, be careful." The leading hunter, taken aback by Yi Qing's audacity, bellowed a warning, excitement flashing across his face. Showing me such a wide flank is tantamount to seeking death. He raised his long knife, aiming for Yi Qing's side with a swift, powerful strike. The timing of the attack was cunning. He aimed to force Yi Qing into a defensive position. Should Yi Qing fail to evade, he would be cleaved in two. If he dodged, it would expose Alien to a significant opening at a dead end either way. The man's lips curled into a smirk, reveling in his confidence. Yet, before he could fully savor his triumph, an explosion of brilliant flames erupted before his eyes. Yi Qing, fixated on the woman before him, sensed the blade approaching his side. Without a glance, he casually hurled a massive fireball aside. The flames detonated, unleashing a wave of scorching heat. The man, caught completely off guard, was engulfed in flames, excruciating pain radiating from every part of his body. A talent warrior, the woman named Alien gasped in shock, her movements faltering as fear gripped her heart. The bone blade she wielded cleaved through the air, slicing through the short knife in her grasp before plunging deeply into Alien's chest. Puff! Yi Qing withdrew the bone blade, drawing forth a torrent of hot blood. Ugh. The astonishment on Alien's face morphed into sheer terror as she glanced down at her chest, where a sizable gaping wound revealed a shattered heart within. Yi Qing, having dispatched Alien, turned to the man writhing on the ground. His body was charred black, the outer layer of flesh seared, and as he rolled on the ground, pieces of cooked flesh scraped off. The power of a B-rank talent was far beyond that of a mere first-tier warrior. A talent warrior. How could you be a talent warrior? Who are you? Such a person should not exist in Linen City. The man glared at Yi Qing, his eyes filled with malice and disbelief. I have no habit of conversing with the dead. Why Yi Qing couldn't be bothered to engage further. With a wave of his hand, another burst of flames ignited. With a resounding boom, the man's chest exploded, his head tilting as he drew his last breath. Chapter 8. Lotus Flower Forest, Thunderbolt Serpent. Promotion to a first-tier warrior. In less than 2 minutes, 3 individuals had fallen to Yi Qing's hands. Why Yi Qing bore little psychological burden, for they had initiated the lethal encounter. He merely retaliated in self-defense. The sensation of killing held no particular significance. Yi Qing exhaled deeply as the bone blade retracted, the horned armor and crimson patterns gradually fading, returning to a more human form. He set his sights on the backpacks belonging to the corpses. Preparing to loot. Yi Qing removed the backpack from the cadaver, opening it to rummage through its contents. Portable food, a modest supply of drinking water, 30,000 in cash, and several military communicators. Carrying such a sum in cash surely indicated they were no good people. Upon seeing the red bills, Yi Qing's eyes brightened. In a certain sense, the gains from these wasteland hunters had been substantial. He gleefully stashed the cash into his own pack before picking up a communicator to fiddle with. Facial recognition? Yi Qing activated the screen, glancing at the bodies on the ground. The monkey's head was smashed to bits, and the so-called leader was burned beyond recognition. Clearly, none were usable. Only Alien's face remained relatively intact. Fortunately, her visage was untouched. Yi Qing propped Alien up, tearing a piece of cloth to wipe the blood from her face, then lifted her eyelids. Ding! The communicator unlocked successfully. There wasn't much content on the device. But soon an electronic document caught Yi Qing's attention. He quickly discerned the identities of the 3 individuals. They were cultists of the Arrival sect, notorious for being outlaws. Killing them would not only evade legal repercussions, but could also yield a bounty. These 3 had ventured into the wasteland for some significant undertaking. The document contains detailed coordinates of a particular location, along with the distribution of all nearby colossal beasts and their approximate strengths. The Lotus Forest, situated 90 kilometers from Linen City, is home to a gigantic creature known as the Flying Electric Snake, capable of emitting high-voltage currents, posing an extreme danger. Its abilities are closely related to thunder and lightning. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. In the relevant martial arts literature, talents associated with thunder and lightning have always been exceedingly rare. Should he seize this opportunity? If successful, he could acquire a formidable lightning talent. Yi Qing hesitated for a mere moment before making a decision. He swiftly prepared himself and, guided by the map, set off towards the distant Lotus Forest. A few hours later, after concealing his motorcycle and consuming some compressed rations, Yi Qing cautiously approached the Lotus Forest. The Flying Electric Snake is a social creature with keen senses. Any loud noise could potentially alarm the entire snake population within the forest. Facing the flying electric snake for the first time, Yi Qing decided it prudent to proceed with caution and test the waters. Fortunately, his talent from the Shadow Rabbit, Swift Shadow, not only granted him incredible speed, but also allowed for quiet movement, reminiscent of treading on snow without leaving a trace. With the assistance of this talent, Yi Qing swiftly infiltrated the lotus forest. Unexpectedly, just as he entered the woods, a sharp hiss rang out beside him. Sizzle! A ghostly blue light surged toward Yi Qing. Reacting swiftly, he dodged aside. The dangerous glimmer of the ghostly blue light grazed him, sending tingling sensations coursing through his skin. Had he been discovered already? Yi Qing felt a twinge of helplessness, only to turn and see a deep blue serpent over 3 meters long. Fixated on him, it was an adult flying electric snake. Its form resembled that of a typical serpent, yet its eyes were uniquely crystalline blue, shimmering with a ghostly light. Hiss! Its crimson tongue flicked out, tasting the pheromones in the air, then accurately turned its head to face Yi Qing's position. Serpents possess almost no vision. Instead, their sense of smell is extraordinarily acute, indicating that the mutated beast retained this biological characteristic. In that moment of realization, Yi Qing lightly stepped forward, transforming into a blur as he charged at the flying electric snake. A bone blade emerged, deftly severing the serpent's head. Blood gushed from the smooth, severed neck. Yi Qing grasped the flying electric snake as if it were a mere garden hose, letting the serpent's blood drench him completely. Crackle! Despite losing its head, the body of the flying electric snake continued to struggle instinctively. Electric sparks flying in all directions. However, the powerful current, impeded by his armored skin, did not significantly harm Yi Qing's flesh. The electric charge that could incapacitate a colossal beast merely left his arm feeling slightly numb. After absorbing the talents of various colossal beasts, Yi Qing's physique began to transcend normal limits. Meanwhile, he was not idle. He tore off a piece of the snake's flesh and stuffed it into his mouth. Do you have consumed a piece of flying electric snake meat? Vitality 0.2, Extraction Progress 1. You have consumed a piece of flying electric snake meat? Yi Qing did not pause for a moment, moving with remarkable speed. Moments later, a deep, thunderous rumble echoed within him. His entire being surged with vitality, the previously chaotic energy coalescing into a singular force, circulating throughout his body, gradually refining his flesh and bones. Muscle fibers thickened, impurities in his bones were purified, and his heartbeat grew stronger, changes unfolding throughout. The vital energy condensed, beginning to refine his sinews and bones. This was the hallmark of a true martial artist. The system panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 153.2. Mentality: 113. Talent: C grade, Crimson Flame; C grade, Swift Shadow; D grade, Iron Skin; D grade, Divine Strength; D grade, Bone Blade; Martial Art: Body Refining Fist, Non-Mainstream; Extraction Progress: Flying Electric Snake. 18. His vitality had shattered ordinary limits. And from this moment forth, Yi Qing officially stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. The gains were indeed substantial. Yi Qing exerted a slight force, shattering the hard serpent bone into fragments. Upon entering the ranks of martial artists, he would undergo a qualitative transformation, no longer bound by conventional measures. Though the length of the flying electric snake was considerable, due to its size, it bore little flesh. To fully complete the extraction process, he would need several more flying electric snakes. The lotus forest, while perilous, also held opportunities. Yi Qing, reeking of blood, once again ventured deeper into the woods. Yi Qing meticulously examined the severed head of the flying electric snake. Its crystalline eyes seemed to serve as the energy source for its electric abilities, devoid of visual capacity. Moreover, the structure of its ears was quite rudimentary, suggesting poor hearing as well, with most of its sensory abilities stemming from its sense of smell. Thus, the Swift Shadow talent would indeed prove immensely beneficial. The flying electric snake could only rely on pheromones in the air to ascertain Yi Qing's location, and the blood of the serpent on him would create considerable interference. Additionally, there was a discernible time interval between the serpent's tongue flicks. This brief window would serve as Yi Qing's opportunity to strike. Hiss! In the thicket ahead, a coiled flying electric snake had just raised its head in confusion when Yi Qing's bone blade severed its massive head, cold blood spilling onto the ground. Moments later, seeing his vitality and extraction progress rise once more, Yiqing suppressed his anticipation and vanished into the forest. Chapter 9. The Mutated Fruit Tree, S-Grade Talent, Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunderbody. Drawing upon his previous experiences, Yiqing killed 3 more flying electric snakes, bringing his extraction progress to 65 and his vitality to 161.2. Amidst his joy, Yiqing felt a twinge of confusion. According to the information regarding the followers of the Descendant sect, the Lotus Forest was inhabited by a colony of flying electric snakes, with adults measuring around 5 meters in length and abundant in number. Yet, contrary to expectations, he had only encountered juvenile snakes. Where had all the adults gone? Yiqing furrowed his brow, discarding the bleached bones in his hand, and continued to explore with increasing caution. Soon, a perplexing situation arose. In the subsequent half-hour, he encountered not a single flying electric snake. The rarity of their electric abilities weighed heavily on him. With the extraction progress already surpassing 50%, Yiqing was reluctant to give up. He halted, contemplating whether to press on AT that moment. A brilliant flash of electric light illuminated the area ahead, momentarily brightening the entire Lotus Forest. Following that, a chorus of hissing sounds erupted, while Yiqing's heart raced. He feared he had been discovered. However, he quickly realized that the hissing was not directed at him, and the source of the sound remained stationary. What was happening? Yiqing stealthily approached, weaving through a thicket, only to be met with a sight that made his pupils widen in shock. Deep within the Lotus Forest, dozens of large snakes coiled together, their bodies shimmering with electric light, forming a vast ocean of currents. Yet, the resplendent electric light did not emanate solely from this group of beasts. At the center of the snake cluster stood a peculiar fruit tree. Its branches resembled crystal, adorned with 2 translucent blue fruits, one large and one small, surrounded by a dense halo of electric light, the sharp electric crackles originating from the fruits themselves. A torrent of electric light radiated from the tree, encompassing the surrounding area. The flying electric snakes were within the sphere of this electric light, their own electric auras resonating in harmony, seemingly absorbing the waves emitted by the fruit tree. Simultaneously, they continuously expelled currents into the tree itself, causing the 2 fruits to grow increasingly translucent and ripe. Yiqing recalled some educational material about the colossal beasts. Following their emergence, not only did native fauna undergo mutations, but some plants also experienced changes. While most of these mutated plants became highly aggressive monsters, a small fraction transformed into precious medicinal herbs with immense potency. Such mutated plants are exceedingly rare, with each specimen being extraordinarily valuable. The fruit tree before him undoubtedly belonged to this category. The fruits appear to be extraordinary. While animal flesh is merely meat, what about plants? Do fruits count? If he consumed one of those fruits, could he acquire the special talents of the tree? The thought surged forth, impossible to suppress. He needed to devise a plan to obtain it. A glimmer of determination ignited in Yiqing's eyes as he surveyed the scene ahead. The flying electric snakes present were predominantly adults, slightly weaker than first-tier martial artists, yet their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, 2 colossal snakes, each nearly 10 meters long, were positioned near the fruit tree. Such size indicated that they had undoubtedly surpassed the limits of first-tier beasts and were formidable in strength. It presented a challenge, but not an insurmountable one, while Yiqing steadied his breath, preparing to take action. Outside the Lotus Forest, Zhang Qingyi surveyed her surroundings in confusion. Where was everyone? She had prepared to swiftly eliminate the followers of the Descendant sect to prevent any delays in acquiring the precious fruit. Yet, upon reaching the designated ambush point, there was no sign of them. Had they encountered difficulties along the way? That seemed unlikely. Although they were 3 inept individuals who relied on drugs to break through to the ranks of formal martial artists. What kind of danger could they possibly face at the fringes of the wasteland? Or had they simply set up a more effective ambush? Zhang Qingyi pondered this, carefully searching once more, confirming that no one lay in wait. This was strange. Perhaps she should wait a little longer. Zhang Qingyi remained in place for another half-hour. Still, the followers of the Descendant sect did not appear. These lunatics, had they cancelled the plan on a whim? Wasting my time, is it? Very well. I'll come straight to your lair when the time comes. A chilling aura enveloped Zhang Qingyi's face as she sprayed the information interference serum she had prepared onto herself and turned to enter the Lotus Forest. Indeed, it proved effective. Not a single electric snake appeared. Zhang Qingyi felt a renewed sense of confidence in her venture. By consuming that fruit, not only would her physique be enhanced, but frosty millennia would also elevate to a higher tier, significantly accelerating her recovery speed. After utilizing their abilities, they require a brief respite before they can unleash their powers again. The current of the electric snakes is not infinite. Much like the electric eel, they need a period to recharge after discharging electricity. This presents an opportunity. Yi Qing gazed into the distance at the fruit trees, assessing the situation, and resolved within himself. 2 fruits hung on either side of the tree, approximately 4 meters apart. If he dashed over to pluck one and then swiftly retreated, the timing would be just right. Yi Qing took a deep breath, patiently awaiting the moment. Crackling sounds of dense electric currents erupted once more. Simultaneously, a gray armor adorned with crimson patterns enveloped his body, while bone blades protruded from his joints and the muscles in his calves bulged prominently. Boom! Yi Qing stomped the ground, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. As he stepped into the fruit tree's radius, faint electric sparks began to erode his body. However, filtered through his keratin armor, it had little effect on him, and his speed remained unabated as he rushed towards the tree. Covering a distance of over 200 meters, a first-tier martial artist would typically require at least 7 seconds to sprint with full force. Yi Qing accomplished it in just over 3 seconds. Upon reaching the fruit tree, he unhesitatingly reached for the largest azure fruit. The moment he grasped it, an intense wave of paralysis surged from his palm throughout his entire body. This is bad. Yi Qing cursed inwardly. His internal vital energy roared, swiftly dispelling the numbness in his muscles. However, he had still lost precious time. By the time Yi Qing turned to bolt away, the snake swarm had already regained their senses. Angry hissing and piercing electric sparks erupted simultaneously. Twisted electric arcs intertwined to form a terrifying net, descending upon Yi Qing. The electric web contorted, blindingly bright, covering nearly 100-meter radius. There was no escape, no refuge. Moreover, the 2 10-meter-long electric snakes suddenly fixed their gaze on Yi Qing, their fangs resembling long knives, a frigid murderous intent locking onto him. Yi Qing felt a chill run down his spine. Acutely aware that these colossal serpents were among the strongest in the first tier, as a newly initiated first-tier martial artist, he found them exceedingly formidable. Faced with this perilous predicament, a flicker of madness crossed Yi Qing's face. In a flash of thought, he made a decisive move. He promptly stuffed the fruit into his mouth, swallowing it whole without a second thought. You have consumed a heavenly dragon jade thunder fruit. Vitality 300. Extraction progress 100. Heavenly dragon jade thunder fruit extraction progress is complete. Would you like to begin extraction and fusion? The mutated plant could indeed be extracted. Yi Qing rejoiced. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Almost simultaneously, extraction successful. You have obtained S-rank talent, Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Body. Chapter 10. The Astonishment of Zhang Qingyi. A bounty fulfilled. Before departing the city, Yi Qing had intended to acquire multiple talents. His expectation was merely to attain D rank. C rank would be satisfactory, and B rank would be a significant gain. Little did he anticipate encountering followers of the descending sect, who bore news of the Lotus Forest, where the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Fruit was rumored to grow. He directly extracted an S-rank talent. After acquiring the talent, Yi Qing had researched the relevant information. Awakening a D-rank talent was commendable. C-rank was considered a talent worthy of specialized training. B-rank or above could be deemed a genius. Once discovered, nearly all martial universities would welcome them with open arms, bestowing immense significance upon them. As for S-rank, its rarity is beyond description. Statistics indicate that every S-rank talent martial artist has a minimum future achievement of a master-level 7th-tier martial artist. Generally speaking, S-rank talent martial artists possess the potential to reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier, achieving extraordinary feats. What a tremendous windfall! Yi Qing understood that this was not the time for celebration. A thunderous roar erupted from within him. Waves of pale golden electric light radiated from his body, intertwining with crimson flames, coalescing into a formidable and destructive power. The Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Body is a talent that fundamentally alters his physical constitution, with his bodily strength and attributes undergoing essential transformations. Growing stronger as he advances in power, Wei Yiqing's eyes sparkled with brilliant electric light. With a sweep of his hands, a massive fireball, swirling with countless pale golden lightning bolts, launched forth. Boom! The explosive sound reverberated throughout the lotus forest. At the critical moment, the net was torn apart, creating a large opening. Wei Yiqing leaped through, his arm blades ignited with flames and radiant electric light. With a casual swing of his bone blades, the obstructing electric snakes were instantly cleaved in two. The rapid shadow talent was pushed to its limit as he transformed into a streak of lightning, effortlessly slicing through the oncoming electric snakes, leaving none unscathed. The deaths of their companions did not deter the electric snakes. On the contrary, the scent of blood drove them into a frenzy. They glimmered with electric light, transforming their bodies into long whips, lashing out at Yiqing. Bang! The sheer number of electric snakes was overwhelming. As Yiqing dispatched two before him, he was caught off guard by one that struck him from behind. He stumbled, a deep crack appearing in his keratin armor. The attacking electric snake fared no better, its armored skin igniting in flames, leaving a gaping hole in its belly, and a savory aroma wafted into the air. The tantalizing scent triggered an unexpected hunger within Yiqing. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths over a single fruit? After all, he had left another one behind. Yiqing felt a surge of irritation and casually grabbed the roasted electric snake, devouring it with gusto. The rich flavor exploded on his palate, and upon seeing the increase in his vitality and extraction progress, he couldn't help but chuckle with delight at the newfound talent. Meanwhile, two colossal 10-meter snakes charged towards him. Wei Yiqing had no intention of lingering. With a swift strike, he dispatched the two electric snakes, grasped their tails, and plunged into the ominous depths of the forest. Zhang Qingyi, meanwhile, was marveling at the efficacy of the interference serum when she was suddenly startled by a tremendous noise emanating from the depths of the lotus forest. Her expression shifted, uncertainty washing over her as she pondered what had transpired. Time was of the essence. Unwilling to delay further, she hastened deeper into the forest. Soon, she found herself in the heart of the lotus forest, only to let out a suppressed gasp of shock. What is happening? All around the fruit trees, furious electric snakes hissed, their fallen comrades lying in gruesome disarray. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mingling eerily with a strange, meaty aroma. What had transpired? The scene was devastatingly bloody. The fate of each electric snake sent chills down her spine. Some had been cleaved in two, others had their skulls smashed, some had been disemboweled, and some it appeared that portions had been consumed. Had other beasts attacked the snake swarm? Even with her past life experiences, a trace of astonishment flickered in Zhang Qingyi's eyes. Rare materials would attract other beasts to seize them. If that fruit were gone, her loss would be significant. She quickly glanced at the fruit tree, illuminated by electric light, noticing that a crystal-like fruit still hung from its branches, which eased her mind. However, it appeared to be not yet fully mature. In her previous life, the fruit tree was discovered much later. Arriving early, it was only natural for the fruit to be unripe, as long as it was still there. Zhang Qingyi utilized all her interference serum in one breath, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the snake swarm to rush forward. Her speed was not particularly rapid, at least slower than Yiqing when utilizing his rapid shadow talent. The information interference serum played a pivotal role. It wasn't until Zhang Qingyi plucked the not fully mature heavenly dragon jade thunder fruit that the severely weakened snake swarm finally grasped the situation. Their furious, vengeful hisses erupted. All the electric snakes charged at her recklessly. The two 10-meter-long giant snakes even launched suicidal attacks, their crystalline eyes charged with energy, cracking and splintering. Boom! A bolt of electricity struck Zhang Qingyi's arm, injuring her on the spot. How reckless! Damaging the crystals in their eyes would severely impact their lifespan. Had these beasts lost their minds? Zhang Qingyi was taken aback. The reaction of the electric snake swarm exceeded her expectations. It seemed she had shattered their last glimmer of hope. Wasn't she leaving the fruit tree for them? What was this madness? In a dire situation, she had no time for contemplation. An icy aura erupted, slowing the movements of the entire snake swarm by threefold. The power of her S-rank talent manifested once more. Zhang Qingyi's face turned pale as she seized the opportunity to flee at her utmost speed. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Qingyi, riding her motorcycle, coughed repeatedly, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Overexerting her talent had taken a heavy toll on her. She touched the fruit in her backpack, a smile of excitement gracing her lips. The heavenly dragon jade thunder fruit, a supreme foundational elixir. This singular, extraordinary encounter was hers to claim. Worth it? Zhang Qingyi coughed again, her spirits lifted as she rode towards Linen City. Meanwhile, on the other side, what a great deal of resentment. Yi Qing found his hidden motorcycle and soon heard the roars echoing from deep within the lotus forest. He patted his pocket, filled with glistening spherical crystal orbs, the eyes of the electric snakes. He had casually plucked quite a few. According to the information from the followers of the descendants, this item possesses considerable value and serves as a raw material for crafting certain specialized weapons. Just one piece can fetch a price exceeding 10,000, a veritable windfall. Having made his fortune, Yi Qing rode off on his motorcycle, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Chapter 11. They say you will seek revenge on me in the future? The return journey was anything but tranquil. Initially, Yi Qing had encountered few colossal beasts on his way here. However, on the return trip, he spotted a giant creature almost every 10 minutes. His movements had been relatively quiet, suggesting it was unlikely to be the cause of such frequent sightings. This led him to conclude that the number of beasts in this area had increased. Yet, how could there be such a density of formidable creatures merely tens of kilometers from Linen City? What surprised Yi Qing even more was that upon detecting his presence, these beasts exhibited no signs of aggression. On the contrary, they seemed startled, desperately seeking hiding places. Yi Qing believed that his current strength was not sufficient to instill fear in the beasts, making their reactions all the more peculiar. These gigantic creatures appeared to be in a state of profound terror. What could possibly be the cause? Yi Qing furrowed his brow, the unknown casting a shadow of unease over him. This feeling was effectively alleviated after he actively engaged and dispatched a first-level giant beast. The vibrant blood, the searing warmth of its life force, and the beast's roar indeed served as excellent remedies for his agitation. A smile returned to Yi Qing's face as he loaded the butchered meat into his vehicle, no longer bothering to mask the noise, and accelerated towards Linen City. The communicator emitted a series of urgent beeps. Were there any updates regarding those followers of the descendants? Zhang Qingyi glanced at the communicator, her expression shifting dramatically. The timeline has accelerated. In her recollections from a past life, 3 years hence, a new rift would open in the wasteland, heralding the arrival of a colossal beast rivaling a 9th-tier warrior, which would trigger an unprecedented beast tide. Numerous cities would be laid to waste, and that young man named Yi Qing would perish amidst the calamity. What was supposed to occur 3 years from now was inexplicably happening ahead of schedule. A cloud of foreboding settled over Zhang Qingyi's features. It seemed that with her rebirth, new variables had stealthily emerged. There is still time. With this Tianlong Yulei fruit, I will soon regain my strength, and at that point, no beast shall escape my wrath. She quickly composed herself, a confident glint illuminating her cool visage. Tightening her grip on the throttle, she too abandoned any effort to suppress the noise and sped away. Outside Linen City, a potent scent of blood hung in the air. Had someone been injured? Let us go see if we can assist. The individuals within the camp simultaneously caught the thick, metallic odor wafting through the atmosphere. Assuming a hunter had been harmed, they hurriedly emerged from their tents, only to gasp in astonishment at the sight before them. Good heavens, is that the corpse of a gale wind tiger? Judging by its size, it appears to be an adult, undoubtedly a first-level beast. Quite formidable indeed. Did that young man do this? Observing Yi Qing's youthful countenance, the crowd erupted in uproar. He looks so young. Surely, he couldn't have done this, right? But look at the wounds on the gale wind tiger. They seem more like the result of a beast's onslaught. So how did he come to possess this carcass? It seems more likely that he benefited from a struggle between two beasts. This young man has certainly had a stroke of good fortune. Most of the seasoned hunters present quickly deduced that the gale wind tiger must have been vanquished by a far more ferocious creature, igniting a flicker of excitement among them. Even a common tiger is a treasure trove, let alone a mutated gale wind tiger. The medicinal value alone would attract numerous wealthy patrons. Meanwhile, a burly one-eyed man had already positioned himself before Yi Qing. "Excuse me, please step aside. Thank you." Yi Qing had just emerged from a fierce battle and was in high spirits, thus maintaining a commendable demeanor. Alas, it was Lu Peng, that one-eyed scoundrel. This lad was in for trouble. For Lu Peng relished in coercive dealings. Just last month, after I had painstakingly slain a hellfire hound, that rascal took advantage of my injuries to snatch away the most valuable fangs. Someone cursed through clenched teeth. Kid, you've had some luck, huh? Lu Peng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the Gale Wind Tiger. $5,000. And this Gale Wind Tiger is mine. That S final. Why I Ching's expression gradually darkened. Why? Why must he ruin my good mood? I Ching looked at the bald man before him, the irritation he had just suppressed bubbling back to the surface. The flesh on his arm quivered slightly. The sharp bone blade eager to emerge. $5,000? Count it, and don't say I'm trying to swindle you. The bald man fished out some cash from his pocket. You're blocking my way. Yi Ching interrupted. What? The bald man was taken aback for a second, then flashed a sinister smile. Kid, what do you mean? Yi Ching's annoyance grew. Conversing with this imbecile was nothing short of a waste of his precious time. What I mean is get out of my way. Yi Ching struck suddenly, channeling his divine power, and his arm muscles bulged as he delivered a resounding slap to the bald man's face. Crack! The crisp sound echoed throughout the camp. Lu Peng didn't even utter a sound, sent flying backward as he collapsed, unconscious. His head tilted, half a row of teeth fell from his mouth, and half of his face was left mangled, exposing fragmented bone beneath the torn flesh. With a single blow, Lu Peng had gone from one eye to half a face, in an instant. The entire camp fell silent. No one had anticipated that Yi Ching would retaliate. And with such force that Lu Peng was left half-dead. It was well known that Lu Peng's audacity stemmed from his formidable strength, coupled with a brother whose power approached that of a second-tier warrior, making him a figure no one dared provoke. The two were known for their treachery, holding grudges for even the slightest offense. Thus, even when robbed of their quarry, one would have to swallow their anger. Yet, today, they had encountered a tough opponent. However, what shocked them even more was that Yi Ching, despite his youth, could defeat a first-tier warrior, leading them to ponder his true strength. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in chatter. A kind soul spoke up, warning, "Little brother, that bald man has a brother, Lu Fei, who is out front procuring supplies. These two are not to be trifled with. Be wary of their retaliation." Another brother? Yi Ching raised an eyebrow. Hearing that the bald man's sibling was nearby eased his concerns. Thank you. He nodded at the person who had warned him and hastily made his way forward. Lu Peng's brother was easy to locate. The two bore an uncanny resemblance, sharing the same physique and hairstyle, though Lu Peng's brother had two fully intact eyes. Upon spotting him, Yi Ching kicked out without hesitation. A seasoned warrior. A veteran who had shattered limits for years in the wasteland, Lu Fei reacted swiftly, raising his arms to block. The next moment, he felt an overwhelming force surge through his limbs, sending him hurtling backward. With a thud, he crashed into a tent. Struggling to rise, his arms throbbed with pain, and cracks appeared in his bones. He was utterly stunned and bewildered. One kick had rendered his arms useless. What kind of strength does this opponent possess? Most crucially, why was he attacking me without provocation? Are you Lu Peng's brother? Yi Ching approached steadily. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Lu Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury and resentment. I've incapacitated your brother. They say you will seek revenge on me. Yi Ching flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and spoke slowly. Your gaze is rather unwelcoming. It seems you harbor a grudge against me. Thus, I believe it would be best if I rendered you incapacitated as well. Chapter 12. Instantaneously defeating Lu Fei. C-Class Thunder Whip. Citywide joint examination. You lunatic, are you out of your mind? Lu Fei was utterly dumbfounded. Although there was a logical basis, his brother had been incapacitated, and as the elder sibling, he would indeed seek vengeance. It was absurd for Yi Ching to confront him before he even had a chance to retaliate. Was this reasonable? Your rambling is as excessive as your useless brother. Yi Ching shook his head, his smile fading into a frigid demeanor. I'll kill you. Lu Fei's eyes were bloodshot as he lunged at Yi Ching, his entire body surging with vitality. His previously injured arms, which had been hanging limply, were suddenly raised once more, resembling a frenzied beast charging at Yi Ching. This fundamental energy expenditure is certainly wicked. You are no good person. Yi Ching remained unfazed. raising his hand as a brilliant red light rapidly coalesced in his palm. What a fool, relying on brute strength to ambush me. Seeing Yi Qing standing so casually, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Fei's eyes. Having incapacitated my brother and severely wounding me, I'll make sure to cripple you completely. Lu Fei moved with lightning speed, reaching Yi Qing in the blink of an eye. His fists poised to strike, excitement radiating from his expression. However, just as his fists were raised, a blinding red light erupted before Lu Fei's eyes. It feels like I've jumped into a furnace. Lu Fei felt an immense force descend upon him, and his body was uncontrollably propelled backward. Excruciating pain followed, and a piercing scream shattered the air. His smoldering figure rolled frantically on the ground. Engulfed in crimson flames, the searing heat overwhelming. The bright flames illuminated the camp, casting vivid reflections on the astonished faces of those present. Initially, upon hearing the warnings directed at Yi Qing, the camp's people assumed he was hastily departing. But witnessing the current scene, it became clear that this was not an escape, but rather the quest for vengeance. The gaze of the crowd shifted to Lu Fei, who was struggling on the ground like a dying dog. A chill rising in their hearts, fierce. The youth of today are indeed ferociously ruthless. One brother shattered half of his face with a slap, while the other set him ablaze, leaving him crippled. Wait, fire! The hunters suddenly snapped back to reality. Staring in disbelief at the flames engulfing him, a deathly silence ensued. After a full 3 seconds, a gasp of horror pierced the stillness. A gifted martial artist. The collective shock transformed into genuine envy and astonishment. No wonder he could be so brazenly fierce. It turns out he was a gifted martial artist. If that were the case, everything seemed perfectly reasonable, perfect. Yi Qing assessed Lu Fei's condition. His muscles had shriveled from the flames. His entire body charred. He was thoroughly incapacitated, no longer posing even the slightest threat to himself. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned to push his motorcycle, preparing to dispose of the corpse of the Gale Wind Tiger. As Yi Qing approached, all the hunters instinctively parted to create a pathway. I intend to keep half of the meat for myself. The rest, tiger skin, bones, and tails, are for sale. Is anyone interested? Yi Qing inquired with a warm smile reminiscent of a spring breeze. After a brief commotion, many began to bid eagerly. The prices were exceptionally fair, with some even exceeding the normal acquisition rates. Ultimately, after setting aside his share, the Gale Wind Tiger was sold for an impressive 70,000. Among them, the long tail fetched the highest price, while the severely damaged tiger skin was the lowest. Additionally, materials from other formidable beasts like the flying electric snake's eyes, the inferno hound's fangs, and the iron-feathered bird's plumage were also sold. In total, the combined earnings amounted to 180,000. The eyes of the Gale Wind Tiger and the flying electric snake contributed the most, while the value of the fangs and similar items was relatively modest. In just one day, Yi Qing had earned the equivalent of a white-collar worker's annual salary. Indeed, being a martial artist was lucrative, albeit fraught with risks. Yi Qing gazed at the balance in his account, a genuine smile spreading across his face. The affairs of the Lu brothers were of little concern. According to other hunters, the area outside the city was essentially a lawless zone. As long as one did not engage in excessively heinous acts, there would be no repercussions. Merely leaving someone crippled certainly did not fall into that category. With his mind at ease, Yi Qing returned the motorcycle and hurried back to the city gates, undergoing a series of inspections before finally re-entering the city. After his departure, the atmosphere within the camp remained tumultuous. News of a young hunter with a ruthless demeanor and reckless actions quickly spread throughout the hunter community in Linen. When Zhang Qingyi returned to the camp, the discussions among the individuals were still fervent. She caught snippets of conversation, but her thoughts were consumed by the dragon's thunder fruit nestled in her bag. Upon her evaluation, she realized that the fruit was not yet fully ripe, which was quite regrettable. She would have to invest significant resources to hasten its ripening upon her return. She hoped that the final outcome would not fall too short of that achieved through natural maturation. With her mind heavy with thoughts, Zhang Qingyi made her way back into Linen. Upon arriving home, Yi Qing promptly placed the meat of the Gale Wind Tiger into the refrigerator. With over 100 kilograms of meat, he had enough to last several days. Coupled with the money he had on hand, he would not have to worry for a while. After taking a refreshing shower to cleanse himself of the grime, he settled into the living room. Opening his backpack, he discovered a piece of meat from the flying electric snake. Given the urgency of the situation earlier, he had not fully extracted it. Dinner it would be. Yi Qing glanced at the time and prepared to take a bite of the snake meat, but paused as the sweet aroma lingered at his lips. After indulging in sashimi for the past couple of days, he felt that his palate could not remain too monotonous. He needed to pursue a certain quality of life. He took the snake meat to the kitchen and began to cook and fry it. Finally ready to enjoy his meal. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, while the flavors were indeed rich, he seemed to prefer the taste of sashimi. Or perhaps he had developed a fondness for that unique sanguinescence. Shaking off these thoughts, Yi Qing devoured the meat. You have consumed a piece of flying electric snake meat. Vitality 0.1, Extraction Progress 2. A series of prompts appeared. The extraction progress of the flying electric snake is now complete. Would you like to begin the extraction and fusion? Upon selecting to commence, fine currents of electricity enveloped Yi Qing's body. Contrary to the anticipated excruciating pain, only a mild tingling sensation akin to a soothing massage was felt. Having acquired the dragon's thunder body, Yi Qing was already immune to such degrees of current. Moreover, after numerous extractions and fusions, he had learned to embrace the discomfort. Extraction successful. You have acquired C-grade talent, Thunder Whip, another C-grade talent. With a single thought, a dazzling whip of electricity materialized in Yi Qing's hand. He casually swung it a couple of times, the electric whip slicing through the air and leaving behind terrifying trails. Testing it against a sturdy iron chain, the whip left a notable dent upon impact. If it could do that to steel, one could only imagine its effect on human flesh in terms of lethality. The thunder whip was considerably more potent than the crimson flame. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a flick of his wrist, the azure electric whip transformed into a soft golden hue. With a sharp crackle, a piercing sound erupted. He swung the electric whip once more, and the iron chain was instantly severed, the cut smooth and unimpeded. The dragon's thunder was undoubtedly a high-grade form of electricity. Yi Qing wore an expression of satisfaction. The dragon's thunder body he now possessed could elevate all lightning-related talents to a higher tier. Marvelous. Yi Qing was quite pleased. The effects of the S-grade talent extended beyond merely enhancing lightning talents, with many more applications awaiting discovery. Just then, his phone on the table began to vibrate. It was a notification from the class group, the homeroom teacher addressing everyone. All, after discussions with the city's education department, in order to enhance the performance in this year's martial arts examination, there will be a citywide joint examination tomorrow upon the start of the new term. Those who achieve outstanding results will receive generous rewards. Students, please rest well and strive to present your best selves for the exam. Chapter 13. A twinge of itch. Some people are simply asking for a beating. Initially, when the homeroom teacher's message appeared, the screen was flooded with responses of received. However, when the teacher subsequently sent out a document, the entire class erupted in excitement. Messages began to flood in, each student brimming with enthusiasm. Yi Qing opened the document and immediately understood the reason for his classmates' exhilaration. The rewards for this joint examination were astonishingly generous. Those who ranked within the top 1,000 in the city would receive a reward of 200 points. 4 students in the key class of Lingao. Accumulating 200 points took an entire semester. Now, as long as they met the performance criteria, they could earn a semester's worth of points. Furthermore, those in the top 500 would receive 400 points along with a newly developed supplement. The top 300 would receive 600 points and an increase to 3 supplements. The top 10 would receive the best rewards, in addition to a substantial amount of points and supplements. They would have the opportunity to select a martial art from the education department's reserved. Yi Qing had previously researched this. The points issued by the education department, when converted to cash, valued 1 point at 100. With a martial arts subsidy of 20,000 per semester, it was clear that Linen High was a prestigious school. Otherwise, the education department would not allocate such resources. Curiously, the education department had never been this generous in previous years. Yi Qing muttered to himself, his focus honing in on the rewards for the top 10. Martial arts. His thoughts stirred, and the system panel illuminated. Name, Yi Qing, Vitality, 472.1, Mental, 135.5, Talent, S-grade, Dragon's Thunder Body. C-grade, Thunder Whip, C-grade, Crimson Flame, C-grade, Swift Shadow, D-grade, Iron Armor, D-grade, Divine Strength, D-grade, Bone Blade, Martial Arts, Body Forge Fist, Unorthodox, Extraction Progress, Gale Wind Tiger, 24. Thanks to the Dragon's Thunder Fruit, his vitality had surged dramatically, nearing the limit of a first-tier martial artist. Should his vitality surpass 500, he would advance to a second-tier martial artist. However, compared to his vitality and talents, his martial art skills remained rather meager. A quality martial art could significantly enhance a martial artist's combat prowess. For instance, that bald-headed Liu Fei, despite his injured arms, could still throw punches due to having practiced a martial art with considerable side effects that could stimulate vitality, rapidly elevating his combat effectiveness. Yi Qing's base strength was formidable, and his combat power was not lacking, largely thanks to his impressive talents. Yet, if he were to encounter a formidable opponent, his advantage would diminish. Yi Qing harbored an intense desire for enhanced combat strength, especially after experiencing the brutal encounters on the wasteland. The bloodshed had captivated him, and he had become deeply enamored with the thrill of battle. Reflecting on this, numerous violent scenes involuntarily surfaced in his mind. A twinge of itchiness returned. Yi Qing rubbed his hands together, electric sparks flickering subtly. He hoped that the city-wide joint examination would yield a delightful surprise for him. The following morning, after getting up and freshening up, Yi Qing prepared a grand feast of tiger meat for himself. The tiger meat was chewy and richly flavored, far surpassing the taste of beef. With each bite, he not only savored the exquisite flavor but also felt his vitality and extraction progress steadily increasing. 10 minutes later, having finished breakfast, Yi Qing changed into his school uniform and stepped out the door, boarding the bus to school. Linen High was particularly lively that day, with numerous buses parked at the school gates, and many students already gathered, waiting to board. "Hurry up, Yi Qing, over here." The voice of his close friend Wang Beichen called out as soon as he reached the school entrance. Yi Qing looked in the direction of the sound and saw a short, chubby figure waving at him. He smiled and hurried over. However, as Yi Qing approached, both Wang Beichen and their classmates suddenly shivered. Good heavens, why does it feel like Yi Qing's gaze is oddly frightening? They are inexplicably anxious. Is it windy? Yi Qing smiles faintly, her smile radiant as the sun, warm like a gentle spring breeze. It must be an illusion. Wang Beichen nods and remarks, "Let us not dwell on that. Today's joint examination is quite the spectacle, and our school shares the examination hall with the rather foolish experimental school. Linen Experimental Middle School is also a key institution. However, in terms of past performances, it has consistently outperformed the advanced school. In the realm of martial arts, competition is fierce, and thus these years, the students from advanced school have harbored a sense of grievance. Enough chatter, everyone. Let us get on the bus." The old class monitor urges, and the students cease their discussions, boarding the bus to rest, hoping to avoid any performance mishaps later. Half an hour later, the bus halts at an enormous stadium. Countless students emerge, queuing to enter the examination venue. Simultaneously, loudspeakers at the venue announce the examination items and regulations. The joint examination is divided into two parts. The first part assesses basic categories such as strength, speed, reaction time, and other metrics. Naturally, the most significant factor remains the candidate's vitality. After this foundational assessment, qualified candidates will proceed to the second part, real combat. This will determine the final scores. The tedious foundational assessment is truly bothersome. As Yi Qing stands in line, she furrows her brow upon hearing the rules. It's somewhat irritating. Wouldn't it be better to dive straight into the real combat? Just then, a commotion erupts in front of her, interrupting her thoughts. "Who do you think you are? Why do you get to enter the examination hall first?" It is Wang Beichen's voice. Yi Qing raises her eyes, her brow furrowing even deeper. A group of students from Linen Experimental School is attempting to cut in line, trying to enter the examination hall early to acclimatize. Their target is none other than her chubby, easy-to-bully friend. "Wang Beichen, fatty, you look like a bloated pig. What difference does it make whether you take the exam or not? You'll never get into Wu University anyway. With your ugly, dark, and plump appearance, what are you trying to prove? Judging by your looks, you'll be at the bottom of the list anyway. What does it matter if you go in later?" Their voices dripped with sarcasm and malice. Some individuals find joy in bullying the weak, as if they possess immense power. Yi Qing deems such people to be born troublemakers. The irritation simmering within her instantly ignites into a blazing flame. "What did you just say?" Wang Beichen's face flushes in anger. "It was indeed aimed at you advanced students. Get up, The experimental students reach out to push Wang Beichen, only to find him as immovable as a wall. Yi Qing places her hand on Wang Beichen's shoulder, stepping forward to stand in front of the group. "What are you doing? Do you want to fight?" Slap. The sharp, cutting voice abruptly halts, replaced by the crisp sound of a slap. The experimental student is knocked to the ground, his cheek quickly swelling as he falls unconscious. This is somewhat frustrating. Yi Qing's brow tightens further. A student who is even a martial artist to avoid crushing his skull with a single slap. She had restrained her strength. The result is that she delivered a slap, yet now feels even more agitated. How dare you hit someone? We are all martial arts candidates, and with our youthful exuberance. Seeing this, the experimental students charge forward. As a larger conflict looms, a spark of anticipation ignites in Yi Qing's eyes. "Come on, let us see you all come at me." However, everyone stop. A commanding voice cuts through the air as a teacher, wearing an invigilator badge, rushes over to it. Is Teacher Su. "Teacher Su, please adjudicate. The advanced students assaulted us and knocked him out." The experimental students exclaim joyfully upon recognizing who has arrived. The invigilators for the joint examination are drawn from various schools, and coincidentally, the arriving teacher is from the experimental school. Teacher Su crouches down to examine the injured student, his expression darkening. "Did you strike him?" He stands up, directing a grim look at Yi Qing. "You have no right to discipline me." Indeed. Meeting the other's gaze, Yi Qing nods calmly. "With such an unrepentant attitude, I see you won't be participating in this joint examination. Follow me to the academic affairs office. After the exam, I'll have your homeroom teacher come to collect you. We'll also call your parents. Assaulting a classmate with such severity is truly despicable. Moreover, this student's inability to participate in the examination due to your actions will incur damages that you must bear." With just a few words, Teacher Su has already decided the course of events, threatening to revoke Yi Qing's examination eligibility. Damages? Yi Qing almost bursts into laughter, shaking her head. What loss could someone like him possibly incur? He wouldn't achieve any noteworthy results anyway. "You dare to talk back to the invigilator?" Teacher Su's face darkens, resembling a stormy sea. It seems the advanced school's educational methods are indeed problematic, as they lack the most basic respect for teachers. Repeatedly enduring the disrespectful remarks has caused Yi Qing to lose all patience. She is determined to participate in the citywide joint examination. Having held back and merely delivered a light slap, now her eligibility is threatened. The experimental school's invigilator is utterly vexing. Meanwhile, if the advanced teachers will not teach, then I shall show you what respect for teachers truly means. Suddenly, Teacher Su raises his hand, summoning a gust of wind aimed at Yi Qing's shoulder. Excellent. Yi Qing feels elated rather than frightened. She has long awaited an opportunity to strike, ignoring the hand aimed at her. She thrusts her fist directly toward his chest. Bang! Her fist lands squarely on Teacher Su's chest, sending him staggering backward. "You dare strike a teacher?" Teacher Su's voice rises in pitch, disbelief etched across his features. The most astonishing part is that he, a first-tier martial artist, has been pushed back by a student. As he feels the excruciating pain in his chest, he can't help but gasp. Before he can react, Yi Qing steps forward, launching another punch without giving him a moment's respite. Bang, bang, bang. Several dull thuds resound as her fists strike Teacher Su's arms. He instinctively blocks, employing agility to mitigate the impact. Dispersing much of the force, it resembles a martial art technique, as if employing 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. After a few punches, Yi Qing realizes the effectiveness is lacking. How intriguing! The martial arts teachers at school possess a far deeper foundation than mere street fighters. A smile curls at the corner of Yi Qing's mouth, her demeanor slightly exhilarated. If 4 ounces can deflect 1,000 pounds, then what if it were 10,000? In an instant, Yi Qing's arm muscles swell, stretching her already loose school uniform to its limits. She unleashes a punch, the wind whistling, akin to a comet crashing to earth, with immense force. Teacher Su feels an overwhelming power descending upon him, and the Tai Chi stance he had formed crumbles instantly. Her fist lands, propelling him away in the face of absolute power. Technique feels as fragile as a sheet of paper, in the realm of martial arts. The capable are the teachers. It appears now that you lack the qualifications to discipline me. Yi Qing withdraws her fist, exhaling, the agitation within her dissipating. her mood finally brightening. Fighting truly serves as an effective outlet. Yet, it still feels somewhat unsatisfactory. What a pity. Teacher Su lies half-reclined on the ground, utterly dazed. Not just him, but all surrounding candidates share the same astonished expression. Wang Beiqin and the other students gaze at Yiqing's silhouette, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. Is this still the Yiqing they know? What on earth is happening? Shock, confusion, and horror paint the faces of those around them. More astonishing than a student striking a teacher is that this teacher is a bona fide martial artist. An eerie silence descends at the entrance of the stadium. Amidst the clamor, a void emerges. Zhang Qingyi steps off the bus, drawing considerable attention. The top student from Linen Advanced School. She is already regarded as a formidable rival by many. Noticing the gazes around her, she remains completely unfazed. The rewards of the joint examination hold little allure for her. Those techniques that many scholars covet. In her previous life, standing at the pinnacle, what techniques did she lack? Even casually tossing out a technique would be enough to drive high-tier martial artists into a frenzy. The deeper reason for her participation in the joint examination lies in the fact that the top 10 not only receive technique rewards, but also gain qualification for the East Forest Province's Genius Training Camp. Entering a higher echelon as swiftly as possible is essential for obtaining more precious and useful resources. This will expedite her recovery of strength. The top 10 is guaranteed, and she will undoubtedly secure it. Zhang Qingyi's expression is calm, exuding an aura that dissuades any approach, as she silently walks toward the entrance. Having consumed an incompletely matured Tianlong Yulei fruit after hastening its ripening through special means, the results pleasantly surprised her. The power contained within the fruit has aided her in refining her entire foundation. Now, her foundation has ascended a level, her strength significantly enhanced, having broken through the limits to become a first-tier martial artist. With her vitality ranking above average even among first-tier practitioners, the speed of her advancement brings Zhang Qingyi immense satisfaction. Just as she approaches the entrance, preparing to cue, strange noises nearby catch her attention. Zhang Qingyi turns her head, her gaze piercing through the crowd, spotting a somewhat familiar figure. Is at him. Inside the examination hall, within a spacious conference room, rows of screens hang, displaying high-definition footage from various examination areas. Through the adjacent floor-to-ceiling windows, those inside the conference room can clearly observe the entire examination venue below. Inside the room, invigilators are making final preparations. Additionally, the president of the Martial Arts Association, the director of the Education Bureau, and leaders from various schools have gathered together. The top 10 will be sent to the province for centralized training? That's excellent. The department is increasingly placing emphasis on martial examinations. I sincerely hope that a few of the outstanding students from our school can secure a place in the top 10, as this is an opportunity that could alter their destinies. However, do not get your hopes up. Our school has some exceptionally talented students this year. A few principals recently received news from the president of the Martial Arts Association, Zhang Muji, and their anticipation surged. The director of the Education Department, Liang Su, chuckled. Therefore, to ensure the fairness of the results and select the 10 most qualified individuals, the rules for this examination. Before he could finish his sentence, a gasp echoed through the room. What happened? It's just an exam. No need to panic. Liang Su frowned as he looked over. Director, it's bad news. There's a brawl at the examination entrance, reported a proctor. What's the big deal? It's just a scuffle among students. Let the teachers handle it, Zhang Muji remarked nonchalantly. It's not that simple. A proctor has gone to mediate, the proctor replied, his voice strained and hoarse. In the end, that student even hit the proctor. With a crack, Zhang Muji crushed the teacup in his hand, leaving Liang Su and several principals momentarily stunned. What did you say? They exclaimed in unison. Chapter 15. They are targeting you. You must be cautious. A mere student brawl is one thing, but to strike a proctor as well. How did such a troublemaker emerge among the students of Linen? This is utterly outrageous. With both the president of the Martial Arts Association and the director of the Education Department present, causing trouble now seems like a foolish act of self-sabotage. The faces of several principals turned ashen. At that moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. Let's hope that troublemaker isn't from our school. However, they quickly recognized a blind spot. Proctors are all first-tier martial artists. Ordinary students would not dare to lay a hand on them. The surveillance footage was promptly retrieved. the president of the Martial Arts Association, Zhang Muji, was the first to speak up. The proctor swiftly operated the equipment, bringing the footage up on the central screen in the conference room. "Its the experimental and advanced students," someone remarked. The faces of the two principals immediately darkened. Upon seeing that the advanced students initiated the violence, Principal Tianjin felt a shudder of relief. At least they had emerged victorious, he reassured himself. They hadn't brought disgrace upon the advanced students. Soon, Teacher Su appeared, and after a brief exchange, the students and teacher began to engage physically. As they witnessed the students land several blows that incapacitated the teacher. The expressions of the onlookers became increasingly dramatic. Tianjin's previously dark visage transformed into one of exhilaration. Gifted martial artist. Zhang Muji and Liang Su exchanged glances, confirming their assessment. From the footage, it was evident that the final strike's force had significantly increased. Indicating a talent related to strength amplification, a few principals gazed at the scene with envy. Although talents related to strength amplification are generally of a lower tier, any such talent is still considered a promising prospect. At least, none of them had a single gifted martial artist in their schools. Only Principal L. Yun from the experimental school wore a face as dark as a pot's bottom, as the teacher who was assaulted was one of his own, marking a humiliating day for him. "Old Tian, when did your school produce such a talent?" "You've hidden it quite well," Liang Su inquired, glancing at Tianjin. "I had no prior knowledge either," Tianjin replied. Studying the image of Yi Qing on the screen, struggling to recall any recognition, perhaps she had only recently awakened her talent. Those who excel become teachers. Zhang Muji smiled, saying, "What audacity! This is the spirit of a martial artist. The vigor that a young person ought to possess. Let's add this individual to the list and allow them to directly participate in this afternoon's practical assessment." No one raised any objections. In the realm of martial artists, ultimately, the contest is decided by who possesses the greater strength. Strength is the sole truth. It is he. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Qingyi's eyes. After ascertaining the situation, that flicker transformed into astonishment. If her memory served her correctly, it seemed that in her previous life, Yi Qing had not awakened any talents, had she? More importantly, she sensed that in the short span of days since their last encounter, Yi Qing appeared to have transformed entirely. It was not merely a change in appearance. It was a profound alteration in her inner disposition. The previous Yi Qing was an ordinary student, but under scrutiny, she now resembled a colossal beast desperately suppressing its bloodthirsty desires. Zhang Qingyi was fixated on her observation when Yi Qing sensed her gaze and glanced back. Their eyes met, and a chill coursed through Zhang Qingyi. However, Yi Qing soon smiled, causing the chilling sensation to dissipate instantly. This stirred her heart. How long had it been since she felt such a sensation? The last time was likely during her first encounter with a colossal beast in her previous life. How could this be? Surely the other party could not also be a reincarnated individual. First, there were signs of a colossal beast arriving 3 years early, and now someone had undergone such a drastic transformation in mere days. After pondering, Zhang Qingyi concluded that the cause lay in the shifts of the world line. She herself was a variable. Once the first cause emerged, it would naturally lead to various other changes. "You lucky rascal." A subtle smile crept upon Zhang Qingyi's lips. Several proctors arrived at the scene. Directorly, upon seeing the leading figure, Teacher Su beamed with joy. Yi Qing. "Is it?" Director Li gestured for him to hold his tongue. Then turned to Yi Qing. "You've awakened your talent. Why didn't you report it sooner? You are exempt from the morning's basic assessment. Enter the examination room and prepare well for this afternoon's practical assessment." Teacher Su's words caught in his throat, his face flushed red. Upon hearing talent, he realized that any further words would be meaningless. The embarrassment he felt today could only be silently endured. Director Li's announcement ignited a buzz among the surrounding students. "Talent! Yi Qing actually awakened a talent. When did this happen? Wow, Yi Qing, you've hidden it well." Concerned about his peers struggling to pass the martial university, yet even more fearful of them awakening their talents. Is this the disparity of the world? Not only did he get into a fight without punishment, but he also gained exemption from the examination, directly entering the practical assessment. You awaken a talent? And you're fine. Let us see if you can awaken one too. The fervent discussions made the entrance particularly lively. Yi Qing, guided by the proctors, entered the examination hall through a special passage. arriving in a spacious room where several individuals awaited. Here, Yi Qing encountered Zhang Qingyi once more. Why Yi Qing was not surprised. As a woman who had dominated the advanced ranks for 3 years, it would have been strange if she had not awakened her talent. There was also a male student from the advanced class whom he did not recognize. The remaining 6 comprised 3 experimental students, with the other 3 representing 3 different schools. Upon glancing around, Yi Qing felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. Every individual present was considerably stronger than the previous one with the surname Yi. Bullying the weak was not Yi Qing's style. Only competing against genuinely formidable characters was truly engaging. Why Yi Qing? The male advanced student approached first. I'm Wu Rue, from Class 1. He gestured toward Zhang Qingyi with a smile. I suppose this one requires no introduction? No need. Yi Qing replied with a slight smile. Following his recent actions, the irritability faded, and his mood lifted. Zhang Qingyi nodded, her expression cold, remaining silent, resembling an ancient, unmelting iceberg. That's just how she is. She speaks little, we share a class, but we hardly exchange more than a few words. Wu Rue chuckled, then curiously asked, by the way, Yi Qing, did you awaken a strength amplification talent? Upon hearing this, the other students in the room perked up their ears. Indeed. Yi Qing replied with a faint smile and a nod, and of course, that's just one of them. I also possess 6 other talents that are even more powerful than divine strength. As Wu Rue spoke, he led Yi Qing to a corner of the room, introducing the others one by one. Yo, you see the tall one from the experimental school. His name is Shang Hong, the strongest student from the experimental class in recent years, with his vitality nearing the 2nd tier. This fellow practices a family martial art that he has trained since childhood. His defense is akin to the golden bell cover from martial arts novels. It is said that an ordinary 1st-tier martial artist cannot break through his defenses. The other 2 are similar. They have trained in several techniques. Wu Rue recounted the details as if he were reading from a book. Completely engrossed in his own narrative, however, he failed to notice that, as he spoke, Yi Qing's eyes grew increasingly bright. You should be cautious. Earlier, you struck those experimental students and their teacher. Those 3 will certainly take notice of you. And they may target you, Wu Rue earnestly warned. All right, Yi Qing replied. Then that's settled. Wu Rue let out a sigh of relief. This is simply wonderful. Excitement and exhilaration echoed in Wu Rue's ears. What? A large question mark appeared over Wu Rue's head. Chapter 16, the final assessment. Let's eliminate him first. Wu Rue turned around to find Yi Qing staring intently at Shang Hong and his 2 companions in another corner of the room. Her gaze fervent and her expression peculiar. Wu Rue struggled to find the right words to describe it. If he had to say, it resembled a beast that had spotted its prey. However, such a comparison felt rather impolite. Hey, Yi Qing, did you hear what I just said? He couldn't help but ask. I did. Yi Qing nodded. Wu Rue pointed at Yi Qing's slightly trembling hands, hesitating. Then what's this? Yi Qing rubbed her hands together, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of white teeth, just a bit nervous. Feeling a tad scared, Wu Rue observed Yi Qing's somewhat fierce smile, feeling a sense of dissonance. Such a reaction of fear should not manifest in this manner. 3 meters away, Zhang Qingyi glanced back, her brows slightly raised, and her red lips curled in a slight sneer. Scared? Ha. A man's words are deceitful. Just look at your clumsy acting. I feel embarrassed to expose you. Time passed into the afternoon. Yi Qing and his companions received the rules for the practical assessment. As gifted martial artists, they directly entered the top 10, with the sole task of competing for their final rankings. The manner of competition astonished Yi Qing. An all-out brawl, Wu Rue exclaimed. The unpredictability of a melee is immense. Furthermore, with so many participants, what if someone loses control? The president of the Martial Arts Association and the director of the Education Bureau were present. They are all high-level martial artists, and should any issues arise, they will promptly intervene to rescue you, explained an invigilator. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of reassurance. With such a guarantee, they could unleash their full potential without further concern. Yi Qing sensed several gazes upon him and turned to see the trio from the experiment, Shang Hong and the others, casting sidelong glances his way. He understood their intentions. They aimed to restore their experiment's pride and would likely target him. However, wasn't that precisely what he desired? Let us proceed. Ready to enter the arena, an invigilator stepped into the room, leading the group towards the competition grounds. Inside the stadium, the testing equipment from the morning had been cleared away. revealing a platform the size of 4 football fields. What is this? The crowd was somewhat puzzled. Even for a melee, such a vast area seemed unnecessary. A scarred invigilator spoke solemnly. All martial artists have the obligation to head to the front lines to combat the monstrous beasts. The battlefield is not merely fraught with giant beasts, but also with fellow opponents. To best replicate the conditions of the battlefield, small giant beasts will be released once the battle commences. Upon hearing this, the 3 strongest experimental students visibly tensed. Only Yi Qing and Zhang Qingyi maintained their composure. They had already faced giant beasts before. One had infiltrated a serpent's den to seize mutated fruit, while the other had fought on the front lines for many years in a past life. This was merely a minor affair. Before long, an ordinary student, who had fought hard to secure a spot in the final assessment, appeared. His strength was commendable, and he remained confident in the face of numerous gifted martial artists. With all 10 participants present, the invigilator gestured towards the entrance of the platform. Soon, they stood upon the stage, the audience erupting in a cacophony of cheers, the atmosphere more electrifying than that of a celebrity concert. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room filled with surveillance, Zhang Muji and others stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Observing the arena below, we have quite a few promising talents in linen. Among the gifted martial artists, there are 9. Shang Hong from the experiment seems to possess a B-level talent. I've heard he has the rare earth spirit guardian. Such talents are indeed scarce. Combined with his family's martial arts, a first-level martial artist would struggle to inflict any damage upon him, rendering him nearly invincible. However, what exactly is Zhang Qingyi's talent? Its specific grade remains unclear, but this child's strength should not be underestimated. The chilling aura she exudes is indeed formidable. What about that lad who struck the teacher earlier? A power amplification talent. In the realm of low-level martial artists, his combat prowess is quite ferocious. That is true, yet according to the records, the boy hails from an ordinary background and likely has not practiced any significant martial arts. Shang Hong's family martial arts are no trifling matter. Combined with his talent, that reckless youth is undoubtedly no match for him. Just watch, it's about to begin. Accompanied by a piercing alarm, several entrances around the platform suddenly swung open. Howl, with spine-chilling cries, a wave of blood-scented air swept across the stage. A pack of 2-meter-long gray wolves surged forth. The silver moon gray wolves, a species of pack-dwelling giant beasts. It appears the Education Bureau has indeed exerted considerable effort, having captured an entire wolf pack. Yi Qing took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with increasing intensity. The silver moon gray wolves excel at cooperative attacks. 2 or 3 of them working in unison can easily slay a first-level martial artist. Scanning the area, he noted there were at least 200 of these wolves present. Goodness, so many, Wu Rui gasped. They were given no time to react. The wolf pack had been deliberately starved for several days, their eyes now burning with murderous intent and hunger. The 10 individuals before them, tender and soft, were the ideal prey. With a single wolf howl, the pack launched their attack. In an instant, everyone employed their respective techniques. A frigid aura erupted from Zhang Qingyi, causing several gray wolves to freeze momentarily. One collapsing to the ground, its body shattered into frozen pieces. A faint yellow glow enveloped Shang Hong as a gray wolf lunged at him, its teeth shattering upon contact. Each participant demonstrated their requisite skill. After a brief moment of tension, they adeptly countered the wolf pack's onslaught. Even the ordinary student, devoid of any talent, managed to slay 2 silver moon gray wolves. On the other side, several gray wolves charged towards Yi Qing. Their eyes red with hunger, drool pooling beneath their fangs. Yi Qing found their predatory gaze quite distasteful. Muscles in his arms bulged as he targeted the nearest gray wolf. The wolf reacted swiftly, attempting to evade, but was met with a punch that shattered its spine. Howl! The broken wolf let out a mournful cry before its head was crushed beneath his foot. Seizing the opportunity, several other wolves circled around to ambush him from the side. Yet Yi Qing was faster, spinning around to deliver a series of punches, each blow leaving a deep dent in the bodies of the attacking wolves. In the blink of an eye, all the wolves that had surrounded him lay dead. Too weak. Yi Qing shook his head, taking the initiative to charge into the pack ahead. His efficiency was astonishing. Each punch he threw claimed the life of a gray wolf, within mere seconds of the assessment commencing. Nearly 10 silver moon gray wolves had perished by his hands. The 3 experimental students kept a close watch on Yiqing. The advantage of his power amplification in combat was too significant. The number of wolves he killed would undoubtedly influence the final results, and they could not allow him to continue unimpeded. Shang Hong said gravely, "Let us close in and eliminate him first." Agreed with that, the trio charged towards Yiqing. Yiqing glanced sideways, a smile creeping onto his lips. His expression was radiant, filled with genuine joy and anticipation. Chapter 17. Eliminate me, if you can. Instantaneous defeat of 3. Indeed, they intend to target me. Why Yiqing's smile widened, his gaze becoming strikingly cold. Why Yiqing? Be careful. Wu Rui noticed the situation and rushed over to provide support. After all, they were from the same school. He could not stand idly by while his peers were bullied by outsiders. What he did not expect was that Wai Yiqing waved his hand, sending a gray wolf flying with a kick, and then boldly approached Shang Hong and his companions. "You two, hold off those beasts," asked the most talented individual in recent years' experiments. Shang Hong held his own pride. He was unwilling to resort to ambush tactics, preferring to face his rival openly and defeat the arrogant high-level martial artist in a one-on-one duel. "Eliminate me, if you can." Yiqing's smile grew even brighter as he unleashed a powerful punch. "Arrogant fool." Shang Hong scoffed, steadying himself as a layer of faint yellow light enveloped him, forming an impenetrable shield. Bam! Yiqing's fist struck him, producing a resounding echo. Wai Yiqing felt a tingling sensation in his fist, as if he had struck a wall of steel. He raised an eyebrow, sensing a sharp pain radiating from his knuckles. Yet the faint yellow barrier around Shang Hong merely rippled slightly. From a defensive standpoint, this barrier far surpassed his iron garment talent. What if he, unbidden? A terrifying thought flashed through Yiqing's mind. He shook his head, delivering several successive punches, each one more powerful than the last. "Your strength is formidable, but it is still insufficient." Shang Hong exuded confidence, asserting that the Earth's Spirit Guardian barrier was beyond the reach of a first-level martial artist to breach. It represented the pinnacle of first-level defense. With that, he advanced steadily, his fists flying in a fierce assault, each strike resonating with a thunderous roar, the air crackling with energy. Wai Yiqing had no intention of defending. He directly engaged in a fistfight. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of fists echoed throughout the stadium. Shang Hong's talent seemingly enhanced his strength. Each punch was remarkably powerful. The pain radiating from Yiqing's fists intensified. However, this pain was trivial to him, on the contrary, as he discovered that Shang Hong's strength exceeded his expectations. A grin spread wider across his face. The stronger, the better. The more powerful, the more entertaining. His fighting spirit became palpable. Excitement nearly spilling from his eyes. "Useless. You cannot break my guardian light." Shang Hong's expression remained relaxed. "The strongest defense?" Yiqing grinned, his smile radiant yet laced with a hint of savagery. "A foolish, no. An ignorant imbecile." Crack! A sharp crackle of electricity silenced the howls of the wolves. Blinding arcs of lightning ignited in Yiqing's palm, forming a whip of electricity. Wai Yiqing lashed out with the whip, the brilliant discharge erupting forth. Blinding many students observing the battle momentarily. Crack! The thunder whip sliced through the air, striking Shang Hong with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, sending arcs of electricity cascading outward, the surrounding silver moon gray wolves momentarily paralyzed. The once sturdy yellow barrier surrounding Shang Hong trembled violently, a deep fissure appearing. The light around the crack surged, struggling to mend the gaping wound. Yet the electric currents intertwined around the fissure obliterated any attempt at self-repair. Boom! Seeing this, Yiqing unleashed a punch directly at the crack. Crack! Like fragile porcelain, the yellow barrier shattered into countless fragments. Unrelenting, Yiqing's fist continued its trajectory, striking Shang Hong squarely in the chest. Shang Hong felt as though he had been struck head-on by a colossal beast, an immense force surging through his chest and enveloping his entire being, causing him to drift backward like a fallen leaf. "You did this is..." He collapsed to the ground, the searing pain in his chest rendering him nearly unconscious. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the crackling electricity in Yiqing's hand. Yet he ultimately found himself unable to utter a word, his head tilting as he lost consciousness. Fortunately, the previous punch had been mitigated by the energy shield. Otherwise, with Yi Qing's strength, he would have faced far worse than mere unconsciousness. A single whip and a single punch, the most gifted student in years of experimentation fell into a deep slumber. The entire venue fell silent. All eyes, including those of the Silver Moon Gray Wolves, were fixated on Yi Qing, or rather, on the Thunder Whip and Yi Qing's grasp. Dual talents. In the conference room, gasps of astonishment shattered the silence. Zhang Mu's teacup shattered in his grip, shock etched across every face in the room, including his own. That arrogant young man had awakened two talents. Moreover, one of them was the exceedingly rare Thunder talent. Linen had truly produced an extraordinary gem this time. The esteemed principal, Tianzhan, regained his composure and turned to the experimental principal, El Yun, who was laughing heartily. El Yun, your school's top seed. How is it that he was the first to be eliminated? El Yun's face turned ashen, his fingers trembling with rage. Rendered speechless, it appeared that his previous judgment of that boy had been misguided. Liang Su scrutinized Yi Qing below, realizing that his wildness was indeed justified. He had hidden his prowess well. This joint examination had certainly proven fruitful. Otherwise, they might have missed out. Zhang Mu beamed, remarking, "This lad is indeed ferocious in battle. Observe how, despite not having practiced any techniques, his every move is quite refined. Each strike aimed at a critical point. He's simply a born combat genius. With him around, perhaps our training camp in Donglin province will yield commendable results." The director of education, Liang Su, nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with admiration. Below, the audience erupted in fervent cheers. Exclamations of shock melded into a chorus, with senior students fervently shouting Yi Qing's name. Dual talents, Yi Qing. You possess dual talents. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wu Rui shouted in astonishment. You never asked? Yi Qing shrugged in response. The alterations in this timeline seem exceedingly vast. Zhang Qingyi's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Yi Qing, a tumultuous wave stirring in her otherwise placid heart. Why Yi Qing was becoming an increasingly significant variable, one that might even influence the trajectory of this world line. If only you had possessed such prowess in your previous life. How could you have perished beneath the beast tide? A hint of disarray clouded Zhang Qingyi's mind, leading her to unwittingly entertain errant thoughts. Honggu? The remaining two experimental students shouted in unison, their voices a cacophony. Why Yi Qing's voice rang out, and before one of the experimental students could react, a gigantic iron fist came crashing down. Bang! He too collapsed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Wait, the final experimental student, witnessing this, opened his mouth to concede defeat, but it was too late. I hadn't even spoken. It's your fault for speaking first, Yi Qing countered, delivering a punch that sent him into unconsciousness, not allowing him a moment to speak. In less than 5 seconds, the once seemingly invincible Shang Hong lay unconscious, with the remaining two top students from the experiment following suit into deep slumber. The unparalleled oppressive force reignited the atmosphere in the arena. Even students from other schools began to scream, chanting Yi Qing's name. The uproar surged skyward, parting the clouds above, and radiant sunlight streamed down, illuminating Yi Qing as if heralding the rise of a peerless champion. Chapter 18. Undisputed first place, 3,000 points, 6th-tier techniques. Several figures quietly appeared on the stage, carrying away the three unconscious individuals. They were tasked with overseeing the event and were not to be trifled with. Boring, Yi Qing shook his head, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Shang Hong's strength was commendable, particularly his protective talent, which made it difficult to overcome with merely a D-grade divine power. Yet, Yi Qing had not anticipated that his opponent could not withstand even a single strike. The battle concluded far too swiftly, with the other two experimental students also dispatched with a single punch. Now, the only remaining contender that piqued his interest seemed to be that why Yi Qing turned his gaze toward the icy beauty of the school. Forget it. After all, we belong to the same school in a sense. They constituted a small collective. It seemed somewhat unreasonable to attack a teammate. Why Yi Qing had not yet descended into madness. He suppressed his thoughts and surged into the pack of wolves, wielding the thunder whip. He unleashed a torrent of electric arcs, cleaving the Silver Moon Gray wolves in half, blood spraying forth, the charred wounds exuding a rich, meaty aroma. Did that fellow just attempt to engage me? Zhang Qingyi raised an eyebrow. Then noticed the thunder whip in Yi Qing's hand, a sense of familiarity washing over her. That pale golden lightning, did it not resemble the essence of the Tianlong Yulei fruit? After consuming the Tianlong Yulei fruit, she had only harnessed the lightning power within to temper her physique. She had not directly acquired the strength of the Tianlong Yulei. Thus, even as an unparalleled powerhouse in her previous life, Zhang Qingyi had still failed to discern the precise connection. As Yi Qing continued to wield the thunder whip, dazzling arcs of electricity flickered through the air. With each whip crack, he instantaneously claimed the lives of 1 or 2 silver moon gray wolves. 30, 40, 50. The quantity became inconsequential as the corpses of the gray wolves piled around Yi Qing, forming a small mountain. Is he not tired? Hurry up and act. Otherwise, he'll finish them all off. The uneliminated students rushed to intercept the silver moon gray wolves converging on Yi Qing. The number of gray wolves slain would undoubtedly impact the F3000 reserve points. With this card, you may exchange for any resources within the Linen Martial Arts Association's reserve. Zhang Muji personally handed the card to Yi Qing, along with a cultivation technique, allowing him to select a 6th tier technique when redeeming his resources. 6th tier. Upon hearing this, the heads of several principals gasped in astonishment. Cultivation techniques are similarly ranked, akin to the ranks of martial artists. The full power of a 6th tier technique can only be unleashed by a 6th tier martial artist. As for the even higher 7th tier, that pertains to the level of a master martial artist, a rarity of unimaginable worth. For the Linen Martial Arts Association, a 6th tier technique is already a precious treasure. Meanwhile, the rewards for the others were distributed in succession. Zhang Qingyi, having secured 2nd place, received a reward of 2,000 points, allowing her to select a 5th tier technique. Naturally, what concerned her most was the opportunity to participate in the training camp. Due to Yi Qing's elimination of 3 individuals from the experiment, Wu Rue ended up in 7th place. He was beaming with joy. Had it not been for Yi Qing's actions, he would likely have placed last. The top 3 spots were dominated by the advanced group, and Principal Tianjun, with a flushed complexion, held his head high, nearly looking down his nose at the principal of the experimental school beside him. This truly was a moment of pride. From now on, who would dare to label the advanced group as merely the perennial second? Tianjun gazed at Yi Qing and the others, growing increasingly satisfied, occasionally emitting low chuckles. After receiving a series of encouraging remarks, Yi Qing and his companions departed from the examination hall. Their classmates waited eagerly outside, and upon meeting, a wave of jubilation ensued. After a little over half an hour, Yi Qing finally managed to extricate himself. However, he did not head straight home but made his way directly to the Linen Martial Arts Association building. He was determined to select a cultivation technique that suited him. Chapter 19. 8 Extremes Power Fist. Mental category, B-class talent, Linghu Evil Eye. The reserve was located in the basement of the Martial Arts Association, heavily guarded, with thick alloy doors comparable to city walls. After a series of verifications, Yi Qing gained access to the Linen Martial Arts Association's reserve point 3,000 points, equivalent to purchasing power of approximately 300,000. This sum is considerable, yet not overly substantial for a martial artist. On the computer, one can select the desired items, and an automated device will deliver them, as some items can be quite heavy. The staff of the Martial Arts Association briefly mentioned this before turning to leave the reserve. On the massive electronic screen, a dazzling array of martial arts resources was displayed in meticulous categories, including medicinal herbs, supplements, weapons, special materials, and more. Yi Qing did not linger on those. He needed to maximize the utility of his 3,000 points. Thus, he scrolled down continuously until he quickly found the category related to giant beast materials. Upon clicking, numerous records appeared. 2nd tier giant rock black bear's gallbladder, special material, a fundamental ingredient for refining supplements, can enhance vitality and vision when consumed alone. 500 points. 2nd tier giant king ape with skin hardened into scales, suitable for forging weapons and armor, 600 points. Various materials related to giant beasts emerged. The prices were not modest. Anything included in the reserve of the Martial Arts Association would not be of inferior quality. Indeed, he had chosen the right category. Yi Qing continued to search, and his gaze was ultimately drawn to a particular special material. 4th tier small giant beast, 3-eyed spirit fox, nearly intact but missing its most precious 3rd eye. Thus its value has significantly diminished, 3,000 points. 4th tier, equivalent to a 4th tier martial artist's giant beast. What attracted Yi Qing was not its rank, but the fact that the three-eyed spirit fox was adept in mental attacks. A rarity indeed. It is known that martial artists must break through the 7 limits to truly wield mental power, achieving the level of a master martial artist or becoming an even rarer mentalist. If I can acquire the abilities of the three-eyed spirit fox, could I potentially utilize mental power ahead of time? The absence of the crucial third eye was inconsequential. His system would not mind such details. Once the extraction progress was full, he could directly harness its special abilities. This is the one. Yi Qing no longer hesitated and immediately exchanged for the physical form of the three-eyed spirit fox. His 3,000 points were instantly deducted. A mechanical buzzing sound followed, and an unmanned cargo transport vehicle appeared, carrying a large, frost-covered box. Yi Qing suppressed his anticipation, turned, and accessed the technique interface. He had been granted permission. Thus all techniques within the reserve were laid out before him. He disregarded any below the 6th tier. Filtering directly for 6th tier techniques. 3 techniques appeared. 1 sword technique, 1 knife technique, and 1 fist technique. The knife and sword techniques were promptly excluded. Both required a certain foundation and necessitated daily rigorous training post-cultivation, which would entail significant time investment. Moreover, Yi Qing inherently trusted in his own strength, making the fist technique the most suitable choice. The 8 Extremes Power Fist, which imbued punches with special power, could amplify striking force several times, doubling the power upon entry. With Yi Qing's innate divine power talent, paired with this fist technique, even a second-tier martial artist would find it difficult to withstand a single blow. This is it. After making his selection, an electronic storage device materialized. In this era, paper documents were becoming scarce. With techniques recorded in electronic form, techniques cannot be disclosed. Otherwise, the Martial Arts Association will hold you accountable. An electronic prompt sounded. Yi Qing nodded, safely storing the technique, and then left the reserve with the box by his side. As it was an item worth 3,000 points, the Martial Arts Association dispatched a special vehicle to deliver Yi Qing home. Upon arriving home at an accelerated pace, Yi Qing immediately opened the box. A large, fiery red fox emerged before him. Its fur was soft, and aside from its considerably larger size, it bore little resemblance to an ordinary fox. The most distinctive feature was the eye socket on its forehead. However, at this moment, the eyelid of the three-eyed spirit fox sagged, with traces of blood lingering nearby. It is common for the three-eyed spirit fox, upon death, to claw out its own third eye, which is why it was valued at only 3,000 points. Otherwise, its price would have soared several-fold. Was it to prevent being exploited by enemies? Yet, for me, it seems inconsequential. A smile crept onto Yi Qing's lips as he carried the three-eyed spirit fox to the kitchen, commencing the processing. After a lengthy afternoon of battles, he was already famished. Before long, Yi Qing presented a large bowl of fox meat, disregarding the heat, and stuffed a sizable piece into his mouth. You have consumed a piece of three-eyed spirit fox meat. Vitality 0. 4. Extraction progress 2. The taste was quite pleasant. Observing the system prompt, Yi Qing hastened his pace. You have consumed a piece of three-eyed spirit fox meat. Vitality 0.5. Extraction progress 2. You have consumed a piece of three-eyed spirit fox meat. Yi Qing's vitality continued to rise. The entire bowl of fox meat was swiftly devoured, and he returned to the kitchen for a second bowl. The fire on Yi Qing's stove never ceased, all to avoid any gaps in his dining. Half an hour later, extraction progress of the three-eyed spirit fox is complete. Would you like to begin extraction and fusion? Begin. As soon as Yi Qing confirmed, an excruciating pain surged through his head. Even with prior experiences of fusion, which had accustomed him to pain, he could not help but gasp. Previous pains were predominantly physical. This time, however, the source was his brain. The most vulnerable part of the human body. It felt as if countless steel needles were piercing his mind, the agony emanating from deep within his psyche nearly shattering his will. Truly, it was a fourth-tier giant beast skilled in mental attacks. Yi Qing's expression contorted, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes riddled with blood. Despite this, he still managed to smile, albeit a ghastly one. Pain signifies the immense strength of the ability soon to be acquired. Pain indicates that the mental realm is being developed. Pain embodies the enhancement of one's own power. Let it hurt. Compared to being defeated and killed in battle, what is pain? From the moment Yi Qing received his system, he had resolved to give his all. knowing that with divine assistance, he would strive unceasingly. The stabbing agony intensified, the terror of mental pain crashing into his body. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure as he shifted his focus, reaching for the fox meat before him to continue eating. Shortly after, the pain radiated outward, finally converging at his brow. Pop! A fissure opened in the center of Yi Qing's forehead. Then, a scarlet eyeball emerged. Within the crimson iris swirled a vortex, filled with malevolent, greedy, and brutal negative emotions. It rolled around, surveying the room, seeking a living being to devour its spirit entirely. Simultaneously, a melodious prompt resonated in Yi Qing's ear. Extraction successful. You have acquired B-class talent, Linghu Evil Eye. Chapter 20. An unusual appearance. Second-tier martial artist. Off to the training camp. The pain gradually subsided, yet the hunger remained, as if to celebrate. Yi Qing devoured the meat on the table with fervor. You have consumed a piece of three-eyed spirit fox meat. Vitality 0.6. You have consumed a piece of three-eyed spirit fox meat. Vitality 0.5. Unbeknownst to him, his vitality began to boil, every drop of blood, bone, fascia, and muscle within him igniting with a faint golden electric glow. With the final piece of fox meat swallowed, a thunderous boom erupted from within Yi Qing. Vitality coalesced like a torrent, surging from muscle and skin into his fragile organs. Boom, boom, boom. A strand of faint golden electricity entwined around his heart, its beats resonating like thunder. Within his various organs, countless impurities were directly refined by the thunder. Yi Qing felt invigorated, as if shedding a heavy burden, feeling significantly lighter. As the vital energy began to refine the internal organs, it marked the pinnacle of a second-tier warrior. Yi Qing wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a satisfied smile. Having shattered his limits for the second time and acquired an impressive B-grade talent, it was a double blessing. He approached the mirror and immediately noticed the unusual eye at the center of his forehead. He surmised that the primary ability of the three-eyed spirit fox stemmed from its third eye. Initially, he anticipated that gaining the powers of the three-eyed spirit fox would directly enhance his own eyes. To his surprise, however, a new eye sprouted directly on his forehead. A thought crossed Yi Qing's mind. The keratinous armor materialized, crimson flames coursing along his body, while sharp bone blades erupted from his elbows. His muscles bulged, ripping through his clothing, and he grew nearly a head taller, approaching a height of nearly 1.90 meters. His limbs were exceptionally muscular, with arms as thick as an ordinary person's thighs, and his long legs featured remarkably extended Achilles tendons, concealing a ferocious speed ready to be unleashed. The eerie scarlet orb on his forehead rolled about, flickering with faint golden lightning in his eyes. Was this the state of being at one's peak? Yi Qing gazed at the monster in the mirror, momentarily at a loss for words. One could hardly deny that it appeared somewhat handsome, yet his image seemed increasingly detached from the notion of normalcy. Thankfully. However, strength was all that truly mattered. The system interface subsequently materialized. Name: Yi Qing. Vital energy: 503.2. Mentality: 158.1. Talents: S-grade, Heavenly Dragon Jade Lightning Body. B-grade, Spirit Fox Evil Eye. C-grade, Thunder Whip. C-grade, Crimson Flame. C-grade, Swift Shadow. D-grade, Iron Skin. D-grade, Bone Blade. D-grade, Divine Strength, Martial Arts. Body Forging Fist, Unrefined. Extraction Progress. Gale Wind Tiger, 51. Breaking through the 500 mark in vital energy allowed him to transcend his limits and enter the realm of a second-tier warrior. The first tier primarily involved refining the body's bones, muscles, and skin using vital energy. Upon reaching the second tier, the focus shifted to the more crucial internal organs. Logically, the process of body refinement should be gradual, necessitating the accumulation of time and continuous honing of the flesh with vital energy. However, having consumed the Heavenly Dragon Jade Lightning Fruit, the medicinal properties within had instantaneously aided Yi Qing in refining his body multiple times. Moreover, with the acquisition of the S-grade Heavenly Dragon Jade Lightning Body, not only would Yi Qing master the power of the Heavenly Dragon Jade Lightning, but he would also have a continuous flow of thunderous energy circulating within his flesh, assisting in the refinement of his body. Thus, when Yi Qing devoured the flesh and blood of colossal beasts to enhance his vital energy, there was no risk of instability in his foundation. His physical prowess had significantly improved, Wei Yiqing clenched his fist, feeling the substantial enhancement that the second tier offered compared to the first. With each heartbeat, faint golden electricity coursed throughout his being. Refining his body, he sensed his flesh gradually transforming as the heavenly dragon jade lightning body began to manifest its effects after he entered the second tier. In a week, he would be heading to the training camp in the wilderness. So he needed to seize the time to consolidate his gains. The training camp was situated in a prime location. Nestled deep within the wilderness, it was surrounded by formidable colossal beasts. However, this also implied greater rewards and unique abilities. Without enhancing his strength, it would be challenging to ascertain who would become the true prey. Wei Yiqing had no desire to become fodder for the colossal beasts. Thus, his sole focus was on further augmenting his power. During his recent expedition to the wilderness, he had amassed 180,000 in cash, along with several dozen pounds of Gale Wind Tiger meat remaining in his refrigerator. After breaking through to the second tier, he found his appetite had significantly increased. His daily consumption of colossal beast meat was far greater than before. What would have sufficed for several days was now consumed within a day or two. Yiqing opened his computer and began to sift through the options for colossal beast meat. The quality of the beasts was not a consideration. Too expensive a beast meat did not align with his current circumstances. Firstly, the higher the beast's level, the pricier the flesh, and 180,000 might not procure much, as exemplified by the three-eyed spirit fox. Secondly, with 8 talents at his disposal, he had enough for the time being. Lower-tier beast talents would not offer much benefit. Enhancing his vital energy was paramount. He would consider talents once he entered the wilderness. Wei Yiqing settled on his targets and made a bulk purchase of barbarian bull meat, shadow rabbit meat, and other colossal beast flesh in the following days. His routine consisted of eating, practicing fists, eating again, and repeating the cycle, all while adding extra meals. Wei Yiqing's vital energy steadily increased each day. Solidifying his second-tier status and stepping towards the threshold of the third tier, to his delight, he quickly grasped the 8 Extremes fist, developing a sense of mastery in its execution. The instinctual combat abilities derived from colossal beasts significantly aided him. The latent desire for battle within him further fueled his thirst for combat skills. The 8 Extremes fist, akin to the internal power that only third-tier warriors could master, was a considerable advancement. With the mastery of the 8 Extremes fist, he felt he could at least defend himself against a third-tier warrior. Wei Yiqing was pleasantly surprised, yet he remained unaware of the true extent of his combat abilities. Fortunately, it was said that the Genius Training Camp possessed specialized testing instruments, allowing for a detailed evaluation later on. Time passed, and 7 days later, Yiqing gathered some personal items and set off towards the Martial Association building with his backpack. Upon arrival, he found that most people had already gathered, including Sheng Hong and his companions, who had been injured by Yiqing a week prior. Sheng Hong, whose injuries had initially required a month of recuperation, now appeared vibrant, as if his vital energy had markedly improved. Coming from a powerful family in Linen, he had procured a considerable amount of healing medicine to aid his recovery, evidently enhancing his strength. Upon seeing Yiqing, Wu Rui approached him. I managed to gather a lot of information from other cities participating in the training camp. I'll share it with you and Zhang Qingyi once we board the bus. He whispered. Are you a 100-eyed sage? Yiqing teased. Wu Rui had many sources and often acquired information ahead of time. If I were useless at everything, wouldn't that make me a waste? Wu Rui chuckled. At this moment, all 10 candidates from Linen for the training camp had assembled. The Martial Association was known for its efficiency. Without unnecessary pleasantries, Zhang Muji simply stated, don't embarrass Linen, before ushering everyone onto the bus. Just as they settled in, Wu Rui leaned closer. Let me tell you, this training camp is extraordinary. Chapter 21. An unpleasant second encounter. The first assessment upon entering the training camp. From the moment Yiqing appeared until they boarded the bus, Zhang Qingyi's attention was fixated on him. It was illogical. Something felt off. Although her strength had just begun to recover, her perceptive instincts from her previous life remained intact. At first glance, she discerned that Yiqing's condition was unusual. His vital energy was restrained, and his heartbeat surged like a pump. These were unmistakable traits of a second-tier warrior commencing the refinement of their internal organs. When Zhang Qingyi realized this, her heart momentarily halted. How had he broken through his limits for the second time, ascending to the second-tier warrior level? The last time she saw him was over 10 days ago. when he wasn't even a qualified warrior. Now, he had swiftly risen to the second-tier level. Was he cheating? Zhang Qingyi pondered, as she herself was a reincarnation of an empress, endowed with countless precious memories from her past life. Wasn't she also cheating? If she was already endowed with advantages, how could Yi Qing surpass her? What on earth was happening? Zhang Qingyi was perplexed until Wu Rui's voice snapped her back to reality. Oh? How extraordinary is it? Yi Qing asked with a smile. Why Yu Zian from Lingqiu City, Xiao Shiyun from Anliang City, and Huang Ming from Tianlan City have all awakened A-grade talents, and there's also Xielinger from Haiyue City. A rare psychic Wu Rui divulged this bombshell news. Aside from them, many others have B-grade and C-grade talents, too numerous to count. Are there any holders of S-grade talents? Yi Qing inquired. How could there be? Wu Rui shook his head vigorously. If someone awakened an S-grade talent, we might as well give up. Oh, Yi Qing nodded, his disappointment evident in his eyes. This guy? Zhang Qingyi noticed the look in Yi Qing's gaze. Her heart stirred. What did that expression mean? Were you actually disappointed that there were no S-grade warriors? Do you even comprehend what that concept entails? Zhang Qingyi was tempted to elaborate on the immense power of S-grade talents, but after a moment's consideration, she refrained, thinking they wouldn't understand, and merely huffed, choosing to remain silent. What are you huffing about? Yi Qing suddenly turned to ask. Zhang Qingyi. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. Since I arrived, you've been staring at me, and now you're huffing. What do you want? You're quite good-looking yet act like a mute all day, only huffing and not speaking. What did you say? Zhang Qingyi's brows furrowed, her silver teeth gritting, revealing a pair of rather adorable little fangs. How many years had it been? How many years since anyone dared to speak to her like this? Hey. Wu Rui interjected hurriedly. We're all classmates. What are you two doing? The training camp offered abundant resources, but competition was fierce. We should band together as a school to avoid being bullied. He quickly changed the topic, continuing, seize this opportunity. It might just alter your life's trajectory. Zhang Qingyi suppressed her anger, her fair face clouding over with frost, reverting to her ice princess demeanor as she turned away, choosing not to engage with the two. I was once a woman who stood at the pinnacle. I once stooped to the level of the younger generation. However, I'll give you a pass this time, since you do have some discernment and recognize that I'm good-looking. Otherwise, once I recover my strength, I'll impose a life sentence of solitude on you. Let us see which woman would dare to marry you. What a bizarrely aloof woman. Sooner or later, she would find an opportunity to give him a good thrashing. From the very beginning, he noticed the girl's gaze. He initially thought that a mere glance would suffice, but she continued to stare, seemingly unable to look away. Did I grow flowers on my face? Yi Qing shook his head. He had only exchanged words with Zhang Qingyi twice, and each encounter seemed rather unpleasant. Perhaps he was simply not destined to get along with this woman. He couldn't be bothered to think further and began to close his eyes to rest. Wu Rui, drenched in sweat, felt anxious. He was the weakest among them and had hoped to cling to the two strong figures for support. However, the two had already begun to bicker. This was not ideal. He needed to create an opportunity for them to mend their relationship. Wu Rui pondered silently as the vehicle passed through the city gate and entered the desolate expanse. The roar of the engine attracted the attention of numerous colossal beasts. Some attempted to launch an attack, but before they could approach the vehicle, their bodies were cleaved in two. The armored car was filled with elite martial artists from Linen City, and several formidable warriors from the Martial Arts Association were escorting them, leaving no room for error. Thus, while chaos roared outside, tranquility persisted within the vehicle. After 6 hours of rapid travel, the armored vehicle halted before a mountain range. Disembark! The thunderous command echoed from outside the vehicle, startling those who had been resting with their eyes closed. Outside, a group of burly men clad in dark blue uniforms blocked the armored car. Once Yi Qing and the others exited, they discovered that over 100 individuals were already waiting. Some cities, being more affluent, had a greater number of representatives, meaning that the total number of participants for this training camp would exceed 200. Wu Rui whispered, the number is trivial. What matters is the caliber of the participants. Since stepping out of the vehicle, Yi Qing's gaze had been scanning the crowd. Soon, he noticed several individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, each surrounded by a throng, clearly the leaders from their respective cities. The 3 young men exuded vitality, their expressions haughty, with an air of confidence that seemed to mock those around them. as if no one could rival their prowess. Their demeanor was utterly irksome. Yi Qing rubbed his fingers together, feeling a familiar itch. A flicker of fire ignited deep within his eyes, embodying the purest combat spirit. The last of the four, a petite girl with a ponytail, possessed eyes as clear as black glass, drawing one in with their allure. Upon seeing her, Yi Qing felt a stirring at his brow, as if the dormant spirit fox sinister I was on the verge of awakening. A mental energy practitioner. Xiaolinger had been silently waiting when a sudden sense of foreboding surged within her. Her mental energy began to fluctuate, almost spilling forth uncontrollably. Startled, she turned her head and met Yi Qing's gaze. In that instant, Xiaolinger's small frame trembled. What kind of gaze was that? It was filled with fervent combat intent, a bloody thirst, and an overwhelming aggressiveness, as if it sought to consume her whole. Such a terrifying look, she screamed internally, quickly averting her gaze. Simultaneously, the cacophony of noise began to wane as the standing men in uniforms parted to create a pathway, a tall figure, with a golden flower perched on his shoulder. Approach. I am Qi Hong. You may call me Instructor Qi. This is Instructor Feng Linchue. We are in full charge of this training camp. The male instructor, Qi Hong, stood nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a bear, with a scar extending from his brow to the corner of his mouth, exuding an aura of iron and blood. Children of Linen City, you have arrived at the threshold of the training camp. Qi Hong grinned ferociously. However, entering through the gates is not so simple. As he spoke, he handed a tactical watch to Yi Qing. The training camp lies hidden among the mountains, but its precise location is for you to discover. Do not expect luck. I have placed numerous beacons throughout the mountains, each marking the camp's coordinates. Only those holding a beacon may enter. The first to reach the training camp will receive a personal 7-day tutorial from me. A 6th-tier martial artist. Upon his final words, the atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension. A 6th-tier martial artist, personally instructing. Furthermore, receiving guidance within the camp could lead to access to more resources. The potential value of that was self-evident. Go ahead. I will await you at the gates. Qi Hong waved his hand, and instantly, figures dashed into the mountains. Chapter 22. It's time for dinner. 2nd-tier colossal beast, centipede. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. I have only released 150 beacons. Instructor Qi Hong's voice resonated from the tactical watch. Those who had yet to make a move immediately turned pale. With over 200 participants and only 150 beacons, it meant that at least 50 individuals would be disqualified from entering the camp right from the start. They dared not waste any time. Rushing into the mountains in haste. Excuse me. I shall take my leave first, Wu Rui declared. Turning away, he felt a bit indignant, realizing that one could not rely solely on others. Yi Qing and Zhang Qingyi exchanged glances, their eyes sparking with tension. Zhang Qingyi's face remained cold, her instincts prompting her to huff. Observing this, Yi Qing naturally raised his hand, clenching his fist. Zhang Qingyi's expression darkened, a chill radiating as she stepped into the forest. Just wait until I catch you. Then you'll experience the weight of my iron fists. Yi Qing did not rush in, but instead pulled up the map on his tactical watch to examine it. The map was rudimentary, showing only the general terrain with minimal information, barely sufficient to discern direction. The distance from Linen was no less than several hundred kilometers, undoubtedly deep within the wasteland. Yi Qing felt a surge of joy. The wasteland was where he could truly shine, whereas the city often felt constricting, leaving him uncomfortable. What was that guy doing, strolling so leisurely? Qi Hong was preparing to return to the training camp when he noticed a figure moving at a leisurely pace. A nearby individual checked the records and reported, Yi Qing, dual talent possessor, one enhancing strength, the other related to thunder. His combat prowess stands out, marking him as Linen City's top seed. Top seed? No wonder he's so arrogant. Qi Hong mused with a smirk, shaking his head. But a mere Linen City is not enough to intimidate him here. He noted Yi Qing's details before turning back to the vehicle. Only then did Yi Qing's figure vanish completely into the forest. There was no rush to find the beacons. According to the rules outlined in the tactical watch, once one approached a beacon within a certain range, the watch would emit a notification. This clearly indicated that the students were expected to conduct a widespread search. In the wasteland, the paths were many, and the probability of encountering colossal beasts was nearly a certainty. Moreover, Yi Qing had reason to suspect that to create more chances for students to encounter beasts, Instructor Qi had deliberately placed the beacons in areas with a higher density of colossal beasts. Understanding this, Yi Qing began his search for the beacons, following the traces left by the beasts. The sunlight was obscured by the dense forest, with rustling sounds echoing in the shadows. Unknown creatures squinted their eyes, hunting for today's prey. Occasionally, low howls echoed from the depths, sending shivers down one's spine. Yi Qing's skin prickled as the closed spirit fox's sinister. I sensed the vibrant life surrounding him. Whoosh! A sound of air breaking resonated in front of him. Why Yi Qing's sinister eye snapped open. The crimson orb immediately locking onto a rushing creature. An intangible wave of mental energy rippled outward. Bang! A massive insect, nearly a meter long, crashed to the ground, its numerous compound eyes rolling back, and its multitude of legs quivering violently as its body convulsed. A single wave of impact shattered its mental state. Yi Qing's sinister eye twirled excitedly, elated by the efficacy of the spirit fox's eye. For low-tier martial artists, mental energy was their greatest vulnerability. Even filtered through their qi and blood, it could still exert a significant influence on them. That was more than sufficient. In the heat of battle, even a fleeting moment of disorientation could determine the final outcome. Against colossal beasts, which possessed lower intelligence, a single strike could render them as mindless husks. Gurgle. A sound emanated from Yi Qing's stomach. He had not consumed a single grain since embarking on this journey. It was time for dinner. He surveyed the massive centipede lying on the ground, recalling a delicacy from Lingnan that resembled this creature. Perfect for a taste test, Yi Qing opted not for a raw preparation. Instead, he flipped his palm, summoning a surge of searing flames. Sizzle. The flames seared the centipede. Yi Qing had become quite proficient in mastering his fiery talent, and soon an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Quite fragrant, indeed. He peeled away the dark exoskeleton, revealing the tender white flesh within. You have consumed a piece of centipede meat. Vitality 0.2. Extraction progress 3. The meat of the centipede was delectable. And Yi Qing's appetite surged. In just a few bites, he devoured the entire centipede. While his taste buds were satisfied, he still felt unsated. The appetizer had only heightened his hunger. Time was of the essence. Mealtime was a serious matter that could not be delayed. In a flash, he darted into the dense forest like a whirlwind. Like a will-o'-the-wisp, brilliant lights flickered intermittently in the shadowy woods. The scent of roasted meat spread through the forest. And the bloodshot veins in his sinister eye became increasingly pronounced, entwined with frenzied greed. A silent massacre unfolded. Black-feathered chickens, one-horned wild boars, centipedes. One colossal beast after another met their demise, their eyes shattering as they collapsed to the ground, twitching briefly before transforming into delectable roasted meat. In this region, centipedes were plentiful, and after Yi Qing dispatched 5 of them, an enraged shriek erupted. The sound was sharp and grating, filled with hatred. A plume of dark green smoke rose, causing countless leaves to wither rapidly, and many tree trunks began to decay before crashing to the ground. An innumerable array of compound eyes manifested through the mist, revealing a deep green orb. A colossal centipede, a creature of formidable size, charged forth. A second-tier behemoth. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, his sinister gaze widening with palpable excitement. Poisonous fog? In the next instant, a powerful gale erupted, a manifestation of the unique ability of the gale wind tiger. Proving to be fortuitously advantageous, the dense toxic mist was instantaneously dispersed, revealing a 5-meter-long centipede. The ferocious wind struck its body but failed to inflict harm, only producing the sound of metal clashing. Simultaneously, Yi Qing's tactical wristwatch vibrated. A glimmering electronic beacon hung prominently around the neck of this second-tier giant beast. He knew that Instructor Qi had failed to conceal his intentions. Yi Qing burst into laughter. The presence of both the second-tier beast and the beacon was a double stroke of fortune. His sinister eye flickered, unleashing an invisible mental shockwave. The centipede emitted a pained shriek, writhing and snapping a large tree in two. Yet it was not rendered senseless by the direct impact. However, it slowed its movements, unable to release the poisonous fog from its maw. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qing donned his armored exoskeleton, extending one hand with a bone blade while gripping a thunder whip in the other. He lashed out with the electric whip, shattering the centipede's scales and exposing its stark white flesh beneath. Simultaneously, Yi Qing leapt onto its head, bringing the bone blade down with ferocity. Splat! The blade pierced the centipede's compound eye, churning the multitude of eyes into a pulpy mass. Hiss! The centipede thrashed its head, attempting to dislodge Yi Qing, but he punched deeply into its flesh, grasping a bone to secure his position. Blood gushed forth, exuding a potent corrosive quality, eroding a layer of his armored exoskeleton. In its death throes, Yi Qing's gaze sharpened, cold as ice, as he conjured a fireball as tall as a man in his palm, directing it straight into the shattered eye of the centipede's head. Boom! With a resounding explosion, dark green ichor erupted. The enormous head of the centipede was obliterated, its headless corpse feebly convulsing before collapsing to the ground. Yi Qing leapt off the carcass, retrieving the beacon, still feeling a lingering thrill. The second-tier beast was hardly impressive, and no sooner had he spoken than the wristwatch buzzed again. However, the incoming presence did not seem to belong to a giant beast. Chapter 23 A-Class. He was indeed facing an A-Class. Yi Qing's sinister gaze narrowed, retracting the bone blades and returning to a semblance of normalcy. The newcomer moved with remarkable speed, covering nearly 100 meters in a single bound. Almost instantaneously after the watch vibrated, the figure appeared before him. Speed signifies strength. Stronger is better. Yi Qing had never prayed so earnestly. Huang Ming traversed the dense forest, discovering the aftermath of the battle, which left the area in disarray. A vast clearing had been created, with the massive headless corpse of a centipede lying on the ground. It was indeed a second-tier behemoth. Huang Ming displayed a hint of surprise. Yi Qing recognized him. He had noted 4 individuals when he had just arrived. The man before him must be one who had awakened an A-class talent, though he was uncertain of the specifics. That mattered little. Yi Qing was more concerned with the power he possessed and the ferocity of his A-class talent. The centipede, while a second-tier beast, was merely a foolish creature that could only spew poison. Huang Ming, with a confident smile, began to assess. You managed to kill it, which speaks to your prowess. It should have a beacon. Hand it over. Yi Qing, upon hearing this, remained silent. He activated his tactical watch and meticulously reviewed the assessment rules. Are you trying to intimidate me with those rules? Huang Ming chuckled, shaking his head with an air of ease. There's no prohibition against taking from others. The resources in the training camp are limited. They shouldn't be squandered on the useless. The fewer people that enter, the more resources I can acquire. I hope you understand. Meanwhile, Yi Qing regretfully shook his head and shut off the watch. Have you given up? Huang Ming laughed. What a pity. Yi Qing grinned maliciously. Huang Ming paused, somewhat perplexed by Yi Qing's intent. If I cannot kill you, then I shall cripple you. Before he could finish, Yi Qing sprang forward, propelling himself like a cannonball, and delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Huang Ming. You dare to challenge me, unaware of your own insignificance. Huang Ming, angered and astonished, as an A-class talent wielder, had only regarded 2 others as his rivals. Along with a psychic, he never anticipated encountering someone who would dare to engage him in combat, much less declare an intention to cripple him. A brazen fool. Huang Ming remained rooted in place. Yet the shadow beneath him began to stir. Just as Yi Qing's fist descended, a shadowy figure emerged from his own shadow. Bang! Yi Qing felt as though his fist had plunged into a quagmire, his arm ensnared and unable to extricate itself. Not only that, a chilling aura seeped up his arm, seeking to freeze him in place. Yi Qing regarded the semi-transparent shadow before him, unperturbed, amusement dancing in his eyes. How intriguing! A talent related to shadows. Once ensnared by my shadow, don't even think of escaping. Huang Ming's confident laughter echoed from behind, as he delivered a knife-hand strike towards Yi Qing's neck. Indeed, you possess some strength. Yi Qing's battle spirit ignited, his muscles bulging to an exaggerated degree. With a sudden surge of power, he yanked his arm free, twisting his body to deliver a counterpunch. Huang Ming was caught off guard by Yi Qing's escape, hastily sidestepping to evade. The howling wind from Yi Qing's punch grazed past him, the fierce gust raising the hair on his skin. Such formidable power. An enhancement talent. Huang Ming's complexion shifted, the condescension in his eyes diminishing slightly. You speak too much. After channeling his divine power, Yi Qing's stature increased, and combined with the 8 extremes fist technique, his punches became exceptionally sharp and terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind from his punches howled, lifting the dry leaves of the forest. Yi Qing, relentless, continued to unleash a barrage of punches, the shadowy figure repeatedly blocking, but under the might of the Eight Extremes fist, its form began to ripple, threatening to disintegrate. Huang Ming, intent on disruption, exchanged a punch with Yi Qing, his body hurtling backward. The violent force nearly shattered his arm. Is this all the strength you possess? Yi Qing licked his lips, urging, hurry and show your true abilities. Either cripple me or be crippled yourself. Damn it, just a mere enhancement talent. Huang Ming fumed, a cold smile forming. Ignorant fool, allow me to demonstrate the might of an A-class talent. As he spoke, a layer of black mist enveloped him. A second shadow emerged from the ground beneath him. Two shadows, along with Huang Ming, surrounded Yi Qing, launching a simultaneous assault. Moreover, Huang Ming's form flickered, his voice emanating from three directions. He could switch places with his shadows at will, rendering his attacks unpredictable as the shadows melded with the ground, moving with astonishing speed, making their trajectories nearly impossible to anticipate. A layer of armored exoskeleton manifested on Yi Qing. A faceplate covered his visage, revealing only his fiery eyes. He transformed into a whirlwind, relentlessly pursuing Huang Ming's true form with a flurry of Eight Extremes fist strikes. Huang Ming, recognizing the danger, refrained from engaging Yi Qing directly, constantly swapping positions to entangle the shadows while launching his own attacks from the side. This talent was formidable. Huang Ming's shadows possessed the strength of a second-tier warrior, and with his own prowess, it was akin to a 3-on-1 battle. Coupled with the ability to interchange positions, he was nearly invincible. Ha ha ha! You will never comprehend the might of the shadow talent, Huang Ming taunted, attempting to rattle Yi Qing's composure. His strategy succeeded, igniting Yi Qing's fury. Boring tricks. Are you putting on a show? Yi Qing's gaze flashed with electricity. No, his eyes indeed sparked with a faint golden lightning. Boom! A thunderous crack echoed through the forest. The pale golden lightning erupted from Yi Qing, countless arcs surging forth, enveloping a radius of over 10 meters in a storm of lightning. Puff! Puff! The two shadows were engulfed in the electric torrent, offering no resistance, instantly reduced to a cloud of black smoke. Huang Ming screamed as the searing current surged into his body, a piercing pain coursing through every fiber of his being. His body stiffened, skin charred, all hair singed away. An S-class talent, the heavenly dragon jade lightning. This high-tier lightning, with but a single surge, obliterated the shadows with unparalleled force. A class? I am indeed facing an A-class. Your incessant prattling is quite irksome. Allow me to assist you. Yi Qing grinned broadly, striding toward Huang Ming and delivering a kick that shattered all his teeth. Huang Ming did not hear these words, having already succumbed to unconsciousness. That was rather satisfying. Yi Qing exhaled, the irritation in his heart dissipating. Refreshing. He turned to gaze at the corpse of the centipede, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. It was time for a post-training feast. Chapter 24. Qi Hong was ecstatic, a new system ability, talent fusion, infinite possibilities, a post-training meal, a fundamental principle for those who train. After a rather exhilarating battle, Yi Qing felt a twinge of hunger. He resigned himself to fate. Being devoured had nothing to do with him. With a casual remark, Yi Qing dragged the corpse of the centipede away from the scene. Huang Ming was left in a disheveled state, his clothes singed and not a stitch remaining. The sight was unseemly, severely dampening appetites. Meanwhile, nestled within the mountains, a heavily fortified military bastion buzzed with the operation of countless surveillance devices, clearly capturing the scenes within the forest. Several personnel diligently recorded observations. Qi Hong lounged in a chair, his feet propped up on the table, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. These little brats think hanging a beacon on a colossal beast is all it takes? He chuckled, savoring a drag. With a contented sigh, the smoke curled around him, obscuring his squinting eyes. Report. A voice suddenly pierced through Qi Hong's thoughts. What is it? Qi Hong frowned. Huang Ming has been taken down. A burly man exclaimed excitedly. What? Did he encounter Xielinger? In Qi Hong's memory, Huang Ming's unique talent was formidable. Take him down. Xielinger, as a mentalist, would be the most likely candidate. No, it was that arrogant kid. Oh, show me. Qi Hong sprang from his seat. Moments later, he bellowed. Zhang Fantong from Linen has been lingering too long in the back, his bones have grown loose, and he is blind. Qi Heng's curses reverberated. Such might from a thunderous strike could not possibly be classified as B grade. It was at least A grade. Its rarity could even rival that of a mentalist. After a round of cursing, a grin spread across his face. His long scar twisting like a worm, he had thought there were already enough talents in this training camp, yet another had unexpectedly emerged. What delighted Qi Heng even more was Yi Qing's performance in battle. His straightforward yet effective combat skills, coupled with an overwhelming aura and the savage talent of thunder, he was truly a born warrior. Although mentalists were rare, as a soldier, Qi Heng preferred talents like Yi Qing, who excelled in close-quarters combat. Put this kid on the priority watch list. When I return to the training camp, I will personally train him. Chief, won't it break the rules to give him special treatment? Someone nearby inquired. What rules? I hold the highest rank here. What I say is the rule. Qi Heng waved his hand, taking a deep drag of his cigarette, reclining back into his chair with satisfaction and anticipation. Enough chatter. These little brats should have acclimated to the jungle by now. It's time to give them a surprise. Amidst the swirling smoke, a sinister chuckle resonated. You have consumed a piece of centipede meat. Vitality 0. 5. Extraction progress 3. You have consumed a piece of centipede meat. Vitality 0.4. Extraction progress 2. On a small hill, Yi Qing sat cross-legged before a smooth stone slab, upon which rested chunks of white centipede flesh. After advancing to the second tier, Yi Qing's appetite had increased significantly. After consuming over half the centipede, the notification finally chimed. Extraction progress for centipede has reached its maximum. Would you like to commence extraction fusion? Commence. Dark green smoke erupted from Yi Qing's mouth and nose. The corrosive miasma enveloped him entirely, yet caused him no harm. The pain that followed was not overwhelming. Yi Qing's physique had transformed dramatically. Ordinary talents could no longer inflict significant effects upon him. Shortly after, the message appeared. Extraction successful. You have acquired C-grade talent, corrosive miasma, another C-grade talent. Its power was decent, but its practical application was limited. Once a martial artist reached a certain level, even the gusts generated by a palm strike could disperse the miasma. Moreover, even if the miasma took form, a normal person would not foolishly charge into it during combat. It held little significant utility. Just as Yi Qing uttered these thoughts, the notification chimed again. Detected that the host's talents have reached a total of 10, activating system fusion function. A new stream of information flooded his mind. Yi Qing paused for a moment, then his eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, he could only extract from other beings. Now, he could fuse his own talents. He grasped the function of this new ability. He could select suitable talents from those he possessed and fuse multiple talents together to create an entirely new one. There were considerations to make during fusion. For instance, fusing a water attribute talent with a fire attribute talent would carry a risk of failure. Even if forced to succeed, the outcome might be quite peculiar, leading to a scenario where 1 + 1 equals less than 2. Fusing two talents was the most fundamental approach. In fact, according to the system's explanation, if Yi Qing had enough courage, there was no limit to the number of talents he could fuse at once. This held immense significance for Yi Qing. As his strength increased, some of his lesser talents became superfluous. For example, upon breaking through to the 4th tier, once he possessed the ability to harness qi, the enhancement to his strength would overshadow that of the divine power talent. This was also why strength-based talents were often undervalued. With the fusion ability, talents that had lost their efficacy could be combined with others to create new talents of superior quality and greater utility. As long as his imagination was sufficiently abstract, with a larger number of talents at his disposal and ample courage, he could potentially cultivate numerous unknown powerful talents. Yi Qing contemplated for a moment and found that he met all 3 conditions. He could plunder talents from myriad beings, his imagination was boundlessly rich, and his courage was extraordinary. What a delightful surprise! Yi Qing had never felt so exhilarated since acquiring the S-grade Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Body. There were countless combinations waiting for him to explore. It was time to experiment. With a flicker of thought, the talents he possessed materialized before him. Talents: S-grade, Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Body; C-grade Thunder Whip; C-grade Scarlet Flame; C-grade Swift Shadow; C-grade Corrosive Miasma; C-grade Gale; D-grade Iron Skin; D-grade Divine Power; D-grade Bone Blade, the S-grade Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunderbody was certainly off-limits. After a few glances, Yi Qing decided to select the C-grade Corrosive Miasma and Gale. Selected C-grade, Corrosive Miasma, C-grade Gale. Would you like to begin fusion? Let's begin. Yi Qing's heart raced with anticipation. In the next moment, he felt the two talents merging within his physical form, akin to being a crucible. The pain akin to his initial talent extraction soon followed. Yi Qing scoffed, firmly stabilizing his hands as he picked up a piece of centipede meat and began to eat. No matter the pain, he had to eat. His vitality began to ignite, serving as a catalyst for the talent fusion, even stirring his mental energy, dulling his thoughts and causing the sinister eye between his brows to quiet. Noticing this, Yi Qing's eating speed surged. He devoured an entire centipede, yet the fusion was not complete. Rising to his feet, his eyes gleamed with a frenzied light. He gazed into the distance, spotting a lurking colossal beast, and charged towards it like a whirlwind. Consume. For whatever I expend I shall replenish. Chapter 25. New B-grade talent. Wind of Corruption. The colossal beast rages. Crack. The thick scales were shattered, hot blood gushing forth. The dying wails of the beast echoing through the forest. Amidst the blood-soaked grass, Yi Qing wiped the blood from his face and casually tore off a piece of flesh to consume. The sweet, savory fat burst between his teeth, and the fresh meat quickly transformed into pure vitality energy. You have consumed a piece of earth rock bear meat. Vitality 0.5, extraction progress 3. You have consumed a piece of earth rock bear meat. Vitality 0. 3, extraction progress 3. You have consumed a piece of the earth rock bear, a behemoth with astonishing defensive capabilities. Its fur had mutated into scales, leaving almost no vulnerabilities except for its eyes. For an ordinary second-tier martial artist, encountering such a creature would prompt a hasty retreat. However, Yi Qing felt no trepidation. The earth rock bear was merely a source of energy replenishment in his eyes. He disregarded cooking it with scarlet flame and opted for the sashimi approach, wolfing it down, frantically compensating for his vitality deficit. The freshly consumed bear meat was immediately utilized, as if his stomach were an insatiable abyss, continuously devouring massive chunks of fresh flesh. After a considerable duration, once the entire earth rock bear had been consumed, the notification chimed. Extraction progress for earth rock bear has reached its maximum. Would you like to commence extraction? Almost simultaneously, the message appeared. Fusion successful. You have acquired B-grade talent, Wind of Corruption. The Corrosive Miasma and Gale, two C-grade talents fused into the B-grade Wind of Corruption. Indeed, mist and wind were two compatible elements. Yi Qing rejoiced as the Wind of Corruption merged the strengths of the two C-grade talents, marking his first true B-grade talent. The original Gale lacked lethality, while the Corrosive Miasma was deficient in speed. Now, the Wind of Corruption had transformed into a fierce poisonous gale, a violent wind imbued with potent corrosive toxicity. Quantitative changes could indeed lead to qualitative transformations. Yi Qing wore a smile of anticipation. Turning his gaze towards the remains of the earth rock bear. It appeared that talents like Iron Skin, Divine Power, and Bone Blade still had room for further development. The earth rock bear's defensive prowess would be perfect for enhancing Iron Skin. The fusion of the two would not only yield a more formidable talent, but would at least significantly bolster his defenses. Commence extraction. Yi Qing commanded without hesitation. Subsequently, he suppressed the unusual pain surging through his body and plunged into the forest in search of new prey. The fusion of talents demands an immense expenditure of energy, thus, he must prepare in advance. The innate ability of the earth rock bear was swiftly extracted, revealing a C-grade talent, Rock Barrier. Without pausing to assess the outcome, Yi Qing's thoughts raced as he initiated the fusion of Iron Armor and Rock Barrier. Simultaneously, concealed within the military fortress nestled among the mountains, a complex apparatus was primed, rising atop the stronghold and emitting a biological wave detectable only by colossal beasts. For a fleeting moment, the entire forest seemed engulfed in utter silence. Roar. The cacophony of growls soon shattered the tranquility, in the grass, atop trees, within rivers, and inside caves, within a radius of nearly 100 miles. The eyes of all non-human creatures rapidly filled with bloodlust, their murderous intent shining forth as primal instincts were overpowered. A multitude of giants began to stir, moving in accordance with the imperceptible command of the wave. A peculiar phenomenon emerged. Creatures that would typically engage in deadly combat with one another now moved in unison, and those who had recently tasted victory relinquished their prey. They gradually converged into torrents. Heading towards a specific direction, in a corner of the forest, what was happening? Xiaolinger observed a giant beast suddenly turn and flee, tilting her head in confusion. A glimmer of silver light emanated from her hand, piercing through the thigh of the fleeing giant. Yet, despite being injured and hindered, the beast did not retaliate against Xiaolinger, instead struggling to crawl forward. "Don't go." Yu Zian, also an A-grade talent wielder, shouted. The surrounding flora began to sway, trees twisting as stout branches ensnared a giant creature, while the grass beneath became as sharp as blades, lacerating the thrashing beast. Even in such a state, it still yearned to escape. Yu Zian furrowed his brow as he gazed at the massive elephant before him. Utterly perplexed, something was amiss. An ominous premonition gnawed at him. Xiao Shiyun refrained from intervening, his figure flickering as he appeared atop a towering tree. Gazing into the distance, he noted the trees in the forest swaying incessantly, indicating the movement of colossal creatures. All of the giants had begun to stir. What could be the cause? A smile crept across Xiao Shiyun's face as he murmured, "This tedious assessment seems to be growing intriguing. The unprovoked rampage of the giants, their erratic behavior, their instincts suppressed. This was the consequence of higher-level beasts exerting control." Zhang Qingyi's calm demeanor was shattered as she turned her gaze towards a certain direction in the forest. Her teeth clenched tightly, a flicker of fury manifesting upon her countenance. The Oka device, designed to simulate the biological waves of super-large beasts, was being misused by the military. As a former empress, she was well-versed in the intricacies of all classified projects. The Oka device, which she had refined with her own hands, was intended to effectively prevent the emergence of beast tides. Yet now, the apparatus meant to thwart such disasters was being employed to incite them. No, the research for the Oka device was not supposed to have commenced so early, was it? A profound sense of urgency surged within Zhang Qingyi. She realized that far too many events had spiraled beyond her control. The timeline of her past life could only serve as a reference now, with much of the information losing its relevance. She needed to swiftly regain her strength. She was determined to rectify the timeline and steer it towards a brighter future. Frosty Autumn had already reached its B-grade limit. It was imperative to elevate it to A-grade. Elevating Frosty Autumn to A-grade required a unique material from the depths of the wasteland, a venture fraught with peril. However, Zhang Qingyi felt confident, for her memories from her past life would guide her, allowing her to circumvent most of the dangerous areas along the way. Once she elevated her talent to A-grade, her recovery speed would significantly increase. She hoped this endeavor would be as seamless as acquiring the celestial dragon jade thunderfruit, devoid of any unforeseen complications. As the chill enveloped her, her figure began to dissipate. Yi Qing also sensed something amiss. The nearby giants seemed to have vanished. It was impossible to have exterminated them all. Upon discovering several giant dens, he noted that the ground within still radiated warmth, indicating that these colossal beings had departed not long ago. Why were they not remaining docile at home, instead venturing out aimlessly? Yi Qing's brow furrowed. These wayward giants were an impediment to his talent fusion and deserved punishment. He pursued, examining the traces within the thicket, charging deeper into the mountains. Chapter 26, Rock Iron Armor, Yi Qing. Instructor Qi is truly considerate. Fusion successful. You have acquired C-grade talent, Rock Iron Armor. The new talent, a fusion of the C-grade rock barrier and D-grade iron armor, while still classified as C-grade, exhibited a significant enhancement. The newly forged rock iron armor amalgamated the resilience of iron armor with the robust defensive properties of rock barrier, substantially elevating its defensive capabilities. As a soil attribute. As long as Yi Qing stood upon the earth, even if the rock iron armor sustained damage, it would rapidly self-repair. Compared to the previous iron armor, the advancements of the new defensive talent were monumental. The powers of divine strength, swift shadow, and bone blade could still be further enhanced. Joy flickered in Yi Qing's eyes. The wasteland was indeed a vast treasure trove. Here, he could maximize the potential of the system. As Yi Qing pondered, a thought that had long lingered in his mind resurfaced. From a biological perspective, humans did not seem so different from colossal beasts. Did they? The intelligence once boasted by humanity was similarly possessed by advanced beasts, with some exceptional creatures exhibiting astonishing cognitive levels. Humans are carbon-based life forms, and so too are the giants. There appeared to be little distinction. Yi Qing dared not delve further, for his limits remained intact, not easily breached at least. Not yet. Ahead, a frenzied giant came into view, and Yi Qing's eyes brightened as he quickened his pace to pounce. Throughout the mountains, all living beings began to stir. The beast horde gradually took shape, not advancing in a straight line but rather circling around a certain point within the forest. Many students, caught off guard, realized they were encircled by the beast tide and, with no other choice, began to move inward. Many encountered one another midway, and with an unspoken understanding, they chose to cooperate, forming pairs as they journeyed together. Gradually, most converged into a single group. Within the military fortress, boss, isn't this approach a tad too radical? These students have never faced a battlefield. Such a beast tide would prove excessively daunting for them. Wouldn't it? If something goes awry, even with our timely rescue, it seems likely many would perish, and if accountability arises, several burly men in uniforms expressed their concerns. Even their previous grueling training weeks had not been as severe as what they were currently witnessing. What? Have you forgotten the harsh realities of the front lines after resting too long in the rear? Qi Heng's gaze was cold, his expression grave, as he spoke sternly. Comfort has made many forget that our race stands on the brink of extinction. Do you know why the youth today aspire to be warriors? To become the so-called elite among men. This rot runs deep, with some values decaying at their roots. The destiny of warriors lies on the battlefield against the giants. To protect and perpetuate the flame of humanity. Without experiencing brutality, how could one comprehend the struggles faced by their ancestors in their blood-soaked battles against giants? Qi Heng's fervor intensified as he spoke, his spit flying onto the faces of those around him. Enough, boss, stop while you're ahead, or you might stir up more trouble. A nearby person turned pale. All right, Qi Heng waved his hand dismissively. If accountability arose, he would shoulder the blame alone, even if it meant being cast into the cannon fodder suicide squad. The coverage of the Oka device was extensive. The training camp was already situated deep within the wasteland, where the number of beasts was considerable. When a series of temporarily assembled teams converged upon a basin, every individual's expression turned grim, as the cream of the crop from various cities. Their minds were sharp. They quickly deduced the situation at hand. The movement patterns of the beast horde were deliberate, aimed at herding them to a specific location. However, by the time they realized this, it was already too late. Surrounded by a torrent of giants, any attempt to break free would only plunge them deeper into the beast tide, rendering escape impossible. Although most of the beasts were first-grade ferocious creatures, each of them could easily slay. The sheer number of giants altered the stakes dramatically. The only fate awaiting those caught in the beast tide was death. What to do? This surely can't be part of the assessment. Can it? Many faces turned pale, and some with weaker mental fortitude even felt tears welling in their eyes. Mom, I want to go home. Fear proved futile, and thus, terror swiftly transformed into fury. Instructor Qi, this is outrageous. Everyone, remain calm. What we need to do now is unite and find an opportunity to break free together. Yu Zian stepped forward after a moment of silence. It was Yu Zian, who had awakened his A-grade talent. Xiao Shiyun and Xielinger were also present, instilling a sense of hope. The power of A-grade talents far surpassed theirs. Where's Huang Ming? ISNT, he also an A-grade talent wielder. Where is he? As several recognized Yu Zian, a flicker of reassurance crossed their minds. Zhang Qingyi, Yi Qing, where are they? I haven't seen him. Wu Rui, among the crowd, scanned left and right, urgently inquiring about Yi Qing's whereabouts. He hasn't been eliminated. Has he? How could that be? Wu Rui immediately dismissed the notion. With his formidable strength, elimination is utterly impossible. Zhang Qingyi murmured softly, asserting that an assessment deemed unachievable should not exist. There must certainly be a glimmer of hope. Everyone should remain calm. Wu Rui and the others were perplexed, yet Zhang Qingyi's words instilled a sense of reassurance within them. Their inner turmoil was quelled, and they felt significantly more at ease. As they spoke, a cacophony of murderous roars erupted from beyond the valley. The earth trembled ominously, and a horde of beasts surged towards the basin. Prepare yourselves, we shall lead the charge and fight our way out. Yu Zian and his companions shouted in unison. No sooner had the words left their mouths than dozens of colossal beasts barreled into the basin. The battle was imminent. Fusion successful. You have acquired C-rank talent, dominating divine strength. Having ascended to C-rank, once I reach S-rank, let us see who dares to say that strength-based talents are ineffective. I Ching beamed upon receiving the notification. After slaying a gigantic elephant, he fused the talent and divine power he extracted from it, ultimately acquiring a new strength-oriented talent. When fully activated, dominating divine strength could double the power of his punches. With a thought, Yi Ching summoned the system panel. Name: Yi Ching, Vitality, 826.5, Spirit, 195. 3. Talents: S-rank, Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunderbody, B-rank, Corrosive Wind, B-rank, Spiritual Fox Evil Eye, C-rank, Thunder Whip, C-rank, Crimson Flame, C-rank, Swift Shadow, C-rank, Iron Rock Armor, C-rank, Dominating Divine Strength, D-rank, Bone Blade, Cultivation Technique, 8 Extremes Fist, Beginner, Extraction Progress, None. Once the vitality surpasses 1000, he will break through the third limit and become a third-tier martial artist, gaining special internal energy that a punch with the same force but imbued with internal energy would possess several times the destructive capability, far exceeding that of a second-tier martial artist. Presently, Yi Ching's vitality remained at the second-tier level. Yet with dominating divine strength, his explosive punch power was sufficient to rival that of a third-tier martial artist. Coupled with the unique force of 8 Extremes Fist, even third-tier martial artists could be overwhelmed. At the current pace, it would not be long before he ascended to the third tier. Yi Ching's gaze burned with intensity as he peered into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly to it. Seemed that everyone had rushed ahead. His instincts warned him of impending danger, an ominous presence of extraordinarily powerful beasts. His hands trembled with excitement, and his fervent battle spirit surged within him. It was likely that Instructor Qi was behind this. Truly a considerate instructor. Chapter 27. Despairing Geniuses, Third-Tier Beasts. The figures descending like comets. Only when faced with the throngs of beasts did the talented individuals from Donglin Province grasp the true nature of the battlefield. The ground quaked, rendering them unsteady. The ferocious roars of the beasts assaulted their eardrums. Before them stood monstrous creatures of immense size, with razor-sharp teeth, corrosive saliva, and the stench of viscous blood, accompanied by astonishingly powerful collisions. A moment's inattention could lead to death, leaving no trace of their remains. Bodies would be torn apart like rags, devoured by different beasts, or trampled into a bloody mush, mingling with the muddy earth, requiring shovels to collect the remains. This was a battle fundamentally distinct from one-on-one confrontations with beasts. Even Yu Zian, Xiao Shiyun, and Xia Linger, despite their formidable prowess and confidence, found their faces pale and spirits unsettled when truly confronted by the beast tide. Unable to fully unleash their abilities, they charged to the forefront but could not break free. Their plan to carve a path through the beast horde was immediately thwarted. They struggled to endure, barely ensuring they would not fall to the beast's maws. As the situation unfolded, the group's morale plummeted. Despair spread like wildfire in every heart. That moment, everyone, rally yourselves, a chilling voice, as if a frigid current from the Ice Age, pierced through the air, laden with an extreme intent to kill. A glimmer of icy blue light surged among the crowd. The beasts were cloaked in frost, their movements gradually stiffening, before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Zhang Qingyi's eyes shone with a chilling azure hue, and her entire demeanor transformed. In her past life, she had faced countless similar scenarios, and only she retained a semblance of calm. The icy air not only delayed the onslaught of the beast horde, but also froze the chaos within everyone's hearts. They gradually regained their composure, striving to unleash their full potential, each person cooperating and slaying the beasts surrounding them. In that moment, their powers coalesced into a singular force, slicing through the beast tide and gradually tearing open a path to escape. "We have a chance," they exclaimed with joy, exerting themselves to advance, their pace quickening once more. This girl. Within the base, Qi Heng observed the group's performance, his face etched with disappointment. However, when Zhang Qingyi stepped forward, he was taken aback, a glimmer of astonishment crossing his features. She was remarkably composed, too composed. Like a seasoned warrior, she maintained her battle spirit regardless of the circumstances, even inspiring those around her. another genius whose talent could not be measured by mere ranks. It was a pity that Yi Qing was not within the encircled area. Thinking of Yi Qing, Qi Hung turned, scolding, "What are you all doing? Were you not instructed to drive Yi Qing into the encirclement using the beast tide? That rascal was nearly annihilating all the surrounding beasts. We cannot possibly lure the more distant beasts to drive him away, or else the encirclement will have a gap, and this assessment cannot continue." A burly man lamented to Qi Hung. "Very well. It seems it is time to unveil the final trump card." A sinister smile crept across his face. "It would not be so easy for you to break free." "Yes," a staff member responded loudly, promptly operating the equipment before him. "ITS coming. We're about to break through," someone in the basin shouted with excitement. However, before the words had fully left their mouth, a ferocious roar erupted from behind the beast horde. Thud, 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 a colossal creature, over 10 meters in length, charged forth with heavy steps. Its body was covered in several meter-long spikes, its skin encrusted with thick scales. And a single collision could obliterate a dozen beasts. A third-tier ferocious beast, the spiked tyrant. Screams of shock mingled with disbelief. Just as their newly formed confidence was about to take root, it shattered with the emergence of the third-tier beast. Most of them were first-tier martial artists. Despite their exceptional abilities to slay second-tier beasts, they stood no chance against a third-tier beast. A few, like Yuzian, were second-tier martial artists, but they had only recently stepped into this tier. In a one-on-one confrontation, they might have the confidence to engage a third-tier beast without fear of defeat, and perhaps even have a chance to slay it. Yet now, amidst the throng of beasts, managing to exert 8/10 of their strength would be a feat. How could they contend with a third-tier beast? The fleeting joy was extinguished, replaced by a heavier sense of despair. They were forced to retreat. Evading the onslaught of the third-tier beast in mere moments, they found themselves back at their original positions, the remaining space for survival rapidly diminishing. It was over. Some attempted to use their tactical watches to call for help, only to find their devices inexplicably unresponsive, darkened and silent. "Instructor Qi, you damned fool." No one could withstand a direct confrontation with the spiked tyrant. Even Zhang Qingyi could hardly inflict significant damage upon it. Her icy currents merely slowed its advance momentarily, nearly ineffective. Wei Yuzian, Xiao Shiyun, and Xiaolinger coordinated their attacks, but only managed to shatter a few of its scales, suffering near-fatal injuries from its spikes in return. Despair, profound despair. Except for Zhang Qingyi, nearly everyone was enveloped by fear. They were, after all, still students, unaccustomed to such harrowing scenes. At that moment, uproarious laughter echoed from beyond the beast tide. What a feast! A true slaughtering banquet. All were taken aback, turning toward the sound, only to behold, beneath the setting sun, a figure soaring high, enveloped in a brilliant display of lightning, descending like a comet. Boom. Yi Qing, having traced the commotion, plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, causing a seismic uproar that momentarily drowned out the roars of the beasts. "Stand aside." A voice imbued with fervor and fierce battle intent pierced through the AIRD. Wei Yuzian and the others were utterly stunned, instinctively taking a step back as they met the blaze of his gaze, and the next instant, a brilliant golden light radiated forth. Wei Qing's form surged upward, his muscles rippling like a tiger unleashed. Barreling toward the spiked tyrant, sensing the murderous intent behind it, the spiked tyrant lashed out with its spiked tail. "Come at me," Yi Qing shouted in exhilaration, making no attempt to evade. Instead, he launched a punch. Boundless thunder enveloped his fist, colliding directly with the tail, which was thicker than Yi Qing himself. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. The tail, which would require two people to embrace, was shattered at the tip, sending forth a spray of crimson flesh and white bone fragments. Roar! The spiked tyrant howled in agony, the searing pain driving it into a frenzy. It abandoned the nearby individuals, its massive body agilely pivoting, wide maw agape as it lunged toward Yi Qing. "Be careful." The onlookers shouted in alarm. Seeking death, Yi Qing grinned, revealing a chillingly white set of teeth. Then, he executed an action that left everyone bewildered. Wei Qing crouched slightly, focusing on the gaping maw, and leapt boldly, diving straight into the spiked tyrant's mouth. Chapter 28. The Ferocious Combat Style. Qi Hung. I will rigorously train that lad. Has he lost his mind? the intellectually challenged ordinary behemoths were momentarily stunned, their simplistic thought processes failing to grasp the unfolding scene. Gasps of astonishment erupted as the trainees stood utterly bewildered. Upon witnessing Yi Qing sever the tail of the spiked Tyrannosaurus with a single punch, they believed a powerful ally had arrived to save them. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that ally committed suicide. Even Zhang Qingyi was caught off guard, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. The spiked Tyrannosaurus shook its head, its jagged teeth grinding, only to realize that the prey it had intended to consume had already slipped down its throat. It detected no flavor. Slightly agitated, the prospect of devouring the creature that had wounded it rekindled its excitement. Roar! The spiked Tyrannosaurus let out a tremendous roar. However, the thunderous bellow abruptly ceased. Bang! A dull thud resonated from within the spiked Tyrannosaurus. A grotesque bulge formed on its ample belly, its scales stretched taut, revealing skin compressed to the limit beneath. Crack! Another muffled sound of fracture followed, creating a deep indentation in the creature's back. The spiked Tyrannosaurus howled in agony, the excruciating pain surging through its body, nearly rendering it unconscious. It opened its mouth in an attempt to regurgitate the contents of its Yi Qing's image has increasingly drifted away from what one might consider normal. Extraction successful. You have acquired B-level talent, Tyrant Spike. Information regarding the new talent surfaced in Yi Qing's mind. It turned out to be a type of ranged attack talent. Yi Qing was somewhat astonished. The black spikes that had sprouted from his body could not only be utilized in close combat, but could also be launched directly. With a flick of his finger, a spike shot forth from the knuckle of his index finger. Whoosh! The sharp whistle sliced through the air, a white sonic barrier shimmering in the sky. With a resounding bang, the head of a giant beast 100 meters away was obliterated. Such tremendous power, the speed surpassing the sound barrier, was even more formidable than certain large-caliber firearms. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow. It is worth noting that for most low-tier martial artists, conventional firearms remain a significant threat. Only those whose martial prowess has reached Tier 4 or above can withstand bullets without sustaining injury. Yi Qing's Tyrant Spike, however, would be insurmountable for many Tier 3 martial artists. In battle, a moment's negligence could result in being pierced by the spikes. Indeed, Yi Qing was quite satisfied with this newfound talent. With a mere thought, the spikes retracted back into his flesh. His tactical wristwatch vibrated. Your trainee status has been activated, permissions granted. The Beast Tide was the trump card for this recruitment assessment. Now that this trump card had been overturned by Yi Qing, the base no longer bothered with convoluted measures and directly activated the permissions for everyone via the beacon. From this moment forth, all holders of the beacon would officially be members of the training camp, as anticipated. Yi Qing's mood remained unaffected. However, the accompanying permissions piqued his curiosity for a brief moment. The rules within the training camp emphasized the survival of the fittest. All resources must be exchanged for strength, guidance from instructors, insights into martial techniques, and various martial resources. Even basic necessities like food and sleep required so-called points for redemption. Yi Qing perused the resource list of the training camp, only to feel disappointed swiftly. Among them were many newly developed supplements, which were rare commodities in the outside world, worth their weight in gold. Each supplement could enhance a martial artist's strength. Additionally, there were numerous high-tech devices designed to aid martial artists in rapidly increasing their prowess. The latest gravity laboratories, neural reaction training fields, and high-pressure simulation chambers, among others, each costing in the millions, were items that ordinary martial artists had never even heard of. However, these items bore little significance for Yi Qing. As the saying goes, every remedy has its poison. After using supplements, one must spend considerable time consolidating their strength. The power gained through the relentless assistance of high-tech devices paled in comparison to simply consuming more giant beast meat. The meat of these colossal creatures was naturally pure and harmless, yielding immediate results. It not only enhanced strength but also offered the potential for acquiring new talents, truly a boon without any drawbacks. To neglect such a golden opportunity in favor of those devices and supplements would be the height of folly. What intrigued Yi Qing the most was the ultimate reward of the training camp. The first place in the graduation assessment would earn the opportunity to refine one's body with the blood essence of a Tier 7 giant beast. A Tier 7 beast was akin to a master-level martial artist among humans. Each Tier 7 beast possessed the terrifying ability to effortlessly obliterate a city. Utilizing their blood essence for body refinement could significantly enhance a martial artist's physique and greatly increase the likelihood of breaking through to Tier 7. Yi Qing was not particularly enamored with the prospect of enhancing his physique. What he truly cared about was the blood essence itself. Surely, the blood essence of a Tier 7 beast could be considered part of its flesh, right? If he consumed enough, he could undoubtedly complete the extraction process. What level of talent would the abilities of a Tier 7 beast possess? Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was determined to secure the opportunity for body refinement with the blood essence. Nevertheless, before that, he needed to focus on enhancing his own strength. Yi Qing resolved that supplements and high-tech experimental chambers were a complete waste of precious time. Wouldn't it be more effective to spend that time simply eating a hearty meal? Entering the camp? Nonsense. The wilderness was the true training ground. He would consider entering when the time came. Now that he had officially become a trainee, he could simply participate in the assessment at the end of the camp. Once Yi Qing made a decision, he was not easily swayed. The tyrant Spike's body was too large. He could not consume it all in a short time. As time passed, the remaining flesh would quickly rot and lose its value. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qing skinned a piece of beast hide and cut off several hundred pounds of the most exquisite flesh from the tyrant Spike before shouldering the meat and venturing deeper into the wilderness. If only he had a freezing-type talent. Regardless, despite sharing the same A-level talents, once their vitality is enhanced, the outcome of the battle becomes uncertain. For a moment, Yu Zian, Xiao Shiyun, and Xia Linger brimmed with confidence, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming camp assessment. Yi Qing, however, made a decision that he would come to regret for a lifetime. Almost everyone's mind echoed with this thought. Naturally, Yi Qing remained oblivious to the thoughts of those in the training camp. He had been trudging forward with his dinner for quite some time. Finally pausing beside a riverbank, he stripped off his clothes, washing away the stains of blood from his body, during which he also took the opportunity to slay a colossal beast drawn in by the scent of blood. As dusk settled, Yi Qing decided to rest for the night. The flickering flames illuminated the night, and the aroma of roasted Tyrannosaurus meat wafted enticingly through the air. You consumed a piece of spiked Tyrannosaurus meat. Vitality 1. You consumed a piece of spiked Tyrannosaurus meat. Vitality 0.9. You consumed a piece of spiked Tyrannosaurus meat. Vitality 0.8. The vitality energy contained within the spiked Tyrannosaurus meat far surpassed that of a second-tier behemoth. With each bite, Yi Qing's vitality surged incrementally. Seizing the moment during his meal, Yi Qing opened the system panel to inspect his current statistics. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 908.2. Spirit: 210.7. Talent: S tier. Celestial Dragon Jade Thunderbody. B tier. Tyrannosaurus Spike. B tier. Venomous Wind. B tier. Spirit Fox Evil Eye. C tier. Thunder Whip. C tier. Crimson Flame. C tier. Swift Shadow. C tier. Iron Rock Armor. C tier. Overlord Divine Strength. D tier. Bone Blade. Martial Arts. 8 Extremes Fist. Mastery. Extraction Progress. None. His vitality had broken through the 900 mark, visibly rising at an astonishing pace. He was less than 100 vitality points away from surpassing the third threshold. At this rate, he would ascend to a third-tier warrior within 2 days at the latest. A third-tier warrior possesses internal energy, and combined with his various talents, his explosive combat power would exceed ordinary imagination. The wilderness was indeed a splendid place. Yi Qing sought refuge in a cave, moving several large stones to seal the entrance, and rested there for the night. The next day, after breakfast, he continued his journey, noticing that the beast meat in his pack had diminished significantly, making his strides notably lighter. Approaching noon, as he traversed a thicket, the scenery before him shifted dramatically. No longer was it a landscape of untamed nature. Traces of humanity emerged, a city, to be precise, a city entirely enveloped by a sea of greenery. What could that be? Yi Qing squinted into the distance, his pupils contracting as he beheld a mysterious green plant vine swaying at the city's center, with countless robust tendrils reaching skyward. Chapter 31. The Third Limit. Internal Energy, Third-Tier Warrior, Plant-like Mutated Life. Yi Qing couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Similar to the colossal beasts, warriors typically referred to such beings as giant plants. Giant plants are exceedingly rare entities, often possessing many incredible special abilities due to their unique life forms. The celestial dragon jade thunder fruit tree Yi Qing had previously harvested belonged to this category of giant plants, albeit that tree lacked offensive capabilities. The enormous giant plant at the city's heart appeared much more perilous. What level of existence could a giant plant that occupies an entire city represent? Yi Qing felt a pang of envy, pondering that consuming this giant plant might propel him to new heights. However, that remained a distant thought. Surveying the vast city before him, Yi Qing observed that the long-abandoned urban landscape was far from tranquil. Towering apartment buildings, parks, shopping malls, and streets were teeming with colossal beasts, many of which roamed in packs. Occasionally, enormous winged birds would swoop down from the sky, snatching a behemoth from the ground and tearing it apart mid-air to feast on its remains. Blood sprayed everywhere. Accompanied by the cacophony of roars, beasts devoured one another, transforming what once symbolized civilization into a slaughterhouse. A smirk curled at the corners of Yi Qing's mouth, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for battle. It was time to pause. The giant plant at the city's center seemed indifferent to the carnage occurring around it. As long as he did not venture too close to its vicinity, he should remain unscathed. Henceforth, he would replenish his strength here. Yi Qing discarded the remaining scraps of spiked Tyrannosaurus meat, which had become somewhat stale after a night's rest, yielding diminishing returns in vitality. Now, with an abundance of fresh delicacies laid before him, he could hardly bring himself to gnaw on aged meat any longer. He had ventured deep into the wilderness. The beasts inhabiting the city were far beyond the capabilities of those on the outskirts of the wild. Ordinary first-tier behemoths couldn't survive here. Second-tier behemoths were commonplace, and third-tier ones were not hard to find. This was still the suburbs. The city center lay shrouded in a faint mist, revealing glimpses of colossal beast silhouettes. Their specific forms remained obscured, but the towering figures, often exceeding several dozen meters in height, hinted at their terrifying destructive power. First, he needed to elevate himself to the third tier. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Yi Qing stealthily infiltrated the city. After circumventing 3 groups of behemoths, he located a relatively sturdy apartment building and cleared a space on the top floor. After a cursory cleaning of the dust-laden furniture, he had prepared a makeshift abode that was passable. Now, it was time to begin. Yi Qing eagerly rushed down to join the fray among the colossal beasts. You consumed a piece of shadow soul leopard meat, vitality 0. 7. Extraction progress 3. You consumed a piece of bloodthirsty rabbit meat, vitality 0.5. Extraction progress 5. You consumed a piece of iron-winged bird meat, vitality 0.4. Extraction progress 3. Vitality 0.6. Extraction progress 2. Vitality 0.6. Extraction progress 3. The sheer abundance of colossal beasts in the urban area meant that the system's notifications never ceased. Yi Qing had barely descended for half an hour when a multitude of beast carcasses accumulated around him. He hadn't even sought them out. The beasts came to him. The shadow soul leopard lurking in a corner attempted a sneak attack, but was swiftly dispatched by Yi Qing's kick. A horde of bloodthirsty rabbits, drawn by the scent of blood, charged forth, only to be incinerated en masse by a burst of flames. Finally, an iron-winged bird attempted an aerial ambush, but Yi Qing caught it by its talons and smashed it to the ground. Tearing it apart with ease was exhilarating. Thankfully, he hadn't wasted time at the training camp. Yi Qing feasted ravenously on the meat, his vitality soaring. In mere moments, a resounding boom echoed within him, as if a monumental sound reverberated through his being. His body quaked violently, vitality surging like a tempest, coalescing into a torrent that coursed through the meridians hidden within him. As his vitality began to refine his meridians, Yi Qing sensed the 8 extraordinary meridians quaking in resonance. A unique force emerged, internal energy, the hallmark of a third-tier warrior. Yi Qing's heart stirred, and the panel immediately displayed his new statistics. Vitality, 1001. 3. His vitality had surpassed 1,000, breaking the third limit of the human body, successfully advancing to the third tier. Everything unfolded so naturally, without a hint of obstruction. Yi Qing meticulously attuned to his body. Feeling his vitality double in richness, his physical prowess further enhanced, and with the infusion of internal energy, his punching power increased manifold. With a resounding bang, he turned and struck a nearby concrete wall, creating a massive hole as violent force rippled outward. Deep cracks spider webbing across the surface, Without employing any talents, merely relying on his raw physical strength, he displayed such tremendous might. Yi Ching inhaled deeply, now having ascended to the level of a third-tier warrior. His subsequent targets for hunting would certainly need to be revised. Without wasting time, Yi Ching continued to consume more. The extraction progress swiftly filled up, and he promptly initiated the extraction. The pain was minimal. Merely a slight discomfort, hardly worthy of a frown. However, Yi Ching did not feel elated, for this indicated that the levels of the extracted talents were rather unimpressive. As expected, the Shadow Soul Leopard bestowed a C-tier speed talent named Shadowless Kill, while the Bloodthirsty Rabbit offered a D-tier talent called Frenzy, which could enhance combat capabilities when activated. The Iron-Winged Bird provided a C-tier talent, Sharp Claws, an attack-type talent akin to claw techniques. Their effects were rather lackluster, lacking substantial utility. Yi Ching pondered briefly before deciding to use them as materials for talent fusion. Shadowless Kill could merge with Swift Shadow, while Frenzy could be fused with Overlord Divine Strength. As for Sharp Claws, Yi Ching had yet to conceive a use for it in comparison to the talents of the three giant beasts. The vitality derived from their flesh was what truly captured Yi Ching's attention. After becoming a third-tier warrior, Yi Ching's appetite surged once more. The Shadow Soul Leopard and over 10 rabbits were swiftly digested. The wave of hunger surged again. Yi Ching, undeterred, began selecting talents for fusion while charging into the neighboring complex to engage in battle with the colossal beasts. Even a group of over 10 second-tier behemoths posed no challenge to Yi Ching. In the wilderness, he no longer restrained himself, his armor enveloping his entire body, bone blades protruding from his joints, and menacing black spikes sprouting from his back. In his peak condition, he stood nearly 2 meters tall, his limbs robust, muscles rippling, eerie crimson patterns adorning his body, and a blood-red evil eye scanning the surroundings. Now, Yi Ching appeared more fearsome than the behemoths themselves. Bathed in blood, he gorged himself, crimson droplets trickling from the corners of his mouth. Pieces of beast flesh were swallowed whole, rapidly solidifying Yi Ching's newfound level. Yet, as he feasted, a slight tremor from the ground captured his attention. Yi Ching turned his gaze downward. Amidst the fissures in the ground, a slender green vine writhed, inserting its delicate tendrils into the corpse of a colossal beast. Almost immediately, a faint crimson line of blood appeared upon the verdant branch. Chapter 32. Swallowing Cloud Vine. Exploring the underground realm. An unprecedented acceleration in growth. The vine is it siphoning blood? Yi Ching's pupils constricted as he turned his gaze towards the city center. The mist could not obscure the silhouette of that immense plant. Its tendrils spread across the sky, resembling an ancient, enigmatic entity. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Ching raised his hand and lifted the massive beast's corpse beneath him. From the crevices below, tiny vine-like tendrils twisted in the air, adorned with faint red lines of blood, reminiscent of the tentacles of red coral. Upon raising the blood-soaked carcass, those vines were drawn to it, striving to extend upwards, attempting to continue their sanguine feast. Yi Ching. He cast a glance around the city, now engulfed in greenery, and an astonishing thought flickered in his mind. He crouched down, scrutinizing the gently writhing green vine within the cracks of the concrete. Remaining silent for a considerable time. Surely, such a small amount would pose no danger, right? Yi Ching reached forth and grasped a vine from the fissure, applying slight pressure to gently sever a branch approximately 10 centimeters long. To his astonishment, even after being severed, the branch continued to writhe slowly. A transparent liquid oozed from the cut, and finer roots sprouted forth. Such remarkable regenerative capabilities. Yi Ching raised an eyebrow, steeling his resolve, and directly tossed the vine into his mouth. An aromatic and sweet fragrance erupted within. A prompt materialized. You have consumed a segment of Swallowing Cloud Vine. Extraction progress 0.001. Indeed. Yi Ching sprang to his feet, a shiver of dread coursing through him. If he was not mistaken, the entire city served as the hunting ground for that plant in the city center. Swallowing Cloud Vine. No, more accurately, it resembled its stomach. Every beast that perished within the city was silently drained of its essence, channeled through those tiny vines deep into the city's core. In a wonder, it remained motionless, indifferent to the carnage unfolding among the beasts. The more fiercely they battled, the greater the benefits it reaped. Truly a rare giant plant. Yi Ching sighed, but then his thoughts shifted. a bright light igniting in his eyes, as if there might still be a sliver of opportunity. The vine he had just consumed did not enhance his vitality. It was likely too small, with insufficient vital energy for the system to acknowledge. Yet, the extraction progress remained, this indicated, as long as he consumed enough small vines. He could still fill the extraction quota for the swallowing cloud vine. Just look at that name, and behold the might it commands over an entire city. How could its capabilities be lacking? By heavens, let's do this. Yi Qing resolved to act, delivering a powerful punch that sent his arms deep into the ground. With a vigorous heave, he uprooted an entire section of the concrete, revealing the brown soil beneath. The tiny green vines, startled, began to retract, but Yi Qing would not allow them to escape. The bone blades at his joints extended as he began to dig 3 feet deep in search of the vine's body. His previously formidable combat abilities proved less useful now. However, some of his ordinary talents came into play. Yi Qing excavated a deep pit, rapidly advancing in the direction the vines had retreated. A robust flow of vitality supported his movements. The bone blades flung aside dirt, severed rock, and flames solidified the tunnel to prevent collapse. Soon, Yi Qing's hand met emptiness, and the earth before him caved in, revealing an underground chamber. It was not dark inside. A multitude of green vines emitted a soft glow, intertwining and converging into a single vine as thick as a person. This robust vine coiled within the subterranean cavity, its entire body a vivid green, adorned with blood-red fruits that exuded a faint scent of blood. Yi Qing observed closely as the smaller vines drew blood from various sources, akin to blood vessels transporting it to the main vine, which stored and further refined the essence. This substantial vine was not solitary. A branch extended from it, burrowing deeper into the earth. Meanwhile, the vines within the cavern sensed Yi Qing's presence. Tendrils sprang forth like spears, attempting to pierce him and drain his blood. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the vines were shattered by his ironclad armor, leaving no trace behind. The main vine writhed restlessly, its limited perception informing it of the formidable intruder's strength. Thus, it exerted its full might, several robust tendrils striking forth with lightning speed, yet their impact was minimal. Had it not been for the concern that the vines might collapse the cavern, Yi Qing would have hardly bothered to evade. With a flicker of cold light, he cleaved the vines, translucent green liquid splattering forth. Yi Qing leapt into the cavern, his bone blades slicing rapidly, severing all the tendrils. The main vine did not immediately lose vitality. Its fragmented body continued to writhe, tiny threads sprouting between the severed sections, attempting to reconnect. I shall see whether you grow faster, or I consume faster. Yi Qing scoffed coldly, biting down on a substantial chunk of translucent fruit flesh. Do you have consumed a segment of swallowing cloud vine? Vitality 0.4, extraction progress 1. You have consumed a segment of swallowing cloud vine. Vitality 0.5, extraction progress 2. You have consumed a segment of swallowing cloud vine. Vitality 0. 3. Extraction progress 0.8. The vine disappeared at a visible rate. Once its essence entered Yi Qing's stomach, he seized a fruit the size of a watermelon. Sensing the faint scent of blood it emitted, his previously satiated appetite surged once more. The skin of the red fruit was delicate to the touch. Yi Qing bit down, and a wave of sweet warmth flooded his mouth. Immediately thereafter, you have consumed a portion of the blood essence of the two-headed black-lined snake. Vitality 13. Extraction progress 35. Such a significant enhancement. Yi Qing's eyes lit up with surprise as he noted the prompt. He gazed at the shriveled fruit in his hand, a surge of ecstasy spreading wit. He was on the quest for new, vibrant vines, disregarding those crimson blood fruit. At the very least, he needed to complete the progress for the branches of the cloud-swallowing vine. His vitality steadily increased, with daily increments surpassing 30 points. Meanwhile, various talents were being gathered. Countless D-grade talents were acquired. While he had obtained over a dozen C-grade talents, he had slain 2 third-tier colossal beasts, yet the rewards were merely C-grade talents, not B-grade. Many of these talents proved to be of little significance, prompting Yi Qing to blend them into his existing talents. After merging the C-grade strength-enhancing talent, Dominating Divine Strength, with 5 C-grade talents, it finally ascended to B-grade, Blood Elephant Dominating Strength. As long as his physical body could endure. This talent could amplify his power fourfold. The 2 foundational talents Yi Qing possessed, the speed-oriented Swift Shadow and the defense-oriented Ironrock armor, also advanced, both reaching B grade. Even his bone blade underwent a qualitative transformation. After Yi Qing consumed a small colossal beast whose bones had turned to steel, the bone blade transformed into a unique metal, exceedingly hard, capable of effortlessly piercing through thick concrete walls. As his vitality increased, various talents experience changes as well. Hard work pays off. After several days of exploration, Yi Qing discovered another branch of the cloud-swallowing vine in a park located 5 kilometers from his temporary lodging. Once again, in an underground space, the vine channeled streams of vital blood deep into the urban area. A principal vine covered an area of approximately 5 kilometers. Observing the vine before him, Yi Qing revealed a faint smile. Having discerned the distribution pattern, the efficiency of his search for the cloud-swallowing vine would significantly improve. While pondering, Yi Qing had already taken action. The steel-like bone blade glimmered, its sharp edge slicing the cloud-swallowing vine into several segments. You have consumed a piece of the cloud-swallowing vine branch flesh. Vitality 1, Extraction Progress 2. You have consumed a portion of the blue-line flying insect's vital blood. Vitality 10. Extraction Progress 20. You have consumed a portion of the golden lion's vital blood. Vitality 15. Extraction Progress 28. You have consumed a portion of the flying elk's vital blood. Vitality 11. Extraction Progress 30. Yi Qing's vitality began to surge, various notifications appearing before his eyes. A single cloud-swallowing vine, including its body and fruit, could elevate Yi Qing's vitality by over 50 points in one go. The speed of enhancement far exceeded that of the latest developed supplements. At this rate, within a month, he could nearly break through to the 4th tier. Why, Yi Qing murmured to himself, having mastered the distribution pattern of the cloud-swallowing vine, significantly increasing his search efficiency. For safety considerations, he refrained from delving deeper into the urban area, merely searching for the cloud-swallowing vine in the suburbs. In 3 days, Yi Qing found another 4 cloud-swallowing vines. At last, the extraction progress was complete. Extraction progress for cloud-swallowing vine branch is full. Would you like to begin extraction? Without hesitation, Yi Qing chose to proceed. It was itchy. Unlike the pain he had imagined, a wave of itchiness coursed through his entire body. The sensation was not confined to the skin's surface. It permeated from within, from the crevices of his bones to every inch of flesh, creating an intense itch. Yi Qing's nerves had long been conditioned to withstand pain that would be unbearable for most. Yet, this itchiness, sinking into his bones, nearly overwhelmed him. Damn it, what kind of talent is this? Yi Qing bit back the urge to scratch, redirecting his focus as he grasped a segment of the vine and consumed it. The sweet juice burst in his mouth, refreshing and alleviating some of the itchiness. A system notification appeared once more. Initially indifferent, Yi Qing's brow arched upon seeing the extraction progress reappear at the end of the notification. Could it be that the branches of the cloud-swallowing vine could be extracted multiple times? He had never encountered such a situation before. Once a colossal beast was extracted, it only increased vitality and did not display further progress. Yet now, after the progress for the cloud-swallowing vine branch was full, it could be extracted again? This implied that the special abilities of the cloud-swallowing vine had yet to be fully unearthed. How intriguing! Yi Qing, already prepared to continue searching for cloud-swallowing vine branches, found this a fortuitous opportunity to simultaneously gather progress. Soon, the intense itchiness gradually subsided, and a line of small text materialized before Yi Qing's eyes. Extraction successful. You have acquired B-grade talent, Hyperactive Revitalization. Chapter 34, Extraordinary Recovery Ability. Has Yi Qing already fallen behind? Cloud-swallowing vine progress is full, Hyperactive Revitalization. Merely seeing the name of the talent, Yi Qing understood that this talent was extraordinary. Upon grasping the function of the new talent, he could not suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Hyperactive Revitalization had but one effect. It significantly enhanced cellular vitality. It allowed mature cells to regain the ability to divide and enabled cells that had lost differentiation capabilities to once again undergo differentiation. In simpler terms, it greatly enhanced Yi Qing's healing ability. The armor on his arm vanished, and the bone blade sliced open a gash in his skin. Blood oozed from the wound, yet within mere seconds, the injury began to writhe and heal, halting the flow of blood. After a short while, the wound completely disappeared, leaving his skin smooth as before, showing no signs of previous injury. an astonishing recovery ability. Yi Qing's laughter echoed underground. Although he had yet to reach the stage of regrowing severed limbs, this formidable self-healing capability was sufficient to set him apart from the masses. The cloud-swallowing vine truly lived up to its reputation as a colossal plant, possessing abilities far superior to those of colossal beasts of the same tier. What talent would he obtain upon the next extraction? Yi Qing felt a surge of curiosity as he returned to the surface, heading 5 kilometers away to search for the next cloud-swallowing vine. The training base. Has there been any trace of that kid? None. It's been almost 10 days. That kid hasn't perished in the wilderness. Has he? The signal has weakened considerably, but the life detection function on the watch remains operational. Based on the sporadic signals captured, that kid should be doing just fine. Good, very good. Has Yi Qing returned? Qi Heng inquired almost daily. Each time, he received a negative response, as so far, the only information they had was that Yi Qing was still alive. Beyond that, they were in the dark. A few staff members exchanged glances. Refraining from speaking further, the trainees had been suffering these past few days. Qi Heng redistributed the grueling training originally assigned to Yi Qing among the other trainees. They had all heard the anguished cries echoing from the trainees' dormitories each night. The name Qi instructor had become a common phrase among many trainees. Take that A-grade talent warrior, Xiao Shiyun, for instance. He nearly suffocated under the weight he carried the other day. Although the instructor intervened in time, it still left him with fractured leg bones. Requiring a night in the recovery pod to recuperate, it was one thing for warriors to endure weight training. But even the psychic practitioner, Xielinger, was not spared. Qi Heng somehow acquired a 1-ton longsword and demanded that Xielinger manipulate it with her psychic power to fly around the base 10 times daily. This necessitated the presence of an instructor to accompany her for safety. As there had been instances where Xielinger had fainted multiple times due to psychic exhaustion, Yi Qing's name was seldom mentioned anymore. Firstly, everyone was engrossed in training, and their rapidly improving strength left little room for idle thoughts. Secondly, they were 100% certain that Yi Qing's absence from the camp was an incredibly misguided decision. With the abundant supplements and high-tech recovery pods available at the training camp, everyone's strength was escalating at an astonishing rate. In just 10 short days, they had undergone a qualitative transformation. Many believed Yi Qing would be left far behind. After all, how could one individual's strength compare to that of a genius training camp equipped with vast resources? Yet, some held on to skepticism. For instance, Zhang Qingyi did not believe that Yi Qing was incapable of distinguishing the simplest gains and losses. If that kid refused to come, there must be a reason behind it. She just couldn't fathom where his confidence stemmed from. Who was truly the reincarnator? After a brief rebirth, why were there still so many things left unclear? In the trainees' dormitory, Zhang Qingyi was puzzled, her fingertips dancing with a wisp of ice-blue cold air. Akin to a lively sprite. Forget it. I should focus on elevating frosted Thousand Autumns to A grade. Zhang Qingyi shook her head slightly, memories of her past life flooding her mind. Cellular activation. The necessary condition for enhancing frosted Thousand Autumns. Only when the cellular vitality reached a certain level could it withstand the A-grade frosted Thousand Autumns. Otherwise, activating the talent would freeze her into an ice block. As for colossal plant life, it seemed the only suitable candidate was the cloud-swallowing vine. Zhang Qingyi identified the most fitting colossal plant. The cloud-swallowing vine occupied an entire city, its power reaching level 7, far beyond what she could currently contend with. Thus, she required assistance, formidable assistance. After a moment of contemplation, she turned and left her dormitory, heading toward Qi Heng's office. Moments later, a level 7 colossal plant. Gasps echoed within the office. Qi Heng gazed at Zhang Qingyi, suppressing his shock, and spoke solemnly. A level 7 colossal plant. Such a being is worth its weight in gold. Where did you hear this news? Zhang Qingyi fell silent. She could not explain the question, but the news of a level 7 colossal plant would surely tempt anyone. As expected, you would not be foolish enough to fabricate such information. It would bring you no benefit unless you were a minion of the descending faction. Qi Heng chuckled lightly, fully aware of the backgrounds of the trainees at the training camp. Each of them was innocent, and it was impossible for any members of the descending sect to infiltrate. What do you desire? He inquired. Zhang Qingyi replied, 3 drops of the life essence from the swallowing cloud vine. Certainly, Qi Heng nodded. If the information is accurate, I can provide you with even 10 drops. The value of a level 7 giant plant far exceeds that of a similarly ranked behemoth. There is much to be studied within them. Many precious potions have emerged from research conducted on giant plants. A single level 7 giant plant is worth no less than 10 billion. Please return and await news. Qi Heng gestured. After Zhang Qingyi departed, he retrieved a specialized communicator and dialed a number. Similar exclamations echoed from the device. I will send someone to verify the situation immediately. The signal was cut off, and Qi Heng began to pace back and forth in his office, his face alight with excitement. Suddenly, he halted. The location of the swallowing cloud vine seemed to be quite close to the direction in which that young man had last vanished. Excellent. If the news is true, he must be going to investigate. In that case, I shall see if I can encounter that young man along the way. You better not let me catch you. Ha! His exhilarated cold laughter reverberated throughout the office. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Qing was entirely unaware of the events unfolding at the training base. He was wholly absorbed in his quest for the branches of the swallowing cloud vine, consuming various types of behemoth blood, causing his vitality to surge each day. Through relentless effort, the extraction progress for the swallowing cloud vine was once again fulfilled. Swallowing cloud vine branch extraction progress is complete. Would you like to begin extraction? Chapter 35. New Talent, Bloodthirsty Vine, Martial Arts Family. Upon the prompt appearing, Yi Qing chose to commence. Unlike the last time, there was no sensation of pain or itchiness. The extraction was completed in an instant. Extraction successful. You have acquired a B-grade talent, Bloodthirsty Vine. An attack-type talent? A stream of information flowed through his mind, detailing the effects of the new talent, Bloodthirsty Vine. What a remarkable ability! A look of delight spread across Yi Qing's face. Previously, he had obtained the recovery ability of the swallowing cloud vine, and now he had acquired the capability to refine the blood essence of behemoths into fruits. Yi Qing raised his palm, and a blood-red vine composed of flesh extended from his hand, its delicate tendrils twisting in the air, greedily seeking the scent of blood. He was eager to test its effects. Yi Qing hastily returned to the ground, locating a behemoth. The bloodthirsty vine spread through the air, its steel-like tendrils piercing directly into the behemoth's body. A line of blood appeared within the vine, connecting the creature to Yi Qing's palm. The behemoth struggled on the ground, attempting to flee, but the tendrils at the vine's end had already taken root within it, binding it tightly and rendering it unable to escape. Its body gradually withered as its blood was drained. With a thud, the behemoth collapsed lifelessly to the ground, resembling a desiccated corpse, every drop of blood extracted from it. Simultaneously, you have consumed the essence of a sawtooth pig. Vitality 19. Extraction progress 30. The rate of blood extraction was not particularly swift, indicating it could not serve as a primary offensive method. After observation, Yi Qing concluded that the bloodthirsty vine currently resembled an auxiliary attack method, effectively diminishing an opponent's combat strength during battle. However, it lacked the direct lethality needed to deliver a fatal blow in just a few seconds. He could have shattered the sawtooth pig's skull 10 times over. Yet, this ability might have other uses. Why Yi Qing had certain dietary preferences. For instance, he found it quite challenging to consume certain primate-like behemoths, as he could never overcome that psychological barrier. Now, with the bloodthirsty vine, he could directly siphon their blood essence. The psychological hurdle would be significantly lowered. If he were to be bolder, the application range could expand even further. The vine coiled back into Yi Qing's palm, leaving behind nothing but the carcass of the sawtooth pig. With the bloodthirsty vine, his vitality would increase at an even faster rate. At this pace, would he achieve level 4 by the end of the month? Yi Qing mused softly, then summoned the system panel. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 2112.5. Spirit: 297.9. Talents: S-grade, Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunderbody. B-grade, Super Speed Activation. B-grade, Bloodthirsty Vine. B-grade, Tyrannosaurus Spike. B-grade, Poisonous Erosion Wind. B-grade, Spirit Fox Evil Eye. B-grade, Blood Elephant Domineering Force. B-grade, Instant Shadow. B-grade, Earth Rock Barrier. C-grade, Thunder Whip. C-grade, Crimson Flame. C-grade, Steel Bone Blade. Martial Arts: 8 Extremes Fist, Proficient. Extraction Progress: Sawtooth Pig, 30. Tiger Mastiff, 65. Golden Lion, 55. Three-clawed Winged Bird, 40. Yi Qing's gains over the past 10 days had been tremendous. His vitality had doubled. He had acquired several B-grade talents, and even the 8 Extremes Fist had reached a proficient level. Once the 8 Extremes Fist attained proficiency, it could double his punching power. Coupled with the Blood Elephant Domineering Force talent, Yi Qing's peak punching power could surpass 5 times. Just from the aspect of punching power, he was already capable of threatening level 4 martial artists. With over 20 days remaining, the potential for progress was still vast. Yi Qing gazed into the depths of the urban area. He had essentially scoured the outskirts and consumed nearly all the branches of the swallowing cloud vine. To continue his search, he would need to venture slightly deeper. After pondering for a moment, he determined that if he proceeded with caution, the risks would be minimal. Furthermore, the behemoths deeper within the urban area possessed greater strength and higher levels, with one being equivalent to 4 or 5 ordinary behemoths. With this in mind, Yi Qing decided to rest for a day before delving deeper into exploration the following day. Level 7 Giant Plant. Headquarters of the East Forest Military District. In an office. A middle-aged man with a golden star on his shoulder frowned slightly. The rift in the depths of the wasteland was expanding, and there weren't many personnel available at the moment. A staff officer spoke softly. However, level 7 giant plants are quite rare. The life essence possessed by these beings is a healing holy medicine even useful to masters. Our military district's reserves are sparse, and this opportunity could allow us to replenish our stock. Another staff officer spoke gravely. In that case, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Send the news to the Qian, Li, and Feng families. Their foundations all lie within the East Forest. For the safety of East Forest, they should contribute as well." The 2 staff officers nodded and immediately began relaying the information. What most people were unaware of was that there existed several martial arts families in the present day. The ancestors of these families had risen during the initial invasion of behemoths, passing down their martial arts legacy and forming powerful clans. The Qian, Li, and Feng families were local clans within East Forest Province. Upon receiving news of the giant plant, the 3 families were instantly engulfed in excitement. Each formed an exploration team to ascertain the situation before deciding on a final action plan. The members of the small teams were all elite offspring of the 3 families, mostly in their 20s, with the youngest being high school-aged. As members of martial arts families, they had mostly received private education, seldom attending the schools of ordinary people. Their early exposure to martial arts had endowed them with exceptional strength. In the Feng family's estate, a dozen young individuals boarded an armored vehicle. I heard that the news of this giant plant was discovered by those so-called genius training camp folks. One scoffed. Laughable, genius training camp? What a cringe-worthy name, that a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. True geniuses wouldn't need to attend some training camp. They would have been discovered and nurtured in secrecy long ago. Moreover, even if they possess talent, if they end up with an incompetent teacher, their potential will be wasted. The crude techniques in the military can't compare to our family's refined martial arts. This time, our family has assembled a team not solely to gather intelligence, but also to allow us to venture out and gain experience. Everyone, do put in some effort. Rest assured, we won't allow the Qin or Li families to steal the limelight. On the vehicle, laughter and banter filled the air, with disdain written across their faces when discussing the training camp. Similar conversations unfolded in the vehicles of the Li and Chen families. As scions of aristocratic families, they inherently carried a robust sense of superiority. Chapter 36. Outdoor Training. Who the hell are these idiots? In the wasteland, at the training base, all trainees received notification that, within a few days, there would be an outdoor training exercise awaiting them. To everyone's surprise, the outdoor training was not mandatory. The notification explicitly stated the dangers involved, and those concerned about safety could choose not to participate. Except for Zhang Qingyi, no one was privy to the true nature of this outdoor training. Even she, upon learning of the training exercise, couldn't help but inwardly curse, calling it madness. Instructor Qi had a knack for transforming everything usable into a part of the training. However, this time, Zhang Qingyi had misjudged Chief Instructor Qi Heng. The outdoor training had always been a part of the training camp's plan. It simply coincided with the information she had provided. Qi Heng pondered throughout the night and decided to set the location of the outdoor training in the city where the swallowing cloud vine resided. The strongest swallowing cloud vine would have powerful individuals to contend with, while the behemoths within the city could serve as training tasks. Oftentimes, the front lines of battle occur within urban settings, allowing trainees to experience and familiarize themselves in advance, which would greatly benefit them in the future. Moreover, he had clearly stated the potential dangers. The trainees had the freedom to choose whether to participate or not. The results of the registration surprised and gratified Qiheng. Everyone chose to participate. The rigorous training over the past weeks had ignited a fierce spirit within the group, and with their enhanced abilities, they brimmed with confidence, eager to showcase their prowess in the wilderness. It was rare for Qiheng to reveal a smile, albeit an unattractive one. He had deliberately released the reserve supplies of the base, allocating each individual an excess of resources. Time passed swiftly. The following day, the trainees assembled, forming several teams under the guidance of their instructors, setting forth into the depths of the wilderness. By the way, keep the signal detector activated for me. We will conduct a thorough search. The moment we detect that kid's signal, report it to me immediately. Just before departure, Qiheng summoned the communications officer, grinning maliciously as he issued his serious command. The two officers responsible for communications exchanged helpless glances. Their leader had truly lost his mind. For the past few days, he had been muttering Yiqing's name even in his sleep. Poor child, that I hope that when our leader captures you, you won't endure inhumane training. They silently prayed, yet remained diligent in activating the equipment to search for any potential signals. In a lush, abandoned city, Yiqing rose early. Utilizing some seasoning he had unearthed, he prepared himself a sumptuous breakfast, consisting of various fresh meats, fried winged bird eggs, and some cloud-swallowing vines. With a balance of vegetables and meat, his meal was nutritionally well-rounded. After a hearty feast, Yiqing stepped onto the street, stretching lazily against the cool morning breeze. Suddenly, he exhaled a breath of stale air. His ears perked up as he leapt onto the roof of a nearby low building, turning to gaze at the city's edge. Excited shouts echoed from afar. Through the morning mist, he could faintly make out several figures. Who could these people be? Yiqing raised an eyebrow. This was not the edge of the wilderness. Ordinary hunters would not venture here. Even powerful hunting teams would tread cautiously in this area, fearful of inadvertently provoking formidable beasts. They would not be making such a ruckus. A sharp whistle pierced the air as a flock of winged birds, sensing the commotion on the ground, swooped down, their glinting claws resembling curved blades. Seeking death, the few individuals, undeterred by fear, immediately struck, slaying a dozen winged birds on the spot. The startled flock ascended and fled. Bored, Yiqing hoped these fools wouldn't cause too much disturbance. Shaking his head, he turned and walked deeper into the city. He intended to explore cautiously, as the circumstances within the city remained unknown. Thus he did not stride boldly forward. Meanwhile, the stench of blood emanating from the carcasses of the winged birds attracted lurking beasts hidden within the surrounding structures. With a chorus of roars, about a dozen colossal creatures charged forth, only to be swiftly dispatched. Was that it? Too weak, so feeble that I couldn't even be bothered to intervene. Up until now, I have not encountered a worthy opponent. What kind of experience is this? For those in the genius training camp, it may be remarkable. I heard that some exerted significant effort just to barely break into the first tier. When mentioning the term genius, the speaker deliberately raised his voice. The members of the Feng family exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. The weakest among them were second-tier warriors, with several elites having even broken through to the third tier, armed with their family's martial arts. Sufficient to look down upon their peers, little did they know, within a radius of over 10 kilometers, any beast with even a hint of strength had long since been devoured by a certain glutton. All right, let us get to business. We need to collect data on that giant plant and aim to transmit the information back before the other two families do. One individual stated, retrieving a precision instrument from his backpack. We need to get closer. We're still too far away. Let us delve deeper. They suppressed their laughter and charged into the depths of the city. Not long after the Feng family members halted in their tracks, their gazes fixed on a figure ahead. How can there still be someone here? The instruments in their hands were the latest products from their family's tech company, classified with a high degree of secrecy. They could not allow unrelated individuals to see them. Otherwise, even if the instrument's image circulated, it could pose a risk of confidential information leaking. They could not afford such a consequence. They had to drive this person away. Moreover, what business did outsiders have meddling in the affairs of the Feng family? Stop! They stowed their instruments and shouted, swiftly moving to intercept the individual. Yiqing looked at the group blocking his path, feeling rather perplexed. Who are they shouting at? His pleasant morning mood was abruptly shattered, and a sense of irritation quietly surfaced within him. Who do they think they are, to dictate where he could be? You have 1 minute to leave this city, or don't blame us for being impolite. One of the Feng family members commanded. Leave? That was absolutely out of the question. Not only would he not leave, but he also intended to venture further. However, seeing the posturing of these individuals, it seemed they would resort to violence if he didn't comply. They wanted to engage in a fight. The thought echoed in Yi Qing's mind. Observing the faint arrogance in their eyes and their self-assured demeanor, he felt a wave of disgust. He truly wished to tear these repugnant faces apart. Yi Qing's fingers trembled slightly, and the irritation within him ignited into a roaring flame. Since he would have to fight regardless, he decided to dispense with the pleasantries. A swift resolution would save him from delaying his lunch. Thus, he exclaimed, "Where in the world did these morons come from?" Yi Qing's gaze lifted, his eyes ablaze with battle intent as he unleashed a punch. Chapter 37. Allowing even one to escape could lead to trouble. Thus, not a single one must be spared. His fist surged forth like a mountain. The surrounding air began to tremble, harboring immense internal force. The individual standing before Yi Qing felt a fierce wind whip around him, and all that filled his vision was an ever-enlarging fist. In a reflexive attempt, he desperately sidestepped, but it was too late. The fist crashed onto his shoulder, an irresistible force overwhelming him, sending his body hurtling backward. Bang! He crashed through a low wall, half of his body buried beneath the rubble. The explosive force erupted from his shoulder. The sharp sound of shattering bones echoed, and his entire shoulder caved in, shattered bone fragments piercing through flesh, exposing the stark white of his bones to the air. A searing pain engulfed him. He could not even scream, his head drooping as he lost consciousness. That was a quick dodge, Yi Qing remarked. His previous punch had been aimed at the chest. Had it landed as intended, it would have been more than just a few broken bones. Feng Xian? The others, alarmed, rushed to the side of the injured Feng Xian, checking his condition. Upon discovering the severity of his injuries, their minds went blank. Had the disciples of the Feng family ever encountered such a situation? Without further ado, they acted decisively. Where was the martial ethics in their hearts? Damn it, quickly retrieve the family's secret medicine. Feng Xian's injuries were severe. If treatment was delayed, it could prove fatal. They produced a vial of medicine and administered it to Feng Xian, stabilizing his condition. Afterward, their eyes glared red as they fixed their gaze on Yi Qing, gritting their teeth in anger. This bastard had actually launched a sneak attack. With Feng Xian gravely injured, they would ensure he paid the price. Otherwise, upon their return, their family would undoubtedly hold them accountable. As they spoke, they had already formed a siege around Yi Qing, their palm winds fierce, casting shadows that enveloped him from all sides, almost completely surrounding him without any dead angles. The Payun palm, a family heirloom martial art practiced by every disciple of the Feng family. When mastered, a single strike could leave the opponent's exterior unscathed while rendering their insides to mush, making it an exceptionally ruthless technique. It could be said that when a disciple of the Feng family unleashed the Payun palm, it was intended to take their opponent's life. Faced with such peril, Yi Qing, however, appeared as if he had not noticed. He had sensed an extremely vital piece of information. Just now, they seemed to have mentioned the term family. Yi Qing had initially planned to incapacitate one to intimidate the others into retreating. After all, dealing with humans did not seem to offer him much benefit. It would not satiate his hunger and would merely waste time and energy. Yet, the individuals before him appeared to be family. That complicated matters. Given their current demeanor, they were clearly intent on fighting him. Just injuring one was enough for them to seek vengeance. If he allowed even one to escape, wouldn't an entire family come to resent him? Trouble. That would indeed be too troublesome. He needed to be more direct. Had this guy gone completely daft? As the Payun palm was about to descend upon Yi Qing's forehead, the Feng family members sensed his continued lack of response, and their confusion grew. Had he dared to attack and now regretted it? Too late. In a moment of dire urgency, a layer of dark, heavy, cold, metallic armor emerged beneath Yi Qing's skin. The armor appeared as if composed of overlapping black scales, enveloping his entire body, even masking his face with a layer of facial armor. Clang, clang, clang. The palms struck against the armor, producing a thunderous sound akin to metal clashing. The Feng family members felt as though their palms had collided with steel. Their hands numbed by the impact, and they involuntarily staggered back a few steps. What is this? Hard chi? No, that is not right. The armor seemed to have grown from beneath his skin. Only the followers of the descendant sect could wield such bizarre techniques. Indeed, a cultist? Let us slaughter him. Their murderous intent was no longer concealed, and they had fully convinced themselves that Yi Qing was a follower of the descendant sect. After all, no protective technique from any family allows for a layer of steel scales to sprout directly from beneath the skin, except perhaps for those mad zealots who dare to conduct biological experiments on themselves. Who else possesses such an ability? A believer in the descendants. Yi Qing slightly shook his head, the corners of his mouth curling up in a sinister smile. He raised his gaze slightly, every muscle in his body inflating and distorting, the black scales stretching under the strained eye in an instant. He grew nearly a head taller, approaching 2 meters in height. A narrow fissure appeared at the tip of his brow, revealing a blood-red eyeball that blinked ominously. An invisible force erupted from his being, distorting the very air around him in an instant. Why heavens! What kind of monster are you? The members of the Feng family stared in disbelief at Yi Qing's transformation. Not far away, Feng Xian, having just regained consciousness after consuming a secret potion, looked up at Yi Qing's form and fainted once more in sheer terror. What an impressive display of intimidation! Why Yi Qing stretched his limbs. His physique streamlined and devoid of any excess flesh, he was acutely aware of how abnormal he appeared at this moment. Any ordinary person who beheld him would surely exclaim monster, and the repercussions of such a revelation would be dire. Thus, now that Yi Qing had revealed himself without reservation, he had no intention of letting anyone escape. Come on, unleash your full strength. I shall grant you a swift demise. Why Yi Qing's smile deepened, a fervor tinged with ferocity. Come, kill me, or be killed by me, he roared, propelling himself forward with explosive force, like a cannonball shot from its chamber, transforming into a shadow that lunged at one of them. Strike with all your might, and finish him off. The Feng family members regained their composure, a glint of ferocity flashing in their eyes, their anger thoroughly ignited. Their chi surged within, one member darting forward like the wind, striking with palm after palm, while 2 others took a few steps back. Suddenly, one was engulfed in flames, while another condensed a blue water orb in his palm. They were all gifted warriors, and remarkably, they possessed elemental affinities of wind, fire, and water. Boom! The fierce cloud-piercing palm struck Yi Qing, as a roaring flame and a massive water orb collided with him. The intense heat vaporized vast amounts of water, enveloping the street in thick mist. Have we done it? The members exhaled in relief. With their combined efforts, they could crush a 3rd-tier behemoth to smithereens. Our attacks hit their mark. He must be at least seriously The Feng warrior engulfed in flames was abruptly cut off. A robust arm, clad in black armor, emerged from the mist, seizing his neck and lifting him effortlessly. Futile struggle. The towering figure, draped in darkness, gradually materialized through the fog, disappointment etched across the face obscured by a mask. What can such feeble attacks possibly achieve? You think you can kill anyone? Your own kind? The flames searing his arm did little to deter Yi Qing, a maniacal grin spreading across his face as he spoke coldly. Or perhaps it is that you lack the desperation needed to unleash your full potential. Chapter 38. You almost hurt me. System Stage 2, devouring soul fragments. What a lunatic. Where on earth did this monster emerge from? Has the descendant faction's biological experiments progressed to such a degree? Just then, an unusual sound caught Yi Qing's attention. He turned to find the fiery figure in his grasp retreating, coiling into chains of flame. The fiery chains slithered like serpents along his arm, swiftly ensnaring his limbs. Don't worry about me. Just attack. Destroy him with the grenade. The fiery figure shouted. Yi Qing attempted to step forward, only to find himself hindered by the tightly wound flame chains. Hearing his comrade's command, the remaining 2 exchanged grim expressions. They locked eyes and quickly reached a decision. The monster before them possessed too formidable a defense. Their individual powers would scarcely breach it. Thus, they would have to resort to external forces. They swiftly retrieved hand grenades from their pockets. The grenades were uniquely shaped, composed entirely of glass, revealing a glimmering blue liquid within, pulsating with faint electric sparks. V1 type, high-energy tactical grenade, a biotechnological product crafted from the blood of a 4th-tier lightning beast. Its power was immense, capable of threatening fourth-tier warriors. They had two, which served as their trump card. Initially, they thought they would not need them, but now they proved to be essential. Strike him from behind. This way, Feng Ji will suffer less damage. The two dashed forward at breakneck speed, disengaging the grenade's safety and sending one wrapped in a water orb to Yi Qing's back. Yi Qing's instincts flared. An intense, prickling sensation coursed through his back, a primal warning of the looming danger approaching from behind. An unprecedented pressure descended upon him, causing his adrenaline to surge. Good, very good. Yi Qing laughed heartily, his eyes alight with madness and barely contained excitement. Sinister spikes erupted from either side of his spine. Whoosh! One of the spikes shot forth, hurtling towards the water orb encasing the grenades. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Countless azure electric arcs converged into a tempest of lightning. A terrifying gale swept in all directions, causing several dilapidated buildings on either side of the street to collapse, crushing numerous behemoths beneath the rubble. Yi Qing's figure was completely engulfed in the sea of lightning, the blinding radiance rendering it impossible to look upon. Did we eliminate him? The power was overwhelming. Feng Ji must also be in dire straits. Damn it! Hatred filled the eyes of the two remaining warriors. Their losses were catastrophic. Just then, the lightning storm began to recede. Yi Qing's figure emerged, his back spine shattered, and his armor riddled with cracks, revealing glimpses of the skin beneath. Lying motionless at his feet was the charred Feng Ji, his fate uncertain. The power truly was extraordinary, Yi Qing marveled, reaching down to trace the fissures on his armor. Shaking his head in lament, what a pity. Had you possessed 3 grenades, you might have truly harmed me. Had I still been clad in C-grade iron rock armor, I fear it would have been insufficient to withstand the earlier onslaught. However, just days prior, he had upgraded his iron rock armor to B-grade earth barrier, rendering its defensive capabilities incomparable. Yet, in a certain sense, the armor was merely an extension of Yi Qing's own body. Now that it was nearly shattered, one could say he had sustained a serious injury. However, it did not translate into substantial harm. The remaining two were rendered speechless, gazing at Yi Qing in disbelief, their minds blank. Despair, horror, fear, panic. A kaleidoscope of emotions flickered in their eyes. What kind of monster have we provoked? Yi Qing exhaled, glancing down at Feng Ji, a thought stirring within him. Tendrils, reminiscent of flesh and blood, extended from his palm. PSH, the charred body instantly withered. You have consumed the essence blood of a third-tier warrior. Qi and blood value 58. Just as I suspected. Yi Qing fell silent for a moment, then looked up to see the two remaining warriors' eyes wide with terror. You doubt what? Feng Ji! Their trembling screams, contorted faces, nearly drove them mad with fear. How could one not be prepared for the possibility of death the moment they became a warrior? A cold, chilling wave of words washed over them, as if they had plunged into an ice cavern. This farce must come to an end. Yi Qing's gaze turned icy, appearing like a specter as he materialized behind the 2.2 claws seized their heads, crashing them violently into the ground. Bam! Their faces collided with the earth, cracked spiderwebbing across the surface. Blood, brain matter, and bone fragments splattered everywhere. The two lifeless bodies twitched mindlessly before gradually losing all strength. Yi Qing rose, flicking his fingers. Whoosh! A spike shot forth, pinning Feng Xian, who was struggling to crawl away, to the ground. 4 scions of the Feng family, all perished. Was that a bit excessive? Yi Qing shook his head. He had merely incapacitated one, yet they sought to take his life. Such a vengeful disposition meant that sparing them would only invite retaliation. Besides, dead is dead. Now that they were gone, what good would it do to ponder so much? The earlier prompt had indeed validated his suspicions. There was truly no distinction between him and a behemoth. Blood-red tendrils spread forth, climbing onto the remaining 3 corpses. You have consumed the essence blood of a third-tier warrior. Qi and blood value 54. You have consumed. You have consumed. 3 prompts appeared in quick succession. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qing's Qi and blood value surged by over 200. The only peculiar aspect was the absence of any extraction progress. Just as Yi Qing pondered this, a voice, ethereal and markedly different from before, echoed in his mind. Host's mental strength has reached the required threshold. System Stage 2 has been unlocked. Note: upon unlocking Stage 2, Your ability to devour is no longer confined to the physical realm. The ethereal realm of the mind can also be consumed. A torrent of information flooded into Yi Qing's consciousness. His eyes deepened, the depths of his pupils resembling a swirling black hole, hinting at an ability to absorb all. The world around him transformed. He cast a sweeping glance around, and a multitude of ethereal, resplendent orbs of light materialized. These were the radiance of psychic energy. Among them, several of the brightest orbs hovered nearby, precisely at the head positions of the 4 members of the Feng family. What the hell? Yi Qing discerned the function of the system's second phase and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. With a flick of his palm, an invisible yet powerful force of attraction suddenly descended. A brilliant orb of psychic energy was drawn into him. In the next moment, the system's prompt appeared. You have consumed a fragment of the soul of a 3rd-tier warrior. Psychic Energy 3. Extraction Progress 30, Chapter 39. Extracting Martial Arts, Psychic Master. Thump, thump. Yi Qing's heart began to race. Soul fragments, psychic energy, extraction progressed, and no longer confined to the tangible flesh. Even the intangible psychic energy could become his sustenance. However, what intrigued him most was the extraction progress. What would ultimately be obtained from the progress garnered from the soul fragments? Yi Qing was curious. He gazed at the remaining 3 dazzling orbs of light. Noticing they were gradually dimming, after death, psychic energy would slowly dissipate. In other words, it would be best to extract their soul fragments while they were still alive. Yi Qing murmured to himself, his hands already in motion. Immediately drawing in the remaining 3 orbs of psychic energy. You have consumed a fragment of the soul of a 3rd-tier warrior. Psychic Energy 2, Extraction Progress 20. You have consumed a fragment of the soul of a 3rd-tier warrior. Psychic Energy 2. 2. Extraction Progress 25. You have consumed a fragment of the soul of a 2nd-tier warrior. Psychic Energy 1.8. Extraction Progress 25. A total of 4 soul fragments, perfectly completing the extraction progress. Extraction progress is complete. Do you wish to begin extraction? Yi Qing took a deep breath, his first experience with the extraction of psychic energy, uncertain of what the outcome might be. After adequately preparing himself mentally, he chose to proceed. Buzz. In the depths of his mind, a faint, ghostly hum reverberated within Yi Qing's consciousness. Fragmented images flickered before his eyes. Was this their memory fragments? Countless scenes flashed back amidst the chaotic torrent of memories. Several bright golden points of light ignited. Golden and resplendent, they shone brilliantly amidst the chaotic flow, instantly capturing Yi Qing's attention. As he focused on those points, they exploded instantaneously, blinding golden light engulfing his entire field of vision. Extraction successful. You have acquired the 6th-tier martial art, Cloud Dispelling Palm. A surge of experiential memories fused into Yi Qing's being. The 4 descendants of the Feng family had practiced the Cloud Dispelling Palm since childhood. Nearly 2 decades of accumulation and experience now belonged to Yi Qing. Even the wisdom imparted by their family elders was absorbed and comprehended by him at this moment. Unconsciously, he raised his hands, gently waving them before him, both slow and swift. In an instant, a powerful gust of palm wind howled forth. Like a terrifying mist, the gale swept through a street, obliterating the corpse of a colossal beast nearby. Truly, this martial art, on par with the 8 Extremes fist, exhibited such formidable power. Yi Qing snapped back to reality, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration as a smile spread across his face. Without arduous training, he had directly mastered the Cloud Dispelling Palm, achieving a remarkably profound level. It wasn't that the Cloud Dispelling Palm was weak. Rather, your strength was lacking, and my defense was too robust. Yi Qing inhaled deeply, the system panel materializing before him. Name, Yi Qing. Vitality, 2320.2. Psychic Energy, 309.5. Talent, S-Class. Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunderbody, B-Class. Super Speed Activation, B-Class. Bloodthirsty Vine, B-Class. Abyssal Giant Mouth, B-Class. Tyrant Dragon Spike, B-Class. Corrosive Wind, B-Class. Spirit Fox Evil Eye, B-Class. Blood Elephant Dominance, B-Class. Instant Shadow, B-Class. Earth Rock Barrier, C-Class. Thunder Whip, C-Class. Crimson Flame, C-Class. Steel Bone Blade, Martial Arts. Cloud Dispelling Palm, 6th tier. 8 Extremes Fist, 6th tier. Extraction Progress. Sawtooth Pig, 30. Tiger Mastiff, 65. Golden lion, 55. Three-claw-winged bird, 40. Almost there. Yi Qing glanced at the data. After a bit more hunting, he would smoothly ascend to the 4th tier, at that point. Internal energy would transform into a formidable force, resulting in a significant enhancement across all his abilities. The increase in vitality was expected. What delighted Yi Qing most was his psychic energy. Following the activation of the 2nd phase of the system, he had gained the ability to independently control his psychic energy. A glimmer of silver light ignited in his eyes, and everything within a radius of 300 meters, centered around him, became vividly clear. Obstacles could not hinder his sight. Even the rebar within thick concrete walls was not beyond his perception. It was an extraordinarily marvelous sensation. Yi Qing felt as though he had activated a cheat code for perspective in a game, able to see a box from 800 miles away. This terrifying insight would be invaluable for scouting his surroundings. Yi Qing softly mused, suddenly realizing the profound utility of psychic energy in combat. With the aid of psychic energy, he could effortlessly discern his enemy's intentions and formulate preemptive strategies. Psychic energy was indeed a mysterious domain. Generally, a warrior would need to reach at least the 6th tier to engage with the realm of psychic energy. Those who could manipulate psychic energy before that point were uniformly termed psychic masters. For instance, Xiaolinger from the training camp, once recognized as the camp's foremost genius, was a psychic master who had awakened her psychic powers ahead of time. Psychic masters also possessed varying ranks. However, the difficulty of enhancing psychic energy was several-fold that of vitality, and the power they wielded was incredibly formidable. Yi Qing had consulted relevant materials upon acquiring the Spirit Fox Evil Eye. Psychic masters were reputed to be the most capable warriors in one-on-many confrontations. A 1st-tier psychic master could easily defeat 8 1st-tier warriors simultaneously, and even challenge higher tiers was a commonplace affair. With a psychic energy strength just over 300, Yi Qing was likely at the level of a 2nd-tier psychic master, already capable of effortlessly killing 3rd-tier warriors. Yi Qing even suspected that under the interference of psychic energy, ordinary 4th-tier warriors might expose fatal flaws. Henceforth, he could no longer solely indulge in meat. Soul fragments must also be replenished. Yi Qing couldn't help but marvel at the system's extraordinary capabilities. It could devour both the material flesh and the ethereal soul, truly maximizing resource utilization. His strength had once again surged. Yi Qing's spirits were high as he glanced down at the backpack beside several charred corpses. The martial arts family phone, the 7th-tier giant plant, intelligence gathering. From the memory fragments he had previously witnessed, he had already gleaned the identities of several individuals, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were all eliminated. If one had escaped, wouldn't the Feng family send someone to trouble him? Engaging with the lesser would only attract greater foes. Dealing with the greater would bring in the elders. This cycle could never end. Yi Qing's expression remained calm as he crushed the expensive detection device beneath his foot. Although this device held considerable value, it served no purpose for him. It might even contain the Feng family's tracking apparatus. Taking it would only lead to endless troubles. Better to destroy it. A blazing flame ignited, incinerating all traces at the scene. The bodies and shattered devices were reduced to ash. After tidying up thoroughly, Yi Qing clapped his hands, nodding in satisfaction. Under the influence of super speed activation, the cracks in his armor had completely healed, and the broken spikes on his back had fallen away, replaced by intact, sinister black spines protruding from beneath his flesh. Restored to peak condition, Yi Qing turned and strode deeper into the urban area. Chapter 40. The opportunity to devour the main stem of the swallowing cloud vine. Where on earth did that brat run off to? Yi Qing decided to slightly alter his strategy. From the information he had just extracted from the minds of the Feng family members, he suddenly perceived a potential opportunity. A 7th-tier giant plant was not easily dealt with. When the strongmen clashed, they were bound to sustain injuries, right? That swallowing cloud vine was enormous. It must shed some remnants. Wouldn't it? If he could seize the main stem of the swallowing cloud vine in the process, not only would it enhance his vitality, but what could he extract from it? The portions he had previously consumed were merely branches of the swallowing cloud vine. Akin to younger siblings split off from the main stem, just those small swallowing cloud vines could yield B-class talents. What about the main stem? Whoosh! Yi Qing reflexively grasped a small giant beast lunging at him. The flesh and blood tendrils pierced its tough hide, greedily siphoning its vital essence. In mere moments, the beast's body shriveled. Casually discarding the desiccated corpse, Yi Qing pressed onward. The blood consumed by the bloodthirsty vine not only aided Yi Qing in siphoning vital essence, but also facilitated its own evolution. Yi Qing could now control 2 tendrils, doubled from the original single one, significantly enhancing his hunting efficiency. He no longer needed to intervene much. 2 tendrils would swiftly pierce and drain the blood of ordinary giant beasts in the blink of an eye. After advancing 15 kilometers into the urban area, Yi Qing halted. That was sufficient. Venturing deeper would bring him to the city's core region, where the giant beasts were formidable, and Yi Qing was currently unable to contend with them. He found a new place to rest, simply recuperating for 2 hours before departing to commence a massacre the next day. After waiting half a day at the designated meeting point, the 2 groups from the Qin and Li families could no longer contain their impatience. What on earth was taking so long? Were the Feng family members so eager to claim credit that they left early? Given their personalities, they were indeed capable of such a thing. Damn it. I am not waiting any longer. Let us go. If we wait any longer, we'll waste time. The members of the Qin and Li families engaged in a brief discussion and ultimately resolved to depart without further delay. However, after they left and reached an area with signal reception, intelligence was transmitted promptly, and it wasn't long before inquiries from home began to flood in. The 4 individuals from the Feng family had not departed early. To this moment, they remained unaccounted for. In an instant, everyone realized something was amiss. The situation was grave. Even the most naive members of the Feng family could discern the gravity of the matter and would undoubtedly not delay the gathering of intelligence. The absence of news at this point could only signify that they were still deep within the wilderness. Something must have happened to them. The elder of the Feng family connected with the communication devices of the young elites from the Qin and Li families. After a brief inquiry, they received a directive from their clan to retrace their steps and coordinate with the personnel from the Genius training camp, requesting assistance in locating the whereabouts of the Feng family members. Meanwhile, they were to await the arrival of the clan's formidable warriors, as they would need to confront other monstrous beasts while dealing with the gigantic flora, and no one dared to squander time. They hastily turned back. Is there any signal fluctuation from that kid? During their advance, Qiheng approached the communications team with a question. The answer remained negative. That rascal is really deep in hiding. Qiheng inhaled deeply. He still could not fathom why Yi Qing had chosen not to return to the training camp. Furthermore, how could a second-tier martial artist survive for such an extended period in the depths of the wilderness? Even if that lad possessed impressive combat prowess, capable of effortlessly taking down third-tier beasts, he was still human, flesh and blood that required rest. Could one continuously engage in battle without the need for recuperation? A monster. Yi Qing was indeed an anomaly, Qiheng mused. However, based on the traces of a fire discovered not long ago on a small hill, it seemed Yi Qing had lingered nearby before continuing further. Aligning with their current route, the communications team noted. All right, report immediately if any signs are found. Qiheng nodded. At that moment, an instructor rushed over and whispered a few words into his ear. The Feng family members are missing? A grin emerged as the scar on his face twisted, revealing a smirk. These so-called scions of noble families must now realize that the wilderness is not so simple after all. They require our assistance in the search. Surely, the 3 families must compensate us for this? The instructor chuckled. Qiheng replied, of course. Their pharmaceutical company has developed a new supplement, hasn't he? Let them send over 200 units to distribute among the young ones. I think that sounds reasonable. The instructor nodded eagerly. When the 8 members of the Qin and Li families reunited with the training camp, the primary personnel for the search had already been determined. Due to their prior intelligence-gathering efforts, they had ventured deeper into the urban area, thus the strongest contingent from the training camp was selected. Among them was Xielinger, a mentalist, alongside 2 A-grade gifted martial artists, Yu Zian and Xiao Shiyun, as well as the ever-hidden Zhang Qing. In addition, a dozen remarkable students who had made significant progress were also included in the search team. By the afternoon, the group navigated through numerous obstacles and finally laid eyes on the abandoned city overrun with greenery. In the distance, amidst thick mist, a colossal plant, its branches and vines sprawling across half the sky, loomed at the city's center, capturing the attention of all present. Gasps erupted as students stared wide-eyed at the swallowing cloud vine. Their expressions a mix of astonishment and terror. The largest creature they had encountered thus far was a mere 10 meters long, a third-tier beast. Now, they faced a seventh-tier gigantic plant with tendrils measuring hundreds of meters, a creature that seemed almost mythical to them. It was well known that although they were dubbed geniuses, most would be fortunate to break through 6 limits and ascend to 6th-tier martial artists, as for the 7th tier. Achieving the level of a grandmaster was a hope most found exceedingly slim. Zhang Qingyi's emotions were equally tumultuous. With the aid of the swallowing cloud vine, her frosty millennia could reach an ultra-grade level, exponentially accelerating the speed of her unique cultivation techniques. She would soon regain the combat strength of a grandmaster. Soon, very soon, she whispered to herself, her eyes brimming with determination. When I stand atop the pinnacle once more, I shall eradicate the threat posed by these monstrous invasions once and for all. Set up camp. Qi Heng commanded, prompting the instructors and students into action. Shortly thereafter, aided by modular building materials, a defensible camp swiftly took shape. Everyone, take heed. This outdoor exercise will impact your final camp performance, so make sure to showcase your best. He continued, and remember, don't be reckless. If you can't win, retreat. Prioritize your lives. Qi Heng bellowed, emphasizing his point. After a brief rest, the numerous students of the training camp formed small teams and entered the urban area sequentially. The squad responsible for locating the Sun family disciples also set forth, following the route chosen earlier by Sun Xian and others, searching diligently. Where on earth did that kid disappear to? As the last of the group departed, Qi Heng stood at the camp, gazing out at the city, his brow furrowing deeper in contemplation. Chapter 41. The arrival of the 6th tier, on the eve of attack. Is it time for a meal yet? The search team entered the city along the path previously taken by the 4 members of the Feng family. Soon, Xiao Shiyun's nostrils flared, catching a peculiar scent in the in an instant. His figure vanished, reappearing on the balcony of a nearby residential building. The others, noticing, followed suit. Someone has lived here for a while, and judging by the traces, they left not long ago, Xiao Shiyun remarked. One individual pushed open the balcony door, revealing the scene within. Upon seeing the contents, gasps of horror escaped from their lips. Bones. The room was filled with skeletal remains. The living room, bedroom, and dining area were practically unwalkable, littered with stark white bones. The remains belonged to various gigantic beasts, some of which bore unmistakable, terrifying bite marks. What on earth has dwelled here? It cannot be human. The bite marks on these bones are clearly not made by a human. They realized, their caution heightened. Nearby, there might lurk a tremendously powerful beast. Initially, after entering the urban area, they had encountered few formidable beasts, and their spirits had lifted. But now, confronted with the grisly sight of bones, they understood that the scarcity of powerful beasts might be due to one beast having devoured them all. Their wariness returned, and they resolved to remain vigilant. As days slipped by, the areas explored by the group grew increasingly deeper. Throughout this time, the students from the training camp entered and exited the urban area, hunting ferocious beasts to hone their skills. Some achieved significant victories, while others returned to camp bloodied and injured. Fortunately, ample healing potions in the camp saved the lives of several severely wounded individuals. Qi Heng's visits to the communications team diminished as he focused on preparations for the impending battle. The military district, along with the experts from the Qian, Feng, and Li families, were soon to arrive. With a total of 5 6th-tier martial artists, they would be well equipped to confront a recently ascended 7th-tier giant plant. After all, the giant plant was constrained by its own nature and could not easily move. If their strategies were sound, it could be overwhelmed by 6th-tier martial artists. Time passed, and another week slipped by. Several figures silently entered Qi Heng's tent. They've arrived. They have. Qi Heng nodded at his old comrade, Shun Lin, then turned to the 3 individuals beside him, Feng Yunqi, Qian Yin, and Li Yao. 2 men and 1 woman. 3 6th-tier experts from martial arts families introduced themselves. Qi Heng's demeanor remained indifferent. To him, those possessing great strength yet unwilling to step onto the front lines were nothing but parasites of the state. The trio understood Qi Heng's temperament well and bore no offense. Gentlemen, are you all informed about the situation regarding the swallowing cloud vine? Shen Lin, also from the military, sought to ease the tension. Essentially, yes. According to data analysis, the swallowing cloud vine has recently ascended and has not yet mastered the forces of heaven and earth at the Grandmaster level. Our opportunity is significant, Chun Yen affirmed. Then it's settled, Shun Lin said, turning to Qi Hong. When shall we commence? We cannot delay. Each day it grows stronger. Let us strike tomorrow, Qi Hong replied, his voice resolute. Then it is decided. The six-tier martial artists nodded in unison. Yi Qing was busy. After verification, it was established that the soul fragments of colossal beasts could also be consumed to enhance his mental prowess. However, Yi Qing was puzzled. After devouring the soul fragments of the beasts, he noted no corresponding progress in extraction. From the chaotic torrents of energy, he could only discern bloody scenes of slaughter. The existence of the beasts was solely defined by violence, which left him with a severe headache. To vent his negative emotions, his methods became increasingly ruthless. Ever since he delved into the urban area, his menacing spikes and dark armor had remained unwithdrawn, allowing Yi Qing to maintain his monster guise, which oddly felt quite comfortable. It was as though a long-restrained individual had suddenly broken free from confinement, experiencing a profound sense of relief. Why Yi Qing's list of targets did not solely consist of colossal beasts. Following previous experiences, he sought out the blood-sucking vines of the swallowing cloud vine once more. Unlike the suburbs, the vines no longer lay hidden underground but instead boldly sprawled across the surface. Initially perplexed, Yi Qing quickly understood the reason upon encountering the massive vine that occupied an entire building nearby. The branches of the suburban swallowing cloud vine were simply too weak. The strength appears to be merely at the secondary level, easily susceptible to being vanquished by other formidable beasts. Before Yi Qing stands a branch of the cloud-devouring vine, its main body nearly 20 meters long, with each tendril stretching close to 100 meters. This is a colossal plant with a power level reaching the 4th tier. No wonder, it is likely that any beast daring enough to provoke it has already been devoured. Yi Qing took a deep breath, his invisible mental energy spreading forth, penetrating through numerous barriers to begin probing the cloud-devouring vine branch within the small building. The heavy steel and concrete could not obstruct Yi Qing's vision. The conditions inside the building vividly manifested in his mind. Several blood fruit, nearly a person's height, were securely guarded by multiple tendrils. Merely brushing against them with his mental energy allowed Yi Qing to sense the surging energy contained within. Consuming one of these fruits would likely yield effects comparable to taking down several third-tier beasts. His tongue licked the blood of the beast at the corner of his mouth, his pearly white teeth stained crimson. Yi Qing's eyes shimmered with a peculiar silver light, fixated intently on the structure ahead. The opponent was 4th tier, evidently superior to him in strength. Yet victory was not entirely out of reach. There was no reason for hesitation. Yi Qing stepped out from the alley, treading upon the street cloaked in countless slender tendrils, slowly advancing towards the building before him. Boom! Detecting a life form encroaching upon its territory, a wall of the building erupted, and a robust tendril shot forth, curling towards Yi Qing below. Whoosh! A piercing shriek echoed through the air as the tendril swept towards him like a steel whip. Yi Qing did not falter. Showing no inclination to evade, his body began to elevate, robust muscles bulging, his arms akin to the thighs of an ordinary person. Crack! Yi Qing seized the tendril with both arms, holding it firmly in his embrace. His body not swaying even slightly. Just a single tendril, and you seem to underestimate me? A cold glint flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. His smile grew increasingly exaggerated, stretching from the corners of his mouth to his ears. His teeth sharpening as terrifying fangs emerged. Yi Qing's grin turned sinister. I've changed my mind. It seems it's time to feast. Before his words had fully escaped, he suddenly opened his gaping maw, filled with fangs, and bit down fiercely on the stout tendril he had grasped. Chapter 42. A battle of beasts? Hurry and seize the opportunity. The stunned mentalist, splurt. A translucent, pale green plant fluid gushed forth. The tendril was severed by Yi Qing's bite, his cheeks swelling momentarily before quickly deflating. You have consumed a piece of cloud-devouring vine branch meat. Vitality 3.5, Extraction Progress 1. Upon noticing the prompt, Yi Qing suddenly realized he had not fully relinquished his hold. Perhaps he could indulge without waiting until after the prey was slain, engaging in battle while consuming wooden tea that saved time. Moreover, the more he consumed, the stronger he became, while the prey would only grow weaker. This was immensely advantageous for him. Yi Qing felt a new wave of insight wash over him. He laughed maniacally, continuing to hold onto the writhing, struggling tendril as he urged the abyssal maw to take another bite. The prompts rang out in succession. Yi Qing grew more exhilarated, his eyes alight with excitement. The cloud-devouring vine branch was incensed. A mere ant dared to attack it, even consuming one of its tendrils. It was a death wish. Boom, boom, boom. Walls shattered as dozens of stout tendrils emerged from within the building. Nearly 100 meters of tendrils wildly intertwined and waved, forming an impenetrable wall, enveloping the surrounding area of nearly 100 meters, rendering the interior seen invisible from the outside. Buildings on either side of the street were toppled, the rumbling sounds incessant. Yi Qing discarded the severed remnants of the tendril he had been clutching, his form flickering as he dodged the incoming tendril strikes. Each tendril's lash was nearly stronger than the full force of a third-tier martial artist. It could be said that any ordinary martial artist facing this scene would meet a fate of being reduced to a pulpy mass if they were not careful blessed with a B-grade speed talent. And bolstered by his mental energy, Yi Qing's reaction speed was significantly enhanced, allowing him to evade with remarkable ease. Truly, a fourth-tier colossal plant. Yi Qing couldn't help but exclaim. Its size was indeed vast enough to sustain itself for several days. This remark seemed to further infuriate the cloud-devouring vine branch. Its assault grew increasingly frenzied, its main body writhing violently, shaking the entire building to its core. Yi Qing shouted in exhilaration, as steel bone blades emerged from his joints. Sharp spikes shooting forth, pale golden arcs of electricity crackling among the tendrils. The perilous onslaught did not instill fear in Yi Qing. Rather, his eyes brimmed with overwhelming battle fervor as he engaged in fierce combat with the cloud-devouring vine. Boom, boom! Amid the cacophony, the surrounding beasts were roused. When several startled beasts inadvertently stumbled into the combat zone, they were immediately shredded to pieces by the spiked tendrils. Instinctively, the beasts began to flee, hastening towards the outskirts of the city, fearful of being caught in the ongoing battle. After the herd had fled for nearly 10 kilometers, they collided head-on with a group of people, the search team composed of the training camp and the Chen and Li families. What is happening? How did such a herd form? It seems they were frightened. What transpired deeper within? The crowd was taken aback, hastily seeking refuge. Once the tumultuous herd had dispersed, they exchanged glances and, after a brief discussion, concluded that a formidable beast must be engaged in battle ahead. Perhaps they could seize the opportunity. Their eyes lit up with excitement. No longer hesitating, they swiftly advanced deeper into the city. Up until now, the search had yielded no results. The team's objectives had gradually shifted from searching to hunting. Before long, thunderous roars resonated in their ears. Upon hearing the commotion and feeling the ground tremble slightly, their expressions changed dramatically to a fourth-tier beast. After a moment of silence, they did not halt their steps as they drew closer. The booming sounds intensified, the terrifying sonic booms erupting intermittently. Across the street, the wildly thrashing tendrils came into view. The cloud-devouring vine. It was a branch of the 7th-tier colossal plant, yet still immensely valuable. The fact that a branch of the cloud-devouring vine existed within the city, previously unnoticed, was astonishing. The crowd was filled with a mix of joy and surprise. This frenzied colossal plant was undoubtedly the most valuable entity they had encountered since entering the city. It was locked in battle with an unknown adversary, rendering the scene obscured. Is there anyone who can probe the situation behind those tendrils? Zhang Qingyi turned to her companion, Xielinger. I'll give it a try. Xielinger nodded. After rigorous training with Qihong, her mental strength had considerably improved. A peculiar silver light flickered in her light brown eyes as her intangible mental energy began to extend. The frantically thrashing tendrils could not hinder her mental probing, and the scene within unfolded before Xielinger. She beheld a ghostly shadow weaving through the perilous barrage, occasionally emitting a chilling, maniacal laugh. To her shock, even with her heightened mental perception, she could still not discern the shadow's true form. However, the towering figure sensed her probing and abruptly turned to face her. What met Xielinger's gaze was a bloodshot, crimson eye, filled with coldness, brutality, fury, and an insatiable greed and malice. A terrifying impact descended in the next instant. Buzz. Xialinger's face turned pale, horror evident in her eyes. It felt as if a train had collided with her forehead. An excruciating pain enveloping her entire being, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Linger, Zhang Qingyi exclaimed, hastily checking on Xie Linger's condition, her expression darkening. Overcome with fright, her mental energy had suffered damage. She likely wouldn't awaken for 2 to 3 days. What on earth was that? It directly scared Xie Linger unconscious. That beast within must be incredibly powerful. The crowd was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. What's there to fear? We have over a dozen people here. Even if it's a 4th-tier beast, we can overwhelm it. Yu Zian stepped forward. Having awakened a wood-type talent, he was at a considerable advantage against the cloud-devouring vine. If 2 or 3 of you team up with me, I can hold off the cloud-devouring vine. As for the beast battling it, you all can engage first, and once it's dealt with, we'll join forces to take down the cloud-devouring vine. Yu Zian's plan was, in many ways, quite feasible, thus he radiated confidence, eager to take action. The others were getting excited. Strength in numbers. Moreover, the mere thought of defeating a 4th-tier beast was exhilarating. I'll team up with Yu Zian against the cloud-devouring vine. Zhang Qingyi, you stay back to protect Xie Linger. If anything happens to her, Instructor Qi will surely tear us apart. Xiao Xiyun spoke up. Zhang Qingyi nodded, having no intention of joining the fray. The tendrils beyond always gave her an ominous sense of danger. Be careful. If things go awry, I'll come to your aid. She offered a brief warning. Let us see who can take down these 2 4th-tier beasts first, Yu Zian shouted, as branches and vines erupted from the ground, charging forth. Meanwhile, what's that noise? Yi Qing, immersed in battle, furrowed his brow and turned to glance sideways. Chapter 43, Zhang Qingyi, today, I must teach you a lesson. Just moments ago, Yi Qing had sensed a mental energy probing the situation. He instinctively activated his spirit fox evil eye, shattering that mental energy with a single strike. Initially, I presumed it to be some reckless giant beast proficient in mental powers. However, upon closer inspection of the commotion, it seemed to be a human. What on earth is happening? Yi Qing furrowed his brow tightly. He was thoroughly engrossed in his battle when an intruder arrived, igniting a surge of inexplicable fury within him. Simultaneously, Yu Zian's hands radiated a green luminescence as he formed seals, causing countless branches to intertwine and coalesce into a colossal tree with a diameter of 3 meters. The massive trunk loomed in the air, descending violently upon the thick, sturdy vines before him. With a resounding crash, the frenzied vines momentarily faltered, creating a fissure in the previously impenetrable wall. The giant tree trembled, severing several robust vines and forcefully driving deeper into the fray. The cloud-swallowing vine shifted its attention, with several tendrils launching towards the enormous trunk, significantly alleviating the pressure on Yi Qing's side. What a buzzkill! Yi Qing had never felt such anger. After finally enjoying a gratifying brawl, he was interrupted. He abruptly turned to face the colossal tree, his figure flickering as he positioned himself directly in its path. Halt! With claws akin to talons, he braced against the tree, his thigh muscles bulging as cracks formed in the ground beneath him, staunching the tree's advance. Yi Qing inhaled deeply, his blood surging with vigor as he activated the blood dominance technique to its fullest. Brilliant golden arcs of electricity illuminating his body, imbuing him with ferocious strength. With a thunderous roar, he lifted the massive trunk high and then brought it crashing down with tremendous force. Yu Zian, witnessing a passage being carved out, felt a moment of triumph, only to sense the colossal tree strike against an unseen barrier, halting its progress entirely. Before he could react, the tree suddenly slipped from his control. Electric arcs dancing around it as it was hoisted skyward, crashing down towards him with unrelenting force. A howling gust of wind heralded its approach, sending shivers down Yu Zian's spine. He frantically waved his arms, the green glow intensifying as he attempted to regain control, but it was too late. Boom! The electrified trunk plummeted, shaking the entire street, causing several precarious buildings to collapse in a last-ditch effort. Yu Zian exerted all his might to disassemble the trunk into individual branches. Yet, the situation hardly improved. The electrically charged branches whipped about like whips, striking with blinding speed. Amidst the perilous howls, the closest vines were severed, and Yu Zian desperately dodged, but still suffered a brutal hit. His leg bones snapping instantly as he fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Some members of the search team, caught off guard, found themselves wounded, bloodied, and thrown back as their bones shattered. With a single strike, Several elites from martial families and training camps were severely injured, losing their combat effectiveness. However, after sustaining further injuries, the cloud-swallowing vine was thoroughly incensed. A massive blood fruit shriveled, the rich crimson hue rapidly spreading across the verdant vines. In an instant, the vine transformed from a lush green to a deep crimson, the stench of blood permeating the air. Boom! Its body writhed like a giant serpent, shattering the 5-story building it inhabited. Beneath the brilliant blood glow, twisted, bloodthirsty tendrils sprouted from the vines, rapidly elongating to envelop the onlookers outside in a flash. Boom, boom, boom. The scarlet vines thrashed about, carving deep gorges into the ground. The cloud-swallowing vine entered a frenzy. Its offensive capability significantly heightened. The faces of the onlookers paled as they rushed to aid the wounded while desperately fending off the vine's assault. Such a tactic. I can't believe it wasn't utilized before. Yi Qing's eyes lit up, a thrill coursing through him. Yet, he soon noticed the more than 10 individuals engaged in a fierce struggle in the distance, his brow furrowing once more. Could they be from the training camp? Then he spotted a figure exuding an icy blue aura. Zhang Qingyi? Yi Qing clenched his fists, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. I've never liked this frigid iceberg. Always acting aloof, projecting an air of maturity. It's evident she's never faced true adversity. Now, it seems like an opportunity has arisen. Yi Qing was unwilling to be further disturbed. These individuals significantly diminished the cloud-swallowing vine's combat prowess, leaving him unsatisfied in his battle. The vine was meant to be his adversary alone. Just then, a flickering figure captured Yi Qing's attention, an intriguing maneuver. With a swift motion, Yi Qing swung the bone blade in his hand, severing 2 nearby vines, then instantly transformed into a shadow that darted forward. Xiao Shiyun's heartbeat quickened as he prepared to leverage his innate advantage and directly assault the core of the cloud-swallowing vine. As he closed the distance to his target, he found that upon his next flicker, it was not the writhing body of the vine that met his gaze. Instead, a towering black figure suddenly obstructed his path. Xiao Shiyun struggled to articulate the monstrosity before him. He had never encountered a being resembling this in his lifetime. Over 2 meters tall, it was ensconced in thick, jet-black scales. Its shoulders and back were adorned with spikes. Its massive, muscular form reminiscent of twisted roots. Each joint bore bone blades resembling large cleavers, and its face was obscured by a mask, rendering its features indiscernible. What sent chills down Xiao Shiyun's spine was the scarlet vertical eye nestled in its forehead. It stood before him, emanating an aura of calm, ferocity, and brutality. The crimson eye rolled in amusement, fixating its gaze upon Xiao Shiyun. Cold dread enveloped him, and an acute sense of danger compelled him to instinctively retreat. His figure vanished, only to reappear several dozen meters away. Whoosh! A deafening sonic boom erupted as a sharp spike, enveloped in a barrier of air, surged toward Xiao Shiyun. Thud! The spike pierced through flesh, leaving a transparent hole in his abdomen. Blood sprang forth as his intestines spilled out. Xiao Shiyun screamed in terror, desperately stuffing his intestines back into his body with one hand while clutching his wound with the other, stumbling backward in a panic. His injuries were grave. He perished outright solely due to the robust vitality of a martial artist. The assault did not cease. In addition to the cloud-swallowing vine's tendrils, a flurry of whistling spikes filled the air. Akin to the bullets of a sniper rifle, posing a grave threat. In an instant, several individuals were struck, incapacitated. It was only when an icy blue tempest began to stir that the situation eased somewhat. Today, I must teach you a lesson. Yi Qing observed as Zhang Qingyi finally made her move, a chuckle escaping his lips. Chapter 44. A joyous third encounter. Allow me to gift you a pair of panda eyes. The moment that dark figure appeared, Zhang Qingyi's brow furrowed. Despite her extensive experience, having slain countless behemoths in her past life, she was unable to identify the creature before her. Countless records flashed through her mind. Yet no known entity matched this one. Could it be a new creature emerging from the rift? Another unforeseen variable. The sharp whistling never ceased. Lethal spikes flew through the air, leaving dangerous white trails in their wake. Zhang Qingyi had no choice but to intervene. Otherwise, her companions would not endure for long. An eruption of frigid air significantly reduced the speed of the spikes. At that moment, Xiaolinger, Yu Zian, and Xiao Shiyun were all gravely injured and incapacitated. Members of the Qin and Li families had also suffered piercing wounds from the spikes, narrowly escaping death in a brief span. The search team of over 10 individuals faced significant casualties, with more than half sustaining injuries. During their 10-plus days in the city, they had encountered no obstacles, yet their first encounter with adversity led to substantial losses. They were formidable. The ferocious cloud-swallowing vine and the terrifying creature whose visage remained obscured were utterly daunting. Their faces turned pale, overwhelmed by a familiar sense of helplessness reminiscent of when they were besieged by beasts during the recruitment assessment. However, back then, Yi Qing had descended like a divine savior. What about now? Yi Qing had not been seen in days, his whereabouts unknown. Even if he were to arrive, having missed the training camp, his strength would have inevitably waned. How could he resolve the predicament posed by these two monsters? We must retreat. Zhang Qingyi began to speak when a sudden alarm rang in her mind, an overwhelming sense of danger engulfing her. "It's targeting me." Her instincts kicked in, and she immediately pushed Xiaolinger aside while summoning a wall of solid ice to shield herself. Boom! The thick ice wall shattered into fragments as the dark figure, enveloped in icy blue mist, appeared before Zhang Qingyi. A terrifying sense of oppression descended upon her, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. This was the most formidable opponent she had encountered since her rebirth. A black fist thundered forth, like a wrathful storm, striking with unparalleled ferocity. Foolish Zhang Qingyi scoffed. "You've fallen for it." In the next instant, the shattered ice shards hung suspended in the air, suddenly coalescing into sharp ice blades that aimed to shred the outstretched arm. This was a testament to her wealth of combat experience, attacking to defend. Should the punch not be retracted, the arm would be reduced to a pulp, leaving no chance for reattachment. However, in the face of absolute power, skill and experience appeared woefully inadequate. Beneath the mask, Yi Qing wore an amused grin. Showing no intention of withdrawing his fist, clang, clang, clang. The ice blades sliced into the robust arm like a meat grinder, yet only sparks erupted. Such formidable defense. Is this truly a flesh and blood limb? Shock washed over Zhang Qingyi's face as her vision was consumed by the massive fist. Oh no! Her body instinctively sought to evade. An icy mist enveloped her visage. The mist's effect was limited, merely slowing the fist's velocity by a fraction. Boom! The fist struck her squarely in the eye. Zhang Qingyi saw stars as an overwhelming force sent her careening backward. A low, pained cry escaped Zhang Qingyi's lips as one of her eyes became red and swollen, soon turning a deep shade of black and blue. "Damn beast," she thought, quickly suppressing the pain. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, her expression exceedingly grim. Despite being a reborn empress, she could not escape her obsession with beauty. Her palm brushed over her eye socket, summoning a chilling aura to alleviate the pain. Zhang Qingyi's face was etched with fury, an aura of frigidness enveloping her. The pressure ignited the latent potential within her. To her astonishment, abilities that had previously been dormant were now at her command. A flicker of joy illuminated her beautiful eyes. "If you have the strength, then endure." Zhang Qingyi's gaze shimmered with icy blue hues, vast energy rapidly coalescing. Frost. She began to part her crimson lips, however, before she could utter a word. Yi Qing's armor cracked open between his brows, and his blood-red evil eye snapped open. A deafening hum reverberated, unleashing an invisible mental wave. Caught off guard, Zhang Qingyi's complexion paled, a wave of dizziness crashing over her, causing her to sway dangerously close to falling. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Yi Qing had already dashed before her, delivering a decisive and ruthless punch straight to the mark. Bang! Zhang Qingyi's long dark hair whipped about as her other eye socket also turned black and blue, forming a pair of comical panda eyes that looked rather absurd. The mental assault. Such overwhelming physical strength, coupled with mental prowess. How could a lowly beast possess such might? Where did this monstrosity come from? Zhang Qingyi's fury reached its zenith, the icy blue in her eyes growing ever more intense. Yet, the punches fell like a torrential rain, each one aimed squarely at her face. "Run," with Zhang Qingyi delaying. The others had already retreated to a safe distance. Realizing the situation, she dared not linger any longer. Turning to flee, Yi Qing, uninterested in pursuing, surged forward, delivering a swift kick to the firm curve of Zhang Qingyi's rear, propelling her forward. "Damn it!" Zhang Qingyi's eyes widened in rage, feeling a searing pain in her backside. nearly tempted to turn back and settle the score. Fortunately, reason triumphed over impulse. She etched Yi Qing's appearance into her memory. Fleeing with a fierce determination, "Dare to glare at me? Very well." Their third exchanged seemed rather delightful. Of course, it was a one-sided affair for Yi Qing. Ian Zhang Qingyi's heart. However, this encounter was already deemed a profound humiliation. Everyone from the training camp and the two prominent families had sustained injuries and retreated. The swallowing cloud vine could not move, and her anger was wholly directed at Yi Qing. The warm-up was over. Yi Qing turned to face the swallowing cloud vine, spikes sprouting anew from his back. This time, however, the spikes began to curve, extending from his back towards his chest, forming a row of skeletal armor. There was no time for games. Boom! The ground cracked, and Yi Qing's figure vanished. He no longer chose to evade but charged headlong, breaking one blood-red vine after another. The skeletal armor shattered quickly, yet under the influence of accelerated regeneration, a new row of spikes rapidly emerged. Simultaneously, bloody bone blades extended from his joints, transforming from over a meter to a colossal 3-meter-long blade in the blink of an eye. Die. Yi Qing leaped before the main body of the swallowing cloud vine, bringing down the 3-meter-long blade with ferocity. Thud. A massive gash over 10 meters long appeared, and countless plant fluids gushed forth. The grotesque wound began to writhe, attempting to heal rapidly. Yi Qing understood its regenerative capabilities and would not allow it to succeed. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he plunged into the wound. The massive blade began to thrash wildly, tendrils sprouting from his palms, establishing roots within the flesh of the swallowing cloud vine to commence the feast. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the city. The vine, shrouding the sky, writhed in fury, its enraged roars echoing throughout the city. A level 7 giant plant detected the intrusion of several formidable humans into its territory. Chapter 45. Assault on the Swallowing Cloud Vine. The extraction progress of the level 7 giant plant. Such keen perception, Chen Yin from the Chen family remarked. They had only recently entered the city, and the swallowing cloud vine had already sensed their presence. After level 7, mental power undergoes a qualitative change, resulting in significantly heightened perception, Li Yao added. Enough chatter, Qi Heng said, his gaze fixed on the distant swallowing cloud vine. The disturbance is even greater than anticipated. We must strike swiftly, or we risk attracting other beasts. The group nodded solemnly, no longer concealing their auras. Their mighty life force stirred the winds and clouds, manifesting as visible plumes of energy above them. Starkly noticeable in the wilderness, the 6-tiered warriors lightly touched the ground, their figures soaring into the air toward the city center. A mere 10 kilometers was but a brief moment for 6-tiered warriors. Almost simultaneously, a fierce battle erupted. Qi Heng struck first, drawing a large blade, his life force erupting like a volcanic explosion, coalescing entirely upon the long knife. A radiant blade of light, dozens of meters long, sliced towards the trunk of the swallowing cloud vine. Located within a towering skyscraper, in tandem, the other 4 6-tiered warriors also unleashed their assaults. Shen Lin retrieved a long spear from his back, electric light swirling at the tip, and with a thrust, a thunderous dragon roared forth. The 3 from the noble families followed suit, each brandishing their weapons, their life force nearly boiling over as violent energy and light interwove and flickered at the heart of the city. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the city, a visible white shockwave radiating outward, causing buildings to tremble and some to outright collapse. Wails echoed from every corner of the city. The giant beasts within sensed danger. Upon witnessing the thrashing vines at the city's center, they fled in terror, level 4 and even level 5 beasts sprinting toward the outskirts, not daring to linger even for a moment in midair. A large face composed of twisted vines appeared, its hollow gaze locking onto the 5. Suddenly, that vine face opened its mouth wide, emitting an invisible roar of rage. Watch out, it's a mental shock, Qi Heng shouted, his life force surging as a faint red barrier materialized around him. A soft silver glow igniting at his brow. When a warrior breaks through to level 6, they must begin honing their mental power. Only with sufficiently strong mental power can they hope to breach the 7th limit. This was precisely why Qi Heng and his companions dared to confront the swallowing cloud vine. The opponent had only recently ascended to level 7, and their mastery of mental power was still weak. not significantly stronger than theirs. Thus, their chances of victory were quite promising. The invisible mental shock rippled outward. The faint red barriers surrounding Qi Hong and the others shattered, the silver glow at their brows extinguished. Yet, their bodies did not sway even slightly. Go all out, Qi Hong roared, his long knife shimmering as dazzling blades of light, each over 10 meters long, burst forth, severing vine after vine. Together, Qi Hong and his 5 companions posed a threat sufficient to challenge a level 7 entity. The swallowing cloud vine suffered critical damage, with several of its vines severed in mere moments, even its trunk receiving a strike from Qi Hong. It was utterly enraged. A wave of inexplicable mental energy sweeping across the entire city. Boom, boom, boom. From every corner of the city, from beneath the earth to within the towering buildings, numerous vine tendrils erupted forth. Bloodthirsty vines ensnared giant beasts, frantically draining their lifeblood. One by one, the giant beasts were instantaneously drained into desiccated corpses. Their vital essence continuously funneled through the roots that spread throughout the city to the level 7 swallowing cloud vine. Furthermore, as the branches absorbed a wave of essence from the giant beasts, they began to rapidly wither, all their energy transferring through a robust vine to the mother plant. In an instant, the swallowing cloud vine glowed a deep crimson, its injuries miraculously healing, more vines sprouting from its trunk. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. You consumed a portion of the swallowing cloud vine's branch essence. Life Force 18. You consumed a portion of the swallowing cloud vine's branch essence. Life Force 17. Yi Qing traversed within the trunk of the level 4 swallowing cloud vine, his tendrils voraciously siphoning its essence, causing his life force to surge rapidly. Yet, following a thunderous roar, the surrounding flesh began to rapidly wither, the notifications ceasing. The once fiercely struggling swallowing cloud vine had lost its vitality. Yi Qing was taken aback, his 3-meter-long blade slicing through and emerging from the vine's body, only to discover it had already withered. What is happening? A terrifying explosion echoed from afar. Yi Qing's expression shifted as he leaped onto a rooftop. And upon witnessing the scene at the city's center, delight flickered in his eyes. Finally, it's begun. The discontent he felt from the withering level 4 swallowing cloud vine evaporated instantly, replaced by a profound sense of anticipation and excitement. As the 6-tiered warriors commenced their assault on the main trunk of the swallowing cloud vine, his opportunity was drawing near. Compared to the level 7 giant plant, what was a level 4 branch? Yi Qing's gaze fixated on the distant commotion, his mind racing with thoughts. The battle in the core area was perilously fierce. He could not act recklessly. Otherwise, he would find himself embroiled in conflict and meet his end on the spot. After absorbing a massive amount of essence, the swallowing cloud vine became frenzied, hundreds of vines thrashing around, forcing Qi Hong and his companions to retreat continuously. However, it was not unscathed either, as several of its vines would occasionally be severed. Tendrils fell from the sky, littering the city center. Those massive vines, even a small fragment, rivaled a level 4 swallowing cloud vine, containing unimaginable energy. Yi Qing scanned the area, dismissing the vines too close to the battlefield, finally locking onto a severed vine limb at the battlefield's edge. Though it was a remnant, it was still twice the size of a complete level 4 swallowing cloud vine. Fortune favors the bold. This was the one. A fierce glint ignited in Yi Qing's eyes as he leaped forward, charging straight into the most perilous battlefield. A tumultuous herd of beasts was frantically fleeing, while a resolute figure surged upstream against the tide. Yi Qing encountered numerous formidable creatures, including several 5th-tier giants. Fortunately, his presence was entirely overlooked as the beasts were consumed by terror. With a heart racing but relatively unscathed, he traversed through a park, where a 30-meter-long, still vibrant vine's severed limb writhed before his eyes. The sight of the fracture. A transparent plant fluid shimmered with a crystalline glow. This life-infused liquid flowed across the earth, coaxing tender blades of grass to slowly emerge from the soil. Boom! In that instant, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby, reverberating painfully against Yi Qing's eardrums, as a fierce gust of wind swept in, carrying stones like bullets. Yet, Yi Qing paid little mind to the chaos. This was the farthest point from the battlefield's epicenter, where danger was at its lowest. Even if the King of Heaven himself appeared, he would finish his meal first. Yi Qing charged forward, his gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, while numerous tendrils plunged into the severed limb of the 7th-tier cloud-swallowing vine. You have consumed a portion of the cloud-swallowing vine's essence. Vitality 52. Extraction progress 3. The extraction progress of the 7th-tier giant plant appeared once more. Chapter 46. Internal force transformed into gang. 4th-tier warrior, S-class talent, harmony of heaven and earth. Yi Qing noticed the extraction progress and felt a jolt of excitement. A 7th-tier giant plant was akin to a master warrior among humans, having shattered the 7 limits of the human body and undergone a qualitative transformation in the realm of life. Such beings were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Would it be possible to extract unique abilities at the master level from this 7th-tier giant plant? With eager anticipation, Yi Qing indulged without pause. You have consumed a piece of the cloud-swallowing vine's flesh. Vitality 23, Extraction Progress 1. You have consumed a piece of the cloud-swallowing vine's flesh. Vitality 26, Extraction Progress 1. You have consumed a portion of the cloud-swallowing vine's essence. Vitality 42, Extraction Progress 2. The energy contained within the flesh and blood of the 7th-tier giant plant far surpassed that of ordinary beasts. A single bite was nearly equivalent to the enhancement gained from an entire average giant beast. The system's notifications persisted uninterrupted. Yi Qing's vitality surged at a terrifying rate, swiftly approaching the limits of a 3rd-tier warrior. Boom! A thunderous explosion rippled through the air as the distant battle intensified. Storms ravaged the city, and skyscrapers groaned and collapsed. The clash at the master level was already capable of obliterating a city. The debris propelled by the battle's aftermath pierced through his shoulder and thigh, blood flowing, bone fragments bursting forth. Yet, Yi Qing remained unfazed, evading only the lethal shards, his pace of consumption undiminished. The high-stakes battlefield did not instill fear in him. Rather, it filled him with anticipation. One day, he would reach that same level. No, he would far surpass it, and it would not be long. As the battlefield's reach expanded, the danger surrounding Yi Qing grew. The repercussions of the battle increasingly affected him, and the frequency of his injuries rose. Fortunately, his current they were relentlessly interrogated by Qi Hong for dozens of days, and their curiosity about where Yi Qing had hidden himself was palpable. The group rushed to the screen, and upon seeing the coordinates displayed above, their expressions shifted dramatically. Yi Qing was directly in front of them, less than 15 kilometers away. Simultaneously, the swallowing cloud vine had suffered severe damage and was on the verge of collapse. Sensing the interference had dissipated, Qi Hong issued a command. Inform those little brats to do their utmost to harvest the beast horde. Whoever kills the most colossal beasts will receive bonus points in the upcoming camp assessment. Even while engaged in a battle with a level 7 giant plant, Commander Qi had not forgotten to assign training tasks to the students. By the way, Zhang Qingyi and Yu Zian. Those top students must each slay 10 level 3 giants or 1 level 4 giant. Or else I will deduct 30 points from them first. The communicator transmitted the anguished cries of the swallowing cloud vine as the battle on Qi Heng's side approached its conclusion. Boss, there's something I don't know whether to tell you now. One person hesitated for a moment. Speak. Zhang Qingyi and the others are likely unable to complete their tasks. I just received their message. They encountered an extremely formidable monster. Over half of the search team is severely injured. Yu Zian has a broken leg. Xiao Shiyun's intestines are ruptured, and Xiaolinger is unconscious. What? Qi Hong exclaimed in shock. And hurry up and finish. I don't have time for your nonsense. Qi Heng's scolding was deafening. Discovering Yi Qing's location, he was now in the city, approximately 20 kilometers from the city center. Damn. Qi Heng's hand trembled, and the blade that should have struck the swallowing cloud vine's main body only severed a few tendrils. Yi Qing was in the city, just 20 kilometers from the city center. This meant he had likely been right under their noses all along. Lost in thought for a moment, a vine lashed out and sent him flying. What a clever boy! Qi Hong quickly regained his composure, casting a cold smile at the distance. Finally willing to show yourself? I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Fortunately, there were still more than 10 days left until the training camp concluded. That was ample time. The meticulously prepared devilish training could finally be arranged for that little brat. The special training had almost become his inner demon. If he didn't let Yi Qing experience the torment of devilish training, he would feel unsettled. How vexing! Hurry and conclude this battle. Qi Heng's mood grew increasingly impatient. His offensive became more ferocious, and cracks began to form in the long knife he wielded. A true refreshing breeze enveloped Yi Qing. The resistance of the wind seemed to vanish, and his sprinting speed climbed steadily, his form flowing like the wind as he darted through the ruins. The world seemed to hold its breath. Was this the sensation of becoming one with nature? Yi Qing reveled in this state. His injuries completely healed, a torrent of energy surging within him, perpetually replenishing his stamina. The typical sprinting speed of a level 4 warrior became Yi Qing's cruising speed. Buzzing, the tactical watch issued by the training camp vibrated. Yi Qing had preserved it well, ensuring it remained undamaged during combat, as it contained a rough map of the wilderness. The spikes retracted, and dark scales lay dormant beneath his skin. Yi Qing retrieved the watch and noticed a change in the location of the training camp. It was now only a little over 10 kilometers away, so close. This made things easier. Yi Qing adjusted his direction and headed toward the training camp's current location. Along the way, he encountered numerous colossal beasts. Naturally, the food that lay before him was not to be wasted. Blood-red vines surged forth like giant pythons, entwining one giant beast after another, draining them of every drop of essence. Drawing from his rich experience, Yi Qing shattered the skull of each beast with a single blow before devouring the soul fragments within. Not a morsel of flesh or soul could be squandered. To Yi Qing, a level 1 beast was merely a snack, while level 2 and level 3 beasts barely sufficed. True sustenance came from level 4 beasts. Before long, amid the throng of beasts ahead, a massive level 4 giant beast came into view. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled. He was about to return to the training camp, and he might delay for a day or two, so he needed to prepare some provisions. You shall do. With a burst of power from his legs, Yi Qing propelled himself like a cannonball into the horde of beasts. Several obstructing giants were directly smashed to death, their flesh and bones scattering as he surged toward the level 4 giant beast. Just as the beast registered the presence of an intruder on its back, it had no time to react. With a swift thrust, a 3-meter-long bone blade pierced its neck, directly shattering its robust spinal column. It immediately lost the ability to resist, its body collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Yi Qing wiped the blood from his face, thoroughly satisfied with his accomplishment. Clean and efficient, he rendered it incapable of resistance without causing instant death. This maximized the delay before its demise, preserving the freshness of its flesh. This was a hard-earned lesson from the brutal battles in the wilderness. Just bear with it. Dizziness is normal. Yi Qing patted the head of the beast sprawled on the ground, then seized one of its tusks. With his arm muscles bulging, a faint golden aura enveloped his arm as he dragged the creature forward. A long trail of blood appeared on the debris-strewn street. The rich scent of blood wafted through the air, rekindling Yi Qing's appetite. He then tore a chunk of meat from the nearby giant beast and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing as he continued to pull along. Fresh was the best. Eating it right after cutting it was delicious. With his haul in tow and his mood soaring, Yi Qing quickened his pace. During this time, a low-level giant beast, driven by a bloodthirsty impulse, charged recklessly at him. Yi Qing, uninterested in extending a hand, waited until it approached, grinning as he suddenly turned his head and bit down. Crack, blood splattered, bones shattered. The low-level giant beast, now headless, collapsed. Yi Qing chewed a few bites and swallowed the meat. It was unpalatable. Low-level beasts were simply too tough. Under the gaze of those helpless, despairing eyes, he turned and took another bite, savoring a piece of the level 4 giant beast before letting a smile return to his face. 15 minutes later, just as Yi Qing was about to exit the urban area, a team of warriors, consisting of more than 10 individuals, came into view ahead. Their plight was dire. Many were bloodied. Some even had to be supported by others to walk. They were a group of familiar faces. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile. Meanwhile, the group sensed the movement behind them, and a familiar yet strange voice rang out in their ears. Everyone, we meet again. Chapter 48. Yi Qing, you little rascal, you finally fell into my hands. Upon hearing the voice, the group momentarily froze, and then suddenly recalled the identity of the voice's owner. Yi Qing. They turned to see, first laid before them, a massive, dying giant beast, a level 4 giant beast. Even the severely injured couldn't help but gasp, their wounds reopening and bleeding anew. The enormous form, terrifying tusks, and the searing heat radiating from its body all indicated that this was a level 4 flame-patterned savage tiger. Yi Qing could already slay level 4 beasts. While they had struggled against a level 4 in a group and sustained injuries, Yi Qing was capable of soloing one. Damn. You. Cough cough. Why Yi Qing you? Xiao Shiyun coughed, nearly spilling her innards. Yu Zian, who had been unconscious, struggled to sit up upon hearing the noise. After a glance, his eyes widened, and with a thud, he collapsed back into unconsciousness. Zhang Qingyi's eyelids twitched incessantly. Her gaze was fixed on the faint golden glow surrounding Yi Qing's hand, an expression of disbelief spreading across her features. Aura? He has broken through to level 4. How could this be? How did he manage that? Zhang Qingyi could hardly believe her eyes, even doubting whether she was hallucinating. Rubbing her eyes and squinting again, she finally confirmed it was not an illusion, a level 4 warrior. Was this person also from the training camp? Why had she never seen him before? Given Zhang Qingyi and the others' reactions, it was clear they recognized him. What was going on? Such a young level 4 would be qualified to receive direct instruction from a master in the Li family. Even among families with masters, such prodigious talent was exceedingly rare, emerging only after a long time. Well, his situation is rather unique. He wasn't in the training camp recently. Zhang Qingyi struggled to find the words to explain. What could she say? That Yi Qing had not participated in the training camp's special training and instead had been fending for himself in the wilderness, achieving results far surpassing theirs. What on earth was going on with Yi Qing? Zhang Qingyi suppressed her astonishment, her mind flooded with countless questions. This fellow was undoubtedly the greatest variable she had encountered thus far. Judging by his current performance, she felt almost ordinary in comparison. Though she too had accumulated strength in the past, her early displays had not been particularly dazzling. Yet now, Yi Qing's brilliance seemed almost exaggerated. What is your situation? Yi Qing approached, dragging the flame-patterned savage tiger closer. The searing heat drying the bloodstains on the others. And you? Why is your face swollen? He chuckled, as if greeting an old friend. For a moment, the atmosphere turned somewhat silent. Zhang Qingyi gritted her teeth. Her fists clenched in fury. Don't ask. It's none of your business. After a lengthy pause, she huffed coldly. That is indeed my concern. Most of the injuries on you are from my hands. Yi Qing contemplated this in his heart, yet felt no guilt whatsoever. After all, was he not still alive and well? A minor injury pales in comparison to the value of life. That said, could you possibly do me a favor? Yi Qing hesitated for a moment before addressing Zhang Qingyi. Zhang Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, her mood easing slightly as she inexplicably found a glimmer of solace in his words. And no matter how formidable one may be, there are always moments when help is needed. No one is omnipotent. Aren't you gifted in the frost attribute? Could you perhaps assist in rapidly freezing this creature? It is on the verge of death, and I fear it may affect the flavor. Yi Qing pointed at the nearby flame-patterned violent tiger. The faint whimper escaped from the throat of the colossal beast. Its eyes reflected a hint of relief, its only movable eyeball pleadingly gazing at Zhang Qingyi. Zhang Qingyi. Her chest began to rise and fall violently, her breathing becoming labored. Could you repeat that? The words squeezed out from between her clenched teeth. What did he just ask of her? To freeze the meat of a giant beast? What the hell does he take my icebound legacy for? Am I a refrigerator? Zhang Qingyi felt an overwhelming urge to scream to the heavens. Whimpered, a single tear fell from the eye of the flame-patterned violent tiger. Zhang Qingyi fell silent. She had slain countless giant beasts, but had never witnessed one weep. She could scarcely imagine the trials this flame-patterned violent tiger had endured. I am here to grant it release, not to assist you, Zhang Qingyi reminded, and then a surge of cold air enveloped the flame-patterned violent tiger. Already on the brink of death, the heat radiating from its body was extinguished. Its flesh rapidly frozen, and thus its life came to an end. Upon returning, I shall share a portion with you. The tiger meat has restorative properties that may aid the wounds on your face. Yi Qing stated earnestly. He was a man who valued fairness. Zhang Qingyi's expression soured. Unwilling to exchange another word with Yi Qing, she turned and left. 3 sentences without regard for the wounds on my face. You have no sense of propriety whatsoever. Just wait. I will make you taste my wrath sooner or later. Yi Qing finally returned to the ranks of the training camp, but he dragged along a massive corpse, making him particularly conspicuous among the group. Upon entering the camp, everyone was stirred. Yi Qing has returned, having slain a level 4 giant beast. The explosive news resonated in everyone's ears. Wu Rui rushed over. Astonished. Yi Qing, did you stumble upon some fortuitous encounter, perhaps discovering a legendary manual from a master at the bottom of a cliff? He exclaimed. What fortuitous encounter? It's simply the result of hard work. Yi Qing replied, I work hard too, yet I haven't even broken through to Tier 3, Wu Rui lamented. Yi Qing shook his head. That means you haven't worked hard enough. Several instructors approached. Noticing the shimmering aura around Yi Qing's hands, their expressions shifted. Most of these instructors possess strength only at Tier 4. Now, Yi Qing was already capable of standing on equal footing with them. Discussing teaching was no longer appropriate. They could only speak of martial arts sparring. Leave it to us. We'll handle it first. It takes up too much space. After holding back for a long time, one instructor helplessly pointed at the corpse of the flame-patterned violent tiger. Thank you, instructor. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, his demeanor warm and amiable, resembling an exemplary young man of the new century. Meanwhile, a tremendous crash echoed through the city. The cloud-swallowing vine fell with a mournful cry, countless vines crashing helplessly to the ground. A level 7 giant plant was ground to death by 5 Tier 6 experts led by Qi Hong. A sharp sound of slicing air followed. A figure soared through the air, creating a massive wave of energy as it rushed toward the camp. Where is Yi Qing? Where is that kid? Ha ha ha, you've finally fallen into my hands. Have you fallen behind in strength? Don't worry, this instructor will surely help you make up the gap. Even before he arrived, his excited shouts could be heard. Chapter 49. Qi Hong. Let me test your mettle. Plans ahead. Whoosh, a fierce wind swept through the camp. A commanding figure crashed down from the sky. Qi Hong, wielding a broken blade, surveyed the scene with exhilaration, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Yi Qing. Then, his expression froze, the excitement in his smile suddenly stiffening. He rubbed his eyes to confirm that he wasn't hallucinating due to the toxic mist released by the cloud-swallowing vine. Damn! His voice nearly shattered the tents within the camp. Qi Hong dashed to Yi Qing's side, scrutinizing him from head to toe, causing Yi Qing to break out in goosebumps. Wait, you've reached Tier 4? Qi Hong's voice was strained. Yes, I have reached Tier 4, Yi Qing replied calmly with a nod. Qi Hong glanced around. The most talented batch in the training camp only reached Tier 3 at best. This was after intense training and ample martial arts resources. This kid, after wandering the wilderness, has effortlessly reached the sparkling Tier 4. In less than a month, he rose from Tier 2 to Tier 4. By comparison, doesn't that render the training camp a laughingstock? As the chief instructor, he could easily star in a clown movie. What the hell? Did a deity bestow enlightenment upon you? Qi Hong fell silent. A silence that stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Let me test your mettle. Qi Hong finally spoke, breaking the stillness. The next moment, he raised his hand and punched toward Yi Qing. No flashy techniques, just a simple straight punch, yet it carried a terrifying force akin to mountains collapsing. Yi Qing felt as if the entire world had vanished, and all that remained was that single fist. He was firmly locked in place. There was no avoiding such a straightforward strike. Tier 6. This is the power of Tier 6. Rather than feeling alarmed, Yi Qing felt exhilarated. His eyes sparkled with brilliant gold, muscles bulging as a faint golden aura enveloped his body. The faint golden aura, the heavenly dragon jade thunder body, the blood elephant dominance technique, and the 8 extremes fist, all talents related to enhancing strength were activated. Pushing Yi Qing's power to its zenith, he did not flinch. Instead, he charged forward, unleashing his full strength in a punch, boom. When their fists collided, the terrifying force compressed to its limits unleashed visible waves of energy. The violent gusts swept through the camp, causing many to stagger, with some even falling to the ground. Yi Qing took a step back, his fist reddening, a trickle of blood seeping out. Agonizing pain surged through his hand, and cracks formed in his bones, so powerful, Yi Qing felt as though Qi Hong were an imposing mountain. The force of his punch was so immense that it caused him injury in return. Again, a bit of pain means nothing. Yi Qing stepped forward, his fighting spirit soaring, throwing punch after punch, boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars echoed throughout the camp, waves of force rippling out, causing many to involuntarily retreat. Damn, how ferocious. This kid has the audacity to take the initiative and trade blows with the boss. Just look at that power. We're both Tier 4, yet I might not be able to withstand it. Not might, but definitely, just breaking into Tier 4, and he possesses this kind of strength? Yi Qing, this is too strong. The instructors and students watched in awe as Yi Qing unleashed his fury, their hearts profoundly shaken. The immense commotion roused the unconscious Yu Zian. He stared blankly at the scene, remaining silent for a moment. Am I in the underworld? Perhaps it would be better if I remained unconscious. With that, his head tilted, and he promptly fell asleep again. Stop! Qi Heng shouted, retreating a few steps, actively intervening to halt the bout. Enough! At this rate, the injured will be shaken to death. Qi Heng clasped one hand behind his back, his fingers trembling slightly, his gaze complex as he regarded Yi Qing. A sharp pain coursed through his hand. Waves of turmoil surged within his heart. Had he not been injured by Yi Qing, though it was merely a small crack? It was still an injury, even after battling a level 7 giant plant, with his vitality severely depleted. Even without employing his aura, he was still a Tier 6, 2 full tiers above Yi Qing. Just one step away from becoming a master. Why, Yi Qing? You are impressive, very powerful. Your fists are fierce, charging forward without a hint of hesitation despite the disparity in strength. That is the mindset of a true warrior and the essence of a genuine strongman. Qi Heng exhaled a breath of frustration, speaking earnestly. Not strong enough. Yi Qing shook his head. The wounds began to heal, the fractures in his bones mending back to normal. How strong do you want to be? You might as well kill me on the spot. Qi Heng couldn't help but curse. Everyone disperse. What are you staring at? Even if you look, none of you possess this kind of strength. He then turned to the students, shouting, go reflect on yourselves. After using so many resources, you all end up like this when encountering a level 4 giant beast. The crowd snapped back to reality and hurried to aid the injured. All right, come with me. Qi Heng gestured for Yi Qing to follow. The two entered the largest tent, and Qi Heng tapped a couple of times on a screen, enveloping the tent in a layer of faint blue light. A military-grade shielding device, capable of blocking the probing of Tier 7 masters. Dio, you have a teacher, a martial arts master, or perhaps a grandmaster. Qi Heng turned and fixed his gaze on Yi Qing's eyes, questioning him intently. Yes, many of my techniques were taught to me by him. Why? Yi Qing hesitated momentarily. His current performance was difficult to explain solely by talent, so he decided to nod in agreement with Qi Heng. In a sense, he was not lying. His current talents were all derived from the beasts in the wilderness. The wilderness was his teacher, and the giant beasts were the benefactors who enlightened him. I see. Qi Heng let out a sigh of relief, feeling like a joke for thinking he could help elevate Yi Qing's strength through special training every day. Chun Chun's actions seem rather superfluous. After all, others are guided by grandmasters or even 8th tier experts, while he, with merely a meager 6th tier status, holds little significance. It turns out that his training camp is not as inadequate as he once believed. Yi Qing's absence from the training camp is simply a testament to his superior options. Who would willingly forsake the individualized mentorship of a grandmaster to vie for resources amidst a crowd in the training camp? With this realization, Qi Heng felt a sense of solace wash over him. Given this context, there is little I can impart to you, he mused. Qi Heng rummaged through his drawer and retrieved a deep green card. Tossing it to Yi Qing. 10 million, it's a reward for outstanding students. Do not dismiss it as trivial. There is also the essence of a 7th tier beast, which I will arrange to have delivered from the military district shortly. Just wait a couple of days. With Yi Qing's current prowess, even if the training camp were extended by another 2 months, no one could catch up to his progress. Thus, Qi Heng decided to distribute the rewards to Yi Qing ahead of time. Now, we must discuss what lies ahead, Qi Heng said, his expression turning serious. The martial examination is imminent, and once the training camp concludes, given your performance, I fear that the most prestigious martial universities will extend special invitations to you. What are your thoughts on this matter? Chapter 50. The Starguarding Military Arts, B-Class, Heart of Lava, Fusion of Physical Talents. If not for Qi Heng's reminder, Yi Qing would have nearly forgotten about the martial examination. Initially, he regarded it as a monumental event, a pivotal moment that could alter his destiny. However, as his strength progressively increased, he suddenly realized that the martial examination may not hold the same significance for him any longer. Given his current performance, there is no need for him to participate in any examination. All the top martial universities across the nation would welcome his application. Yet, what does it matter to attend even the most prestigious martial university? After this period of tempering, Yi Qing has come to understand that combat is the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. Attending classes at a martial university, rising early for breakfast, scrambling for meals at the cafeteria, participating in club activities, and perhaps engaging in a romantic relationship with a girl. The mere thought made Yi Qing chuckle. To him, it seemed a sheer waste of life. What value do theories, competitions, and assessments hold compared to the experience gained in life-and-death struggles? What contest could possibly compare to a battlefield strewn with flesh and blood? What evaluation can rival the pressure experienced while teetering between life and death? The true destination of a martial artist should invariably be the battlefield. Noting Yi Qing's silence, Qi Heng spoke again. In truth, when choosing a martial university, one must not solely consider the quality of their faculty. Sometimes, the most esteemed institutions may not suit everyone. Take the 4 sacred martial universities in the capital, for instance. They gather all the prodigies from across the nation, most of whom are either gifted martial artists or scions of grandmasters. Each possesses formidable strength, and while the resources of the school may be abundant, the competition is fierce, and the allocation of resources may not be plentiful. Yi Qing discerned the implication in Qi Heng's words and inquired, "Are you suggesting that I merely propose a suggestion that might be more fitting for you?" Qi Heng replied thoughtfully. The Starguarding Military Arts, established by our Southern Combat Zone, stands as the premier military martial university. While it may not rival the top-tier martial universities, it is not far behind. The most crucial aspect is that one can apply to be deployed to the front lines as early as the 2nd year, whereas other conventional martial universities only allow applications in the 3rd year. Deployment to the front lines requires an application. Yi Qing had not been aware of this, but understood it upon reflection. After all, most individuals enhance their strength systematically and with planning only after entering martial universities. To be sent to the front lines prematurely would be akin to courting death. Applying for deployment in the 2nd year is indeed quite early. Is the chief instructor also an alumnus of the Starguarding Military Arts? Yi Qing inquired out of curiosity. Qi Heng smiled. You could say that. In the Southern Combat Zone, anyone who reaches the 6th tier is honored as a nominal lecturer at the Starguarding Military Arts and occasionally returns to teach a few classes. Yi Qing nodded in understanding. Qi Heng continued, selecting a martial university is a significant matter. It should not be taken lightly. I merely offer a suggestion. Take your time to consider it. I expect that in a few days, representatives from those prestigious martial universities will come to recruit you. At that point, you can make your decision. No need. Yi Qing shook his head. Qi Heng was puzzled. I have chosen the Starguarding Military Arts. Yi Qing declared calmly. Qi Heng was taken aback, his brows twitching in surprise. Are you serious? From a standpoint of sheer strength, our Starguarding Military Arts is undoubtedly inferior to those top-tier institutions. You must think carefully. No martial university would wish to miss out on a talent like Yi Qing. Qi Heng had hoped to leverage the ignorance of the admissions officers from those universities to promote the Starguarding Military Arts. To his astonishment, Yi Qing had readily acquiesced. Concerned that Yi Qing might not fully grasp the situation, he reiterated the disparities between the Starguarding Military Arts and the top-tier martial universities. Yet, Yi Qing remained resolute. However, I have one condition, Yi Qing stated. What condition? Qi Heng asked hastily. Did I wish to apply directly for deployment to the front lines? Yi Qing replied. Qi Heng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Could this young man be as disinterested in formal enrollment as he had been upon joining the camp? Qi Heng's brows knitted together. A talent like Yi Qing must be nurtured with care. If he were sent to the battlefield prematurely, any misstep could lead to dire consequences, and the veterans in the military would be devastated. This predicament posed a significant challenge. However, Qi Heng recognized the rarity of such an opportunity. In past years, the most gifted students would never have had a chance at the military arts. Very well. After 3 seconds of deliberation, he nodded in agreement. Leave this matter to me. Shortly thereafter, Yi Qing exited the tent, and his personal quarters had been set up, freeing him from the need to share accommodations with other students. No objections were raised. Even the instructors deemed it a matter of course. Great strength is the foundation of all privileges. Concurrently, platters of tiger meat were delivered to Yi Qing's tent. After nearly a month of consuming sashimi, the cooked meat of the flame-patterned savage tiger offered an entirely different flavor. Yi Qing, feeling famished, began to feast heartily. You consume a piece of flame-patterned savage tiger meat. Vitality 12, Extraction Progress 2. You consume a piece of flame-patterned savage tiger meat. Vitality 13. Extraction progress 2. You consume a piece of flame-patterned savage tiger meat. Notifications continued to appear, lifting Yi Qing's spirits as he devoured the food with increasing speed. The tiger meat was swiftly consumed, prompting the camp's chef to become busy. "That kid can eat too much," he exclaimed. "The amount meant for dozens is gone in no time." The chef wielded his spatula with fervor, his competitive spirit ignited. Platters of tiger meat vanished into Yi Qing's stomach. His extraction progress finally reached its peak. Extraction progress for flame-patterned savage tiger is complete. Would you like to commence extraction and fusion? Commence. A surge of heat erupted within Yi Qing, fiery red patterns manifesting on his skin, reducing his clothing to ashes. For Yi Qing at this moment, the pain was negligible. With the aid of S-class heavenly resonance and accelerated regeneration, his body's recovery capabilities had reached astonishing levels. Soon enough, extraction successful. You have obtained B-class talent, Heart of Lava. Information regarding the new talent flooded his mind. Yi Qing opened his eyes, his heartbeat resonating like thunder. His heart transformed into a furnace of flames, each beat circulating waves of scorching energy throughout his body. This talent, connected to the fire element, was fundamentally a power amplification ability, representing a fusion of two forces. Every flow of lava power enhances his physical attributes. Strength, defense, and speed all see improvements. The faster the heart of lava beats, the greater the enhancement to his physical form. Understanding the function of his new talent, Yi Qing felt quite satisfied with this acquisition. Comparatively, he still favored pure strength a tad more. His thoughts drifted as he examined the talents displayed on his panel. Among the numerous types of talents, 3 were related to physical prowess: the S-class Dragon's Jade Thunder Body, and 2 B-class talents, Heart of Lava and Blood Elephant Overlord Technique. Could these 3 physical talents be fused? Chapter 51. S-class, Dragon Flame Sovereign Body, Eternal Golden Body. The essence of the beast blood has arrived. Yi Qing had previously been cautious, refraining from making attempts. Initially, he possessed few types of talents, and his lack of experience in talent fusion made him reluctant to risk the Dragon's Jade Thunder Body. Should an anomalous talent emerge from the fusion, it would be a severe loss. Now, with a multitude of new talents and enriched experience in talent fusion, perhaps it was time to experiment. From his perspective, the Blood Elephant Overlord Technique and Heart of Lava could undoubtedly serve as amplifying nutrients for the Dragon's Jade Thunder Body, rendering it even more potent. However, the current circumstances were not quite suitable. Yi Qing was eager to proceed, but considering he was situated in a makeshift tent on the outskirts of the wilderness, any unforeseen incidents would be difficult to justify. Just as he contemplated whether to venture outside once more, Qihang's notification echoed through everyone's communication devices. The cloud-devouring vine has been dealt with. Everyone is to return to the training base immediately. Returning to the base would be preferable, as there are designated training rooms, and they need not fear drawing attention. Yi Qing suppressed his anticipation. The injuries of the severely wounded had stabilized. Xiaolinger had suffered a mental shock and would require a day or 2 to regain consciousness. Though Yu Zian had sustained physical injuries, he inexplicably slipped back into unconsciousness after brief moments of awareness. Medical officers determined that he had experienced some psychological trauma, and once he accepted reality, he would no longer faint so easily. Under the auspices of efficient action, the camp was swiftly dismantled, and the team began their journey back along the same path. The following morning, they finally returned to the long-awaited training base. For the others, it was a reunion after a considerable absence, but for Yi Qing, it marked his very first visit. Guided by an instructor, Yi Qing arrived at a specialized training room designated for the instructor's use. Within these walls, one could unleash their full potential. The walls were forged from high-strength alloys, impervious even to the mightiest of 6th-tier behemoths. With a smile, the instructor offered a brief reminder before turning to leave the room. At last, the moment to experiment had arrived. Yi Qing exhaled deeply and sat cross-legged. The Blood Elephant Dominance Technique was an evolution derived from the most fundamental divine power, amalgamating over a dozen various talents of differing grades. Its potency was remarkable, augmenting Yi Qing's strength by nearly 3-fold. Curiosity piqued. Yi Qing pondered what kind of formidable talent would emerge if he were to fuse dozens of talents into the heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder Body. As his thoughts stirred, a prompt materialized before him. Gazing at the dazzling array of talents, Yi Qing was about to select the three he had previously contemplated when his gaze shifted and fixated on a B-grade talent, acceleration of vitality. This talent could enhance cellular activity and expedite the healing process of injuries. Logically speaking, it seemed somewhat related to physical attributes, didn't it? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing resolutely made his decision. Selected, S-grade, Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunderbody, B-grade, acceleration of vitality, B-grade, Blood Elephant Dominance, B-grade, Heart of Magma. Shall the fusion commence? Taking a deep breath, Yi Qing commenced the fusion. Buzz! The instant the process began, Yi Qing's body began to tremble violently. Delicate strands of pale golden light emerged, and fiery red patterns manifested on his skin, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of tearing throughout his entire being. An unparalleled agony ensued, as every muscle, bone, blood vessel, and even meridian felt as though they were being rent apart. His heart raced to an extreme, with surging vitality coursing wildly through him. His muscles began to swell and twist. As if dragons writhed beneath his skin, the forces of vitality and mental power began to deplete, serving as fuel for the talent fusion. Yi Qing had come prepared. Prior to entering the training room, he had brought in all the flame-patterned violent tiger meat. He lunged forward, seizing a still-chilled piece of tiger meat and stuffing it into his mouth. With the substantial influx of vitality, the fusion process began to stabilize. Yi Qing's physique subtly grew, gradually surpassing 2 meters in height, rendering him a figure beyond the norm, with legs as robust as a woman's waist. The muscles on his back contorted, casting a massive shadow that obscured the light above him. Crack, crack, fragments of shattered bones erupted from the corners of Yi Qing's mouth. The hard tiger bones were crushed by his sharp teeth and swallowed whole, transformed into the purest essence of vitality. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, the flame-patterned violent tiger was completely consumed, leaving not even a single intact bone behind. At last, extraction successful. You have acquired S-grade talent, Dragon Flame Sovereign Body. A torrent of information surged forth, detailing the capabilities of the new talent. It was a success. Yi Qing exhilaratedly clenched his fist, a resounding sonic boom reverberating throughout the training room. Such potent and unadulterated power. Upon comprehending the abilities of the Dragon Flame Sovereign Body, the excitement in Yi Qing's eyes nearly took on a tangible form. The Dragon Flame Sovereign Body integrated the characteristics of various power-based talents, giving rise to numerous new abilities. The power of the Heavenly Dragon Jade Thunder remained intact, yet infused with a hint of the molten lava's searing heat, imbued with certain elemental properties of fire. This newfound power was designated as Dragon Flame by the system. The Dragon Flame Sovereign Body was categorized into several stages. In the first stage, Yi Qing could wield an ability named Heart of Dragon Flame, amplifying his strength up to 4 times his original capacity. This ability was derived from the characteristics of the Heart of Magma, which Yi Qing had already mastered completely. The second stage prompted Yi Qing's brows to furrow, the indomitable will of the forging Dragon Flame, creating an immortal and unbreakable golden body, the Dragon Flame Immortal Golden Body. This ability evolved from the foundation of acceleration of vitality. According to the system's explanation, once this ability reached its zenith, the enhancements to all facets of his being would be staggering. Moreover, it would even allow for the regeneration of severed limbs, rendering him immortal and indestructible. It was crucial to note that even masters, let alone 8th-tier grandmasters, were incapable of regenerating severed limbs. To restore a severed limb, one typically needed to find a suitable arm to reattach, and then use vitality to refine it over an extended period to potentially regain peak strength. Incorporating acceleration of vitality into the fusion sequence was undoubtedly a wise choice. Yi Qing was overwhelmed with excitement. This brand new S-grade Dragon Flame Sovereign Body was undoubtedly his most potent talent to date. Powerful, pure, and an ultimate physical talent, coupled with the terrifying regenerative capabilities bestowed by the S-grade talent of Heavenly Earth Resonance. His combat prowess had escalated to a truly formidable level. With high attack power and an extensive vitality reserve, he was akin to a berserker equipped with 6 divine artifacts right from the outset. A broad smile spread across Yi Qing's face, and he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. After a moment, Yi Qing retrieved a garment from a box in the corner, donned it, and opened the door to the training room. Having expended considerable energy and with lunchtime approaching, he felt a slight pang of hunger just as a message from Qi Hung arrived. The essence blood has arrived. We can assist you in refining your body at any time. Yi Qing paused, redirecting his steps away from the cafeteria. Ordinary giant beast meat could not compare to the essence blood of a 7th-tier behemoth. Furthermore, Yi Qing understood that a 7th-tier behemoth also signified a new S-grade talent. Chapter 52, Illusion Crystal Spirit Butterfly. The chief instructor is truly a good person. Passing through several alloy doors, Yi Qing arrived at the underground 5th level of the base. Qi Heng was already waiting, with 3 massive cylindrical sealed containers positioned behind him. The 7th-tier behemoth, Illusion Crystal Spirit Butterfly. You truly have exceptional luck. This creature did not originate from a local biological mutation but descended directly from a rift. Had it not been killed early, it might have matured into an 8th-tier behemoth. Qi Heng patted one of the large containers. There are distinctions among giant beasts. It's the dawn of martial arts. Mysterious rifts appeared globally, unleashing giant beasts that devastated countless cities. Those that emerged from rifts generally possessed formidable strength, while the other type, which resulted from local biological mutations, were comparatively weaker. Let us begin. Yi Qing stated that a staff member promptly led Yi Qing to a device resembling a therapeutic chamber. Hold your breath and do not do anything. The apparatus will assist you in absorbing the essence blood. He advised. Yi Qing nodded and stepped directly into the chamber. With a low, humming sound, the chamber door slowly closed, isolating him from external observation. Beep. A peculiar, metallic scent wafted into Yi Qing's nostrils. A pale blue essence blood flowed into the chamber, and intense energy waves rippled outward, forming a thin mist that coalesced into the image of a strange butterfly, fluttering gracefully. Yi Qing felt as though his entire vitality was boiling. Every cell in his body emanated a craving for sustenance. Certain high-tech instruments within the chamber began to operate to aid Yi Qing in refining his physical form. However, to Yi Qing, this was entirely superfluous. It was pure waste. He opened his mouth wide and inhaled, swallowing a copious amount of rich essence blood, which instantaneously transformed into pure vitality energy, swiftly replenishing his vitality reserves. You have consumed a portion of the essence blood from the Illusion Crystal Spirit Butterfly. Vitality 32. Extraction Progress 1. You have consumed a portion of the essence blood from the Illusion Crystal Spirit Butterfly. Vitality 36. Extraction Progress 1. You have consumed a portion of the essence blood from the Illusion Crystal Spirit Butterfly. Vitality 35. Extraction Progress 1. The essence blood in the chamber diminished at a visibly rapid pace, and a series of system notifications appeared as Yi Qing's vitality surged once more. Buzz. The essence blood vaporization apparatus in the chamber was idling, having failed to detect any substantial essence blood to vaporize. The faint whirring sound conveyed a sense of confusion. Meanwhile, upon realizing that the essence blood content in the chamber was alarmingly low, the delivery apparatus accelerated its output. With a rush, torrents of essence blood surged into the chamber as Yi Qing opened his mouth wide and began to guzzle it down. The surging, pure vitality energy surged through his body, intertwining with the fiery tendrils of the heavenly dragon jade thunder, permeating every cell. The dragon flame's sovereign body was activated, and the power of dragon flame began to refine his muscles and bones. Impurities within his pristine white bones were gradually purified, enhancing their density as a faint golden glow began to emanate from his bones. The dragon flame immortal golden body was beginning to coalesce. Yi Qing's rate of essence blood absorption surged once more. Outside the chamber, Qi Heng observed Yi Qing entering the vaporization chamber, lighting a potent cigarette and inhaling deeply. The smoke enveloped his lungs, and the powerful stimulant took effect. Refreshing, Qi Heng exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes narrowing in preparation for continued enjoyment. Hey, come take a look. Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment pierced through the air. What is it? Qi Heng, initially thinking something had gone awry, quickly rose to his feet and approached. The instruments indicated that the essence blood content within the chamber remained alarmingly low, and the vaporization apparatus was unable to operate at full capacity. A technician pointed at the instrument, explaining, "What is going on? Is there a problem with the delivery channel?" Qi Heng inquired, alarmed. Not exactly. There's only one possibility now. He is absorbing it too quickly, and the essence blood being delivered to the chamber cannot keep pace with his absorption rate. The technician hesitated to say. Qi Heng raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment, then regained his composure. His strength had already reached the 4th tier, and his physical constitution was exceptionally robust, so it was normal for him to absorb quickly. He casually gestured towards the 3 large containers beside him. Chuckling, "There's still plenty left. Even if that kid overindulges, he won't be able to consume it all. Increase the delivery speed. Don't delay his progress in refining his body." After Yi Qing chose to join the Star Suppression military, Qi Heng's attitude towards him had completely transformed. Evidently, Yi Qing had come to regard himself as a true ally. After a series of operations, a conduit was connected to one of the large tanks, and a considerable volume of essence blood was delivered into the mist chamber. The chief instructor is indeed a commendable individual. Upon witnessing the surge in the flow of essence blood, Yi Qing was elated. Refining the dragon flame immortal body was a laborious task that necessitated substantial energy assistance. The essence blood from a 7th-level behemoth was abundant, providing him with an opportune moment to attempt the condensation of the dragon flame immortal body. A torrent of essence blood was consumed, surging through his body like a mighty river, roaring as it coursed through every corner of his being. Flesh split and grew, bones became increasingly robust, and a hazy golden light began to spread along the skeletal structure, infusing more and more bones with a golden sheen. The plasma within his veins thickened, creating a sensation akin to liquid metal as it rolled within. The technicians outside the chamber were astonished to discover that, despite maximizing the delivery speed of the essence blood, it still seemed insufficient to keep pace with the consumption within. The absorption rate achievable by the human body. One technician even experienced a momentary illusion. Perceiving the entity within the chamber as a gargantuan beast, possessing an insatiable appetite, "Chief, one of the reserve tanks has been depleted. Should we continue?" Soon after, a technician hurriedly approached for instructions. "Depleted." Qi Heng's finger trembled, nearly dropping ash upon himself. The essence blood from a single reserve tank was enough for 5 4th-tier warriors to undergo a full refinement of their physical forms. Yet now, Yi Qing had consumed it all by himself? Was the quantity meant for 5 individuals insufficient for just one refinement? What a gluttonous reincarnation of a voracious beast! The value of a tank of 7th-level behemoth essence blood could be calculated in the hundreds of millions. And Yi Qing had just absorbed an entire tank, incurring astronomical costs. Fortunately, it was not his personal expense. Qi Heng's thoughts raced, realizing it was the military's funds being utilized, which somewhat eased his mind. Keep it coming. Let him absorb as much as he can. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Heng grandly waved his hand, issuing the order for Yi Qing to consume the remainder without restraint. Meanwhile, you have consumed a portion of the essence blood from a mirage crystal butterfly. Vitality 52. Extraction progress 2. You have consumed a portion of the essence blood from a mirage crystal butterfly. Vitality 36. Extraction progress 1. You have consumed a portion of the essence blood from a mirage crystal butterfly. Vitality 40. Extraction progress 1.5. As Yi Qing rapidly consumed the essence blood, a faint golden glow began to emanate from his surface, and the extraction progress steadily approached completion point 70.80.90. Once the essence blood from the second reserve tank was fully consumed, extraction progress of Mirage Crystal Butterfly is complete. Would you like to begin extraction? The long-awaited prompt finally appeared before Yi Qing's eyes. Chapter 53. S-Class, Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, Condensing the Dragon Flame Immortal Body. A comprehensive enhancement of vitality, spirit, and energy, commence fusion. Yi Qing did not hesitate. His tolerance for pain had reached an astonishing level, allowing him to remain utterly silent. What he did not anticipate was that the unusual sensation stemmed from his consciousness rather than his physical form. Drawing from prior experiences, Yi Qing immediately grasped the capability of the Mirage Crystal Butterfly, a talent associated with mental prowess. His eyes ignited with a peculiar silver glow, and an intense wave of dizziness washed over him as invisible ripples surged forth, creating a tempest within his mind. After activating the second phase of the system, Yi Qing could now devour fragments of souls to enhance his mental strength. His mental intensity had already surpassed 500, reaching the level of a 3rd-tier mental mastered. In this storm of concentrated mental energy, strands of silver light began to compress and refine. The intangible impurities, those traces of brutality and bloodlust mingled within the fragments of the behemoth soul, were purified. His mental energy became increasingly refined and pure. Moments later, extraction successful. You have acquired S-Class talent, Heart Source Nirvana Transformation. Countless fragments of mental energy surged forth, a vast expanse of memory materializing before Yi Qing's eyes. Indeed, it was an S-class talent related to mental power. Yi Qing quickly comprehended the abilities of Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, his astonishment almost palpable. The capabilities of an S-class talent were no longer singular. Heart Source Nirvana Transformation was an ability that could continually elevate the purity of mental energy. As the name suggests, mental energy would undergo constant rebirth. After each rebirth, the quality of the mental energy would ascend to a higher tier, simultaneously bestowing it with more unknown characteristics. Once mental energy reaches its pinnacle of rebirth, the spirit persists. Even if the physical form is destroyed, it can still survive for a time in a new state of existence. Truly, a being descended from the rift possesses such formidable abilities. Yi Qing opened his eyes, his irises swirling with golden lightning and strange silver light, imbued with an air of mystique, as the initial rebirth commenced. The purity of his mental energy had already seen a significant enhancement. Without a thought, Yi Qing drew in a stream of essence blood. A strand of mental energy of comparable intensity was now several times more resilient than before. The role of mental energy in combat was immense. Yi Qing had experienced this firsthand. With Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, he felt capable of instantly dispatching a fourth-tier behemoth. As for the Dragon Flame Immortal Body, Yi Qing turned his mental focus inward and discovered that 70% of his bones had already been suffused with a faint golden glow. With a little more effort, he would soon condense the first stage of the Dragon Flame Immortal Body. Taking a deep breath, a river of essence blood surged into his mouth. You have consumed a portion of the essence blood from a mirage crystal butterfly, Vitality 38. You have consumed a portion of the essence blood from a mirage crystal butterfly, Vitality 32. As a considerable force of vitality flowed in, the faint golden glow began to spread to the remaining bones. The third reserve tank of essence blood quickly disappeared. 3 minutes later, all the essence blood was thoroughly drained. Simultaneously, a tremendous roar erupted from within the mist chamber. Brilliant golden light radiated through the flesh. Yi Qing's entire being resonated, his meridians trembling, with each bone emanating a dazzling brilliance, vitality erupting like a volcanic explosion. In that moment, his body underwent a qualitative transformation. Every inch of his skin, every meridian, every piece of flesh, and every bone erupted with the blazing power of dragon flame, merging thunder, fire, and energy into a golden aura of heightened lethality. After absorbing the equivalent of several individuals' worth of 7th-level behemoth essence blood, the first stage of the Dragon Flame Immortal Body was finally successfully condensed. Meanwhile, outside the mist chamber, Qi Hung gazed at the third reserve tank, lost in contemplation. A total of 15 portions of essence blood, enough for 4th-tier warriors, had been entirely consumed by a lad who had only recently stepped into the 4th tier. Is he even human? Despite the expenditure being from the public funds, Qi Hung still felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He had initially anticipated a substantial remainder, envisioning that it could be shared with promising talents like Zhang Qingyi. Now it seemed that hope was futile. The remaining essence blood, even if portioned into small cups, was barely sufficient. How could it be of any use? Chief, there is still a considerable amount left. Given that it is 7th-level behemoth essence blood, it is quite normal for it to be somewhat scarce. A junior officer remarked softly. Qi Hung replied, then distribute it to them later. I cannot bear this embarrassment. He wiped his face, turning his gaze back to the mist chamber. With a melodious mechanical sound, the chamber door opened and a tall, nearly perfect figure emerged. Yi Qing appeared to have grown significantly. Yi Qing sensed the change. Even in a state that was not optimal, he still exceeded 185 centimeters in height. With not a trace of excess flesh, every muscle distinctly defined, comparable to a world champion in bodybuilding. You lad truly possess a voracious appetite, consuming hundreds of millions worth of essence blood all by yourself. Qi Hung approached. So expensive? Yi Qing was taken aback. What did you expect? Qi Hung replied, the difficulty in slaying a creature like the mirage crystal butterfly is far greater than that of the cloud-swallowing vine. The benefits were indeed substantial. Yi Qing smiled, realizing that his gains were not inferior to those from the previous encounter with the cloud-swallowing vine. With the first stage of the Dragon Flame Immortal Body refined, combined with the Dragon Elephant Force, his combat power had approximately increased 6-fold. And this was merely in terms of strength. His defense, speed, and instinctual reaction times had also seen considerable enhancement. The new S-Class mental talent, Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, would enable his mental energy to undergo continuous metamorphosis. The first metamorphosis had already begun, and upon its completion, the purity of his mental energy would soar dramatically. Moreover, the enhancement in vitality was equally tremendous. Yi Qing focused his thoughts, and the interface appeared before his eyes. Name: Yi Qing, Vitality, 7130.2, Mental, 756.8, Talent, S-Class, Heart Source Nirvana Transformation, S-Class, Unity of Heaven and Earth, S-Class, Dragon Flame Sovereign Body, B-Class, Bloodthirsty Vine, B-Class, Abyssal Giant Maw, B-Class, Tyrant Spike, B-Class, Poisonous Wind, B-Class, Spirit Fox Evil Eye, B-Class, Shadow Step, B-Class, Earthwall, C-Class, Thunder Whip, C-Class, Crimson Flame, C-Class, Steel Bone Blade, Technique, Cloud Dispelling Palm, 6th Tier, 8 Extremes Fist, 6th Tier, Extraction Progress, None. His vitality had surpassed 7,000, and breaking through the 5th limit was now just around the corner. While the increase in mental power wasn't vast, the quality of his mental energy had far exceeded previous levels. Utilizing the Spirit Fox Evil Eye to unleash a mental impact of equivalent intensity. What previously required 50 Hz of mental energy now only demanded 10 Hz. This meant he could unleash a mental shock powerful enough to incapacitate lower-tier behemoths over 70 times. Furthermore, with the robust recovery provided by Unity of Heaven and Earth, his mental energy would swiftly return to its original state. If he casually consumed some soul fragments during battle, the number of impacts he could unleash would increase even further. Physical constitution, mental prowess, and vitality. 3 types of S-level talents encompass the essence of vitality, energy, and spirit. A comprehensive development, devoid of any weaknesses. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yi Qing's eyes as he firmly established the trajectory of his future. The strongest, the most perfect path forward. Chapter 54. You must be Yi Qing's father? The astonished Yi Qingfeng. After receiving the reward for being the top performer, Yi Qing's journey in the Genius Training Camp was essentially concluded. Others still had training plans to complete, and on the final day, they would contend for ranks beneath the first, and no one raised any objections regarding Yi Qing's early acquisition of rewards. The overwhelming advantage made Yu Zian and others realize that surpassing Yi Qing was a rather improbable feat. Zhang Qingyi obtained the essence of life extracted from the swallowing cloud vine and immediately entered closed-door cultivation, focusing solely on elevating her talent level, leaving no room for competition with Yi Qing. Yi Qing, in no rush to depart, temporarily remained in the training camp. Each day, he ventured out to hunt colossal beasts, steadily enhancing his vitality and mental strength. The first rebirth of his mental prowess had commenced, with strands of silver light sketching a vague silhouette within his mind. Simultaneously, the dragon flame immortal golden body had not waned. As the second stage of refinement began, time passed swiftly. The day of the training camp's conclusion arrived. Intense battles erupted as Zhang Qingyi emerged from her seclusion. Her strength dramatically increased, securing the second position with overwhelming superiority. Xiaolinger, awakening from her coma, fortuitously advanced her mental capabilities, claiming the third spot. Yu Zian and Xiao Shiyun suffered mutual injuries, tying for fourth. Similarly, Wu Rue, hailing from Linen High, also performed admirably, ultimately placing in the mid-tier. At last, the group boarded an armored vehicle and began their journey back along the same route. Xinjian City is a metropolis rebuilt upon the ruins. Rather than a city, it resembles a fortress of war. Towering city walls, forged from high-strength alloys, encircle the entire city, with formidable weapons installed throughout, capable of targeting the outside world. Occasionally, the thunderous roar of cannon fire would resound, as the dazzling muzzles obliterated distant colossal beasts. Within the city, there are no bustling pedestrian streets or parks for leisure. Instead, factories abound. Metallurgical plants, chemical factories, infantry fighting vehicle maintenance bases, heavy weaponry repair facilities. Everything serves a singular purpose: to arm the city to the teeth. This is Xinjian City, a bastion standing on the front lines of the beast battlefield. At 6 in the morning, Yi Qingfeng arose punctually. Although he had yet to reach 50, his hair had already turned mostly white, and he appeared quite haggard and fatigued. It seemed he needed to take leave to return home urgently. He could not afford to miss this crucial moment in his son's life. At 6:30, Yi Qingfeng arrived at the bus station, mingling with the bustling crowd as he prepared to head to the engineering machinery maintenance base. 20 kilometers away in the distance, the deafening sound of artillery fire echoed, accompanied by terrifying roars. Yet, everyone maintained their composure, accustomed to such occurrences. At that moment, the roar of an engine grew closer. A brand-new military off-road vehicle halted before the station. Several warriors clad in military attire disembarked. Curious gazes turned their way. Warriors were not uncommon in the front lines, as they filled the streets. However, the presence of several majors adorned with 2 bars and a star was a different matter altogether. To attain the rank of major, one must possess extraordinary martial prowess in addition to military merit. What could prompt such individuals to visit the bus station at this early hour? Noticing the serious expressions on their faces, the crowd grew somewhat unsettled. Could they be here to apprehend spies from the descendants? If warriors were to engage, collateral damage was inevitable. Many present were ordinary citizens. A single punch from a warrior could be fatal. Yi Qingfeng's heart raced. He realized that the gaze of the officers seemed to fall upon him. Was it merely an illusion? What could a simple mechanic like him possess that would warrant the personal attention of several officers? Surely, it must be a misunderstanding. As he pondered, the officers approached him. "You are Yi Qing, the father of the student from Linen High School?" One officer inquired. Why Yi Qingfeng was taken aback. His heart suddenly filled with trepidation. The military warriors had specifically sought him out early in the morning, and the reason concerned his son. What had happened to Yi Qing? For a fleeting moment, Yi Qingfeng feared that his son had been seduced by the followers of the descendants and was involved in a terrorist attack in Linen City. "Yes, I am Yi Qing's father." "What has happened to him?" Yi Qingfeng reacted, his anxiety palpable as he hurriedly asked. Once they confirmed his identity, the officers saluted, and amidst Yi Qingfeng's astonished gaze, they explained, "This is our identification. Regarding your family's debt issues, the military district has already intervened to assist. The annual leave from the maintenance base has also been approved. We are here to escort you back to Linen." What? Yi Qingfeng's voice faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded the officers before him. The words echoed in his mind. The debt of several million, resolved just like that? Moreover, it was the military district aiding him. Why would they extend such assistance? Did all of this somehow relate to Yi Qing? Yi Qingfeng felt bewildered, following the officers into the vehicle amidst the astonished, confused, and envious glances of those around him. What on earth was happening? He simply could not comprehend. One of the officers chuckled. "You have a remarkable son. Why Yi Qing possesses extraordinary talent, having secured the top position in the Donglin Province Genius Training Camp, prompting our superior to send us to assist with your family's matters." They were all instructors from the training camp, having received orders from Qi Heng just days prior to make the journey to Xinjiang City. Upon hearing their words, Yi Qingfeng was utterly flabbergasted. The news he had just acquired was too overwhelming. He knew Yi Qing had performed commendably, gaining admission to a prestigious high school, and had always been his pride. However, to accept that Yi Qing was a super genius was indeed a considerable strain on his mental fortitude. It was not until 5 minutes later that excited shouts erupted within the armored vehicle. Simultaneously, across various top martial universities, a flurry of documents from across the nation arrived at the admissions offices. Not only in Donglin Province, but every province would host training camps prior to martial exams, both to enhance local exam scores and to select promising talents in advance. The final results from each training camp would be forwarded to the admissions offices of prestigious martial universities. Special recruitment was a privilege reserved for a select FEW. In a short while, after perusing numerous files, a document from Donglin Province was placed on the priority watch list. Soon after, figures from various martial universities surged from their admissions offices, racing towards the nearest bus station, eager not to miss out and allow others to gain an advantage. Among them, several individuals were headed directly for Linen City. Chapter 55. I am here to deliver the acceptance letter. What is your purpose? In Linen City, within the Martial Association building, jubilant voices echoed from the top-floor office. The top position. They actually achieved the top position. What a triumph, an unprecedented honor. Zhang Mu, the president of the Linen Martial Association, shattered his teacup in sheer excitement, his face alight with joy, his smile stretching nearly to his ears. The director of the Education Bureau shared a similar exuberance, pacing the office restlessly, unable to contain his glee. I always knew that lad was impressive, but I never anticipated he would excel to such a degree. Aside from those aristocratic science, almost all the geniuses of Donglin province have been overshadowed by him. As Zhang Mu rubbed his hands together in fervent anticipation, a staff member approached with the report. President, several admissions officers from top martial universities have arrived downstairs, all seeking to meet with you. That was quick. Please show them up, Zhang Mu marveled, grateful for Yiqing's success. Otherwise, those university representatives would hardly have made the trip to Linen. It seemed that one person's fortune could indeed elevate the fortunes of many. Liang Su chuckled, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Given Yiqing's performance in the training camp, what kind of results could be expected in the upcoming martial exams? Zhang Mu paused, exchanging glances with Liang Su, both recognizing the shared excitement glimmering in one another's eyes. Moments later, over a dozen instructors from top martial universities entered the office. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our humble abode. I apologize for the lack of formal reception. Zhang Mu greeted, his demeanor brimming with warmth, standing tall and straight. Kyoto Martial University, Magic City Martial University, Qingyun Martial University. Goodness, it seemed all the top martial universities had sent representatives. Liang Su discerned their respective schools from the emblems on their attire. Noting that these instructors were evidently familiar with one another, Teacher Jiang, it appears we are all acquaintances here. What level of training program has Kyoto Martial University prepared? An admissions officer inquired. Jiang Chao from Kyoto Martial University smiled. Given Yiqing's performance, we are naturally offering the highest level of training program. I shall not conceal it from you. Should Yiqing choose Kyoto Martial University, we will arrange for a 7th-tier master to guide him in his cultivation. 7th tier? Our university is not without its own. A representative from Magic City Martial University replied with a smile. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. While your resources may be superior, the competition is equally fierce. When all is said and done, you may not allocate as many resources to Yiqing as we can, another added. That is indeed the case. The best is not always the most suitable. Observing Yiqing's combat style, I believe the likelihood of him choosing our university is considerably higher, someone remarked as the discussions continued. Just then, another individual entered the office. This newcomer was also a representative from a martial university's admissions office, but he donned a deep green military uniform, adorned with 2 bars and 3 stars, indicating he was a 6th-tier warrior. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Is this a person from the military? I have a vague recollection. Perhaps it is Shen Lin from Zhenxing Military, whom I have met once before. I heard that he recently collaborated with someone to slay a 7th-level behemoth, showcasing considerable strength. What brings someone from the military here to join the fray? Zhenxing Military is ranked outside the top 10. Logically, Yiqing would not choose Zhenxing Military. Upon recognizing the person's identity, the teachers from the prestigious martial arts university admissions office could only shake their heads in disbelief. While it is understandable to be eager for talent, attempting to compete for students is rather unrealistic. After all, 2 universities stand before them, one ranked in the top 3 nationwide and the other in the teens. Any reasonable person would know how to choose. The disparity is too vast, and the teaching levels are not on the same plane. There is simply no question of suitability. They do not deny the presence of strong individuals within the military, yet most of these experts are merely lecturers with military titles, spending most of their time on the front lines and occasionally returning to teach a few classes, which does not significantly benefit the students. In contrast, the heads of their own departments are all 7th-tier masters, fully capable of providing long-term guidance to students in their cultivation. To everyone's surprise, Shen Lin exhibited a peculiar expression upon seeing them, as if he were stifling a laugh. Old Shen, what brings you here? Zhang Muji was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. He had retired from the military and was a comrade of Qi Heng and Shen Lin. I am here to deliver an acceptance letter to Yiqing. Shen Lin replied with a smile. An acceptance letter? What acceptance letter? Zhang Muji inquired curiously. Of course, it is the admission acceptance letter. Shen Lin turned to the other admissions teachers and said, I apologize, everyone, but this time Zhenxing Military has gotten ahead. Yiqing has already chosen us. As he spoke, he pulled out an acceptance letter from his bag, clearly displaying Yiqing's name, photograph, and student identification number. Instantly, the office fell silent. After a long pause, exclamations of astonishment erupted simultaneously. What did you say? Accepted. Just like that, without a word. How could this be? How could he choose Zhenxing Military? Are you employing underhanded tactics? A group of admissions teachers crowded around, scrutinizing the acceptance letter in Shun Lin's hand, finding no flaws within it. The letter was authentic. Yi Qing had not even met them, yet he had chosen Jinqing military, which ranked far lower than theirs. Had Yi Qing lost his mind, making such a significant decision regarding his education so lightly and ultimately selecting a military academy that could hardly be deemed top tier? No, this is a grave mistake. That young man must have been misled. Otherwise, how could he make such an irrational choice? Initially full of confidence, the group now felt utterly disheartened, shaking their heads and sighing. What a pity for such a promising talent. In recent years, which rising martial arts expert did not emerge from a top martial arts university. For two individuals with similar talents, the strength of the school directly influences their ultimate achievements. Graduates from prestigious schools inevitably possess superior abilities. Thus, from their perspective, Yi Qing's decision to forego better educational resources in favor of Jinqing military was a complete waste of his potential. Yi Qing had made an absurdly erroneous decision. However, the die had been cast. The acceptance letter bore the endorsement of the education department, rendering any change of heart impossible. Recognizing this, they abandoned any plans to persuade Yi Qing otherwise, just as they had settled into their seats. They rose one by one to take their leave. Before long, Zhang Muji's office returned to its former quietude. Old Shun, what is going on? Did you employ some underhanded trick? How could Yi Qing choose Jinqing military? Zhang Muji pressed for answers. How could that be? It was entirely his own choice, Shin Lin replied, his expression somewhat complex as he touched his briefcase. Inside, he had yet another item to reveal, a notification that included a pass jointly issued by the school's higher-ups and the military district. A pass that led directly to the front lines. Chapter 56. Yes, father. Xiao Qing, you've made it. Elite Special Operations Team. When Yi Qing returned to Linen City and disembarked from the armored vehicle, he was greeted by a throng holding banners in celebration. Principal L. Zhan was nearly beside himself with joy. The first and second places in the training camp had both been claimed by Linen, and since learning this news, he had not once lowered his head. When he encountered the experimental Principal L. Yun, he was so elated that he nearly spoke to him with his nostrils flared. L. Yun, infuriated and visibly distressed, found himself utterly powerless. The student with the best performance in the experiment had ultimately achieved a mediocre score in the training camp, falling significantly short of first and second place. Yi Qing had never been particularly fond of such occasions, but upon catching sight of his father, Yi Qingfeng, his gaze suddenly froze. It is often said that a father's love is a silent mountain. Yet upon seeing Yi Qing, this middle-aged man, who had shouldered the burden of the family for many years, voluntarily transferred to a dangerous frontline city to earn money and pay off debts, had tears welling in his eyes. You've made it. Even Dad can bask in your glory. After a lengthy silence, Yi Qingfeng's voice trembled as he spoke. Our family's genes are exceptional, Yi Qing replied with a smile. Perhaps in the future, Dad, you might awaken your own talents as well. You little rascal, how old do you think I am? What talents could I possibly awaken? I know my own body well enough. Yi Qingfeng shook his head. Over the years, he had overexerted himself, suffering significant wear and tear on his body, and had developed several chronic conditions. His health had deteriorated considerably. A shadow flickered in Yi Qing's eyes. After his mother's passing, he had only his father left in this world. Previously, he lacked the ability. Now that he had gained strength, he could not allow his only family member to suffer from illness any longer. That may not be the case. Who knows what the future holds? Yi Qing did not continue further. With more longevity-enhancing resources available, he vowed to ensure that his loved ones would live on as long as possible. If conditions did not permit, he would create the necessary conditions. He must grow stronger. As long as he became more powerful, there would always be a way. Yi Qing, you've returned. Shin Lin stepped out from behind Zhang Muji and the others. Teacher Shun, Yi Qing's eyes brightened. He had previously met Shin Lin at the training camp and knew him to be a teacher from Jinqing military. Shin Lin's arrival in Linen indicated that the conditions proposed earlier had potential. Engaging in combat was indeed the quickest way for him to enhance his strength, and the front lines were undoubtedly an ideal arena. The number of behemoths one could encounter on the front lines far surpassed those encountered while roaming the wilderness. This is not a place for idle chatter. Let us head inside. Shun Lin guided Yi Qing toward the Martial Arts Association building. Upon entering the building and reaching the office on the top floor, Yi Qingfeng had intended to excuse himself, as he was not even a martial artist. But Shun Lin's warm demeanor and his repeated address of old brother drew him in, leaving him pleasantly surprised. After all, Shun Lin was a colonel. In Xinjiang City on the front lines, he was regarded as a significant figure. To be called old brother by such a person made Yi Qingfeng feel as though he could boast for years to come. Xiao Qing, you've truly made it. Yi Qingfeng realized that all of this was due to Yi Qing, a swell of pride welling up within him, and he felt as if all his physical ailments had vanished. This is Zhenqing's acceptance letter. Shun Lin presented the document to Yi Qing with a smile. From this moment onward, you are the first new student of this year's Zhenqing military. Yi Qing glanced at the letter before passing it to his eagerly awaiting father. About what I discussed with the chief instructor, Yi Qing began. The application has been approved. That fellow Qiheng just about put his head on the line for you, Shun Lin revealed, pulling out a folder with a striking military red star emblazoned on it. A glimmer of joy crossed Yi Qing's eyes as he opened the folder, immediately spotting the pass within. Shun Lin's expression turned serious. However, I still want to remind you of the dangers on the front lines. Anything can happen there, even a master may fall. The front lines? Yi Qingfeng gasped in alarm. Why must you go to the front lines? This could not be concealed. Yi Qing had already concocted an explanation and was prepared to reassure his father that he was merely heading to the rear for support work, not actually to engage in combat at the forefront, which somewhat eased his father's anxiety. Old Qi was correct. Once you set your mind to something, not even a 7th-level behemoth can deter you. Shun Lin sighed, then comforted Yi Qingfeng, brother, don't worry. We have arranged everything for Yi Qing. He won't face significant danger. The child has grown. He has his own ideas now. Seeing the determination in Yi Qing's eyes, Yi Qingfeng could only nod helplessly. Inside, you will find the place where you will report upon your arrival. Make sure to prepare well. Shun Lin offered a few final instructions before hastily departing. Yi Qing did not linger at the Martial Arts Association. After a brief conversation with Zhang Muji and Liang Su, he left with Yi Qingfeng to head home. Half an hour later, upon returning to the familiar home, Yi Qing exhaled deeply, feeling completely relaxed. After a simple meal, Yi Qing took out a bank card and informed his father of its balance, 10 million. Yi Qingfeng was taken aback. This sum was something he could never earn in a lifetime of work. It's the bonus from the training camp. It's not a big deal. From now on, our family won't have to worry about money anymore. Yi Qing stated earnestly, there's no need to return to Xinjiang. We will no longer face financial struggles. All right, I will heed your words. Yi Qingfeng observed Yi Qing, slowly nodding. After today's events, he realized that Yi Qing had matured. The family's pillar had changed hands. Exhausted from a long day, Yi Qingfeng retired to his room early to rest. Yi Qing once again indulged in a midnight feast, devouring chunks of colossal beast meat, his vitality steadily augmenting. As he ate, he retrieved the dossier handed to him by Shun Lin and began to peruse its contents. Each document was emblazoned with bold, black lettering, rules for calculating meritorious points in the Southern Combat Zone, operational code for elite special forces, tactical regulations for small elite units, emergency rescue protocols for elite special forces. The most frequently appearing term across these documents was elite special forces. Yi Qing extracted the final appointment letter and, upon reading its contents, immediately realized that the Zhenqing military had indeed given serious consideration to his future. He was assigned to a frontline special operations team, where opportunities for direct combat were scarce. Instead, the focus was on small-scale operations, targeting specific formidable beasts. Furthermore, the special forces were not permanently stationed at any location. They would mobilize to various fronts as missions were assigned. The advantages were clear: relative freedom of movement without the constraints of larger military units. However, the drawbacks were equally apparent. Under certain circumstances, executing assassination missions posed dangers far exceeding those of conventional battlefields. Chapter 57. What nonsense is the college entrance examination? Number 9. Prehistoric civilization ruins. For Yi Qing, danger was not a disadvantage. Often, perilous places also signified opportunity. The more powerful the beast, the greater the benefits it bestowed upon him. It was indeed a promising venture. Yi Qing tucked away the documents, casting a cursory glance at the admission notice from the Zhenqing military, which he carelessly tossed aside. That moment, the clock's hands swept past midnight. His communicator vibrated, displaying a reminder: 8 days until the martial arts college entrance examination. This was a notification Yi Qing had deliberately set, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. What was the purpose of the martial examination? Was it not merely to attain a commendable score to enroll in a prestigious martial university? Now that he had already been admitted to the military, why bother with such trivialities? Instead, he would prefer to savor a couple more meals and further enhance his vitality. Wai Yiqing organized the files and retreated to his room to rest in Linen City, East District. Within a villa, Zhang Qingyi sat cross-legged in a dedicated training chamber, enveloped in a mist of icy blue vapor. The temperature within the room was frigid, with frost forming on the floor. After a considerable time, she opened her eyes, her irises a striking icy blue, reminiscent of a deep lake frozen in winter. Frosty Thousand Autumn had finally been elevated to Grade A. The 3 drops of life essence from the swallowing cloud vine had assisted her in advancing her innate talent to the next tier. Just one step away from Grade S. Zhang Qingyi was thoroughly satisfied with her recovery rate. In her past life, she had only managed to elevate Frosty Thousand Autumn to Grade A upon reaching the 5th tier. Just as a flicker of joy arose within her, a figure slowly materialized in her mind. Yiqing. In an instant, all her delight dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of urgency and crisis. Wai Yiqing's performance placed significant pressure on her. As a prominent empress reborn, endowed with formidable talents and countless high-level martial techniques, how could she be left trailing behind Yiqing? What was the essence of his transformation? If conditions allowed, Zhang Qingyi would have liked to capture Yiqing for an in-depth study. How could an ordinary individual from her previous life undergo such a dramatic change? An anomaly? This anomaly was excessively pronounced. Zhang Qingyi then recalled the towering, spiny creature from the wasteland, her teeth clenched in anger, flames of wrath igniting in her gaze. The encounter had been a profound humiliation. In her heart, she prayed fervently for the beast's survival, lest she find herself unable to locate it for retribution. Her recovery was still far too slow. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qingyi's resolve solidified. Grade A talent was insufficient. She needed to devise a method to elevate Frosty Thousand Years to Grade S as swiftly as possible. Only then could her high-level martial techniques be realized to their fullest potential. If she recalled correctly, the key to advancing Frosty Thousand Years to Grade S. Number 9 Prehistoric Civilization Ruins. Zhang Qingyi articulated each word deliberately, her expression deepening. Just as the giant beasts appeared unexpectedly, there were countless phenomena in the world that humanity could not explain. For instance, the prehistoric civilization ruins, those edifices of technology evidently surpassing modern capabilities. Who could have constructed them? Had this planet already birthed numerous powerful civilizations countless years ago? Or did their origins lie among the stars? Zhang Qingyi had previously investigated the origins of these prehistoric ruins, but had come up empty-handed, nearly suffering severe injuries on several occasions, which led her to abandon her inquiries. Prehistoric civilization ruins often signified immense danger. However, the risk associated with number 9 prehistoric civilization ruins was relatively low. Upon reaching the 6th tier, one could safely enter and exit without fearing for their lives. The 6th tier. Time was of the essence. Zhang Qingyi made up her mind and immediately resumed her training, unwilling to waste a single moment. As the days leading to the college entrance examination dwindled, Yiqing seized the opportunity to return to school, attending a couple of classes with his classmates before taking several more days off. After leaving the school grounds, he headed straight for the city gates and ventured into the wasteland, feasting heartily before returning with a truckload of materials. Upon selling the materials on the spot, Yiqing returned home with the provisions he had deliberately set aside. After a few days back from the training camp, he had identified numerous issues. Most troubling was the significant slowdown in the enhancement of his vitality and mental strength. The beasts at the edge of the wasteland were merely too weak. Encountering second-tier beasts was a rarity, let alone third- or fourth-tier ones. This resulted in considerably diminished gains from each battle. Consuming a first-tier beast provided fewer benefits than a small portion of essence from a fourth-tier beast. With the pace of his advancement stalling, Yiqing felt increasingly anxious. His anticipation for reporting to the frontline grew, and each morning he found himself unable to resist checking the time.as for the martial examination that had long been cast aside in Yiqing's mind. Time passed, and the long-anticipated martial arts college entrance examination commenced. Yiqing, as always, headed directly for the city gates, barely glancing at the examination venue, finding it utterly meaningless to dwell upon. Prior to his departure, he had already informed his father that he would return a few days later. as he intended to delve deep into the wasteland for hunting, at least to satisfy his craving for combat. Upon arriving at the marketplace outside the city gates, he rented an off-road pickup truck, loaded with fuel but devoid of any supplementary supplies. The beasts would provide sustenance. All he needed was sufficient fuel range. With the roar of the engine, Yi Qing drove off, plunging into the wasteland. He would be gone for several days. After the martial examination concluded smoothly, Zhang Muji and Liang Su attempted to contact Yi Qing upon discovering his absence from the examination, but upon learning he had already entered the wasteland, they could only sigh in regret. The results of the martial examination were released swiftly. A week later, martial arts scores from various regions were announced. Familiar names from the former genius training camp appeared prominently in the rankings of Donglin Province: Yu Zian, Xiao Shiyun, Sheng Hong, among others. Surprisingly, none from the training camp made it into the top 5 of Donglin Province's martial examination. Even Zhang Qingyi only secured the 7th position. The top 6 names were predominantly of a single lineage: Chen, Li, and Xian. Scions from prestigious families also participated in the martial examination. Their newly cultivated prodigies, honed over more than a decade, overwhelmingly overshadowed those from the training camp. Among them, Shun Yinian from the Shin family claimed the title of champion in Donglin Province, instantly becoming the center of attention, with his profile dominating the front pages of the news. Yi Qing remained indifferent to these developments, his life a continual cycle between home and the wasteland. As he ventured deeper into the wasteland, the speed of his vitality and mental strength enhancement finally began to accelerate. And thus, the day for reporting to the frontline Special Operations Team had finally arrived. Chapter 58. Departure to the Frontline. Where there are many, there must be a tyrant. The vacation following the martial examination was drawing to a close. Martial universities across the land had completed their enrollment processes, and admission letters were being delivered to incoming freshmen. When the time to commence school arrived, the prospective freshmen embarked on their respective journeys to their institutions. Yi Qing too had packed his belongings for departure. But his destination was not the Jinqing military. Rather, it was the large logistics base number 13, belonging to the Southern Combat Zone. Located behind the front lines, the number 13 logistics base served as the first stop for new recruits each year. Boarding a military train, after a day of arduous travel, the environment outside the train windows grew increasingly desolate and inhospitable. Ruins of cities lay scattered about, with missiles occasionally soaring through the sky, obliterating distant targets. Civilization was gradually left behind, replaced by the chaos of war. The train, stained with blood, finally arrived at its destination. The distinct shouts characteristic of military camps rang in his ears. "You have 10 minutes. Line up to receive your military uniforms, change your clothes, and gather at your designated troop assembly area." Veteran soldiers urged the still lingering recruits off the train. Some, with a bit more impatience, kicked those who dawdled out of the carriage. The recruits, brimming with youthful fervor, felt their faces flush, but before they could retaliate, several sharp slaps landed on their foreheads, leaving them dizzy and their anger swiftly extinguished. Damn it! As soon as they entered the military gates, they dared not exhibit the demeanor of street ruffians or challenge their superiors. The veterans unleashed a torrent of scolding, and the new recruits immediately sensed the fierce atmosphere of the barracks. Upon leaving the confines of school and the comforts of home, one soon realizes that no one will indulge them any longer. When mistakes occur, there will be no gentle admonishments akin to those of a teacher. Instead, one is met only with the iron-fisted authority of superiors. The once disorganized recruits suddenly fell into a disciplined order, their efficiency elevated to a remarkable degree. Yi Qing, following the line, received a deep green military uniform devoid of shoulder insignia. Having undergone numerous transformations, he now stood nearly 190 centimeters tall. Adorned in the crisp military garb, his stature appeared even more imposing, exuding a resolute and fearless aura reminiscent of iron and blood. The gazes of those around him were drawn to him, with some young women's eyes shimmering with admiration, unable to look away. Several seasoned soldiers also took note of Yi Qing, their hearts tightening with an inexplicable chill. Having faced the horrors of battle and the brutality of combat, their bodies had developed an instinctual response to danger. In the presence of Yi Qing, they felt as though they were confronting a formidable beast. This young man was not to be trifled with. Any thoughts of intimidating the loud bird to instill fear in the recruits dissipated. Upon changing into their uniforms, They were instructed to gather at their respective assembly points. The veterans averted their gazes and began urging others along. Yi Ching retrieved his appointment letter, which bore only the battle line number of the Special Operations Team, lacking any specific assembly point details. His situation was rather unique. While other recruits were assigned to standard units based on their abilities and subsequently allocated to reconnaissance, logistics, field operations, and so forth, the Special Operations Team functioned independently outside the normal hierarchy. Lacking a permanent base, most members of the Special Operations Team were selected from seasoned soldiers, and Yi Ching was the sole candidate from the Special Operations Team among the recruits, naturally without a designated gathering point. With no other choice, Yi Ching approached a veteran for guidance. "Excuse me, where should I go to assemble?" He extended the appointment letter. The veteran, initially irritated, thought to himself that the document was clear enough. Why ask him? However, upon reading the name of the unit, his voice faltered, and he was momentarily speechless. Special Operations Team. His eyes widened, and his finger trembled as the appointment letter nearly slipped from his grasp. Not to mention the difficulty of gaining entry into the Special Operations Team, there was a fundamental requirement. One must possess a strength at the 4th tier. This young man, appearing to be under 20, was a 4th-tier martial artist? Such youth at that level. What was his background? The veteran fell silent for a moment before whispering. The Special Operations Team rarely recruits from new soldiers, and there is no designated assembly point for the team at the base. So you'll have to travel with the reconnaissance recruits. Thank you. Yi Ching replied with a smile and a nod. The veteran, taken aback, waved his hands in modesty. It's nothing, nothing at all. Following the veteran's directions, Yi Ching arrived at the assembly point for the reconnaissance recruits and boarded an armored personnel carrier along with the others. Inside, there were already 11 individuals, making for a full capacity with Yi Ching included. After a brief wait, the roar of engines akin to a beast's growl filled the air as the armored personnel carriers surged forth from the logistics base toward the frontline combat base. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was not stifling. Rather, it was vibrant with excitement. As new recruits entering the military for the first time. Everything was a source of novelty. A&M 39 armored transport, equipped with a standard Grade 2 cannon. A single shot is sufficient to take down a Grade 2 beast, and a Grade 3 beast would also suffer significant injury if struck at its weak point. This is the latest development. Our reconnaissance soldiers certainly enjoy good treatment, a male recruit near the front chattered excitedly. Honestly, I didn't plan to enlist so early. I was accepted into the East Forest National Defense Military University. However, my family insisted I join the Army, claiming that after a year of service, I could directly apply to the Startown Military University with added advantages, which is why I agreed. His pride was evident when he mentioned the East Forest National Defense Military University. Yi Ching's ears perked up as he glanced at the speaker. He had heard of the East Forest National Defense Military University, which was quite reputable in East Forest Province, ranking within the top 100 nationally. However, it paled in comparison to the Startown Military University, not to mention the elite institutions in the capital. A sweep of his mental energy revealed the strengths of those around him. Only one was at the 1st tier, while the others hadn't even broken through to become formal martial artists, which explained the speaker's subtle air of superiority. Some ability, yet so pitifully scant. Yi Ching shook his head slightly, closing his eyes to cultivate, channeling his mental energy into the first stage of his transformation. In his mind, the silver silhouette he was shaping was now nearly complete, requiring just a bit more refinement before the first transformation could commence. Once at the front line, his rate of advancement would finally accelerate. Anticipation filled Yi Ching, though the incessant chatter around him continued to intrude. How do I know so much about military equipment? Well, to be honest, we have connections in the military. My cousin. I'm currently at the 1st tier, but I expect to break through to the 2nd tier soon. Did you know that a friend of mine attended the Genius Training Camp in East Forest Province? It's truly. The boastful voice had not ceased since boarding. A wave of irritation washed over Yi Ching. There exists an ironclad rule in this world. Wherever a crowd gathers, one can always find an attention-seeking show-off among them. Just like in school, there is invariably that one individual who makes a show of flipping through their exam papers loudly or sighs dramatically during lectures, drawing attention. Such individuals often lack true strength yet constantly seek the spotlight. Annoying, indeed. Chapter 59. Who isn't Major? Your mouth is a source of trouble. The Songlong Special Operations Team. Yi Ching's brow twitched. Truth be told, he was nearing his limit. With a thought, he allowed a sliver of silver light to seep through his eyelids, employing a mental technique to block out the noise around him. Instantly, the world fell silent. Wei Yiqing wasted no time, immersing himself in the meticulous crafting of his mental energy form. The effect of the tranquil focus allowed him to delve into a state of cultivation, rendering the chaotic environment incapable of disturbing him. Time passed, the journey's end. A heavily armed frontline combat base came into view. The speed of the armored personnel carriers slowed as they began to queue for inspection. The progress of his Heart-S transformation had significantly advanced, and Yiqing's mood lifted slightly. Just then, he sensed a hand tapping on his shoulder. Wei Yiqing opened his eyes, shifting slightly to evade the hand. Frowning at the person before him, it was the incessant show-off from earlier. Liu Weihao glared at Yiqing, feeling quite displeased. Since boarding, this individual had kept his eyes closed, pretending to sleep, refusing to engage with anyone. He had just proposed that the others nominate him as the team leader of the new recruits, and everyone had agreed. Yet this guy remained silent. What's with the aloofness? Didn't you hear what I said? Liu Weihao's tone was quite confrontational. What did you say? The irritation that had been suppressed surged once again. We're proposing that I be the team leader because I'm the strongest, and I'll take care of everyone. What's your silence supposed to mean? Liu Weihao continued. Wei Yiqing, unperturbed, considered that he and the others were not even part of the same military sequence. He was merely hitching a ride, likely to never see them again. So why the unnecessary chatter? He had intended to engage amicably, to foster a positive image of a soldier, but it seemed futile now. His patience had been thoroughly exhausted. Why should I care? Yiqing replied slowly. Liu Weihao was taken aback, then felt humiliated, his anger flaring. Seems you have no intention of integrating into the group. Even as a new recruit, you should at least have some sense of collective spirit. I see you'll be nothing but a coward in the army. He sneered. Wei Yiqing could no longer tolerate it. The show-off was in his face, mocking him. Who could bear such provocation? Thus, he stood up, his tall frame casting a shadow over the interior of the vehicle, enveloping Liu Weihao in darkness. What? Do you want to fight me? My cousin is a major. I can get out of trouble, but you'll face confinement. Liu Weihao scoffed, raising his hand to slap Yiqing across the face. You big oaf. Ah! The sound of a sharp crack echoed as Yiqing swiftly seized his wrist. Is being a major so impressive? Yiqing shook his head, his expression calm, exerting minimal force as he deftly fractured Liu Weihao's wrist. With his current strength, entering the Special Operations Team would grant him the rank of major. Among officers, who was afraid of whom? The unmistakable sound of bone breaking reverberated through the armored personnel carrier, followed by a piercing scream. Liu Weihao, unaccustomed to such pain, turned pale, desperately trying to withdraw his hand, but found Yiqing's grip akin to a vice, utterly immobilizing his arm. Your mouth. Truly is a source of trouble. Wei Yiqing grinned, revealing a chillingly white smile. Allow me to assist you, lest you provoke someone you cannot afford to cross. With one hand firmly grasping Liu Weihao, he pinched his chin with the other. Then, with a gentle squeeze, crack! Liu Weihao's jaw, fragile as a plastic toy, shattered into fragments, sharp bone shards piercing through the flesh. Exposed to the air, blood flowed forth, staining Liu Weihao's upper body, the faint metallic scent of blood wafting through the vehicle. The fresh recruits in the vehicle had never encountered such a scene before. Their faces turned ashen, filled with terror as they gazed at Yiqing. A few, unable to withstand the stench of blood, even retched on the spot. Bear with it. Every setback is a lesson learned. The benefits of this injury will reveal themselves in due time. Yiqing chuckled, casually tossing Liu Weihao onto the ground. What the hell? The door of the vehicle was yanked open, and several seasoned soldiers clad in camouflage rushed over to investigate the commotion. Damn it! Upon witnessing the horrific sight inside the vehicle, the grotesquely deformed lower half of Liu Weihao's face, his pupils constricted. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. They had anticipated a typical brawl, but never expected it to escalate to such severity. The man's face was utterly ruined. Just look at that shattered jaw. No matter how well he recovers, it would surely impact his appearance to some extent. This was far from a minor injury. The veteran's brows furrowed, veins bulging with rage. This was serious. The newcomer had shown a complete lack of restraint. How dare a fresh recruit, yet to officially report for duty, inflict such harm? It was utterly outrageous. Get out! Everyone, Get out of the vehicle, the veteran shouted, his voice drawing the attention of those nearby. As soldiers disembarked from the transport, they cast curious glances, and several veterans rushed over. Upon seeing Liu Weihao, writhing in agony with half his face hanging like a piece of rotten flesh, their expressions shifted dramatically. What on earth? While scuffles are common in the military, this is excessive. Isn't it? That fellow is in serious trouble. Causing a ruckus on the first day will certainly lead to repercussions. That was too brutal. I feel a bit nauseous. Whispers of speculation arose among the crowd. The commotion caught the attention of officers, and a few responsible for the intake of new recruits approached. What happened? One frowning lieutenant, a third-tier officer, inquired. A brawl resulted in severe injuries to one individual. The veteran squad leader replied solemnly, "Such audacity is utterly unacceptable." The lieutenant's frown deepened as he pointed at Yi Qing. "Arrest him immediately. He will face half a month's confinement, and we shall determine the course of action once the injury assessment is complete." As the words fell, several veterans advanced, reaching for Yi Qing, only to be horrified to find him standing as immovable as a mountain, not budging an inch. Still daring to resist, the veterans' anger ignited, and their movements became increasingly aggressive. Just then, a thunderous yell echoed from afar. "Let go of him!" As the voice rose, a towering figure appeared beside Yi Qing. "Step aside." With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind sent the onlookers staggering back. Upon seeing the insignia on the newcomer's shoulder and the emblem on his bicep, the veteran's expression shifted, and they quickly stood at attention, saluting. "Commander." 2 stripes and 2 stars. He was a 5th-tier major. What commanded their utmost respect was the emblem depicting a bloodied, roaring azure dragon, an insignia belonging solely to the Special Operations Unit. The elite of the elite in the Southern Theater, the Azure Dragon Special Operations Team. Chapter 60. Major Rank, Meritorious Point System, A-Class Missions. The mere mention of the Azure Dragon Special Operations Team instilled a sense of awe in the veterans, primarily due to the formidable prowess of its members. The 4th tier was the minimum requirement to join the Azure Dragon Special Forces, meaning every officer there was at least a major. They couldn't fathom why a trivial scuffle involving a rookie would warrant the attention of a 5th-tier expert from the Special Operations Unit. It was truly baffling why Yi Qing regarded the imposing figure before him, feeling the atmosphere darken. Having undergone several transformations, he was already quite tall, yet the man before him towered at nearly 2 meters. As robust as a brown bear, his broad back muscles suggested he could take flight at any moment. The burly man turned and asked, "Are you Yi Qing?" "Yes," Yi Qing replied, beginning to deduce the man's identity as he retrieved his appointment letter from his bag. The man glanced at it, then smiled, saying, "Welcome. I am Xiong Lingquan, the captain of the 7th Squad of the Azure Dragon Special Operations Team. From now on, you will be one of us." Xiong Lingquan's voice was loud, clearly unbothered by eavesdroppers, as his words echoed around the crowd. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, and incredulous gazes fixated on Yi Qing. The veterans reacted most intensely, their minds blank in disbelief, questioning if they had misheard. A rookie had actually become a member of the Azure Dragon Special Operations Team. That kid looked barely 20. How could he possibly possess 4th-tier strength? Surely he must have pulled some strings. They instinctively thought this. Yet the notion was quickly dismissed. Without genuine strength, gaining entry into the Special Operations Team would be tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. Shock, confusion, horror, envy, admiration. An array of complex emotions flooded their expressions as Yi Qing quietly recounted the events leading to the confrontation. "I merely confronted a superior officer who attempted to strike me. A lesson was warranted." Upon hearing this, Xiong Lingquan nodded earnestly. Liu Weihao, lying on the ground, now regarded Yi Qing with vacant eyes. What sort of individual had he provoked? They appeared to be of similar age, yet the other was already at the 4th tier while he remained at the 1st. In the face of such a stark power disparity, Liu Weihao felt not anger or hatred, but an overwhelming sense of fear and regret. "Disperse. Return to your duties," Xiong Lingquan commanded, his voice booming as he dismissed the onlookers. The tumultuous scene swiftly subsided. Under Xiong Lingquan's guidance, Yi Qing followed him into the operations base. Though referred to as a base, it resembled a small city more than anything else. It had all the necessary amenities, including numerous recreational facilities to help soldiers unwind. "This is the 31st Frontline Operations Base. Our 7th Squad has just arrived here to execute a mission," Xiong Lingquan explained as they walked. I should have arranged for a dedicated vehicle to pick you up. After all, it's quite rare for us to recruit directly from new recruits. To be honest, when Captain Shi told me about you, I thought he was joking that a talent like you choosing military service and heading to the front lines as a freshman. Unheard of, he gazed at Yi Qing, marveling at the situation. The front lines suit me better than the campus. Just walking through here invigorates my spirit, Yi Qing replied with a smile. The unique atmosphere of the military base filled him with a fervor for battle. He yearned to rush to the front lines and fight until the skies darkened. Here we are, our temporary quarters. Xiong Lingquan pointed toward the buildings ahead. Contrary to Yi Qing's traditional image of military barracks, the Special Operations Team's temporary quarters consisted of rows of grayish-white buildings. Is this our barracks? Yi Qing asked, astonished. Our Special Operations Team is different. The minimum rank is major, so our accommodations are naturally superior. Xiong Lingquan chuckled. Once you drop off your luggage, I'll take you to the base center for registration and to collect your rank insignia. After a while, Yi Qing donned his pristine military uniform. The insignia of 2 stripes and 1 star proudly displayed on his shoulder. Xiong Lingquan handed him an emblem depicting the bloodied azure dragon, the special insignia of the Special Operations Team. With the emblem affixed to his arm, Yi Qing officially became a major member of the Southern Theater's Special Operations Team. Their conversation along the way enlightened Yi Qing about many of the rules within the military, the most crucial being the meritorious points system. Regardless of whether one was an ordinary soldier or a special operations member, acts of valor would earn them meritorious points. Once a certain number of points were accumulated, they could be exchanged for various resources from the military district, including advanced combat techniques, the latest genetic drugs, and weapons crafted by master smiths, and much more. There were numerous ways to earn meritorious points. The most direct being the slaying of colossal beasts. The more beasts one dispatched, the more points they accrued. Additionally, tasks assigned by the military district, including large-scale operations, reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, decapitation missions, and infiltration, were primarily undertaken by the elite of the Special Operations Team. To Yi Qing, the beasts themselves represented the greatest wealth. Meritorious points were merely supplementary. Our mission here at the 31st base is to execute a special operation. You're in luck. Joining us at this time means you'll receive a share of the meritorious points. Xiong Lingquan and Yi Qing arrived back at their quarters, where they met the other members of the 7th Squad. Including Yi Qing, the Azure Dragon 7th Squad comprised 23 members. Aside from Xiong Lingquan and the vice captain, Bai Yulan, all others were 4th-tier warriors. This meant that a single special operations squad was comprised of 21 majors and 2 lieutenant colonels. If they were to march out in formation, the soldiers stationed at the entrance would salute repeatedly. Now that everyone is present, let us discuss the upcoming decapitation mission. Xiong Lingquan cleared his throat, prompting the others to adopt serious expressions. Yi Qing stood quietly in the corner, listening intently. This is an A-class mission issued directly by the military headquarters. The objective is to ascertain the distribution of high-level colossal beasts south of the 31st Operations Base and investigate any signs of descending beasts. Upon hearing the term A-class, the expressions of everyone changed. The level of the mission correlated with its danger. An A-class mission equated to battling 6th-tier colossal beasts. AS Captain Xiong Lingquan elaborated on the mission's primary objectives. Yi Qing felt an ember of excitement ignite within him. At long last, the moment has arrived to advance to the front lines. Chapter 61. Reconnaissance Mission. An urgent alert. Team 7 has been assigned a reconnaissance task involving intelligence gathering. According to the information, a rift near Operation Base 31 has recently exhibited unusual activity, seemingly showing signs of expansion. The size of the rift is directly related to the strength of the colossal beasts that may emerge from it. High-ranking beasts are often massive in stature. If the rift is too small, they cannot materialize through it. Consequently, the ranking of the operational base station near the rift is typically evaluated based on its size. A larger rift necessitates a greater presence of formidable warriors within the base, while a smaller rift results in fewer station combatants. Should the rift near Operation Base 31 indeed show signs of expansion, reinforcements must be dispatched, for if the base is breached, an entire segment of the defense line would be compromised, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Thus, it is not just Team Songlong 7 that has received this reconnaissance mission. Numerous Special Forces teams have also converged in the vicinity to ascertain the situation of the rift. The task, relatively speaking, is not overly strenuous, as long as one remains vigilant and refrains from provoking the beasts. Merely gathering intelligence should not pose significant danger. Xiong Lingquan spoke solemnly. The information pertains to the safety of countless individuals. We must not delay. We depart in half an hour. The group promptly dispersed, returning to their quarters to prepare their gear. Yi Qing, come here for a moment, Xiong Lingquan called out. The two retreated to a corner, where Xiong Lingquan remarked, reconnaissance missions are ill-suited for large groups. Therefore, the team must operate largely in a dispersed manner. Since you have just reported for duty, you may opt out this time and take some time to acclimate. Not going is simply out of the question. Yi Qing countered. His intent to report to the military and rush to the front lines was precisely for this moment. Captain, I am now a part of this team. It makes no sense for me to cower in the base while everyone else ventures forth. Yi Qing shook his head. Xiong Lingquan paused for a moment, then firmly clapped Yi Qing on the shoulder. Very well. You are a man. Just be cautious. Ensure you do not venture too close to the rift, as 5th or even 6th tier beasts may emerge at any moment, which you are not equipped to handle. I understand. Yi Qing nodded. Half an hour later, as dusk approached, the orange glow painted the entire sky crimson, and an inexplicable aura of lethality rippled through the air. The roars of colossal beasts echoed from a distance, followed by the thunderous sounds of artillery. Small groups of beasts approached the operational base, triggering the automated defensive countermeasures, which obliterated the encroaching horde into fragments. Under the cover of the dimming light, Yi Qing, clad in combat attire, surged forth from the base's gates alongside his squad. Remember, 5 days' time. Regardless of how much intelligence you gather, you must rendezvous at the assembly point. Do you understand? Understood, Yi Qing affirmed. Xiong Lingquan offered one last piece of advice before vanishing from sight, as did the other team members. Yi Qing glanced back at the imposing operational base and then turned to gaze into the desolate battlefield ahead, inhaling deeply as a brilliant spark ignited in his eyes. The hunt was about to commence. A tactical map materialized on his wristwatch. Selecting a direction, he lightly tapped the ground, and with a thunderous roar, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his exhilarated laughter mingling with the wind. With a sickening crunch, a hardened skull shattered, blood and brain matter splattering forth as the massive beast collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A hand cloaked in ebony scales plunged into the exposed brain tissue, unleashing an invisible force of consumption. You have consumed a fragment of the barbaric bull soul, mental power 0.1. Gazing at the robust carcass of the bull beneath him, Yi Qing was overcome with emotion. It was but a short while ago that he had exchanged a mere fragment of barbaric bull meat at the Martial Arts Resource Management Office at school. A transaction that had cost him a month's worth of points. Yet now, a whole, vibrant bull lay at his feet, its blood still steaming, its muscles twitching. How serendipitous, his stomach grumbled. After nearly a day's journey with little sustenance, he felt ravenously hungry. A tendril emerged from his palm, swiftly reducing the bull to a desiccated husk. Yet his hunger remained unquenched, intensifying instead. The bull's low-tier status was wholly inadequate to satisfy his caloric needs. I must delve deeper. Captain Xiong, this is not a matter of disobeying orders, but rather a necessity. With a chuckle, Yi Qing casually plucked a rib from the desiccated carcass, chewing it to splinters. It was crisp and devoid of flavor. In an instant, Yi Qing vanished once more, racing forward. The quality of beasts at the front lines was significantly superior to those in the wilderness. Yi Qing remained vigilant, meticulously exploring his surroundings, dispatching any beasts he encountered while diligently recording intelligence. His vitality and mental power steadily increased, his pace markedly quicker than in the barren lands. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Emerging from a cave, Yi Qing had scarcely begun his journey when he stumbled upon a pack of second-tier beasts. Encountering them, he naturally could not let the opportunity slip. Jagged black spikes erupted from his back, and a colossal bone blade cleaved through the air. Roaring with fury, he severed the heads of the colossal beasts in two, with swiftness and precision. Yi Qing summoned his mental power, absorbing the shimmering fragments of souls from the severed heads. You have consumed a fragment of the unicorn flame horse's soul. Mental power 0.2. You have consumed a fragment of the unicorn flame horse's soul. Mental power 0.2. You have consumed a piece of unicorn flame horse meat. Vitality 3. 5. Extraction progress 2. You have consumed a piece of unicorn flame horse meat. Vitality 5.2. Extraction progress 3. Blood trickled from the corners of Yi Qing's mouth, bits of flesh clinging to his form while a scarlet eye swirled at his brow. Unleashing waves of mental shock. One by one, the towering unicorn flame horses collapsed, their flesh and souls transforming into sustenance for Yi Qing. The withered horse carcasses piled up, yet the scene was not overwhelmingly sanguine, as all their vital essence had been consumed, leaving no surplus blood to spill. Before long, after slaying and devouring the pack's strongest leader, a third-tier beast, Yi Qing's extraction progress finally reached completion. He promptly began the extraction process. A gentle tingling sensation coursing through his legs, followed by a successful extraction prompt. Extraction successful. You have acquired a C-tier talent, Flame Sprint, a speed-oriented C-tier talent. Glancing over it, Yi Qing immediately decided to use it as nourishment for his B-tier talent, Shadow Step. Both speed and defense talents, Shadow Step and Earth Barrier, were currently B-tier, which felt insufficient given his rising prowess. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to enhance both categories of talents significantly. Focusing on his mental power, Yi Qing had consumed the soul fragments of all the beasts he had slain along the way. His mental power had seen considerable growth, with the humanoid figure in his mind nearing completion at around 90%. With just a bit more effort, he could commence the first phase of the Heart Source Nirvana. Upon its completion, the qualitative transformation of his mental power would further elevate his strength. Having dispatched the last unicorn flame horse with a swift strike, Yi Qing was about to press onward when his tactical wristwatch began to vibrate violently, urgent, pressing alarm signals pierced his ears. Chapter 62. Level 1 Alert, Rift Disturbance, Distress Signal. Yi Qing's pupils constricted. If he recalled correctly, a Level 1 alert signaled a crisis capable of destabilizing the entire front line. He hastily tapped the screen of his watch, where a prominently displayed message materialized in bold red letters. Level 1 Alert, Abyss Rift Disturbance, High-Tier Beasts Emerge, Beast Horde launching an assault. All units must prepare for combat. Boom! A resounding shockwave reverberated through the heavens and earth from afar. Yi Qing keenly detected a faint, ominous growl amidst the cacophony, akin to a terrifying beast announcing its arrival. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the abnormality manifested almost simultaneously with the alarm's announcement. Yi Qing flickered away, swiftly scaling a towering mountain. Whereupon he beheld a scene of utter astonishment. The earth was cracking. Cracks extended from the distant horizon, the land resembling a shattered porcelain bowl, with ominous, obsidian fissures running rampant. Shadows writhed within the unfathomable depths of those rifts. Then, with a series of explosive sounds, boom, 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 the shadows were shattered, and countless colossal beasts erupted from the rifts, their savage roars piercing the heavens. Thunderous booms echoed from all directions, sparks igniting across the land as station troops opened fire, attempting to repel the advancing horde. Yet the situation unfolded so suddenly that some rifts spread directly onto the battleground, leaving soldiers no time to react as beasts surged forth. After a blinding eruption of flames, several sparks were entirely consumed by the horde. On the fourth day of enlistment, Yi Qing, still a novice, found himself embroiled in such dire circumstances. Thoughts raced through his mind as he contemplated the current situation. Before he could make a decision, crack! A rift more than 200 meters long split the ground nearby. Roar! A uniquely shaped colossal beast emerged from the rift, followed closely by a second, then a third. A fiery determination ignited within Yi Qing's chest as he inhaled deeply, attuning himself to the faint yet distinct roars resonating through the realm, a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. The battlefield. This is the true battlefield. He fixed his gaze on the nearby rift, and the heads that emerged from it, a slow grin spreading across his lips. Muscles bulged, pitch-black scales enveloped his body, and menacing spikes jutted from his back, with massive bone blades extending from his joints. The new soldier, Yi Qing, vanished, replaced by a towering monster exceeding 2 meters in height. He leaped forward, charging towards the rift. An enraged roar erupted, and splatters of blood blossomed in the air. The rift Yi Qing faced was not particularly large, measuring only 200 meters in length. Thus the colossal beasts emerging were mostly of the third rank. Beasts of a higher rank could not squeeze through such a rift. As creatures descending from the rift, their strength was evidently superior to that of regular beasts. However, for Yi Qing, even the strongest third rank was still merely a third rank. An invisible mental shockwave rippled outward, causing several beasts' eyes to shatter, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Bloodthirsty tendrils danced, embedding themselves into the flesh of the fallen, ravenously siphoning their vital essence. The massive bone blades sliced through the air, cleaving heads smoothly in two. You have consumed a portion of windstorm essence. You have consumed a portion of windstorm essence. You have consumed a piece of crimson shadow wolf meat. You have consumed a shard of crimson shadow wolf soul. Flesh, vital essence, soul shards. Yi Ching spared no resource beneficial to himself, devouring everything to replenish and enhance his abilities. The rebirth of his mental power was nearing completion, initiating the second phase of the indestructible golden body of Dragon Flame. One beast after another fell beneath his feet, and not a single creature managed to cross the 200-meter rift to rush towards the rear. Half an hour later, drenched in blood, Yi Ching suddenly realized that no new beasts were emerging from the rift. He approached the edge, peering down into the abyss. The rift was unfathomably deep, shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern from where the beast had emerged. Suppressing the urge to leap in, he felt his wristwatch vibrate repeatedly. It was a distress signal. The 367th Regiment had suffered heavy losses. Their commander slain, ammunition reduced by half, and they requested assistance. The commander was dead. Yi Ching frowned. In conventional regiments, commanders were typically fifth-tier warriors. The death of one implied the presence of fifth-tier beasts in the area. Fifth-tier beasts. Yi Ching glanced at the system panel, noting his vitality and mental power, as well as several S-rank talents, his eyes gleaming with fervor. It was not out of the question to give it a try. Having made his decision, Yi Ching wasted no time, hurrying to the coordinates indicated in the distress signal. The abyssal rift suddenly erupted, throwing the entire battlefield into chaos. Explosions resounded everywhere, colossal beasts roamed freely across the land. In the sky, sonic booms echoed as several figures cut through the air, heading straight for the heart of the battlefield. High-ranking beasts had descended. Master-level warriors had to intervene. Yi Ching disregarded them. He could not yet engage in the high-tier battlefield and aimed to seize the opportunity to swiftly enhance his own strength. With this thought, his speed surged once more. In the desolate city, rusted armored vehicles emitting black smoke were piled up along a stretch of road, forming a makeshift steel defense line. Anti-aircraft guns were laid flat, unleashing a barrage of ammunition upon the surging horde of beasts. The massive shells shattered the bodies of the beasts. Those with ruptured chests still struggled towards the defense line until trampled into pulp by the advancing horde. The formidable vitality of the beasts meant that even when injured, they retained a significant threat. Damn it! Has the distress signal been sent out? A blood-soaked man with the colonel's insignia burst forth from the horde, collapsing behind the defense line, gasping for breath. Report to the commander, it has been sent. The command base only said to await reinforcements, but did not provide a specific time. The communications soldier replied loudly. Damn it, given the current situation, we can't rely on reinforcements. Brothers elsewhere are likely also calling for help, and by the time aid arrives here, the acting commander, who had automatically been promoted from colonel due to the commander's death, wore a grave expression. A thunderous roar erupted from the rear of the horde as a beast nearly 100 meters long charged forth. Another one. The acting commander spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped his face and struggled to stand, his gaze resolutely firm. With the commander dead, only he could confront the fifth-tier beast. If that creature reached them, the other soldiers would surely suffer heavy casualties. Thus, he had to charge out once more. I'll risk it. Gritting his teeth, he seized his alloy rifle, leaping out of the defense line and into the surging horde. Fire away, don't mind me. A determined voice rang out amidst the beasts, ordering the gunners to open fire in his direction. Chapter 63. Rebirth complete. Amplified mental power. Human weapon. Shooting city. Truly a first-tier metropolis before the catastrophe. Yi Ching navigated through the abandoned city, observing the surrounding skyscrapers, vividly sensing the former splendor of Shooting City. Alas, the invasion of the beasts had altered everything. Years of neglect had allowed nature to reclaim the urban landscape. Lost in thought, a shadow rushed from behind. Lunging at Yi Ching's back, without turning, Yi Ching unleashed an invisible mental force, overwhelming pressure descending. Bang! The ambushing beast froze midair, compressing violently until it was reduced to a mass of flesh. Yi Ching inhaled deeply as the blood-red gore flowed into his throat. You have consumed a sand-scale scorpion. Vitality 23, mental power 1.2, extraction progress 21. With the enhancement of his mental power, the humanoid silhouette delineated by his mental energy filled the last remaining void. In an instant, invisible waves surged through his sea of consciousness. Strands of silver light began to condense, pouring into that human form. The brilliant radiance gradually dimmed, the entire sea of consciousness descending into silence. Leaving only the humanoid figure drifting silently, a transformation of rebirth was quietly unfolding. Moments later, a dazzling light erupted, revealing the humanoid figure's features, identical to Yi Qing's own, its body resembling flowing water. Ripples cascading across its surface. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. That was not water, but liquid mental energy formed after his mental power had been refined to a certain extent. Each strand of this liquid mental energy possessed purity and strength multiple times greater than before. Simultaneously, a unique piece of information emerged as the transformation completed. The metamorphosis brought on by the heart source rebirth would endow his mental power with new characteristics. His mental power could now be converted into other forms of energy, augmenting the strength of his physical form. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. His conventional strength had always surpassed that of the mental power realm. Previously, the two forces were independent, with mental power serving merely as a support in battle. Now, it could directly enhance his vitality. Upon completing the first phase of the indestructible golden body of Dragon Flame, coupled with the unique power techniques of the Dragon Flame heavenly body, Yi Qing's strength surged to 6 times its normal output. This was a terrifying figure, indicating that Yi Qing's full force could now threaten 5th-tier warriors. With a thought, Yi Qing flickered and quickly located a beast wandering the streets to test the amplification of his new abilities. Bang! The beast was cleaved in two by a single punch, the spraying blood absorbed cleanly before it even hit the ground. An 8-fold explosion. Yi Qing's eyes gleamed as he calculated that the power unleashed in his full-strength strike would pose a lethal threat to 5th-tier beings. A low rumble echoed from the other end of the city, followed by the roar of artillery fire. Yi Qing's expression tightened, and he quickened his pace further. The body of a 5th-tier beast was no longer vulnerable to ordinary weaponry. Regular firearms striking it might not even penetrate its defenses. Even if luck allowed a hit on a weak point, it could not inflict substantial harm on a 5th-tier beast. The only weapons capable of threatening 5th-tier beasts were heavy artillery, among which self-propelled cannons standard to regiment-level combat units were included. However, the self-propelled cannons positioned behind the defense line were continuously adjusting their aim at the 5th-tier beast, yet had not fired. The firepower was too immense. Firing would undoubtedly endanger the acting commander, who was currently entangled with the 5th-tier beast. The seasoned soldiers present were acutely aware of the consequences. If they fired, the commander would certainly not return. Thus, the gunner operating the cannon struggled internally, breath heavy, unable to pull the firing lever. Damn it, Magia. If you don't fire soon, do you want to endanger everyone left? The acting commander cursed, battling the 5th-tier beast. Magia, the gunner, jolted at the curse directed at him from the front. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to pull the lever. Just then, an invisible, powerful force suddenly descended, and Magia was astonished to find himself losing control of his body. His arm's muscles were tense, yet he could not pull down the lever. For a brief moment, Magia thought he had been hit by a stray bullet, paralyzed and unable to control anything below his neck. This thought was quickly dismissed. A tall figure silently appeared beside him, pried his hand away from the lever, setting it aside before vanishing once more. In the next instant, control returned to his body. What just happened? What was that? Magia's eyes widened in terror, his scream barely escaping his throat before a deafening shockwave erupted from the front lines. Lu Zhenhai, the former deputy commander of the 812th Regiment and now its acting commander, unleashed a torrent of curses upon the gunners before re-engaging in combat with the colossal beast before him. His body bore multiple wounds, oozing blood as the rift surged violently. An enormous fissure materialized not far from their encampment. For 5th-tier colossal beasts emerged first in a desperate bid to buy time for his soldiers to fortify their defenses. He charged forward alongside the commander, at the immense cost of the commander's life. 3 5th-tier beasts were slain, yet he sustained considerable injuries. After enduring relentless battles, Lu Zhenhai found himself utterly exhausted, barely managing to impede the advance of the gigantic beast. To ensure its complete annihilation, they would have to rely on the last remaining self-propelled artillery in the regiment. Lu Zhenhai was acutely aware of the dire consequences. The moment he charged out, he had no intention of returning alive. Thus, he disregarded his injuries, fully adopting a strategy of trading wounds for time, aiming solely to slow the beast's advance, allowing the gunners behind the lines to take more precise shots. Yet, after waiting an eternity, the anticipated cannon fire remained absent. Lu Zhenhai was on the verge of exploding with rage, ready to unleash a torrent of profanities, when suddenly, a resounding boom resonated almost beside him. Following the sound, he beheld a towering figure, moving at a speed surpassing sound, enveloped in a white shockwave, rushing toward him. With a thunderous crash, a massive hole appeared in the chest of the leopard-like fifth-tier beast. As the figure barreled straight through, Lu Zhenhai's eyes widened in disbelief. Could the formidable defenses that could withstand artillery fire truly be breached so easily? What was this person's body made of? Meanwhile, another dull thud echoed. A gaping wound erupted from the back of the leopard beast, and a blood-soaked figure burst forth. Lu Zhenhai stood dumbfounded. The combat style he witnessed was unlike anything he had ever seen. With a single impact, the fifth-tier beast had been pierced. What manner of humanoid weapon is this? Chapter 64. Instant kill of the fifth-tier beast. Order them to retreat. I will hold the line. Yi Qing suddenly emerged from the gaping wound. Drenched in blood, shards of shattered bone cascading down his arm. What a formidable display of explosive power, he murmured, a hint of astonishment in his tone. The full-force eruption of the dragon flame's heavenly body, combined with the powerful amplification from the heart source's rebirth and the invincible mindset brought forth by the unity of heaven and earth, created an unprecedented peak in his combat prowess. With that single strike, he had barreled through a fifth-tier beast like a cannonball. It was at this moment that Yi Qing truly comprehended the terrifying might of his three S-rank talents. The sheer intensity of his power ignited the warlike spirit deep within him. Arg! The leopard beast let out a pained roar, its heart now a void, blood gushing from its hollow chest cavity. In mere moments, it had become ample enough to serve as an appetizer. You have consumed a heart of the rift-leaping leopard. Vitality 23, Extraction Progress 3, truly delectable. Yi Qing casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His spirits lifted, a smile naturally gracing his face. Although the rift-leaping leopard had lost its heart, its formidable vitality prevented it from dying immediately. It began to thrash wildly, its massive body rolling on the ground, crushing numerous lower-tier beasts in its wake. Yi Qing stood firmly atop it, invisible tendrils stealthily penetrating the leopard's flesh, greedily siphoning its vital essence. You have consumed a portion of the rift-leaping leopard's essence. Vitality 8. Extraction Progress 1. You have consumed a portion of the rift-leaping leopard's essence. Vitality 10. Extraction Progress 1. You have consumed a portion of the rift-leaping leopard's essence. Vitality 10. Extraction Progress 1. His vitality began to soar, the rewards from a fifth-tier beast indeed proving to be substantial enough. You must die. Yi Qing's form flickered, instantly appearing atop the leopard's head. And then, with a fierce stomp, he brought his foot down. Crack! Cracks spread like a spiderweb across the hardened skull, shattering it like exquisite yet fragile porcelain, the white matter of its brain splattering everywhere. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed the soul fragment that only he could perceive. You have consumed a fragment of the rift-leaping leopard's soul. Mental power 13. Fifth-tier beasts possess a certain level of intelligence. Hence, the mental power gained from their soul fragments is significantly stronger than that of fourth-tier beasts. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing hard reached his ears. Yi Qing turned to see Lu Zhenhai standing frozen in place. Utterly motionless at that moment, Lu Zhenhai's mind was blank, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He blinked repeatedly, questioning whether he had merely imagined what he had just witnessed. That was a fifth-tier beast. Not an ordinary low-tier beast. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 2 or 3 fifth-tier warriors to contend with a single fifth-tier beast. Yet here it seemed the individual had only struck twice. One collision pierced the fifth-tier beast, and a gentle stomp crushed its head. Surely, he must be dreaming. Did you send the distress signal? Yi Qing inquired. Yes, sir. The voice jolted Lu Zhenhai from his stupor, and he quickly nodded. snapping to attention point 812 to regiment. Acting Commander Lu Zhenhai. In the military, strength is often closely linked to rank. The formidable prowess displayed by Yi Qing led Lu Zhenhai to instinctively assume he was a superior officer. In reality, Yi Qing was merely a major. Despite the unique position of the Songlong Special Operations Team, he still ranked lower than the lieutenant colonel. Songlong Special Operations Team, Major, Yi Qing. Yi Qing returned the salute, then swiftly lifted Lu Zhenhai, racing back to the defense line. Such incredible speed! Lu Zhenhai couldn't help but gasp, utterly amazed by Yi Qing's swiftness, to the point where he overlooked the title of Major Yi Qing had just mentioned. Commander, are you all right? At that moment, those who had witnessed the previous scenes snapped back to reality, rushing over in a panic. I'm fine. Get back to your posts and continue defending. Lu Zhenhai bellowed. Didn't you see the reinforcements have arrived? Prepare yourselves. When the reinforcements come, we'll launch a counterattack. Clearly, Lu Zhenhai had misunderstood. Upon seeing Yi Qing, he assumed this was the strong vanguard leading the way, with a large force of reinforcements following. In truth, Yi Qing had seen no sign of reinforcements on his way here. The sudden rift surge had plunged all areas into fierce battles, leaving no manpower available to support the garrison at the outer post. To wait for reinforcements would likely take at least a day or two. Yi Qing surveyed the surroundings, realizing that fewer than 50 soldiers remained on the entire defense line. Is this all that's left of your regiment? Yi Qing asked, pausing for a moment before continuing. It was so sudden. The rift appeared almost at our doorstep, and several fifth-tier beasts emerged. Had it not been for the commander sacrificing himself to hold them back, we wouldn't have been able to save even these few, Lu Zhenhai explained hoarsely. Yi Qing glanced at the injured soldiers who still stood their ground and said solemnly, order them all to withdraw. That's out of the question. Behind us is the flank of the 833rd Regiment. If we lose this position, they will surely falter. Lu Zhenhai immediately shook his head in refusal. Besides, aren't there reinforcements? Once your reinforcements arrive. There are no reinforcements. I came alone. Yi Qing interrupted him directly. Lu Zhenhai was taken aback, his expression gradually darkening as he smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was indeed wishful thinking to expect a large contingent of reinforcements at this juncture. Withdraw now. Yi Qing's voice rang out again. No way. Absolutely not. Lu Zhenhai rejected firmly. I will hold the line. Yi Qing stated calmly. No what? Lu Zhenhai's voice turned sharp, staring at Yi Qing in disbelief. Your regiment has already sacrificed enough. Retreat 3 kilometers to tend to the wounded. If I can't hold on, I will call for you. After delivering this ultimatum, Yi Qing's figure flickered, like a bolt of golden lightning, crossing the makeshift barricade of armored vehicles and charging unhesitatingly into the surging tide of beasts. His muscles bulged, his height surged to 2 meters, and his vitality surged like a roaring river. Golden aura enveloping him, brilliant fist energy flickered. Each swing could shatter the skulls of colossal beasts. A torrent of blood sprayed everywhere as his golden-tinged form stood resolutely at the forefront of the defense line, facing the onslaught of beasts without retreating an inch. Any beast that dared approach would instantaneously become a headless corpse, collapsing to the ground. The bodies began to pile up, and soon enough, 2 small mounds of corpses appeared flanking Yi Qing. After a while, the heaps of bodies grew high enough to obscure the entire defense line, preventing the soldiers from seeing the battle unfolding beyond the corpse mounds. They exchanged glances, yet none dared to act rashly. The departure from the protective line, coupled with the loss of heavy artillery support, would soon lead to their overwhelming by the tide of beasts, given their current capabilities. Thus, recklessly charging out of the defensive line was akin to courting death. Hiss! Lu Zhenhai inhaled sharply, casting a glance at the warriors around him. After a moment of contemplation, he bellowed for the medics to hasten their efforts in treating the wounded. He then turned his gaze toward the mountains of corpses piled not far from the front line, his eyes shifting with tumultuous thoughts as a rather ethereal notion gradually emerged. Sometimes, an individual might indeed become a force of reinforcements. Chapter 65. Blood condensing into elixirs, 5th-tier warrior. The searing thunderfire capable of melting steel and the venomous gale that could corrode scales and flesh surged forth. Yi Qing was drenched in blood, his eyes transformed entirely into a golden hue, radiating a cold, savage, and brutal aura that swept across the battlefield. He had nearly morphed into a combat machine, every part of him a weapon. The crimson blood splattered at the corners of his mouth, its sweet scent tantalizing his senses. In moments of fervor, even his mouth became a weapon. With a gaping maw of sharp teeth, he tore through the throat of a fourth-tier colossal beast with a single bite. Hot blood erupting like a fire hydrant. Even the shards of hardened bones became his instruments, manipulated by his mental prowess. They transformed into deadly white flashes, piercing through the bodies of those giant beasts. In such circumstances, the efficiency of slaughter through mental force was evidently heightened. Countless system notifications rang in Yi Qing's ears. You have devoured a piece of earth-shattering pangolin meat. Vitality 5, Extraction Progress 2. You have consumed a portion of venomous porcupine blood. Vitality 7. Extraction Progress 2. You have ingested a piece of mighty bear king's flesh. Vitality 11. Extraction Progress 3. You have swallowed a fragment of scorpion-tailed tiger's soul. Mental Power 4. 5. You have consumed a shard of Silvermoon fierce wolf soul. Mental Power 3.3. You have swallowed. The notifications were incessant, to the point that Yi Qing could hardly discern which colossal beast he had consumed before yet another alert emerged. A multitude of giant beasts fell around him, blood-red tendrils erupting from the ground, greedily siphoning the essence from their bodies. With the vast amount of vital blood being poured, the bloodthirsty vine's tendrils began to split. An increasing number of slender tendrils sprouting from the earth. Despite Yi Qing's ferocity, having slain 2 fifth-tier colossal beasts in quick succession, the beast horde showed no sign of dwindling, as the rift in the distance continued to release more beasts. They were numerous, too numerous to count. Had it not been for Yi Qing's possession of the S-rank talent, Harmony of Heaven and Earth, granting him remarkable recovery capabilities, he would have surely been engulfed by the beast tide long ago. Yi Qing fought tirelessly, unleashing punches, kicks, elbow strikes, and even bites, consuming chunks of fresh colossal beast flesh and gulping down steaming beast blood, devouring fragments of souls. His vitality and mental power surged uncontrollably. The second stage of the undying golden body began to refine. As the dragon flame thunderfire permeated his flesh and blood, causing a faint golden glow to emanate from his muscles. The second transformation of the heart source nirvana quietly commenced, hinting at a tangible manifestation of the liquid mental power within his body. Even the harmony of heaven and earth underwent a transformation. Yi Qing immersed himself in a state of transcendence, his movements of slaughter becoming more fluid, expending less vitality for the same attacks. His form seemed to meld into the battlefield, his speed as swift as a specter, effortlessly evading the attacks of the colossal beasts. This wondrous state filled him with joy, prompting him to laugh heartily. In the midst of his laughter, the shackles were shattered once more. Boom! Vitality surged like a roaring river, vast and pure, coalescing into serpentine dragons swimming through his veins, his blood plasma resembling mercury, each drop imbued with immense vitality energy. The vitality dragons surged toward Yi Qing's chest, intertwining, merging. A round blood elixir gradually took shape, as Yi Qing's vitality soared, erupting skyward, forming a plume of vitality smoke above him. With vitality surpassing 10,000, blood was condensing into elixirs. This marked the threshold of a warrior breaking through to the 5th tier. Yi Qing felt an unparalleled exhilaration as a torrent of power gushed forth from the blood elixir. The golden aura enveloping him, casting brilliant light across the battlefield, as if a sun were rising amidst the dim skies. 3 kilometers behind the defensive line, Lu Zhenhai's expression shifted, turning to the battlefield as he sensed the ascendant plume of vitality smoke. His face paling. 5th tier. This was the vitality smoke indicative of a 5th tier breakthrough. My heavens, he was just at the 4th tier a moment ago. Lu Zhenhai was astounded, engulfed in profound shock. A 4th tier warrior could slay 5th tier colossal beasts. What manner of monster was this reinforcement? The special operations team. Truly living up to their reputation. He had no time for further contemplation, hastily bandaging his wounds before rushing to assist the gravely injured. Meanwhile, Yi Qing's thoughts shifted, and the system interface materialized before him. Name: Yi Qing. Vitality: 10,021.8. Mental Power: 1,066.5. Talents: S-rank, Heart Source Nirvana. S-rank, Harmony of Heaven and Earth. S-rank, Dragon Flame Ascension. B-rank, Bloodthirsty Vines. B-rank, Abyssal Maw. B-rank, Tyrant Spike. B-rank, Corrosive Gale. B-rank, Phantom Fox's Evil Eye. B-rank, Instant Shadow. B rank, Earth Barrier, C rank, Thunder Whip, C rank, Crimson Flame. C rank, Steel Bone Blade, C rank, Blazing Dash. Martial Techniques, Cloud Pushing Palm, 6th tier, 8 Extremes Fist, 6th tier, Extraction Progress, Earth Shattering Pangolin, 100, Venomous Porcupine, 100, Mighty Bear King, 100, Scorpion-Tailed Tiger, 100. Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, 100. Not only had his vitality surpassed 10,000, but his mental power had also crossed the 1,000 threshold, equivalent to that of a 4th-tier mentalist. Slaughter was, indeed, the most suitable method for my cultivation. All that talk of training camps is mere nonsense. Yi Qing glanced at the interface, a radiant smile gracing his features. The extraction progress indicated that many types of colossal beasts had been fully extracted. Among them, several talents could be fused. It was time for a significant update to his talents. With a thought, Yi Qing initiated the extraction of various colossal beasts' unique abilities. An unusual sensation coursed through his body. It wasn't quite pain, but rather a mild itch. Yi Qing's physique had grown so formidable that ordinary talents could no longer evoke significant responses. In an instant. Extraction successful. You have acquired C-rank talent, Venomous Spike. Successful notifications appeared one after another, followed by the second and third notifications, a continuous stream of new talents being extracted. You have acquired B-rank talent, Boiling Blood. You have acquired C-rank talent, Earth-Shattering Drill. You have acquired B-rank talent, Mental Sound Illusion. You have acquired. Extracting talents did not hinder Yi Qing's relentless combat. After breaking through to the 5th tier, Yi Qing felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him. With his enhanced strength, his body's energy requirements had surged, naturally heightening his appetite. He could now consume even more. Crack. Yi Qing snapped the neck of a colossal beast, yanking its entire spine free, inhaling deeply to savor the marrow. The rich flavor spread across his palate, and a wave of hunger surged within him once more. Yi Qing set his sights on a 5th-tier colossal beast that had just emerged from the rift. His mind already concocting dozens of inventive ways to dispatch it. Truly, it was a grand feast. A sinister smile crept upon his lips as he strode forward. Chapter 66. Major General Dazong. An uncountable array of new talents awaited fusion. The notion that a single individual could turn the tide of a battle, which Lu Zhenhai had once deemed an exaggeration, now unfolded before his very eyes. Lu Zhenhai had been closely monitoring the movements along the defensive line, awaiting a signal. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, or if that overwhelming aura began to wane, he would immediately rush to provide support. However, despite wrapping bandages around himself time and again, he found that not only did that aura not diminish, but it grew increasingly potent. It was unfathomable. Who could maintain such high-intensity combat at the 5th tier for so long? Logically, they should have long since depleted their vitality. Lu Zhenhai was at a loss for understanding, his mind racing yet unable to grasp the reasoning behind it. Perhaps reinforcements had indeed arrived. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, these beasts seem endless, bathed in blood." Xiong Lingquan slumped to the ground, gasping heavily. The rift's upheaval was a rare occurrence. Encountering it on their very mission was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Bai Yulan, the vice-captain of Team 7, remarked, "Have we established contact with them?" Xiong Lingquan downed a large jug of water. "The electromagnetic interference is too strong. We've only managed to contact a small fraction, and like us, they opted for nearby support. With their meager strength, what assistance can they provide? In the midst of a beast horde, how much difference can they make compared to an ordinary 4th tier?" Xiong Lingquan shook his head, suddenly recalling something. He asked, "What about Yi Qing? Can we reach that kid?" No, Bai Yulan shook her head, but he was advised before departure not to venture too deep. He should be fine. That is true. If that kid has his wits about him, he would have retreated promptly after the rift's upheaval. Xiong Lingquan nodded, albeit with a lingering sense of unease. "I must remind you, young ones, that in such critical moments, one cannot help but be swept away by fervor. Should one act foolishly, the consequences could be dire. Chief Chi has previously cautioned me that if something goes awry, we shall not escape punishment." "Need you remind me? I had already anticipated this," Bai Yulan scoffed. "Let us first survive this wave. Otherwise, we are both doomed and will have no time to ponder the afterlife." A chilling roar reverberated through the air as the earth trembled beneath them. A level 6 behemoth emerged upon the battlefield. Level 6, damn it, could it truly be that we cannot return? Xiong Lingquan cursed under his breath, rising once more. Bai Yulan stood nearby, her gaze fixed on a distant battlefield where a surge of life force scattered the clouds. Painting the sky a deep crimson, a thunderous roar echoed from that location, where a massive creature spread its wings, overshadowing half the sky. Streams of light danced around the nearly 1,000-meter-long beast that was the battlefield of the Grand Masters. Xiong Lingquan and his companions understood that this was the crux of the sudden conflict. If they could slay the newly arrived behemoth, humanity would secure victory. Conversely, failure to do so would lead to grave consequences, the worst outcome being the destruction of their defensive line, allowing the beast horde to invade the rear, resulting in catastrophic losses. Should the beast that emerged from the rift set foot within a city, it could claim the lives of over 1 million people. The two recalled the disaster documentaries they had seen about the martial arts era, their expressions darkening. Kill! Not far away, a major shouted as he charged forth, only to be crushed into a bloody pulp beneath a giant foot after dispatching a few beasts. Damn it! Xiong Lingquan felt a surge of anger, disregarding his need to recuperate, and dashed into the fray. The eruption of the rift had been utterly unforeseen. Although the military district had detected anomalies and dispatched special forces to investigate, no one could have anticipated such a sudden upheaval. The rift expanded, and many station troops responded quickly, yet they still found themselves embroiled in brutal combat. From Base 31, urgent distress signals were transmitted from the front lines. Officers were overwhelmed, battles raging everywhere, and the base's manpower was woefully insufficient. Requesting assistance, Level 1 alert. Call for reinforcements to the neighboring defensive line. A report came through from Lieutenant General Li Zidao, who was en route and urged Base 31 to hold steadfast. Grandmaster. Excellent. Communications unit, relay the message that reinforcements are on their way. If we encounter signal interference, then deliver the message personally. In the operations command room, nearly everyone was shouting. Soldiers responsible for communications began donning combat gear, preparing to become messengers, using the most primitive methods of information transmission to deliver hope to the frontline units. This mission was perilously dangerous, and one could argue that the likelihood of return was exceedingly low. Yet, none among the communications soldiers raised objections. In silence, they donned their gear and charged out of the base, scattering like tiny ants into the chaotic battlefield ahead. The 812th Regiment was unfortunate, yet simultaneously fortunate. Their misfortune lay in the fact that the rift appeared right at their doorstep, and the first few Level 5 beasts that emerged resulted in the death of their strongest commander and left the deputy commander gravely injured. With their elite forces diminished, they suffered severe losses against the onslaught of the beasts, with fewer than 100 soldiers remaining. Their fortune, however, was that Yi Qing happened to be nearby. He single-handedly obstructed a beast emerging from the rift, standing immovable like an indomitable great wall, preventing any beast from breaching the line he formed alone. Time passed unmeasured. The tide of beasts momentarily receded, ceasing their charge and merely circling the area around the rift. The relentless assault of the beasts had paused at Yi Qing, covered in grime and blood, stood amidst a river of crimson that engulfed his ankles, the blood-stained tendrils swaying like coral in the deep sea. Exhaling a heavy breath, he surveyed the surroundings. Corpses littered the ground, a grim testament to the carnage. The carcasses of slain beasts lay piled like mountains, the stench of blood overwhelming. Many of the beasts were mangled, some appearing as though they had been gnawed upon, while others were emaciated, as if their essence had been drained. The scene was beyond description, a visceral tableau of devastation. A profound sense of satiation washed over him. Yi Qing belched, having absorbed an excessive amount of energy that now required digestion. This was an unprecedented sensation. Since acquiring the system, it was the first time he felt on the verge of nausea. A moment's respite was in order. Gazing at the temporarily retreating horde, he glanced at the system panel, eyeing the talent section. A plethora of new abilities appeared, so numerous he could scarcely count them. Among them, many could be fused to form new talents. It was time to initiate a fusion. With such a variety of talents, he was hopeful of creating an A-grade ability. Grasping the half-corpse of a Level 5 beast, he dragged it toward the defensive line. Chapter 67. 3 A-grade talents. The end of the uprising, late arriving reinforcements, combined. Within the ranks, particularly at the front line, the healing medications provided were formidable. their effects were remarkably effective. And as for any potential side effects or repercussions, such concerns were for those who would survive until the end of the battle. Surviving was the priority. Any subsequent side effects were beyond the medical personnel's purview. Following treatment, the remaining soldiers of the 812th Regiment had their injuries stabilized. Several damaged armored vehicles were repaired, and the severely injured were transferred inside, ready for evacuation to a safe zone at a moment's notice. The communications soldiers attempted to establish contact with Base 31, but the signal interference continued to be strong, preventing a stable channel from being established, leaving them only able to connect with nearby defensive units. The neighboring station troops were equally beleaguered, suffering heavy losses, with some units reduced to mere handfuls, their structure nearly obliterated. In this regard, we are fortunate, Liu Zhenhai inhaled deeply, reflecting on the reinforcements that lay behind the defensive line. Then revised his statement, "No, we are exceedingly fortunate. At least we still have support." A low, grinding noise emanated from a distance. The group turned their gaze to see a shadow rapidly advancing towards them. A level 5 beast. Liu Zhenhai jumped in fright, only to exhale in relief upon realizing it was lifeless. Yi Qing handed the beast's corpse to Liu Zhenhai, asking him to assist in processing it, ensuring others received a share as well as the others roasted meat. Yi Qing slipped inside an armored vehicle, sitting cross-legged. As the system panel materialized before him in the talent section, dozens of new abilities had emerged. C-grade, Keen Sight; C-grade, Magnetic Shield; B-grade, Energy Absorption; C-grade, Energy Concealment; B-grade, Parasite. Both C-grade and B-grade talents were present, with C-grade constituting about 70% of the new talents and B-grade around 30%. Each talent held its utility, though none were particularly exceptional, each with their own merits and drawbacks, offering minimal enhancements to combat effectiveness when used in isolation. Thus, it was imperative to leverage their strengths and merge them according to their characteristics, aiming to forge a new, powerful talent that encompassed the advantages of various abilities. Speed and defense-related talents, in particular, required significant enhancement. Yi Qing began to select, his gaze scanning through the various talents on the panel. One talent caught his attention. B-grade talent, Neural Overclock. This ability, when activated, could elevate the response time of the nervous system to an astonishing level, allowing the user to perform complex maneuvers in a fraction of a second, executing evasive or offensive actions. However, this ability demanded a high level of physical fitness and mental fortitude. The previous beast had collapsed after maintaining this ability for half a minute, utterly overwhelmed. Yet, Yi Qing harbored no such concerns. With his current physical prowess and mental strength, he could sustain Neural Overclock for an entire day without issue. Micro-level speed would perfectly complement the Shadow Step ability, filling in the gaps. With a flicker of thought, Yi Qing selected several talents. Selected B-grade, Shadow Step; B-grade, Neural Overclock; C-grade, Fiery Sprint; C-grade, Gale Stride. Commence fusion. He opted for all talents related to speed, initiating the fusion process. The transformation began subtly, consuming vitality and mental energy. Yi Qing paid little heed to this. His reserves of both were ample, allowing him to forego rapid replenishment. Speed improvements necessitated a corresponding enhancement in defense. Despite his belief that the best defense is a good offense, certain essentials could not be neglected. The B-grade Earthen Bulwark was barely sufficient for now, yet there was significant room for future enhancement. Selected B-grade, Earthen Bulwark; B-grade, Symbiotic Beast Hide; B-grade, Petrified Form. Commence fusion. He similarly selected all talents related to defense, allowing them to merge with one another. The number of talents related to both speed and defense was substantial, requiring considerable time and energy for fusion. Yi Qing exited the armored vehicle and, under the astonished gazes of his comrades, devoured half of a giant beast before turning back towards the battlefield beyond the defensive line. The talent fusion required the consumption of vitality and mental energy. He needed to hunt beasts to replenish his reserves. Yi Qing's figure flickered as he charged into the midst of the beast horde near the rift, unleashing another slaughter. After a considerable interval, successful fusion. Upon stepping into the blood-soaked slaughterhouse, a system notification appeared. However, it was not a message regarding the successful fusion of the two major categories of talents. You have acquired the A-class talent, Bone Sovereign. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Qing's eyes upon seeing this notification. At last, he had fused an A-class talent. Moreover, it was one related to the Bone Blade, which he had employed most frequently before. This category of talent had once been Yi Qing's primary means of attack, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Even now, in battles against fifth-level behemoths, the lower-tier bone blades could still prove to be remarkably effective. Thus, after initiating the fusion of his speed and defense talents, he had also focused on enhancing several attack talents, including the C-class steel bone blade. The steel bone blade, akin to the tyrant spike, was a talent associated with bones, serving as the foundation for his new talent. By fusing it with various elemental talents, he aimed to enchant the skeletal weaponry, imbuing it with special damage. Consequently, after fusing nearly 20 talents, the A-class talent, Bone Sovereign, was born. He could freely manipulate the bones throughout his body, transforming them into colossal blades or enveloping himself in a skeletal armor without any conflict. Simultaneously, the bones were imbued with thunder, flames, and potent corrosive toxins. Should an enemy be struck by the bone blade, even if they were not slain instantly, the attached thunder and fire would prevent the wound from healing, while the hidden corrosive toxin would swiftly extinguish their life. The original characteristics of the tyrant spike were preserved. The bone spikes could be launched as a means of ranged attack, and their speed had increased several-fold. The thunder and fire attached to the bones granted them explosive damage, rivaling that of heavy artillery. Yi Qing was filled with excitement as he willed the bones to surge forth, and a massive bone blade measuring 5 meters in length protruded from his elbow joint. Whoosh! A gleaming silver line appeared in the air. The bone blade sliced through the air, effortlessly cleaving a fifth-level behemoth's head in two, brain matter and blood gushing forth. It was a seamless execution. The Bone Sovereign amalgamated the merits of the prior Tyrant Spike and Steel Bone Blade, eliminating any sense of disconnection from utilizing different talents, significantly enhancing Yi Qing's tactile experience in rapid succession. 2 notification sounds echoed. Fusion successful. You have acquired the A-class talent, Void Flash. You have acquired the A-class talent, 1000 Resilience Xuanwu Armor. Fusion was successful. A plethora of information regarding the new talents flooded his mind. With Yi Qing's current mental strength, he was able to comprehend the entire information with a mere sweep, and his heart swelled with joy. The speed-related new talent was named Void Flash, and from its name alone, one could discern its extraordinary nature. With sufficient vitality and a robust physique, the ultimate speed would delve into the concept of spatial leap. Naturally, that was the theoretical limit of Void Flash. Whether it could be realized still required Yi Qing's subsequent verification. However, the enhancement it provided at this stage was immensely significant. Previously, Yi Qing's sprinting speed was approximately 100 meters per second. When combined with his mental strength, it could escalate to around 150 meters per second. For a typical 5th-tier martial artist, this speed was already frighteningly high. Not to mention that the limit burst speed of an ordinary 5th-tier martial artist was merely 40 to 50 meters per second. Even if they were granted a speed exceeding 100 meters per second, their bodies would be incapable of enduring such instantaneous acceleration, resulting in severe injuries. Now that his speed-related talent had risen to A-class, Yi Qing's thoughts stirred. Whoosh! The sound of rushing air suddenly filled the atmosphere. A visible white shockwave rippled outward, lifting the severed limbs, blood, and flesh fragments from the ground, forming a chilling storm of blood. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds echoed in Yi Qing's ears. His speed had reached its zenith, and his explosive sprint approached the speed of sound. At that moment, he truly resembled a human cannonball. Any behemoth he collided with was invariably pierced through, leaving behind a gaping, translucent wound. Speed at this magnitude could inflict tremendous damage. This velocity surpassed that of most 6th-tier martial artists. Yi Qing murmured to himself, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Masters clearly delineate themselves from lower-tier martial artists in every aspect. Just in terms of speed, a master martial artist's explosive speed transcends the speed of sound, allowing them to traverse the air, defying conventional understanding. Yi Qing estimated that with his full activation of Void Flash, supplemented by the enhancements from his mental strength and the resonance with the world, his sprinting speed approached 300 meters per second. It was just shy of the speed of sound, nearing the realm of a master. The 1000 Resilient Xuanwu armor was also impressive. He estimated it could withstand the direct assault of heavy artillery fire. Yi Qing raised his hand, his robust and muscular arm enveloped in a layer of thick, metallic gloss scales, each scale adorned with fierce dragon patterns, exuding an aura of cold brutality. These scales, in a sense, constituted a part of Yi Qing's physical form. Therefore, the exaggerated regenerative ability of the dragon flame undying golden body would similarly apply to the 1,000 resilience Xuanwu armor. When the armor sustained cracks or fractures, its formidable self-healing capability would restore it to its original state swiftly. With a remarkable physique, astonishing speed, and formidable defense, Yi Qing gradually refined the direction for perfecting his talents, basing everything on the dual foundations of body and spirit. It was still not flawless. Only when all talents were elevated to S-class could it barely be deemed perfect. Yi Qing suppressed the restlessness within his heart, redirecting his focus to the slaughter of the behemoths. Having just broken through the 5th limit, his vitality was merely at the entry level for 5th-tier martial artists. He needed to solidify his foundation promptly. The bloody massacre commenced anew. On the battlefield, the concept of time blurred. His mind was intensely focused on the slaughter and vigilance, dulling his perception of the passage of time. The remnants of the 812 Indie Regiment fared relatively well, their pressure not excessive, mostly contending with a few stray behemoths that had slipped through the breaches in their defenses. Their injuries had healed significantly, and with Lu Zhenhai, a 5th-tier martial artist, present, no further injuries were incurred. Besides slaying the stray behemoths, Lu Zhenhai and others had transformed their primary task into various culinary endeavors with the behemoth's blood and flesh. It wasn't merely due to gluttony. After several days of interaction, they discovered that Yi Qing's singular passion was food, and his appetite was extraordinary. Tio assists this savior of the 812 Indie Regiment to the fullest. Even Lu Zhenhai, the acting regiment leader, had learned several grilling techniques. Each rugged man, adorned with stubble, seemed on the verge of evolving into battlefield chefs. On the 3rd day of the Rift's uprising, roar, a distant, mournful, furious, and resentful low roar reverberated throughout the realm in an instant. The skies darkened. Ominous clouds shrouded the earth, and booming thunder accompanied torrential rain as it cascaded down. Outside the defense line, the hundreds of meters-long rift, the wandering behemoths suddenly lifted their heads, attuned to the special sound waves amidst the rain, receiving the biological signals of that super behemoth. Then, roar, amidst a chorus of low growls, all the behemoths turned direction, charging towards the unfathomable rift. Their colossal bodies plunged into the inky depths of the rift, with countless behemoths leaping into the chasm. This was the end of the uprising. Hearing the commotion, Lu Zhenhai shouted in excitement, tears welling in his eyes at the thought of the fallen comrades. The surviving soldiers were overwhelmed with emotion, their jubilant shouts echoing throughout the temporary encampment. Yi Qing's figure reappeared, just as before, dragging the carcass of a behemoth. Witnessing the behemoth's retreat and recklessly leap into the rift stirred an impulse within him, almost compelling him to jump in as well. Fortunately, reason prevailed in the end. Halting his steps, "Commander," upon seeing Yi Qing return, everyone's expressions turned serious. Even the wounded struggled to rise and solemnly saluted him. Their gazes were filled with awe, respect, admiration, and an undeniable hint of fervor. Yi Qing's heroic efforts had conquered the hearts of all in the 812 Indie Regiment. In the military, strength reigns supreme. Soldiers revere the strong and idolize them even more. The strong serve as the spiritual backbone of a unit, significantly boosting morale and combat effectiveness. Yi Qing now believed that as long as he raised his arm in command, even the most arduous tasks would see the 812 Indie Regiment, including Lu Zhenhai, charge alongside him. The rain poured relentlessly, washing away the blood congealed on the battlefield, staining the entire city ruins crimson. Was it over? Yi Qing exhaled a breath of relief, using the rainwater to cleanse the grime from his face. That roar from earlier must have been the command of the descending behemoths. The higher-tier battlefield had likely determined victor and vanquished. Lu Zhenhai spoke. Yi Qing nodded, gesturing towards the behemoth carcass behind him. Prepare a pot of soup to warm the brothers up. After a brief respite, he needed to return to the 31st Combat Base. However, just as the pot began to emanate a delicious aroma, Yi Qing's expression shifted. He glanced towards the depths of the city, his keen mental perception revealing that several formidable presences were approaching. Yi Qing tilted his neck, producing a crisp sound, holding a bowl of hot soup.